Preface of Limanora, The Island of Progress by Godfrey Sweven. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kirk Ziegler, Lake Placid, Florida. Limanora, The Island of Progress by Godfrey Sweven. Preface. It was long before our strange guest could be induced to continue his narrative. He had seemed to hesitate as he approached the close of his sojourn in the outer islets of the archipelago. He several times postponed the story of his exit from it in the projectile, and for months he left his history hanging in the air, and the strange coffin in which he had been confined executing his parabola from his yacht. There was some excuse for his delay, for the winter had fled, and the birds and the flowering trees around us gloried again in song and color. He grew restless as the days lengthened, and could not bear to settle in our shelter by the fjord. All that we saw of him for months was his occasional flight from precipice to precipice above the somber green of the bush. It was as easy for him to flit from knoll to knoll as it was for us to leap a ditch. He had regained his old bird-like gait, that to us was noiseless. What he fed on came to be a puzzle, for he seldom joined us now in our meals, and the old semi-transparency came into his face. Weeks and weeks together, none of us would see him. Where he went we knew not, nor had we the heart to follow him and trace his whereabouts. Now and again he would join one or another of us at our work, and indicate the direction in which we should tunnel or dig for the richer layers of wash dirt. His instinctive sense of the presence of gold beneath the surface of the earth seemed to us in our blind groping miraculous. We never found him mistaken in his indications. But we felt it a kind of desecration to ask him to condescend to such base and trivial pursuits as the research for wealth. At times his absence was so prolonged that we thought he had vanished back to the ring of mist whence he had come. But a great storm always brought him to our huts again. The summer waned into autumn, and the days began to narrow down. Blasts from the south grew keener, and his flight from us was more circumscribed. We saw him almost daily. When the winter nights began, he gave himself up again to memory. He drew towards us in sympathy, and there were in his narrative fewer and fewer reserves. His English became fuller and more exact, though time and again he stumbled over thoughts too subtle to transfuse into so rough and materialistic a language. Our own interpretations of his descriptions must often have been mistaken, we are certain, and many passages we have had to omit because of manifest ambiguity or mistiness of expression. Godfrey Sweven. End of Preface.
How do you find this book? Any thoughts about the book or the author? Any suggestion for improvement? Please take a moment to share your thoughts in a comment. If you like it, share it with your friends who might enjoy it as well. Subscribe to keep in touch. Visit CompleteAudiobooks.com for more quality content.
Chapter 1 of Book 1, The Outer or Material Civilization of Limanora, The Island of Progress by Godfrey Sweven. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. My Awakening. I opened my eyes to a world no feature of which I could recognize. Everything around me was of the most dazzling beauty. The walls and vaulted roof of the room where I lay gleamed like mosaic work of lit jewelry. The floors were duller, and yet shone with a colored radiance like that in a dew-belled meadow under the light of the slant-rayed forenoon sun. The light broke up in innumerable points and corners of the roof into a magnificent display of prismatic colors, moving and changing every minute. Yet, with all the marvelous iridescence, there was sufficient shade in the vault and walls to check the fiery oppression of the sun. I had dreamt of such fairy palaces, but the dream had never been abortive or glanced off into something hideous or appalling. Here the architecture was unlike anything I had seen, upon earth as a dream, and yet it had a grace that no dream had ever caught. Nor did I know the material of which this room was formed. It seemed like ice, yet was never changed by the fire of the sun. It was capable of being moulded into the most delicate lacework, and yet could be made as massive as marble walls of eastern palaces that were built for both pleasure and siege. It was in portions as transparent as glass, and in others frosted with wondrous pictures. And how were those countless domes and arches and arborescent columns produced with such ease? How were those airy galleries hung? How were those fragrant fountains poised so nicely that an infant's finger seemed capable of overturning them? Even the gently moving curtains had the same crystalline character as the walls, now frosted as by the artist of our winter mornings, again goldenly dim or rainbow-hued. There was a spaciousness that reminded me of the colonnaded aisles of our great cathedrals. Was I resting in one of the temples of the island? Was I being consecrated for sacrifice? And yet the dainty warm nooks, the close-hung curtains, and graceful tapestries so broke the awe and loneliness of the place as to make me feel that it was a chamber for a solitary. And I could look out upon the fields and forests and the far-stretching sea, for every foot of wall had in it some transparency that with its landscape looked like a picture framed in the frosted tracery around it. I seemed never to reach the limit of these varied perspectives and distances. I sank back exhausted on my perfumed couch, then slowly recovered by aid of the sweetness that met my every sense. The fragrance that filled the room was like that of the finest garden flowers, and kept changing from one lovely variety to another, never cloying the sense. Around, too, from unseen sources, floated sweet music, that now swelled into a chorus, and fell again into angelic softness. Then a new sensation came to me. With every breath I seemed to draw in a subtle nourishment and stimulation to my senses, every minute added to the renewal of my strength. And, to increase my delighted bewilderment, I gradually felt a new sense appealed to. Every nerve in my body seemed exhilarated, and I felt capable of heroic actions. Some magnetic influence was raying towards me through the atmosphere, and a dormant electric faculty seemed to be awakened in my mind and in my body, producing the effect of intoxication without its stupor or the numbing of the moral powers. It was like a beautiful dream without the helplessness of the dreamer. I felt no delirium or voluptuous languor from the excitement of the senses. It all led to spiritual vigour, that would have made the body its prompt ally. My renewed energies turned my mind to my strange surroundings. I wondered where the beings were who had built this wondrous palace, and were now doubtless playing upon my senses. Was it all a dream, and had I never been shot into the sea with Noola? It seemed as if my inmost thoughts were at once communicated to my watchers, for from some direction, out of some niche or doorway I had not noticed, moved softly a figure, that, in its muscular breadth, large head and springy gait, reminded me of Noola. Upon the face a smile shone out of unfathomed depths of thought and sympathy, and yet the lips were close as if to forbid speech. It was enough to rest and gaze at the beautiful expression of the face with its intensity of love and pity in the eyes. But the features had not that symmetry of outline which we call beauty in Europe, and the form was not divinely tall. The whole of the attraction lay in the uppraying of the soul into the face. It was like gazing into the limpid waters of a lake. I tried to give speech to my emotions, but the hand rose gently to the lips in a gesture that commanded silence, then waved over me, and as I looked, I fell into a deep and dreamless sleep. I knew not how long I had been unconscious, for when I woke I seemed to be a new man. Every faculty tingled with energy. Health glowed through my tissues. I wandered from niche to niche, from arcade to recess. I climbed the lofty galleries and raised the curtains, shaking the sweet perfumes from them as they swung in the air. I ran from transparency to transparency with the delight of a child, and gazed through each at the ever-varying landscapes that stretched outwards to the sea. Music, distant and entrancing, floated around me in the air, with variations and cooling bars of silence, so that it made a subtler ether circumambient rather than a definite impression on the senses. Under such conditions what could I not do in life? I remembered the old weariness and despair that used to cling around me like a shirt of Nessus even in the morning when I was refreshed with sleep, and the clogging humours that used to retard my most generous or most energetic action. In my former life I had moved in a clammy viscous medium that dragged back my most eager faculties. Now I was built of air, and stirred lightly as air. What was it that had accomplished this strange transformation? I had not felt so in the other islands of the archipelago or even on its seas. I had not been so exhilarated at my first awakening. How had this great change come about? Or was it but momentary, to pass away like other intoxications and leave exhaustion and ache? I began to be puzzled and to feel the return of the thought that it was perhaps only a dream after all. How was I to test the matter? Surely I could not have thought aloud. Yet here from somewhere or other was moving across the floor the figure that had appeared after my first trance. I was so awestruck by the noiseless flash of the approach that I could make no sign of welcome. What could I say to a being who came so near to what we consider in the old world the supernatural? As soon as my thoughts touched upon the state of my mind and the circumstances that surrounded me, my host, should I call him so, appeared. And, through my senses, I thought, had acquired preternatural acuteness. Not a sound had I heard of his entrance or of his footsteps across the chamber. He seemed to know the perplexity of my thoughts again, for he advanced with so airy a grace that my eyes were fascinated by the ease of the motion. And his words came almost like music. I scarcely considered what he was saying, so beautiful were the tones and manner in which it was said. "Come, and I shall tell you what has occurred," was what I understood. It was in the primary or simplest vocabulary of Limanora, the vocabulary that Noola had taught me. He led me by a covered but transparent way into a vaulted chamber, that seemed to the other as a cathedral to a chapel, for it was pillared and galleried and aisled with the most transcendent art. But I was too interested in the story he had to tell to give way to my passive enjoyment of the scene. He motioned me to ascend with him a platform that rose above us in a lofty recess at one brightly sunlit corner of the building. I saw him lean back and feared that he would fall to the floor, but with his motion the rich mosaic of the platform opened, and a wrist rose to meet his body which was of the same alabaster-like texture as the curtains and seemed to shape itself to every curve and bend of his figure. He stretched out his hand towards me, and before I knew what he had done I was resting, in an attitude not far from the upright, on a soft machine like his own. He showed me how to control this by a knob under my right hand, and then together we flew to the ceiling and back, wheeled around, swung gently in the air, or remained still. It moved like a thing of life in sympathy with every desire. A slight change of the position would relieve any part of the body and yet leave all the rest supported. Any kind of motion was accomplished on changing the screw that lay in the knob. I afterwards investigated the mechanism, and was amazed at its simplicity. A few levers, cunningly mastering all the various combinations of motion, turned on or off by the force needed for the necessary changes. After a few hours' experience of it, I could find no comparison in nature but the couch of air on which the albatross seems to rest as it moves. I afterwards found that a nice management of compressed air was the secret of this wonderful rest that was neither couch nor chair. As soon as we ceased to use it, it disappeared as suddenly as it had risen. This accounted for the complete absence of the furniture that impedes free motion in our European houses, and made me think as I awoke in my chamber of our great cathedrals with their free floor space. There in mid-air we lightly hung as if resting on wings. He seemed to know my anatomy and the points of greatest pleasure in any attitude, and controlled both machine rests with such adroitness that we swung hither and thither, changing slowly from the recumbent to the erect attitude or back again, finding every few minutes a different point of view of the chamber or of the landscapes that could be seen through the walls. But I soon grew oblivious to the beauty that stole through every sense. My whole consciousness was absorbed in watching the play of the intelligence on his face and listening to his narrative. I missed many of the links in his story, even though he contrived to put most of it into the primary and secondary vocabularies, and where he was compelled to go beyond them, put so much of his thoughts into his features that I could almost have gathered it from them. But I saw the drift of the story, and when it was over, pieced the fragments together and found, when afterwards I knew the language and the civilization better, I had missed little of the real meaning. I give it, then, as if it were his own words, although my intelligence seemed to stumble at every step in it. You wonder at your hospitable reception, but you will not wonder when you know the change in the condition of our knowledge since Noola was exiled. He was unhurt by the ricochet of the missiles on the beach. In the darkness they were ill-aimed, and, though they struck in sand, they were shattered by the impact and recoiled from the shingle underneath. He disentangled himself from the wreck and rescued you. But soon the watchers by the storm cone were down on the beach and carried you to our house, whilst they led your comrade to another. You were examined by the wise men and the medical families. Your faculties and emotions and tendencies were all tested, and their various strengths measured by means of the different kinds of cerebrometers whilst you slept. Since Noola was exiled 100 years ago, our knowledge of the brain and the nerves and their various functions has been applied in the most practical way to the art of living. Every curve and convolution of the controlling instrument of the body has its value and meaning tabulated. Every action, thought, and emotion has had its physical symbol and locality fixed, and the minutest change in the strength of any one of these points in the brain or in the nervous system can be discovered by applying one of the cerebrometers. You will know what these are some day, but it is enough to say that they can measure, by means of a delicate apparatus controlled by electricity, the amount of force that exists in any living tissue. There is a separate kind for each portion of the brain and each nerve section of the trunk, and it will move only when near that portion or any living tissue that has similar properties and powers. Our own magnetic sense, which has greatly developed since Noola's banishment, can roughly gauge the relative strengths of the various faculties and emotions in any man, and it is deeply thrilled when any thought or passion is energizing in his nature. But it cannot accurately measure the strength, as these instruments can. We can absolutely trust them, in testing the character of any human being. Noola fully expected to be thrust back, unless he came across his own relations and friends, to whose pity and sympathy he might appeal. He trembled in alarm when he was led to the chamber in which he was to be tested. But it was found that, though his humanity had not progressed in the lines or with the rapidity that the Limanorans have developed since his departure, all the atavistic taint had disappeared from his nature, and the weak elements of his system, love, pity, tenderness, sympathy, had greatly strengthened. He could no longer by any possibility side with the warlike and revengeful in human nature. But even if he had only kept the evil qualities in abeyance, in the state they showed before his exile, we should have let him return, for with his strong desire to keep pace with our advance and his regret for his retrogression, he would have gladly submitted himself to our new creative surgery. Our increased knowledge of the functions and constitution of the brain and nervous system enables us to reduce or excise any portion that interferes with the development of the individual. And we can also stimulate or retard the activity of any part by placing the patient in any of our medicated atmospheres specially adapted to his circumstances, and making him breathe in the element required by his system. Noola is now supremely happy in the confidence that he is allowed to remain. Every defect in his system has been tested and measured, and he knows how far he has fallen behind our race. He would have accepted any conditions, and in order to overtake us is willing to enter upon a new education, the abbreviation of the slow and painful advance of many ages into the hurried pace of a few years. He wishes, though 300 years of age, to become a child again, and return to his first century. But his long and painful self-discipline in Brulé has shortened the process, and he will soon be able to keep step with his old comrades. He will be aided in every way by the wise men, some of whom will give their best wisdom and energies to him. All the physical arts we have will be brought into play to shorten his term of probation. Our creative surgery and medicine, our magnetic arts for the development of tissue and nerve, our magnetic arts for the development of the senses, and our ethical arts for the development of the spiritual sensitiveness. For yourself he has pleaded, and though our wise men have recognized that you are thousands of years in the rear of our civilization, and have confirmed their recognition by scientific measurement of the forces and elements in you, they have consented to let you remain and to take your education in hand. It seems an almost impossible task to contract thousands of years into tens, but they do not despair, for our system of education has already accomplished this for children born amongst us, and you have a nature peculiarly open to our educational influences. You have first of all the passion for progress as strongly in you as in any of ourselves. And this is the prime essential for our ethics and civilization. To it all other passions must yield. From it flows all that subdues the material world and gives dominance to the spirit, and makes for righteousness. But with it often go pride and arrogance. In you was found strongly developed the desire to treat all good men as equals, whatever difference of capacity or position or possessions might seem to separate them from you. Had you had even the slightest tinge of contemptuousness or hauteur in you, you would have been sternly repelled. To condemn is the mark of an incurably savage nature, a nature incapable of true knowledge of itself and of its relations to life. From these two desires come purity of thought and life, the love of peace, respect for the rights of others and reverence for what is fine in their personality, and absolute transparency of nature. This last we ever take into the shortest and truest test of a progressive character, the love of truth and simplicity, complete harmony of word and act with the inmost thought. As long as a man or a nation lacks this, there can be no real advance. What seems advance is but a mirage of fame or glory. Accuracy of vision and of prevision is the first condition of true progress. It was one of the first things that Noola saw in you, and the first reason he urged for your retention. And you had no desire to conceal your thoughts, so closely did they tally with your life. You had an overwhelming passion for truth and for the truthful. There was no need to distrust his assertions, for we all felt how genuine he had become, and even sick and unconscious as you were, our magnetic sense told us that his description of you was correct. But it has become the custom to test scientifically the nature of every inhabitant of our island every week, and also at every crisis in his nature or in the history of the community, in order that any incipient defect may be at once remedied, and that drastic applications may never be needed. A complete survey of your character and faculties and corporeal system was the first step towards your admission into the community. Everything had to be known, in order that your education should be mapped out. And the cerebrometers gave us a favourable report of you. Your body and your working faculties are far in the rear of ours. You lack the transparency of tissue, ethereality of motion. The material side of you is earthly and ponderous. These elements of retrogression we shall never be able to eject wholly from your system, but we shall be able to modify them, and in your children and your children's children the body will keep pace with the spirit. The forwardness of your emotions, of your soul, is what has drawn us to you. You love the ideal and imaginative more than any but one section of our community, and you have an intermixture of the finer spiritual elements such as we have either lost or never had amongst us. We hope to graft your nature upon one of the divisions or castes of our race, and so produce in the next generation a variety that we need. Your retention has thus been justified by the highest morality of our civilization. We never take any step without reference to the ultimate aims of our progress, so to improve the breed that our posterity may feel nearer to the highest life in the universe. Your education has indeed already begun. We have assumed from your highly disciplined and progressive spirit that you would be willing to submit to those medical methods that shorten the already abbreviative process of education. It is true that these make an enormous drain upon the physical strength for a time, and we prefer the ordinary spiritual methods of training. But you have gained from the open-air employments in which you have passed your life great stores of bodily health and vigour. You are still but a child. The period of childhood and tutelage extends with us to the 30th, sometimes to the 50th year, that of youth to beyond the 100th. At the time that other men are preparing to die the natural death of old age, we are just beginning to feel what it is to live. And from some ancestral cause you are developed beyond your years in some of our ethical lines. You have reached a humility before the living forces of the universe which is the primary mark of the true governor of the world. How you have attained so rare a virtue amidst the pretentious barbarity of civilization it is not easy to conceive. The worldliness and arrogance inherent in the earth, though there are not signs wanting that they feel the approaching triumph of its true heirs and mask as the meeker virtues. In older times they were not ashamed to show themselves as they really were, for those were the days of glorified highwaymen who seized the throne of the world. Conquest is nothing but successful brigandage on a large scale, veneer it over with diplomacy and historical fame as you will. But for centuries there has been an easy feeling abroad that the humble must come to their rights some day, and so the gilded brigands have allied themselves with the religion of the meek and despised, that they may hoodwink mankind into acquiescence in their ancient dishonesty. We banished all the makings of monarchs, aristocracies, and great men at the purifications of our people. We could see no difference between these and the worst criminals except one of degree. We measured their skills and brains by the rough, unscientific methods we used to have, and found in them almost no difference from those of murderers and thieves, and comparing them with the skulls of savages and of our own far-back ancestry, we found that in the case of both heroes and criminals the cause of their likeness to each other was their recoil upon the footsteps of the past, and away from the line of human progress which leads towards harmony with the higher laws of the universe. Happily for you, every trace of such arrogance and contempt and ambition is absent from your system. You have nothing merely mimetic in you. You live unashamed and truthful in presence of all that the world is capable of being. It is one of the surest signs of fear of threatening annihilation that a species has to simulate the appearance or the modes of life of another. Hypocrisy in the human race, like mimicry in the kinds of animals and plants, is the brand of feebleness and the omen of coming decay and subjugation. We use truth and sincerity as one of the most inward tests of a strong and healthy nature. In the olden days, as in all large and mixed civilizations, it was difficult to distinguish the imitation virtue from the real, and when it was discovered, it was easy to pardon it and even accept it as a virtue amid the universal effort at simulation. But when we had swept out the survivals of primitive and savage times and the atavistic returns to them, we found that every need of mimetic virtue had disappeared. The slightest taint of unreality or falsehood in any of our community is as offensive as carrion. We rise in a body and have it removed. And we have as keen an enjoyment of sincerity and truthfulness. Your loyal character at once attracted us to you. We felt that all germs of moral disease would lose their virulence within its influence, as germs of physical disease lose theirs in sunshine. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Limanora, The Island of Progress by Godfrey Sweven. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. My education. The strain on my attention had been extreme as I tried to follow his explanations. It was not merely the words that were unfamiliar, but the very manner of the thoughts. I had not felt how exhausted my tissues were growing, or how soothing was the influence of the perfumes and soft music. I had been deeply moved by the joy of my acceptance by the strange community and by the profound truths woven into the fabric of its civilization. Imperceptibly the mist of dreams stole over me. I was not even conscious of the gesture of his hand. I thought that I had fallen back again into the darkness of Western civilization, and yet that my Limanoran guardian was silently hovering around me, protecting me amid the horrors of the reality. I seemed to be present at a court scene, where the monarch and his ablest statesmen and soldiers were welcoming a hero back from a victorious campaign that had added a great province to the kingdom. There were shoutings and huzzas without, whilst within strains of triumphant music alternated with bowings and ceremonies from the gorgeously robed officials. In some strange way I thought that it was I who was being lauded. Conscious of the tens of thousands left dead upon my battlefields, I loathed it all. For by some soul magic, perchance my Limanoran influence, the hearts of eulogists and courtiers were laid bare before my eyes. All, there was not an exception, black with envy and designings. The king himself was sick of me and my honours, even as he showered them on me. I knew the pitfalls and intrigues prepared for me. I saw the whole mass of humanity, both lacquered and tattered, that was now cheering, hiss and groan at me as I fell, and I turned away from the applauding crowd and looked into the homes of my dead soldiers, and I heard the weeping and despair of the widow with her orphans, and the mother bereft of her children in their prime. Here the depths of sorrow were its surface too. What was there to my credit in the book of time? Then with sudden transformation I saw the crowd swaying like billows before the wind. Every inch of space on the floor of the vast cathedral was filled with an adoring multitude, tears falling from the eyes of every upturned face. What could not be done with a mass of humanity so filled with passion for the highest? None too large for the vaulted aisles and nave for the tremulous thunder of the anthem. It seemed as if the dome of the sanctuary would open and the deity would reveal himself to his rapt suppliants. Then the music died away, and silence magnetized the people and drew down the influence of heaven upon them. And it was I that was in the pulpit, seeming a feeble and sinful thing beside this divinely inspired multitude. Could I do aught but still their quivering hearts? With sudden impulse my voice rang out in the cadences of the great organ as I raised their thoughts to the cross over the altar where hung the one who was rejected and despised of men. I painted the poverty and neglect and scorn of the life of the man of sorrows. They wept as I bent their thoughts to the weary mission of this lofty spirit amongst men, and his despair as he saw them turn in contempt from him. The death of torture that marked the close of his sojourn here was as nothing to the crucifixion of the spirit that he bore each day, from the cold neglect or the supercilious sneer with which his message was met. None but lowly fishermen would accept his divine teachings, and never a murmur issued from his lips. Heartbroken and martyred in soul, the crown of thorns was a fit close to his career. I seemed to hold the great assemblage in the hollow of my hand. The sound of weeping rose, while with love and adoration they gazed on the crowded agony as it hung on the cross. Then I blessed the people and left the pulpit, my heart hard and dry within me, when an alien sound broke upon my ear from the farther end of the great aisle. A commotion arose, and before many minutes the whole mass of worshippers had joined in the passionate discord. There was a conflict about some centre that was moving upwards from the door. Before I could regain the pulpit, a bruised and bleeding body had been raised above the sea of heads upon a cross against one of the huge pillars. A cry of execration rose from the whole church. It was useless to attempt interference, for my voice could not be heard in the tumult. In a few minutes the insults and buffetings had accomplished their work. The wounded, bleeding head sank upon the breast of the figure on the cross. His spirit had fled. It was a preaching reformer of the town, who was accounted a madman for his enthusiasm. He had fallen into some controversy and had shown his opponents the gross and material nature of their worship, insulting to a deity who was pure spirit. He had prophesied the downfall of all their gorgeous churches and ceremonials, and the substitution of silent reverence within the temple of the heart. They had taken his prophecy as an insult to the Christ and his church. Fleeing to the sanctuary to be safe from the furious attack of the crowd, they had followed him and with a few hurried words had enlisted the worshippers within against the blasphemer. And this had been the result. As I looked at the blood-stained features, there seemed to gather round the head a halo of light as of a crown of thorns. I was struck with a strange resemblance and glancing back at the altar, saw the faces were the same. This passionate devotion to a dead Christ had found him in living form and had crucified him again. I was appalled at the thought of all the centuries having passed for naught. Not one step upward had been made. No nearer were the multitude to recognizing their Saviour when he came in the form of a living man. There seemed to be nothing to live for, if this were the end of the agonizing toil of the ages. How sweet it was when I woke to find it was but a dream, and I was not in Christendom, but in Limanora. I was alone, but there was the sense of comradeship around me. I found afterwards that the wise men of the medical caste had been electricizing portions of my brain as I lay asleep. It was the beginning of my education, which was to go on even in sleep, moulding dreams that should modify my whole nature. Perhaps the most important part of the growth of the spirit is during the hours of rest, when the past or future may enter the vacant mind. My imagination had been sent out on its travels into my past and had found its way into the heart of Western ambitions and hypocrisies. Thus the white men had perceived by their electric sense the dreams that had oppressed me, and they drew from them the master sorrows of my past. Half of the success of education depends upon the most intimate knowledge of the history of the soul to be educated, a knowledge more intimate than the soul itself can have, else the educator will be alarmed and defeated by the surprises of survivals or resurrections. It is not the history of the mere incidents of life, of even spiritual life, from birth that is needed, but the unrecorded history of the mental and emotional tissues of a countless ancestry. And no annals could reveal this so well as the dream flashes of the night. They are brief as the tremors of lightning, but they illuminate a midnight world, a glimpse of which is as great as an inspiration. Night is the confessional of the unknown. Sleep unburies the dead. Dreams kaleidoscope the vanished past. These are three of their world-old sayings, which were striking at first, but after I knew their exact science of somnology, became as commonplace to me as they were to the Limanorans. This science, like all their sciences, was practical, and but the other side of an art. It was one of the most helpful auxiliaries of education. It had classified all types of dreams, and found the inner test of truth in them. Though seemingly capricious, to these medical wise men not a dream occurred but had its significance in the life of the individual. They could touch any section of the brain tissue into dream activity during sleep by means of their magnetic and electric probes and stimulators. They could feel by their own electric sense all that was flashing through the corridors of sleep, and with their electrographs could take an exact image of every portion of the dream. Dreams, they held, made men children again, with their souls upon their skins, so absolutely transparent did they render the nature, so free from convention and the mask of policy. And what was best of all, the shadows of the past, at times of the primeval past, answered to their call and played upon the mind during sleep. "We are such stuff as dreams are made of," was a saying of our own far-seeing dramatist which often came into my mind as I looked into their somnology. Into the making of our bodies and our brain tissues go elements from all the ages of our human and animal past, ages buried beyond the reach of history or speculation. They enter subtly into the tissue of our life, though we are all unconscious of the process. And these elements are the stuff that goes to the making of dreams as well. But in the dream world there is no central personality, no will to control or transform, no mask to wear, no power to conceal. We are ofttimes ashamed of our dreams because they are so unconsciously naked in their savagery or even animality. Nor is it an uncommon or unnatural thing that dreams foreshadow incidents in the afterlife of the individual, for they bring into play elements in his nature that he has never been conscious of and whose existence he would stoutly deny. Then, when the favouring circumstance or set of conditions brings these elements into action, he is startled to remember how close the long-forgotten dream had come to the unimagined reality. If only he had known how much it had meant, as it entered on the theatre of sleep and then vanished, he might have been forewarned and have avoided the opportunity for its reappearance on the stage of life. And the Limanoran medical sages had taken advantage of this prophetic provision of nature. They systematically tested every fibre and cell of the brain of each individual they had to educate and develop, and without hesitation or error found out every possibility of his nature. They tested and tabulated the results of every electric stimulus and every dream that followed it, and by this means had a complete natural history of all his ancestral past. No revolution could happen in the state of any Limanoran, nothing of what we meant by conversion. It has sometimes been said in the science of the West that there are two brains or physical organs of soul in every man, and this explains the strange actions and reactions, conversions and recoils that so often occur in life. But it is far truer that there are 100 brains in every man, and that his brain is composed of elements out of all his ancestry, even his far back animal ancestry. And it all depends on the stimulus which of those brains or ancestral brain elements will come uppermost. The Limanorans had millions of sun pictures of their own exiles and of the various peoples of the rest of the world in innumerable attitudes and situations, and with expressions on their faces unconsciously worn, and they could point out in each the predominating animal. In going over the memories of the men and women I had known, I could recall times when the look of some animal had come out strongly on their faces. I had had, to my misfortune, much acquaintance with the serpent nature, the most predominant in an unwisely progressive civilisation like that of Western Europe, where convention and custom and law become the opportunity and the mask of characters fallen far into the rear of progress. When laggard natures are not monasticized and prevented from breeding, a progressive people get overrun with hypocrisy. Under convention and custom and law they take shelter and there is no power that can drive them out. The finer phases of civilization, industry, art, learning, speculation, morality, religion, become their nesting ground. At last the serpent nature is accepted as the type, provided there is not too fatal a sting in it. The religious legends mirror this serpent-like development. The serpent is the spirit of evil which caused their degeneration from the godlike. The serpent they see everywhere, even when it has disappeared from their own land. Their greatest successes in any sphere are by means of serpent-like subtlety, whilst they still profess to worship the ideal of truth and candour abandoned by them in the far past. In practice it is the qualities of the serpent they embody and develop. In theory they worship its foe and conqueror. The Limanoran sages explain this reappearance of animal natures in human civilizations and individuals by showing how the elements of all exist in infinitesimal germ in the most primitive form of animal life. As this crept up the scale, certain elements grew stronger and led to new species still retaining the others in subordination. At each higher and higher division of the vital way the elements became more vigorous and more distinct in their characteristics. It is therefore traces of the higher animals that are most apt to appear in man. And the only means of ridding these of their retrogressive influence is to make the newer and higher spiritual qualities more dominant. The first rule of a civilization that means to advance in reality and not in mere appearance is to monasticize the atavistic natures and prevent them from handing on their retrogressions to posterity. The second is to encourage only the higher and more spiritual features of those that remain. It took many months to examine and catalogue my powers and tendencies. I often awoke unconscious or with a confused recollection of the dreams they had stimulated and recorded. The first few were most distinct, and seemed to follow me when I wake with the reality and perspective of life. But I could not interpret them. They seemed fanciful and capricious, and when I puzzled over them, yielded nothing. And yet, when I saw my dream confession and autobiography, I was startled with the truth of its great features. Thoughts that I had never uttered to mortal ear were there, words that had been spoken in the secrecy of confidence far off in my village home were recorded. Actions light and insignificance had their due place, and seemed to have new and infinite meaning in their new setting. So circumstantial were the ideals of much of my past life and character, that I could not but accept the rest as absolute truth. And what a strange array of facts it was! Parts of my immediate ancestral history I knew, more I had conjectured, some I could never have guessed at, but here it was spread out as on a map. With every new advance or retrogression any progenitor had accomplished or suffered. I seemed to see my inner nature photographed and by the light of a magic lantern. At first, when I saw it stand out in detail after detail in lifelike truthfulness, I felt in the presence of some supernatural power. But when I came to know the methods they had employed, it seemed as simple as a child's puzzle. Every conclusion had been reached in the most scientific way. All the minutiae of every dream had been faithfully recorded and microscopically examined. Then they were tabulated and compared with the most untiring industry. And out of the shapeless mass had come by the aid of their logical methods or dream tests the clear, unquestionable truth. Their brilliant, but by no means reckless, imaginations did the rest, evolving order and likeliness out of seemingly barren and confused facts. It is true, they did not make any attempt at the chronology of the past. They had been able only to group the facts in great spaces of time, and in a certain order of development. Their minute knowledge of the evolution of life, and especially of human life, gave them the framework for this grouping. I was astonished at the quickness of their work, when I considered the fullness of the natural history of my mind and character. It seemed as if they should have taken years and not months to investigate with such care every atom and cell of the tissue of my brain. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Limanora, The Island of Progress by Godfrey Sweven. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Sleep, Rest, and Flight. I could not but surrender myself into the hands of men whose wisdom seemed to approach omniscience, and this I was the more inclined to do that I felt, instead of exhaustion from their operations on my brain during sleep, the greatest sense of exhilaration I had ever experienced in my life. They acted on the principle of giving complete rest to one set of nerves and tissues by stimulating the others. They could produce the deepest sleep in all the brain and nerve centers by gathering the life energy that remains during sleep into one minute point, which they stimulated by magnetism. They smiled at the clumsy methods of resting that Western civilization had adopted, the awkward, unyielding beds and chairs and sofas, and the wasteful and futile attempts at exercise that were meant to give rest. Ages ago they had banished dancing and all corybantic amusements as extravagant waste of tissue, destroying 100 cells or nerves for every one that they saved or invigorated. All frantic and violent exercise encouraged the animal part at the expense of the progressive. It mangled and rent the delicate tissues of the brain and the heart, and sent the currents of sustenance into the muscles and bones of the legs and arms. The riding and hunting and athletics of the aristocracies only helped the animal to persist, and clearly identified their ancestry with the conquering nomad hordes that swept down on the peaceful plains and destroyed primitive civilizations. Exercise, they held, should help, on the one hand, to increase the store of energy to be transformed into the higher elements, and on the other to rest the spiritual forces and faculties. Rational rest was one of the great secrets of the prolongation of life. There was a latent passion in living things for rest, and this rose to its highest in man. To balk it was to shorten the careers of all the powers, and they had set themselves to understand this passion and the methods for its satisfaction as one of the first duties of an advancing people. They knew that there never could be any complete rest for a living system short of death. Even in the soundest sleep the functions proceeded, though feebly, and there was a misty consciousness of existence, else it would lapse into annihilation. They realized that they must provide for many gradations of rest between the edge of death and the borderland of full activity. Nor should any portion or element of the human system go long without its period of rest and its period of exercise. On these principles they built their methods of alternating rest and activity, all duly subordinated to their great aim, the advance of the higher nature. The only reason for muscular pursuits was that the intellect and the imagination might be relaxed and the higher energy reinforced. Even the loftiest thought resulted in certain waste products, that, if left to accumulate, would soon clog and stifle it. This waste must be carried off by reposeful exercise of the lower and more physical organs. All the lower elements which remain to mingle with those of a higher plane after they cease to be needed as regenerators of energy grow at once poisonous and must be removed by exercise. For many months I occupied one of their beds, half hammock, half framework, made of soft, flexible stuff that looked like metal, yet yielded like down. These beds were hung not only at the four corners, but along the two sides, so that the body lay in a kind of groove, yet, by a second series of rests, the material was kept from contact with the sides of the body or from any pressure upon it. Within this groove was laid an air cushion of still softer and more elastic material, which fitted itself to every irregularity of the body and to its various changes of position. The pillow was of the same soft network, and so shaped as to fit the head. I afterwards found that through the whole fabric of the pillow passed a mild current of positive electricity, that drew the energy from the nerve centers of the head and soothed every tissue to rest. The framework of the lower portion of the bed was charged with the mildest currents of negative electricity, and thus the circulation and the life were kept up, however deep might be the sleep. The sense of exhilaration and replenished stores of energy with which I rose each morning was enough to make me enamoured of life. Day by day I grew lighter in step, and seemed to walk and rest on air. It was the grosser particles of my system that were being drawn from it by this nightly process of rest. I gained energy and lost weight, till I felt I could soon rise on wings. I noticed before long that I had acquired the tripping, elastic gait that I had remarked in Noola. My movements and footfall came to leave almost no impression on my senses, and I could have played the ghost with appalling effect in the superstitious atmospheres of my native land. I did not seem to grow much smaller in bulk, yet in a year or more I must have weighed one half of what I did when I arrived. Whether they applied some other degravitating process to my bones and tissues besides the magnetic sleep, I never ascertained. But they had the power of reducing their own weight considerably in a few moments. It seemed as if their bones were hollow like those of birds, for I could lift even the largest of them with my one hand, and they had some reserve store of an element lighter than air in their bodies, which they could increase and distribute over their system at will. When they were asleep I found I could raise them as lightly as a feather, but when awake they could, whether by muscular effort or by some other process of their bodies, prevent me lifting them even the fraction of an inch from the ground. They seemed able at a thought to increase their weight tenfold, and though they had wonderful strength of muscle, I am certain that was not all, for I observed they made little use of it on such occasions. It can be easily imagined then how little friction of the body there was during sleep. Indeed, they never moved whilst resting, for there was no need of relieving the tension of any part. I enjoyed still more another kind of rest they had. It was half chair, half bed, and consisted of an incline of the softest netting made out of their usual metal and in such a way that the body could not collapse when loosed in sleep. Even pleasanter was the swing sleep. Here a huge magnet kept the supple incline gently swaying whilst at the same time it drew the blood from the head. The float rest was as pleasing. In this the head rested on a floating pillow, whilst two air cushions stretched along one side of the body and supported it on a network held between them. But the most complete of all rests was that in which the Limanorans were supported in the air by a cloud of sweet-scented and wholesome gas blown from innumerable jets with steady power. Electric fences kept it from spreading into the atmosphere around. I never reached that power of reducing myself in weight so that I could enjoy this rest. It needed fine skill of poise to climb into this bed and remain there, and I was ever afraid of falling. The same physical incapacity prevented me from reaching the most graceful and soothing of all their combinations of exercise and repose. This was the wing rest. I had often seen the albatross, as it followed in the wake of our yacht, swoop down and float up the curves of the wind without apparent effort, its broad wings motionless but for occasional adaptation, like sails, to the changes in the strength or direction of the breeze. I had never expected to see human beings master this bird power over the air, but it became the commonest sight in the breezes of the dawn and the sunset to see old and young of both sexes in Limanora fasten great wings to their arms and feet, and, charging their small winged engines with new stores of energy, sail up underneath the chameleon clouds, and float hither and thither like spirits of the storm. This was part of their night's rest and their morning's exercise, and they used to descend from it with heightened colour in their cheeks and the look of profound repose in their eyes. The long training they had had from youth in the management of their wings and in gauging the force and current of the winds had made their skill and knowledge habitual, if not instinctive. They could shut their eyes and rest their intelligence as they floated up and down the levels of the breeze; their wings seemed to be at peace. I can find no analogy in my own experience for their delight in the swift curving movement but my youthful enjoyment of skating before the wind for miles over clear ice. It was a gladness merely to watch them sport amid the rays of the growing or lessening sun. Often would they time their movements to some rhythm, and flash through intricate evolutions like rooks in the evening air. Again, half of them would fold their wings and be borne by the other half with a speed and lightness almost as great as when flight was unburdened. All mere earthly amusements and exercise had ceased when the secret of flight had been mastered. For generations their biologists, anatomists, and physicists had studied the wing power of animals with a view to the practical mastery of it for the Limanorans themselves. Their chief guide towards the analysis was the study, not of the birds or insects, but of the bat. They measured the force of the strongest chest muscles that enabled it to move its wings with such rapidity. This could be done to a nicety by means of their refined instruments for gauging latent power, whether in tissue or nerve or muscle. They calculated the number of beats it could make in a minute. They measured the spread of the wings and the weight of the body. Thus they came to an almost constant equation of wing power to size and weight. The physicist and mechanic were then called in, but they would have been helpless without the new metal, Irelium, and their power of concentrating great power into small space. This metal was extracted by a process from common earth, but could also be found pure some miles down in the earth. It was perhaps the first essential to the rapid advance of their civilization because of its extreme lightness and strength, and still more its wonderful flexibility and elasticity when mixed with certain proportions of other substances. It could be made into the most delicate membrane, fine as gauze and yet tough and resistant as leather. It formed the material of their most massive engineering works, and of their lightest draperies and garments. Nothing could surpass its adaptability to all purposes of civilization. It was out of this that they were able to make their wings which seemed so fragile and yet could bear the force of the wildest storms. It would stand stiffly on its framework against the strongest pressure, and yet could be expanded balloon-wise from within. The only means of disabling these wings was perforation by a hard, sharp point. This could never occur in the air except from the beak of a bird, and then they could still use their spread as a parachute to break their descent. Another quality this metal had was its transparency, and their flight was somewhat concealed from the sight of gazers below by the colour they took from their atmospheric surroundings. It was difficult to distinguish them from a floating cloud or a darker patch of grey or blue sky. The wings could be easily folded or expanded, so flexible was the material, and when the Limanorans landed from their flight, scarcely a minute passed before the huge sails, framework and all, had been furled and had disappeared in the ordinary outline of their bodies. And these bodies differed as much as their natures from those I had been accustomed to see. They were short and squat, and this, with their broad chests, great heads and long arms, would have led Europeans to call the Limanorans gnomes. Muscles and bones that in other men had been of little importance had grown into what we should have called abnormal size and strength. But after I had met the power of their eyes and felt the beauty of the natures that shone in their faces, their bodies seemed to me the normal garment of the highest human spirits, and I came to understand the high purpose of every change they had brought about in their forms and features. Without their broad chests they could never have had such expansible lungs or such powerful heart action essential to easy flight, as well as to the lightning sweep of their thoughts and energies and the rapid advance of their civilisation. The pulse could be seen in many parts of the body, it was so strong, and its beats were twice as frequent as in my own. The great heat of the summer was to them little inconvenience. They could thrust their arms into what seemed to be boiling water without shrinking, and they could bear a degree of cold far below the lowest temperature I had ever felt, for the high temperature of their bodies made them capable of enduring far greater extremes of climate than any race I had ever known or heard of. But their breathing was much less frequent than mine. They seemed to take in enormous draughts of air at each inspiration and to retain stores of it in their system. They continued at their ease in difficult atmospheres and exertions long after I had begun to pant and gasp for breath. The spaces within their bodies that had once been wholly filled with the organs of digestion and discharge had evidently been largely utilized for their marvellous expansion of lungs and heart. Another purpose that their huge chests served was to bear the strain of the great muscles that controlled their arms, and of the powerful engines that, strapped onto them, gave the strong and swift beat to their wings. Their arms were moulded on lines of similar strength, for they had to bear the strain of the forward stroke of the wing, whilst also having to manipulate by means of the long and sinewy fingers its great folds in the backward sweep, and, when more expanse was needed during calmer weather, or when resting in the sky, the arms had to thrust out and to bear long rods that in their turn bore expansions of the wings like studding sails of a ship. The thumb of each hand was kept free for the management of their breast and shoulder engines, and it had become by exercise more vigorous and more flexible than the ordinary human thumb. In each armpit was carried a small engine that could be used either as a subsidiary to the great breast engine, or for the partial or complete furling of the wings. Beside it was a storage battery, in which could be generated by the movements of the arm more electricity to supply the central power, thus enabling them to extend their flight through long periods. If they became tired they could expand and inflate their wings with a gas made much warmer by the heat of their bodies than the surrounding atmosphere, then throwing themselves on their backs they could rest or rise in the air as on a balloon. In slow or ordinary flight, or when the wind was not high, they could steer themselves rudely by manipulating the outer folds of their wings with their fingers. But if they wished to fly swiftly, or in some other direction than the wind would bear them, they could push out a tail-like membrane of irelium from between the feet and move it hither and thither by the sinewy power of the heels. The great toe of each foot was also much developed by long use for stretching out and managing the wings. It had become more like a thumb, capable of seizing and manipulating cords or membranes. It was this, added to the lightness of their bodies, that gave them their springy gait, and made them seem when they walked as if they scarcely touched the ground. They could skim like a bird close to the earth by using only the outer folds of their wings and the tip of the great toe for propulsion. Much though my weight was reduced, and ardent though I was in my attempts to come up with their mastery over the air, I was seldom able to do more than quicken my pace in running and rise in short, clumsy, laboured flights on their wings like a callow nestling fallen from its nest. I was soon exhausted by my efforts, even when aided by my ultimately deft management of the breast engine and the shoulder engines, for my lungs were short of compass, my heart soon beat too rapidly for the strength of its tissue, and my arms and fingers and great toe soon grew weary of the work they had to do. Nothing but the selection and adaptation of my ancestry could have made me capable of progressing physically to their level. Their past had been a rapid and deliberate process of adjustment to new and higher ideas of life, One of the main aims of this new mode of locomotion in order to give them command of a sphere that other men had abandoned to the birds and insects, for it was but one of the corollaries of the great purpose of their existence, which was to master or eject the grosser elements of their system, that they might rise into a more ethereal or spiritual life. By the power of flight they seemed to gain independence of the earth, greater freedom of movement, and an approach to that frictionless, untrammeled motion through limitless space which thought gives a foretaste of. End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Limanora, The Island of Progress by Godfrey Sweven. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Hermitry. Flight was one of their best methods to achieve complete solitude. One of the early discoveries of this people in the art of progress was that, where men were too much or too long together, they confirm each other's faults and clog advance. The weaker and more superficial ambitions get the mastery and force energy into mistaken directions. The risk of this grew less as the individual grew older, for he receded farther and farther from the ancestral stages of life through which he must pass in youth and early manhood, and he came to have less desire and less need for intercourse with his fellows. Complete love of solitude and capacity for solitude were two of the signs of the perfecting of the individual life. Thereafter death, the rending of the veil that divides the seen from the unseen, was the most natural step in development, and scarcely needed effort. They held solitude as much one of the essentials of noble life as society, and the latter needed no stimulus. By nature and beginnings man was a social animal, but only some strong impulse would make him seek the companionship of his own thoughts. The final triumph of life was to be able to be confidently alone, to stand with the highest man can think and feel against the herded universe. Under the stimulus of the more physical and primary passions it is the universal instinct to flock together. The baser, the more destructive feelings are gregarious. To ensure periods of solitude for each member of the community, every man and every woman had a separate house, as soon as the powers were mature. One of the horrors of the past out of which they had come was the intrusion of friends and relatives every hour of the day, and the irritating sense of the continually watchful eyes of servants or slaves. Only by seeking the wilds could one find real solitude. In all human communities there are endless opportunities for social intercourse. Opportunities for solitude are artificial. Life was arranged in Limanora with a view to allowing and securing as frequent and as long solitudes as were constant with the progress of the race. On the most prominent point of every house there was the representation of two climbing flowers, and if these hung drooping, colourless, and apart, everyone knew that the occupant desired seclusion. If they flushed with rose, stood up to the sun, and twined around each other, then it was known that human converse was permissible, if not desired. There was indeed sufficient magnetic communion of spirit among all the people to touch into life at intervals the love of that definite and open intercourse so native to the human system. This inborn social faculty might be trusted to prevent the love of loneliness from severing all ties. There were daily public duties that brought everyone into the knowledge and sight of his fellow men, the rota of physical exercise at the centre of force, the flight drill, the general meeting of the community, and the medical review. And every day, and almost every hour of the day, communion of spirit could go on in the magnificent baths, in the halls of recuperation, and in the valley of memories. There was no lack of occasion to draw the Limanorans together. But the other duty to the higher self was sacredly guarded and fostered, especially in the earlier stages of life. One of the greatest blunders they had to correct in their former civilization had been gregarious education. Large families had been one of the consequences of a half-developed humanity, more kin to the animal world than to the spiritual. The lower a living thing is in the scale of life, the more prolific it is, the more devoted to the mere function of keeping its species alive. Unicellular organisms perpetuate their existence by continual fission. Microbes become massive in their effects by the countless myriads each is capable of producing. The higher the organization, the less is the energy that can be spared for generation, and the more capable is the offspring when matured of ensuring its own survival, of rising above and managing the laws of nature. Civilization has not advanced far when it acts by masses and needs masses to keep it going. Then mere subsistence and procreation are the only purposes and functions of most life. To feed, to reproduce, to die. That is their history. The Limanorans looked back to that stage of their development with a shudder, so far in the mists and darkness of animalism did it seem. Now one man of them was more able to do battle with nature and her fecundity and her catastrophes than 100,000 of that golden time, and not 100,000th of the generative power was needed. Then but a poor fraction of the life energy could be given up to education. The offspring had to be trained in masses or have no training at all. The parents were too busy earning the means of life to mold their families, and had too many children to give heed to the character of the individual. All the offspring were handed over to professional trainers, who managed them in the mass, and who had to work by the methods of nature with its myriad children through the law of the survival of the fittest. They had to be handled like armies, and the stricter the discipline, the better the result was supposed to be. And where the people were counted in masses and moved in masses the better it undoubtedly was for the survival of the state. Schools and universities were a necessity of that far back stage of civilization. They were the drill sergeants of civil life, dragooning the young and their ideas into accordance with the prevailing and accepted type. Too much independence of character or thought or manner would have broken the ranks and endangered the existence of the commonweal. But the chief purpose of life on the world, the progress of the species, was ignored in this devotion to mere persistence of the species. All variant germs and elements that nature supplies in every individual it brings forth were smoothed down or annihilated into uniformity. The type persisted from century to century unchanged. Only by stealth or by audacity did any new or alien element succeed in modifying the species, and when it did succeed the modification was often retrograde as progressive. Therefore, in order to be secure from variation, public opinion punished all habits that would lead to independence of character or thought or feeling. As soon as the great exilings had been completed, the Limanorans recognized that the best chance of swift progress was the selection and preservation of the finest variants in their character and thoughts. They therefore abolished the profession of teacher, that manufacturer of uniformity, and all schools and universities, hotbeds of convention, worship of antiquity, and retrogression. They by no means abolished education, they recreated it, intensified it, and made it the chief function of the community. The whole time and energies of the parents, or as the case might be, of pro-parents, who were given up for a period from 50 to 70 years to the training and molding of each child. Nothing was left to nature or haphazard. And every new tendency or faculty that was discovered in the pupil was recorded and reported to the council of sages. It was discussed by them, and if judged to be hostile to the progress of the race, the parents were assisted in eradicating it. If manifestly progressive, every means was taken to make it grow. If doubtful in its results, it was submitted to the community, and their instincts soon brought them to a decision. Thus it was that their world was being continually renovated. Never was an idea or method of action rejected simply because it was new. Every opportunity of advance was seized and tested. Every suggestion of a new direction of progress was investigated and followed out till it was seen to be impracticable. And, to prevent emphasizing the old and outworn or reviving the past, the young were isolated from one another, for as the embryo records in its growth the stages of animalism through which terrestrial life has passed upwards from the unicellular to the complex human organization, so the immature periods that come between infancy and full manhood record human development, prehistoric as well as historic. The long ages of primitive futility and presence of the powers of nature are abbreviated into the helpless years of infancy. Prehistoric savagery shows itself in various traces in the rebellious, adventure-loving, omnivorous phase of boyhood. The first stages of civilization appear in the early years of puberty, its later stages in the approach to full manhood. The imperfect past ever springs up like weeds amid the growth of the new life, and will choke it if encouraged. And nothing, they held, gave such persistence to the evils and imperfections of the past, thus appearing in early life, as the gregariousness of youth. Nothing had done so great a wrong to the race, or had so hindered its progress, as their former education system with its schools and universities. To throw men in the immature stages of their life into close intercourse was to confirm their immaturities, to encourage atavism, to make the past tyrannize over the future. As long as their old system continued, their civilization was enslaved to the times that were gone, and imagination deified the world as it had been. Next to their exiling policy, their educational reform was one of the most important starting points of their new and swiftly progressive civilization. I was astonished at the length and frequency of my isolations during the period of my training. For years I saw few or none but the two proparents to whose care I had been handed over, even after I had been introduced to other sections of the community. In the process of my advance toward Limanoran habits and powers, I was often left for days together with my own thoughts, and yet in the presence of some supervising power that seldom made itself definite to any of my senses or even to my mind. Throughout these intervals of solitude, I felt continual suggestion of noble thought and emotion come to me from my surroundings, the divine music that rang so softly and variedly amid the silences, the deep meaning of the arts that filled every corner of my life, the magnetic energy that rayed forth from unknown centres upon my spirit. The finest impulses of my nature became dominant in me at these times, and grew in strength. I came to recognize the power that such solitude gave to character. Without it I should have inclined to become the echo of my tutors, even though they were ever impressing upon me the necessity of thinking and acting for myself. They were so noble, so far above the men and women I had met or heard of or read of that it was a hard task not to fall down and worship them. Once I had the misfortune to question the benefits of prolonged seclusion. I urged the praises of friendship so common in the literature of my country, and spoke with great fervour of the pleasures of social intercourse, the keen emulation on the path of development it stirred, and the wide influence which the finest characters had. I painted in glowing colours all that refined society might become, the witty Parisian saloons of the 18th century, the artistic circles in the 15th century Italian republics, the brilliant association of thoughtful men in some of the London literary sets of the 19th century. What could be nobler than such intellectual brilliancy of intercourse as is recorded in the biographies of the great men and beautiful and refined women of the West? Then I turned to the happiness of children and youth together in the gardens or woods or on the shores of the ocean, and their sadness when they moped alone in their rooms or at their books. Companionship was the very life of childhood and youth. Did not solitary musings even in maturity produce morbid self-introspection? The intercourse, even with superiors and elders, was somewhat unwholesome for the young spirit; it crushed spontaneity and naturalness and confidence in one's inner self. I worked myself up to a climax of eloquence, and thought that I had demolished all possibility of defence of their system. But I had succeeded only by ignoring the vices and weaknesses of society. These wise men quietly and almost unconcernedly took me behind the gaudy theatrical curtain of the world, and smiled to think how like their old social ideals had been to those I had described, and to see the same vanity and posturing in European refinement as in their own evil past. They mourned over my blindness of mind in failing to look through the gorgeous transparency at the tawdry vulgarities behind. Following it through many forms and stages of life, animal and human, they showed me the law of social intercourse, not the highest but the lowest emotional and moral level of a herd or circle do the natures and minds of its members ultimately reach, however lofty the aspirations of some of them may be. A company in which free utterance is the rule is soon mastered by base interpretation of the noblest lives, and it is to guard against the effects of this hydrostatic law of ethics that churches and temples have been erected. There the awe of a higher power and the conventions of worship conceal the inevitability of the law, and save the shyer natures for brief periods from the evil influence of the bold. The most masterful religions have always provided permanent refuges for the finer spirits who dread conflict with the unscrupulous wit or power of the world, and who know how in a struggle of speech or action or even pure thought the wielder of the fouler weapons wins. It has been the rule throughout civilized history that the greatest characters, if they cling to moral principle, at last withdraw into solitude partial or complete, and become the sages of the world. If they remain in action and succeed, the necessity for further success drives them to accept the moral level of the lowest they have to struggle with. For if immoral men of less intellectual power overcome them, defeat means to them ultimate exhaustion of the soul. Nothing bleaches the faculties and reduces them to the common level like failure after failure. However great a hero may be to begin with, success in action closes his moral career, whilst failure closes his intellectual. To die in his first great victory is the truest happiness that can befall him. In fact, the Limanorans came ages before to see that all public life with its competitions and ambitions, social, artistic, political, military, meant the triumph of cunning or force. It meant the retrogression to the nakedest savagery hidden underneath the gewgaws of civilization. No real advance could be made by any form of humanity, so long as its ablest spirits were drawn into the furious struggle for glory, in which the cruelest and most audacious cunning was bound to win. The founders of new religions and new philosophies have been strong spirits who saw the foul imbroglio before them in public life and shrank back from it. The first aim of the Limanorans, when once they had rid themselves of their more degenerate brethren, was to abolish this contest of might and cunning, and turn their stronger spirits to the true progress of themselves and their race. And little difficulty was experienced in accomplishing this most fundamental reform. The island had been purged of the furiously ambitious, of all who longed for the naked palestra of civilized savagery. They knew better than most men how much of the essence of life was competition, how necessary to all progress was the struggle for existence, how fundamental was the law of survival of the fittest. But they realized vividly that nature unguided often chose false directions, that the struggle may be in a myriad various arenas that differ greatly from one another in nobleness or baseness, that the law if left to itself might lead to the survival of the fiercest or cunningest or basest, according to the conditions that were to be fitted. The will of man could work on the conditions, so elevating the struggle and leading the law to a nobler issue. They did not, they could not, put an end to the struggle. What they did was to withdraw it from false grounds and false aims, and guard it from any appearance of the lower nature, sensuality, cunning, or force. The competitive energy in every Limanoran's nature was bent towards his own future and the future of his race, and strove to surpass the past, if it were great and noble, and to cast it out, if it were base and threatened to reappear. To strive upwards, to help the whole people to progress, these were the aims that transformed the everlasting struggle and the ever-working law. This revolution in existence accomplished, and public life having in consequence vanquished, there ceased all need of social display, of conversational fireworks, and of tact in managing men either singly or in masses. The object of gregarious education disappeared at once. As long as the coarse and selfish struggle called public life was the highest sphere, they knew the youth had to be trained for it. Its methods and aims had to be adopted, and schools and universities were a necessity, as miniature reflections of the greater world. In order to succeed in life they had to be rolled together and tumbled against one another like pebbles in a stream till they had taken the conventional smoothness of outline and similarity of sheen. They had to learn to keep the wild beast in their hearts and the silken courtier in their manners, to cloak untruth and hypocrisy in an appearance of brilliancy or wisdom, to make grasping selfishness seem almost divine love, and brutal cruelty and arrogance the most dazzling refinement. It was painful to read the flashy lies and stabs in the dark that went for wit, and the cruel intrigue and showy falsehood that went to the making of history, in those old times. Even the friendship of the foremost was but a piece of acting; little trust could be put in it. It served its purpose and was abandoned as soon as it failed to impress the dupes. And solitaries then seemed useless, moping self-analyzers. They made no history and they were soon forgotten. No parents could afford to let any one of their children thus lose his life. And, however gentle and meditative he might be by nature, he must be thrust into the cruel struggle of school and university in order to acquire hardness and brilliancy. However virtuous and noble in purpose, he had to prepare for the arena of polished scoundrelism. As soon as these conditions of competition ceased, education in masses had to cease too. It must be a miniature of the general life and a preparation for it. At a distance and in a haze it seems as if the immature in their sports were leading a life of primitive and happy innocence, but innocence often accompanies untamed passion and fierce emulation. The appearance of simplicity comes from their ignorance of the advance of the world. Nothing did the Limanorans so shudder at as the chance of perpetuating the methods and habits of this early and undeveloped stage throughout later life. What their associative education in former times had done for them was to confirm the vices of savagery under the gloved conventions that civilized life demanded, and to destroy the simplicity forever. Solitary training under the supervision of sages, they soon found, had the reverse effect. It confirmed the naturalness and spontaneity, and swept out the inclination to intrigue and arrogance and cruelty. There was a childlikeness in their natures that gave great beauty to their faces, and this they retained through the longest life and the most absorbing work. If there was one quality more than others which marked them as a race, it was their gentle and trustful outlook upon life, their naive candour and transparency of character, their simple wonder and delight over any new discovery or invention. They never grudged the quiet admiration any word or action deserved. They never assumed that tone of superiority or sophistication, which, coming as it does from envy, jealousy, or malice, mars all praise or blame. They were children to one another in the limpidity of their life, and so their features, which had not often the attractions of regularity, had come to be transfigured by this single-heartedness. However old and experienced and wise they might be, all possessed this divine beauty of childhood. Sailors and backwoodsmen, men who have to spend long periods of their lives in comparative solitude, away from the sophistications of crowded life, often reveal traces of this childlike beauty of nature and expression. And it was this particular educational system and its long intervals of solitary meditation that kept the Limanoran children simple and ingenuous, till the day each vanished in the ether. What deprived these isolations of bitterness was that one never felt lonely or abandoned by his fellows during them. In a moment, there could be communication in thought or magnetic sympathy with his dearest friends, and within a brief space they would be at his side. They often resisted the associative impulse, through fear that it might be but the return of the old immaturity in disguise, and they knew that friendship was ever at call, and that all true solitudes deepened the current of life. As I came to feel the spirit of their existence, these arguments grew self-evident. I saw how all-important to progress were these intervals of isolation. They had studied with the minutest care and ultimate shuddering the features of their old civilization, and they had found that the worst of them came from the associative principle in the training of youth. Atavism became their greatest horror. In the breast of every child born into civilized life an embryo savage is born, and this had been vitalized and fostered by sympathy with what was savage in companions and schoolmates. Under their old school and university systems, the age of training was that which corresponded to the military stage in the development of man, and boys were forever fighting, girls ever encouraging to fight. Emulation became fierce rivalry and hatred. A crude stage of the past was confirmed and perpetuated through life by constant association in the time of life that stood for it. That was why their leisured classes had so devoted themselves during peace to the wilder sports of the hunting stage of mankind, whilst they were ever itching for a war that their sons might distinguish themselves. That was why they had indulged so often in breaches of the marriage bond, and outraged the monogamy that they professed to revere. The minds of the youth had been inflamed by the free proximity of the sexes before the passions had been mastered, before the polygamous and unmoral stage of their career had been passed through. And education, instead of checking the perpetuation of these immaturities, encouraged it. Teachers had come to pride themselves in the development of these savage stages of boyhood and girlhood, and called the weaknesses by euphemistic names: pluck, pride, grace. The young men and women were taught to glory in them, and thus evil became eternal. In more primitive life, there had been of necessity a wiser method of training. There were no large centres of population where their youth was massed in schools and universities. Families wandered or rested by themselves, and the hardships of existence ensured the survival of the few that were fittest. These few had from their earliest years to join their elders in their pursuits, and they learned in such society to pass rapidly through the primitive stages of man's development, emulating the skill of their betters and following them with modesty and reverence. In the later industrial and centralistic ages the youth had to be massed educationally, and by the mutual encouragement of sympathy came to glory in their immaturities as perfections, and desired to prolong the savage stage of their life into later years. They judged their elders by false and atavistic standards and so lost their modesty and reverence. It was also an occasional wave of lofty feeling issuing from some inspired poet or prophet that raised one generation above the preceding. For centuries and centuries they stood still or retrograded. Crimes were sanctified in war and politics. The evil past became a fetish. Impetuosity, anger, hatred, revenge, falsehood, lust, were tricked out in the appeal of virtues, and made the aims and glories of the leisured. It was the associative method of education that produced such results. And, after the great purgation of the race, they were amazed to see how blind they had been. Would any civilized parents agree to send their child into the wilderness there to spend the educable period of life amongst savages, primitive in their instincts and habits, even if the savages had the most persuasive and influential missionaries amongst them who would change them in a few years into civilized beings? Yet this was what their ancestors had been doing when they concentrated youth in schools and universities. Never before the age of 25 were the Limanoran youth allowed any freedom of social intercourse, and then only for brief periods and under the supervision of sages. And if there was any sign of atavism apparent in them at their first draught of social life, back they were sent into isolation, that their character might be strengthened, and the stage of peril passed. Even when socially enfranchised, their first companions had lived beyond their 50th year. By that boundary line, it was held, all the risk of atavism had passed, and all the chances and possibilities of the character had been discovered and provided for. It was not till the 75th year that someone was supposed to be fit for parenthood, for then, though the faculties and powers still went on improving even till death, most of them had reached the maturity of self-control and intersubordination. Then reason had begun to be master, and all the stages of the development of man before the final purgation of the race had been traversed. Only a few years before this epoch in their lives were they permitted to look into the deeper mysteries of existence. They thought it to be one of the strangest pieces of inversion, if not desecration, to place religious ideas as we did before the youngest. Nothing but evil could come of such an attempt. With the Limanorans it was the final initiation into life to acquaint their grown men and women with the sublimest thoughts and doubts and emotions on the purpose of existence. It was the copestone of their education. After all the field of knowledge had been traversed by them, and all the reverences had been instilled into them, the last reverence was revealed to them. Then and not till then were they capable of realizing its fullness. Communicated in childhood or early youth, before the powers were mature, before the animal and savage stages of development had been gone through, it could end only in gross familiarity or gross superstition. The noblest and most inward of thoughts and emotions would be misunderstood. What was it that had made their old religions so stagnant, so obstructive to all advance, but this mistaken principle of attempting to teach the holiest and deepest ideas to the young? It made their ancestors cleave to crude superstitions as if divine and refuse to give up any item of their childish ideas of them. So thoroughly were the sources of our youthful impressions lost in the midst of the past that any connected with reverence seemed to come from the divine eternity beyond birth. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Limanora, The Island of Progress by Godfrey Sweven. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Journey to the Valley of Memories. One of the things this people feared most was enslavement to the past, and I was encouraged to strip my mind of all sentiment connected with the life I had led before my arrival and all superstitious devotion to the historic. Bury the dead past was one of their primary maxims. Nor would they permit religion or any other conservative element to hallow tradition. The world is well quit of what it has been, was another of their sayings. They seemed to look upon the past as a fierce pursuer ever ready to overtake and strangle them. Out and away from it were they ever hurrying. It was the dark shadow over existence. And into the future and the sunshine, they cut their way through the thick tangle of life. I was much surprised then, after I had been admitted to the full confidence of my proparents, to hear them refer with pleasure, if not joy, to what seemed nothing but a glorification of the past. The name Fialume came repeatedly into their conversations with each other till at last it roused my curiosity. There was something imaginative in the ideas connected with it. It never rose to their lips without bringing into their eyes a beautifully piteous expression that bordered almost on the ecstasy of joy. They saw that they had piqued my curiosity, and before I had asked them they gave me the information I desired. The word Fialume translated meant the Valley of Memories. It was the great library and university of the island. There the second stage of education was largely passed. If by age of 50 all superstitious veneration of the past had been eradicated from the nature of the new citizen, he was led to this valley day after day, month after month, until he had seen the career of the race, and had grown familiar with the steps of its development. He learned to shudder at the darkness out of which it had come, and to watch with joy the growing light and the fleeing shadows as it neared the present. Thus did he learn true gratitude for what he was, and true reverence for the future towards which they were all striving. I was not yet fit to enter the precincts of the valley. I had still too much of that anguished yet exquisite homesickness for my own past to be trusted with insight into a past that might seem great to me. And yet my probation would be shorter, as my buried world was so different from theirs. There would be less danger of superstitious reverence awaking in me for any of their old stages or antiquated institutions, and no danger of Ilela stirring my adulterous devotion. This new world puzzled me, they saw. And they explained that it was but the older name for the same valley. It meant the resting place of the untrammeled. In fact, their great library and university was their graveyard too. Years passed in happy renovation of my whole being, body and soul. As I looked back, I began to shudder at the past out of which I had come. Its low ideals and its still lower planes of living. It seemed centuries behind me and not mere years. It had grown into a murky cloud on the far horizon. I could see how often I had been on the verge of despair or disease and began to know the blindness and ignorance that had been almost the air I breathed. I shrank in horror from all I had been, for I could examine the poor fabric of it almost microscopically now. There was little fear indeed of my ever longing for what I had left behind me. Thus at last there came the supreme moment that I had laboured for. I was permitted to visit Fialume. I shall never forget the day. I had swept out of my mind analogies for their great graveyard from the doleful surroundings of death to which I had been accustomed in my native land, the long train of mourners, the ghastly hearse with its burden of morality, the unkempt grass of the place of tombs, the dreary weight beneath the unsympathetic sky, and then the rattle of the clods upon the coffin lid, and the frantic effort to drive from the soul the thought of the gradual corruption of the body and the final residue of skull and bones. Years though I had been in Limanora, I had never heard of a funeral. Indeed, deaths were as rare as births in a community that had striven to avoid the lavish waste of nature, and had so studied the human frame as to know how to arrest decay of its powers, and to give every individual full possibility of developing himself and through himself his race. The reckless and indiscriminate bearings and dyings of the old world were no advance on the course of the animal or even the vegetable sphere. The higher the organization, the fewer the young and the greater the care of them. But man in other lands had still, with all his thought and foresight, the extravagant method of nature, and had increased and multiplied without stint in order that an occasional exception might help by favouring conditions to lead the race onwards and perhaps upwards. Thousands of Alexanders and Cromwells, of Mahomets and Socrates, of Homers and Dantes and Shakespeares had lived and died unknown, because they had not been born into the circumstances which fitted their peculiar faculties. This people had seen that the method of nature was haphazard, if not heartless, that the rate of progress could be indefinitely accelerated if every child that was born were born with a definite purpose, and his life were guarded and extended till that purpose was fulfilled. They meant every act of generation for a definite advance. Birth and death were in the hands of the race and not of chance. And thus it was that I had never seen or heard of obsequies during the many years of my probation. So my difficulties were solved by my guardians before we set out for the national place of tombs. Yet my curiosity was as active as before. This was the beginning of a new epoch in my life. How could its wonders surpass those of the past years? And I was all eagerness to study the past history of this noble race, to study the gradual ascent to the height they had now reached. The whole atmosphere was jubilant as we rose into its upper levels and thrilled with light and electricity. Even unseen living forms from other stars mingled with the sunlight that supplied so much for the support of our being. There was not a cloud to mar the purity of the ether, inspired with wandering breaths of wind. We rose joyous and bright under the gleam of the sun, I alone having my exhilaration somewhat dashed by the consciousness of my laggard gait, for my limbs were not yet light enough, my arm and leg muscles not strong enough, to accomplish any but the briefest journey upon wings, and that in the most awkward and shambling way. I was borne in one of their falinas, or weight transference flies. It was one of the smallest, yet I had room to move about freely in the car in spite of the baggage of the troop. It was not unlike a huge tropical butterfly that I had admired in a case in one of our museums. The car was long and narrow and pointed like a boat at either end. From each side stretched out wings that were enormous beside the body they carried, and these, rainbow-hued, seemed to fill the whole air through which we passed with a solid gleam, so quickly did they shuttle up and down. Aft extended slantwise two great antenna-like shafts that moved hither and thither to defeat the baffling puffs of wind, and so direct our flight. Along the keel lay the engine that produced the beat of the wings, silent and motionless as if it were but a shaft that strengthened the framework. There was no vibration, in spite of the great speed of the falina. A huge awning, so high above us as to be out of reach of the wings at their fullest stretch, seemed to hold us easily aloft at whatever level we desired, and to let us gently down whenever the wings beat slowly enough to be seen as they moved up and down. It was in one of these slow movements that I discovered the principle of these sails. They were made of the wonderful metal irelium, and had its properties of lightness, tenuity, and strength. I had noticed as they flashed solidly through the air that there was an alteration in the flash of greater or less sheen. I now saw that each wing consisted of two fine plates of open scroll-work sliding over one another back and forth. In the upward stroke the holes were open so that the air passed easily through. The whole expanse looked like a delicately reticulated fan. In the downward stroke the upper plates so slid over the lower, that the apertures of both were completely closed, and the wing formed a solid sheet of metal. I afterwards saw how simply this was accomplished. Under the irelium network had but one motion, that on the hinges attached to the side of the car, but it had grooves on its fore and aft edges. Into these, corresponding projections on the upper network fitted. moving in them easily by means of small half-hidden wheels. This upper plate was attached to independent hinges on a long rod that was drawn back and forth about half an inch by a connection with the driving engine. Its motion, however, was completely controlled by the ligatures that drew the wing upwards and downwards, so that they should ever be in harmony, and the closing of the pores should occur only at the beginning of the downward beat, and their opening only at the beginning of the upward beat. The effect to the eye was very beautiful. The transparency of the metal let the coloured light of the sky shine through it even when solid. But when reticulated the azure seemed to form into a flashing loom of the finest lace. I could not cease gazing at the ever-shifting lights that played through the embroidery of the wings. It was pleasing to the ear as well, for the whir and creak that usually accompany the flight of great birds and the movement of machinery were used up as undertones to a grand but simple musical march that seemed the very spirit of the beat of the wings. For a time these sights and sounds held me entranced, so that I was scarcely conscious of our ascent. When the power of the charm had freed my senses, I looked down, and my heart leapt into my mouth. Eagles being swept from the island by the blast of the storm cone appeared to me as flies crawling over the sun glitter of the houses below, or on the snows of Lilaran. I shrank back breathless at the sight, and imagined myself falling down this heart-sickening distance. Then the almost irresistible desire to throw myself into this abyss came over me, and I clutched at the framework of the car that I might not yield to this feeling. I had forgotten my companion for the time. One glance at her drove the terror from my mind. I saw the beauty of the benignance that shone upon her face, and my spirit nestled in her protecting smile that had interpreted aright the horrors of my thoughts. I was not merely thankful that I had not been alone with my terrible longing. I could almost give my life up to this being who swept out my fear by the loving kindness of her glance. My guardians had been unwilling to trust me alone in the faleena, even though the engine and the machinery were simple enough to have been managed by a child. So they sent me with Riallaro, who I long afterwards found had been selected by the sages as my spiritual twin as soon as they had tested my past history, my faculties, and my possibilities. None other in the whole community was so fitted to stimulate my best qualities, to be preferred by me as intimate friend and comrade or, if passionate emotions followed the same direction of friendship, to mate with me as parent or proparent, when full maturity had been reached. This I came to know only when all had fallen out as they had anticipated and desired. We were both allowed our full option and free will in our spiritual approaches and agreements. We were not forced into each other's company. Only when opportunity for mutual protection or confidence came were we paired for the venture. Everything issued as they had planned, just as if we had had no free choice in the matter, and yet our impulses felt as free as if we had been the only living organisms in the universe. We chose with a passion that would not be denied. We were willing in our freedom of attraction to surrender life and all to each other. This flight was one of the first great adventures on which we were together, and it is graven upon my very heart. Riallaro, O Riallaro, I await thee with soul weary of waiting. What are the years now but centuries without thee? I am alone but for God and thee. It is the only consolation of my soul that thou risest ever towards God and livest in God, and that I rise and live with thee. This is exquisite pain, and delight too, for me to tell of that flight into the ether. For then I first realized how incomplete the sum of my existence without this being. She was so gentle and yet so strong, so full of eager sympathy and yet so vigorous of character. She knew every weak point in my system, and bent herself to correct its weakness or protect me from its effects, without making me conscious of her sacrifice. With power that I could not but acknowledge as the superior of mine, she played the companion and equal. I could have worshipped her almost as a divinity, but she modestly bent herself to my level and veiled her superiority in her childlike playfulness. I shrank in fear from the implied familiarity, and could not bring myself to recognize except intellectually the common humanity and the difference of sex. For years I felt too much adoration to pass into love. It was indeed long before I could admit myself capable of her friendship. But gradually she led me to put more confidence in my powers, and to recognize the superiority of some of them. My intellectual admiration took a warmer glow that soon fused our intercourse into the most devoted friendship. So braced were we by our mutual help in our common pursuits that we seemed helpless, the one without the other. Yet the sense of sex was not stirred for years after the bond between us had grown inseverable. It was this flight that first awakened me to the wealth of her nature and her immeasurable power and desire of self-sacrifice. Like her people, she had none of the statuesque beauty or regularity of feature that has swayed the thoughts and passions of European sex, but the spirit that shone through made the face divine. I rested almost as in a dream, as I felt the benignance of her soul, and before long I was able to look calmly over with her at the increasing depths of light through which we had come. Below us we saw valley and hill, pearled with the gleam of wide scattered houses. We could see the flash of streams and rivers as they broke through the darkness of forests, or fell in snowy cascades. And around the coast the sea spun for the black fringe of rock a moving thread of surf. Around us rose the carolling of many voices to the gates of heaven. Song after song, anthem after anthem, burst forth from the various groups of our comrades. Buoyant were they as thistledown, revelling in the pure serenity of the upper air. For every joy I could have thrown myself among them and joined the harmony of their flight. But her glance was upon me, and I returned to thoughts of prudence. She showed me why we had risen so high into upper air far above most of the Limanorans who were flying with us. These faleenas could not adapt themselves to the varying winds as the human figure and arms could when managing wings. They had to rise into the regions of calms or of steady winds, in order that they might float by power of sail down to their destination. What seemed a mere awning acted in two ways. It served as an aeroplane to steady the whole structure in the air and as parachute when it began to descend, and could be inflated with heated air, to help the wings in rising the faleena upwards. She pointed out in the far distance below us a gleaming line that marked the valley towards which we were voyaging, and then looking at a height gauge that hung beside her steering seat, and at a wind gauge that stretched over the side of the car, she decided by a brief calculation that we had reached the proper key place of the arch we were making in our journey, and that we should by changing our course wing our way with ease down to the desired goal. She touched a notch on the side of the car, and above there sounded a flute-like note, that varying in strength and pitch, made no disharmony with the music of the wings. I looked up, and there I could see the awning gradually collapse. It had bulged downwards, I had noticed, in a strange way. The tenseness of its curves disappeared, and as we began to fall, it became concave, and broke the velocity of our descent. The wings still plied with bewildering swiftness of beat, and forced us onwards as we shortened our distance from the earth. We still could hear the music of our comrades, but so softened by the long space between that I could have imagined it in spheral harmony of orbs which circle round the throne of God. But I could see them, dim flakes of light in the azure as they outdistanced us, the few laggards that had skimmed far above us for a short time still showing the outlines of their forms, yet rapidly lessening into star specks. I was gazing out at them with the exhilaration of the outlook and of the ether in my blood, when the wings suddenly began to labour with short, irregular beat. I glanced at Thyriel. She kept her face unmoved, as she examined the engine beside her and the various keys and wheels and hinges of the machinery. I took courage, for she looked quite unconcerned, yet I could see that she had not discovered the cause for the uneasy motion of the wings. She told me that she would have to examine the outside, but that I might keep my mind at peace, for there was no danger. She adjusted her wings and dived from the side, then rose to our swiftly descending faleena, and by the strength of her muscles seemed to stay in the descent, while she looked at all the gearing of the sails from below. Then she climbed into the car, and began to work at a small pump in the forepart. I ran to help her, and in a few minutes I felt the faleena buoyant again and holding its own against gravitation. We had refilled the balloon of the awning enough to keep her afloat. Thyriel stopped the engines and let the sails lie lazily out on the same plane as the car. Then she fastened a cord to the bow, and having adjusted her wings again, seized the cord and leapt over. I saw her purpose. She was towing the maimed faleena through the air, still at a great height from the earth. We were near enough, however, for me to see as I looked over the danger we had escaped. We had been falling upon a group of pinnacled and serrated rocks that would have gored our vehicle and endangered my life. Moreover, we were still a long way from Fialume. Thanks to the cessation of our music, the attention of the distant aeronauts was drawn to our laboured flight. It was not half an hour before we saw them hastening back to meet us like a swarm of butterflies, and in a few minutes more they were beside us. I watched their evolutions in the air with absorbed delight, and ere I knew what they were about, they each held a cord from the bow of our faleena, and Thyriel was on board with me directing our flight. How loud their chorus sounded now that they were near! They timed the beat of their wings and the straining of their cords to it, and we sped on our downward way even more quickly than before. I did not know till long after how great the danger out of which I had escaped. Yet I was conscious of my comrade's courage and that to her I owed much. It brought us closer together in spiritual friendship, and we seemed to feel ourselves singled out of mankind for mutual confidence. End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Limanora, The Island of Progress by Godfrey Sweven. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Fialume. I was revelling in the thought of our comradeship and in the exhilaration of the motion through the air, when the chorus began to soften. It sounded far off, like the echo of an echo, and out of the distance rang notes of welcome. Our company burst out of their low tones of pleading into loud triumph and joy. Then came the whispered softness of their former song, answered softly as if from the hollows of the earth. This swelled again into welcome, and the air rang with notes of joy. My eyes followed our route, and beneath us I saw a huge valley forested to the ridge on either side, and spanned with a glittering roof that turned the light of the sun into myriads of many-coloured gems. Over the cliffs or in through the olive-green or blossoming trees swept streams with rainbowed cascades, covering the vast dome with spray till it seemed an arch of ice that melted in the sun. We made for the entrance of the gorge, out of which fumed and fretted through gates of pinnacled rock a milky torrent. Borne on mighty pillars of limpid metal rose a great archway, and this enclosed lesser semicircles spanning the various roads that led to the wild tropical scenery of the dale. I never saw such an impressive spectacle beneath human roof. Cataract rose above cataract in the center. On all sides fell miniature cascades, or rose fountains that sent in wayward clouds their breaking water spears and flags. The flowers and shrubs and trees of every climate under heaven seemed to be collected here, and to blend in marvellous harmony of colour. Cool winds blew from hidden sources wafting the fountain spray or the odours of the flowers about us. The beating rays of the sun were softened by the stream-cooled dome, and out of some cave or hollow in the far distance came the murmur of entrancing music. We had descended and passed far within the wondrous structure before I could recall my senses from their bewildered enjoyment of the scene. Then I saw that our company had parted in various directions, vanishing in groups or pairs around a verdant cliff or into some overarching bower. I was left alone with Thyriel. The sudden loneliness of the vast valley hall made me feel the delight of having her spirit to lean upon. In spite of the companionship of the flowers and the close ranks of the forest, I felt the great spaces of the valley solitary because of the loftiness of the roof, like the arch of night making space seem more vast than under the warm, indefinite sky of noonday. Bewildered and alone, my thoughts sought the shelter of friendship. Not long had I felt this consolation when both of us were in the shadow of a nobler and more mature personality. He came I knew not whence, and the suddenness of his appearance added to the awe I felt at once for his character. He was, I was certain, one of the sages of the community, so deeply had the centuries engraved their experience upon his face and spirit. There seemed to come from him even before he spoke or recognized our presence a benign and godlike influence, and I knew at once the greatness of his soul. There were the lines of long struggle and complete self-mastery upon the countenance like the curved stratification and cleavage of the older rocks. He had not to speak before I had surrendered myself entirely to his guidance. He who had seen so many hundreds of years pass over the earth and learned all the lessons they had to teach, was the natural master of two such novices in life as we were. For now I felt that, however superior Thyriel was to myself in instincts and development and beauty of soul, she was completely overshadowed by the spirit of centuries. Yet when he spoke to us we felt he still had the elasticity of youth about him. He had in his words and actions the rapid recoil of healthy tissues that have a long career before them yet, and in his faculties and ideas there was still the unlimited capacity of development. After explaining that he was to be the interpreter of this house beautiful for us, he led us by a maze of paths through the blossom and the verdure to an open space, from the centre of which rose a noble flight of steps flanked by porticos and colonnades. These we ascended, resting at times on broad platforms, and looking out on the fairy scene that more and more unfolded itself to our eyes. At last we stood on the highest platform, not many 100 feet from the gleaming roof. He touched a spring here and there, and out of the tessellated floor came rest that moved automatically with the movements of the head and eyes. Wherever I gazed as I reclined, thither my rest wheeled round. This I afterwards discovered was managed by hidden springs in the groove in which the head rested. These were rests of observation, and the purpose was to allow of the whole energy and consciousness being directed into one channel, that of vision. The numberless easy methods of rest and motion that this people used would have certainly induced sloth and luxury, but for their inherent energy of nature. To them, these methods were but economizers of the time and power which might be spent on less routine work. I soon saw that the valley ran more than a score of miles into the heart of the mountains, its deepest hollows rising now by easy gradations, again by bold platforms of rock far above the level on which we rested. For the dome, I could now see, consisted not of one span whose top ran horizontally along the ridges of the valley, but of hundreds of spans that rose arch above arch up the slope of the mountain. There was something in the terracing of the valley, too, that suggested the hand of man. Nature's work had been supplemented and rounded by noble art. There was regularity in irregularity, statuesque beauty amid wild grandeur. Human thought had utilized the massive ideas of nature. The scene would have overawed the spirit and made it solitary, but for the familiarity of minor features moulded by human imagination that had not geological ages and forces at its disposal. In amongst the greenery of the forest stood on lofty pedestals what I took for memorial statues of the dead, with features so like to life in every minute line and curve, and even graining of the skin, that I marvelled at such waste of human energy and imagination. My guide soon saw my mental question, and showed me that they were the dead themselves. The moment after every trace of life was gone from the body it was irreluminized by an ingenious process. For every atom of tissue and cell there was substituted one of irelium, and thus no decay could approach it. It would retain for untold centuries the form and expression of the vanished man down to the minutest detail. As we passed farther back into the valley, I noticed a difference in the appearance of the statuesque dead. They had not the hues and expression of the living, but were leprous white, as if hewn out of marble with infinite care. I appealed to Oolmo, my guide, and he told me that these were the dead as they had been preserved before the age of irelium and the discovery of the process that rapidly changed living tissue into this metal. At that period the body used to be buried for years in stalactite caves, where the percolation of liquid gypsum turned it after a time into a calcareous statue. These caves ran into the mountain at the head of Fialume, and were now used for converting traceries and forms too delicate to work in marble into white stone. They made a beautiful contrast in ornamentation to the rainbow-hued limpidity of irelium. The process had been too long and slow for the petrification of the dead. And about the same time as the method of extracting irelium from the rocks had been discovered, the careful study of the petrifactive methods of nature had been led to the new and rapid process of immortalizing the form and features of those who had passed from life. From our movable rests I could never have seen what all these statues were. I would have said that this was the island's great gallery of sculpture. But there were other things that Oolmo pointed out to us before he led us round this vast hall of his ancestry. He showed us far back in the recesses of the valley up the slope of the mountain what looked in the distance like a great settlement of some burrowing animal. This was the oldest burying place of the island, where had been laid in apertures in the rock the urns that contained the ashes of the dead, for they had brought the practice of cremation with them in their primitive migration from the south. Then followed a period of superstition and recession, in which the priests taught the sacredness of the human form and its final resurrection, and when they buried the bodies deep in the earth beneath the urned rock recesses. A period of reaction against religion followed, and sanitation became one of the first essentials of the new scientific era. It was feared that the plagues would come from this old burying place on the side of the mountain, if the percolating waters brought the corruption of the rotting corpses down into the valley. It was resolved that the remains of their ancestors should be dug up and removed to a mound made for them on a level with the sea. Then it was found that almost all the bodies had become stone white as snow, for the calcareous percolations that came along the surface of the rock down the hill had done their work, and an ancient digging up of one of the lower rows of graves revealed the marvellous stalactite caves underneath. There had been a movement towards a return to the practice of cremation, but it was stopped at once by this discovery. The caves became the natural burying place, and out of them the dead were brought and erected in the valley when they had turned into stone. After we had viewed the whole scene from our platform under Ulmo's direction, he bade us enter a car that had sprung up at his touch. It seemed made of gossamer, and I was afraid to enter it, till I felt the toughness and strength of its material. It floated rather than ran round the valley above the tops of the tall trees. I could see no wheels, and there were no rails for them to travel on if it had had them, nor had it any wings or sails like our faleena. At last I saw that it was hung by a transparent cord of metal from some moving force in the dome that to me was invisible. It was an electric car, and electric currents bore it aloft and swept it along with lightning rapidity. But a touch of Ulmo's finger broke the circuit and stopped it in a moment. I was not long held by this new wonder, for beneath and round stretched the great graveyard, that seemed a harmony of forest, wild, and garden. We rested at intervals of a few miles on the lofty platforms, descending the flights of steps at times to view the statuesque dead and their surroundings. Here and there we came across groups of young men and young women intently listening to strange voices that seemed to issue from some hidden being within the statued dead. These were students, and the sounds were the voices of the dead, treasured up on fine tablets of irelium, which could either be read or made to re-utter their recorded words. To me the silent bowed figures of the living seemed the lifeless, the whispering dead seemed the living. It was a piece of necromancy, I felt at first, and, but for my questioning intellect, I should have shrunk back in fear. It is true, I could not see the lips of the erect figure move, and when I gazed long enough some tremor of the eyelid would betray the life of the listener. But for the first few minutes the illusion was complete, and all the surroundings, the stillness, the far echo of wailing music, the sombre trees, seemed to confirm it. Every new group we encountered produced the same eerie feeling. But we passed on, and the joy which filled the spaces of the great valley buried the sense of death. It was the least funeral scene I had ever witnessed, for along the paths and wide tree-arched avenues went bands of carolers singing songs of triumph and gladness. The air was sweet with the perfume of flowers, and masses of varied colour broke the olive darkness of the groves. The world was at once jubilant and harmonious. Farther and farther into the valley we flashed in our lightning car, and even my inexperienced eye could see the change in the erect dead. Many of the figures were taller, the attitude was often overbearing and arrogant, and the expression was generally mean or cunning or translucent like so many European faces when surprised in unconscious repose. The farther we receded, the more familiar the forms and features seemed to become, so like were they to the normal human beings of our Western world. Animalism, sensuousness, rapacity, vindictiveness, cruelty, fanaticism grew more and more frequent, the nearer to the primitive graveyard we approached. At last on the faces of the dead that had been dug out of their old tombs there was manifest the touch of the ape, the tiger, the wolf, or the snake. I shuddered to see withal the regularity of the features and the stature and grace of the figures. They came nearest of all to the ideal beauty and the haughty bearing of aristocratic Europe. It scarcely needed the explanation of Ulmo to see that the body had then been developed at the extreme of the soul. Underneath the handsome and generous outlines lurked the beast that had entered into the making of ancestry. Splendid animals they had been, and, as our interpreter explained, given up to war and field sports and at intervals debauchery, or to the overreaching of trade and money-making, or to the subtleties and falsehoods of political life. They belonged to the age just before the great immigrations. As we took our way back on the other side of the valley, I could notice how rapidly these lordly animal forms disappeared, and yielded to the compact little figures, irregular features, and divine expression of face I had grown accustomed to in the Limanorans. The dead were grouped in families and in order of time after the epoch of exiling, and a student could trace the growth of a talent or virtue. But many of the family groups were small. The line had suddenly ceased. In these I could see after a time an occasional evidence of atavism in the size or the sensuousness of the form, and the interpreter explained how on the appearance of this recession the right of having posterity had ceased, or expatriation had occurred. The general sense of the unfitness of an individual for fatherhood or motherhood was too strong in the community to need any expression in public resolve. Those who felt this great misfortune fall upon them knew that their race must be cut off, and they set themselves to eradicate the desire of family life. If they could not eradicate it and at the same time make effort to subdue their retrogressive tendency, they had to go into exile. At first action on the part of the community had been needed. Now this expurgative policy worked almost automatically and without friction. When we had taken a comprehensive view of Fialume, we entered another faleena, which had been substituted for our disabled car. We shot farewell glances at Oolmo, and were off in the air before I had well disentangled my thoughts from the last sight. Below us receded the massive archways of the door and the foaming streams at the entrance of the valley. The jubilant music began to grow dim, and the dome shone softly in the colours of the sunset. I thought we were to be alone on our return journey, and began to question Ethereal on some of the mysteries of the day. She had not much light to throw on them, for she was herself a novice in life. But of a sudden, like a flock of homing pigeons, a band of our comrades broke out into the level sunlight from the mouth of Fialume, and along with them other bands that streamed east and north and south. Before long the western train had overtaken us, and their voices sang like carolling at heaven's gate. They saw our faleena land safely at the house of my proparents, and then joined by Ethereal, they streamed away through the twilight sky, ever breaking off into more and more widely separated groups till they were lost across the horizon, or in the darkness of some distant valley. Week after week, and at last day after day, we took our path through the azure of Fialume. For several years under the direction of Oolmo we became acquainted with the history of Limanora, and saw the gradual development of the civilisation and of the human form and faculty. We came to feel how naturally ends followed means chosen in the mind and frame of man, as in the plant creation and in the other animals. We saw how creative had been this community, not in the arts merely, but in that art of all arts, human nature. They had moulded generation after generation to higher and ever higher purpose. How poor and subsidiary seemed all the sciences when compared with this great practical science, the knowledge to mould man into any required form, to bend his energies ever upwards. Every week there grew upon us the consciousness that there was no more plastic material in the whole world than the human soul, when it had reached a certain stage of development. Oolmo traced for us each new faculty and power and virtue to its starting point, and showed us how feeble it was to begin with, and how rapidly it grew when once artificial effort was turned upon it. At first it was the physical powers that he drew our attention to. In family after family, for example, he showed us how the capacity of flight had been acquired, and how the human frame had gradually become adapted to it. The body grew lighter, the shoulder and breast muscles stronger, the bones hollower, the arms longer, and the legs shorter, with greater strength at the heels. He acknowledged that there was something peculiar in Limanora that made this adaptation easier, A magnetism seemed to come from the earth that made the force of gravitation less. There was also something more exhilarating in the atmosphere and climate that differentiated it from all other lands. This explained why I had so rapidly acquired the tripping, noiseless gait I had so admired when first I saw Noola. There had been a time in the history of the earth when the human body was so light and agile in proportion to its size that a few coincidences in nature, as, for example, the increase of swift land and tree enemies, would have made it ultimately winged. That was the geological epoch, when, after a period of great contraction and increase of density, the period of the huge saurians and other monsters of the prime, the orb had, through volcanic explosions within it and the impact of myriads of aerolites on its crust, expanded its texture and partially volatilized its internal elements. Since then it has been cooling down within, and thus growing less in size, though losing none of its mass. This can be seen in the twistings and foldings of the rocks and the enormous wrinkles on its surface. The result has been that animals, and men with them, have been growing heavier for their size. The possibility of man becoming a flying race has passed away. Land and sea animals have no longer the chance of developing into birds of the air, and even some of the tribes of winged things have almost surrendered their prerogative of flight. Nothing but embryo and unused wings remain to them. It is only in exceptional spots like Limanora, where the magnetic conditions and the spongy nature of the interior of the earth lessen the force of gravitation, that men should ever acquire the power of artificial flight with any ease. By dint of the application of enormous force, and of inventive mechanical power, men in other lands may master the art of aerial voyaging. But it will never become an accomplishment of the individual. There will be too much strain and stress for it ever to grow a pleasant mode of travel. Thus Oolmo flashed light upon the past and the future as we traversed the groves of Fialume. We grew familiar with the great forces of the universe and their bearing upon the problems of mankind, and gained the true perspective of existence. I felt that Europe was but standing still, reform herself and advance in science and art and civilization as quickly as she might. European man himself was not progressing, but only the external results of his individual efforts. It would take 10,000 years for the huge nations of Europe to make the step upwards that these islanders made in a day. Material progress meant nothing to the Limanorans unless it meant also the progress of the men themselves in capacity, in power of attaining higher and higher goals. Year by year I came nearer to the special purpose of my education. As we passed over the family groups of the island, and learned their sciences and arts, both Riallaro and myself began to feel drawn to one branch of investigation above all others. Every family had a special department of the civilization assigned to it, and for generations had cultivated this. To prevent narrowness of view in its members, and to enable all to understand the value and purpose of the work of each, a long tract of their youth was devoted to a bird's-eye view of the departments of human knowledge and progress. And, that no section of life might be left at the mercy of accident, there worked with the representatives of every family one or two supernumeraries. Thus new blood was introduced, for the alien was generally chosen from a family not even distantly connected, and had such a nature and temperament as would be likely to lead to marriage and to the best results in posterity. There was one family grove to which I was specially drawn. The faces of the dead seemed to me exquisitely beautiful. The natures that shone through their petrified bodies attracted me with tenfold power. Every day as I entered Fialume I felt inclined to bend my steps thither, and the close of the day generally found me amongst them. Oommo tried with some amusement to himself to break me of the habit, which yet grew stronger and stronger. And Thyriel showed the same tendency. Perhaps one feature which gave great attraction to the place was its seclusion. It was almost the only family grove that had not 2 or 3 studying the records. Here we were generally left to our own companionship, for Oomo had often to go when we arrived there, and with our common tastes, we found the time far too short. At last I came upon the explanation. We were studying the growth of some feature through the generations, and I had remarked to Thyriel how like she was to this family in character and appearance, when suddenly the foliage parted near where we stood, and disclosed 3 figures, 2 of whom seemed to my undiscriminative eyes facsimiles of the last of the group which had been illuminized. The feeling of worship was aroused in me, for I felt in them the beautiful nature of Thyriel, and besides this the atmosphere of years and experience mellowing it and making it seem loftier and more divine. The third was different and yet as noble, and when I gazed into her face, I found the solution of a problem that had begun to perplex me, the source of those characteristics of Thyriel which made her different from the 2 others and from the family group. The last was her mother, the other 2 were her father and aunt. This was the treasure house and sleeping place of her ancestry. Her own relationship had instinctively drawn her to it, and my natural kinship with her had attracted me there. We were now to begin the special study which was to make us useful working members of the community, filling our own places in it, and serving its great and final purpose with our own labour and thought. Many years would we have to spend in this secluded grove mastering the knowledge and achievements of this family. Its distinctive name was Leomo, which meant earth-seers, and its department was the study of the crust and inner movements of our orb. It was one of the peculiarities of all Limanoran science that it was art too. Nothing was lost. Every investigation or discovery or law had practical issue, and it was the duty of the investigator to find out how his work bore upon the progress of the race to its final aim. As I saw farther and got deeper into this study, I discovered that much which had seemed purely speculative was most practical and relevant to the purpose of the race. A shallow view would have rejected 9/10 of it as useless application of the energies, as mere fancy thinking. The wider my knowledge, the more my admiration of the farsight of these investigators grew. They seemed to me to have almost the gift of prophecy as they looked at the facts they accumulated and the conclusions they tried to draw. It was easy to follow them, for every generation had reduced the ancestral writings and thoughts and achievements to the briefest available form, and indexed all that previous generations had done. It was the duty of every student of a family, after he had finished his general education and seen the advances made in other branches, to bring all his ancestors' researches and suggestions into relation to these, and to place a brief account of them on record in the latest phraseology and scientific light, so that any alien student might read or hear with understanding. There was thus in every family grove a summary of all that was known or achieved in its department of science or life. And this great graveyard was also the library of the race, so classified and summarized and indexed that any man could take a complete survey of its contents in a few years. There was the living index, too, available in every grove. Anything that was obscure could be at once explained by the representatives of the family. Besides these there were families whose duty it was to supervise the relationships of the various sciences and branches. They could point out to the investigators how far their work tended to overlap or interfere, what was futile in their efforts, what directions still had to be taken and what paths to be traversed. They permitted no piece of work to be wasted, Everything was correlated by them to the purpose of the race and to its contemporary efforts. The boundary lines of the various departments were defined and mapped by them. They were the organizers of research, the dividers and economizers of intellectual labor. But they themselves had their separate functions and duties. Some had the faculty of order exceptionally developed, and they were the classifiers of the community and of the work of the community. Others had the logical powers in especial vigor, and they followed out the philosophy of the race, the correlation of the ideas and of the lines of reasoning. A third group consisted of those with a dominant imagination. These looked into the future. They performed some of the functions of imaginative writers in Europe, sketching out imaginary routes for the race and for each family into the unknown. But they also covered a much wider field. They put into form and expression schemes and projects, such as European men of action of the most romantic careers have often attempted to carry out, but have seldom been able to put into words. These were not allowed to interfere with action. But the ideas, plans, and romances they invented and put into shape were tested and accepted or rejected by the practical men whose sphere they touched. Imagination, it was held by the Limanorans, was apt to be futile, if not mischievous, faculty through want of its being arranged on the side of utility. And yet, if trammelled and yoked to the necessity of practice in the individual, it came to be stifled. They specially cultivated it in these families in order that it should have full scope and development, but took care, by arranging these families with those that superintended the purpose and progress of the race, that their romances should have full relevancy to the goal of all their efforts. Many of the projects and ideas which seemed at first the most fantastic were found after many generations to be sound and most possible of realization. One of the striking features of the civilization was complete absence of literary class or profession or group of families. They smiled at the pure frippery of European literature, which used imagination as a mere means of entertainment. It seemed a complete inversion of the natural order of things to make that faculty which was the prerogative of everyone who could speak, and the servant of the highest purpose of life, into a special art to suit the pleasure of the idler hours. They held that the man who had thought a thing out could express it best. So they trained up every citizen to the fullest power of lucid and final expression. In their language, so perfect was it, there was one best way of saying a thing, and everyone who knew the language aright and understood the thing could find this best way. Style as a matter of mere expression they laughed at as linguistic trickery. The force and life of everything lay in the idea, and the expression grew out of that and was part of it, as the colour was a part of the flower. It was only a clumsy and inchoate language that could admit of style or literature as a special art, and it was trifling with one of the most divine faculties to prostitute it to the entertainment of leisure hours. It was to class imagination with the arts of the mimic, the buffoon, and the juggler. Art for art's sake, one of the latest creeds of the writers of Europe, was to them almost blasphemy. It made the garment of ideas, the garb of human progress, into a separate entity, and the servants of God into the tailors of human folly, and the dress more than the figure it clothed and the body more than the soul. Literature without the intensity of the loftiest purpose of the race was but a tinkling cymbal. Expression was the gift of nature to every civilized man, and woe to the race that neglected it in any of its individuals, the race that should divorce it from its ideas, that let the men who write filch the glory of those who think. Like strong beliefs had they about the profession of teaching as separate from parenthood and investigation. It meant disloyalty on the part of most citizens to their most immediate duties. who could develop the instincts of youth and be so deeply interested in his future welfare as those who were bound to him by the ties of nature. And then, when he had matured and needed the wider education, who could give it him so well as those who were most familiar with its special objects and themes? If he was to follow the art and knowledge of some other family, the sooner he went under the tutelage of its representatives after his intellectual life began the better. The only portion of their youth that the men and women could spend with profit under others than their parents or proparents was the period of general knowledge, of summarizing the results of the whole past. The representative of one of the supervising families alone could give with ease a survey of the whole field of knowledge and art and action. They and they alone were in any way an approach to the profession of teaching, and they were saved from the petrifying influence of pedagogy by their wider duties in correlating the science and arts, the fields of knowledge and action. Thus reason and the emotions were kept from getting benumbed by the variety of a too easy superiority. The beings they pitied most in the world were the despot and the professional teacher, for these get buried in unreality before the life is out of them, and are so unquestionably supreme that nothing but what is pleasing to their minds dare approach them. They fall out of relation to truth, and it is difficult for them ever to regain that wholesome fear of contradiction and that shyness before destiny which constitute the essence of sanity. They have to become intolerant. The schoolmaster soon becomes intellectually barren. The despot soon falls the victim of luxury and of illusion. For the sake of grown men and women who might be sacrificed to it, as well as of the children and youth, they abolished the profession of teacher. Individual training was the only true foundation of a sound progress. Two might be permitted to form a companionship in education and study, just as two might form the friendship of marriage, but that was only when the periods of possible atavism had been safely traversed. Nor must they be wholly given up to their comradeship. The parental influence and solitude must continue to govern their lives. Riallaro and I had become educational companions and friends, but every item of our education was supervised without our noticing or feeling gulled by it. There was no prying into details, but every change in our character and every stage in our training was tested at the periodical investigation of the citizens. Our parents or proparents took the keenest interest in all that we did and all that we tended to become. Now that our specialization had begun, we were put wholly under the care of Riallalo's parents and family. I still returned to the home of my proparents, but spent the hours of training with the Leomo. There had evidently been discovered in the preliminary investigation of my faculties some especially suited to the pursuit of earth-seeing. From the beginning of my journeys to Fialume, I had been attracted to this family of earth-seers, and the result confirmed the decision. My tastes all developed in the same direction, and the more I penetrated into the mysteries of the science and craft, the more deeply interested in it I became. Every day, under the guidance of my new friends, I listened to the voices of their ancestors stored upon irelium tablets, for these tablets, when placed in a voice instrument, reproduced the exact sounds which had engraved the letters upon them. Their written alphabet was in fact a natural one. The letters were the forms produced by the sounds themselves when uttered by an instrument that blew loose particles of irelium arranged on a vibrating disk of the same metal. By a simple process the particles, when they took their form, were permanently fixed to the disk, which then became an everlasting record, easily read by any Limanoran, or when placed in the voice instrument, speaking the words into his ear. This voice instrument was a kind of organ, whose minute keys and stops were easily controlled by the ridge of letters. I ever preferred to listen to the records of the past instead of reading them, for I never attained great facility in deciphering the letters because of my own long familiarity with the English alphabet and writing. But Thyriel could read the tablets with great ease. I came to prefer her reading to the sound of her ancestors' voices, although these gave fuller meaning to the ideas they communicated, and it was pleasant to feel that she was listening with me and not tiring her throat. Our minds seemed to become one, as we sat silent and motionless with ears intent on the statue of some one of her forefathers. There was a strong magnetism from the dead minds gradually welding our souls together. Yet there was nothing personal or emotional in our studies. For years they were chiefly historical, watching the growth of earth science through the generations, seeing the share that each member had in its development. How little they knew of it even up to the time of the exilings. The earliest ancestors groped among barren facts and their classifications. They named the rocks and the elements of the rocks, and speculated on the order of their formation. They told the story of the growth of glaciers in the original Antarctic land from which their ancestors had migrated, and tried to explain the origin and development of the strange archipelago in which they lived. But they saw no practical application of the resulting theories, even when they knew the stratum and its trend. They often failed in their directions as to where certain minerals would be found in it. Still the strides made by the family both in the knowledge and its application were marvellous, since the island had been purified and the true purpose of their civilization was known. An instrument that I had grown accustomed to during the previous or general stage of my education enabled me now to see at a glance the improvements of each age or generation. It was the Ammerlin, which might be translated historoscope. It focused for the eye and ear any periods of the past. The whole pageant of some section of the history of any man, science, or object could be flashed stereoscopically in a few minutes on a dark surface, whilst all the sounds that accompanied the scenes would be reproduced in any required pitch and tone. It was one of the duties of the students and representatives to take numberless sun pictures and sound pictures of all the important scenes in the life of the family, and in the development of their science and art and instruments. In order to reproduce any scene, the 2 long strips of irelium that contained the series of momentary pictures of it were made to rotate as swiftly as they had rotated when receiving the impressions, and the sun pictures being transparent, light and magnifying glasses threw them life-size on a wall opposite the spectator. The lightning movement produced the full effect of action and life, and, as all the tints of the scene had also been impressed on the strips, there was nothing wanting to produce the illusion of life but the voices and the sounds. These, too, had been taken on an irelium strip, and this, when placed in a voice instrument, added all that was needed to make the whole scene live. It was the duty of the students in each generation to single out the most striking and representative series and have them ready mounted in the instruments, that any new scholar might in a few days take a bird's-eye view of the whole development of the family. Thus I was able to sit and study the past as if I had been a contemporary and eye-witness of it. The very music that accompanied and harmonized each act and scene was faithfully reproduced as loud or as low as I desired. I had but to touch a certain spring in the historoscope and raise or lower the tone. It was little wonder that we so rapidly covered the history of the family and its achievements. By means of the work of former students we were able to avoid all the mistakes and unessential details of the route they had traversed. And Thyriel's friends pointed out every pitfall that edged the road, every bypath that led only into the darkness or into some inextricable labyrinth. Our steps were watched with infinite care, for, with all the knowledge and skill we had already acquired, We were but infants on the threshold of a universe of darkness. What was twilight in the future to our guides was to us midnight blackness. That was no science, they held, which did not flash light upon the gloom before us, and their whole efforts were bent on turning every fact and law into a prophecy and every student into a foreseer as well as a seer in his own science. The limited faculties of man fenced in by narrow bounds the future into which it was possible for them to see, but they were ever extending these bounds and creeping towards the infinite. It took but a few years to master the recorded lore of the Leomo. The work of our predecessors had made it so easy, and it was an epoch in our existence when we began the practical part of our training. We were by no means done with Fialume, but less time was now devoted to its historical and theoretical studies. I well remember the morning when our guardians and guides informed us we were fit to see the practical application of the science throughout the island. Taking some new apparatus, they embarked me in a kind of faleena which had been invented since I came to the island. The families of imagination had long ago suggested it, and one of the families engaged in the development of methods of flight had just succeeded in perfecting its mechanism and making it easy to manage. This aerial car had no wings, but rose by means of the many vacuum tubes which were the most important part of its impelling machinery. A powerful electric engine created and destroyed the vacuums many hundred times a minute. Each tube sucked in the air ahead and expelled it with great violence at the stern of the car. Both actions aided in propelling the faleena. The result was that, though not so graceful as the old winged car, it went with much greater swiftness. Indeed, laden though we were, we kept pace easily with the flight of my companions and guides through the air, and its parachute attachments obviated any risk, even if all the tubes should by accident become ineffective. Its chief disadvantage was that it could not rise out of the denser air of the lower atmosphere, and at the same time keep up its great speed. The old style of faleena, or farfaleena, as it was called, to distinguish it from its new arrival, the corfaleena, was still kept in use for higher journeys, and the flight family set themselves the problem of inventing a means of propulsion through space without the aid of air. One dealt with the possibilities of electric currents, and experimented on the method of alternating attraction and repulsion, using the repulsion in the rear of the car and the attraction in front. Another dealt with the possibilities of the rays of light that were ever traversing space, experimenting on their power of starting machinery in vacuo and keeping it in rotation. A third made effort to test the capacities of the ether, which was the basis and medium of all things, a more difficult and problematical path of investigation, yet one not to be abandoned without certain proof of its impossibility. For many apparently insoluble problems had been solved in a manner that made incredulity hide its head. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Limanora, The Island of Progress by Godfrey Sweven. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Leomarie. As I was attached to Leomarie, or the science of earth-seeking, I did not follow up their experiments in the building of air cars. I only saw the results when at last they came out perfect from their hands, and greatly admired the easy and swift action of their corfaleena. Over the hills and valleys and plains we flew close enough to see what was going on upon the earth below. Again and again we passed over long wisps of steam or columns of dense smoke. I conjectured that the steam indicated the heat wells like that which penetrated the rock near the house of my proparents, and supplied every chamber with heat or power as required. It went down some miles into the crust of the earth, and could be closed or opened at will by a huge lever worked by the steam it emitted itself. The denser brooms of smoke I took to indicate the sinking of their artisan power wells by the Leomoran. For I had seen ours being mined, I had seen the entrance of the great irelium tube into the earth, ring within ring, and its slow but inevitable work from day to day and week to week. The principle of this Leomaran or earth perforator had been found by investigation of the anatomy and method of work of the fulus or rock-boring shell, partly chemical, partly mechanical. The edge of the lowest ring was like a sharp-toothed file that, as it rotated by means of power applied from the center of force, wore its way gradually into the rock, the ridges of the file being as hard as the diamond. An inner ring file was attached to it on the inside, and between the two was let down a certain chemical compound, which by the friction of the files produced little explosions in the rock below and thus quickened the process. Other ring files followed in the same way. Another chemical compound, differing according to the character of the rock to be attacked, was let down in the space within the concentric rings, and rapidly decayed the rock so that it ascended like a column of thick black smoke. After all the ring files were at work, the Leomaran needed little guidance, for by an application of the principle of the spectroscope, its use of the chemicals according to the nature of the rock became automatic. As soon as the volatilized mineral that ascended out of the rings changed its character, the beams of light that passed through it changed the spectrum, and the new spectrum influenced a certain solution that controlled a thread, and this thread set free a stream of the proper chemical compound down the Leomaran. A still more striking use of the spectrum was the Linkelar or spectroscope analyst and recorder. It analyzed the vapors that ascended from the tubes, and recorded their spectra on a moving strip of irelium that was guided by the descent of the Leomaran into the earth. Thus anyone could see what strata were passed through in any given time and the extent of the strata. But the Linkelar did much more than this. Whenever it struck any vein that had the much desired irelium in it in any quantity, its spectrum released a spring which opened a small tube. Through this streamed the irelium vapor into a cavity of the earth, where by means of a purifier it deposited only the pure metal. There was less demand for the other metals, gold, silver, platinum, tin, copper, iron. But there was also an arrangement for separating and depositing their volatilized forms in other cavities. Thus they were able to have more than they required of the metals, and especially of irelium, the most precious because the most adaptable of all. I was now to see a further development of these mining instruments. We winged our way to a part of the coast which was farthest from the surrounding islands and most easily protected from invaders by the storm cone. I noticed the exceptional lowness of the sandy beach, as shelving as that on which I had originally landed. There were none of the great bastions of rock which, moulded with such symmetry of terrace and escarpment, barred off all landing on the island. We directed our course far up the mountain and alighted on a rocky platform overlooking the sea. The new apparatus had been sent after us in a faleena and was now placed in position. A cylinder was erected on the ground and attached by machinery to wires and pipes that had been laid from the center of force. But this was unlike the old Leomaran in having the mouth tightly closed, and I soon saw the principle on which the new perforator was to work. The air was exhausted in the cylinder, and then a powerful stream of electricity was made to pass through a piston constructed of innumerable wires which kept moving with lightning rapidity over the surface of the rock at the bottom. The success of the experiment soon manifested itself, for, as soon as a spring was touched, a valve that separated the end of a projecting tube from the airtight cylinder was opened, and outstreamed a dense column into the atmosphere above. The spring was afterwards managed automatically so that as soon as the red-hot electric piston had eroded enough of the rock and volatilized it, the valve sprang open, and the moment the vapor and smoke had all escaped, it was shut, and the air was immediately exhausted. We returned day after day to the place and found that the new perforator, or Lilaran as it was called, worked with 10 times the swiftness of the old instrument. The chief objections to it were that the metal vapors were denser and more offensive, and that the irelium cylinders had to be oftener renewed because of the great friction and the intensity of the electric heat. The one was obviated by a longer smoke tube and an application of a vent of wind from the storm cone. The other was obviated by longer cylinders and refrigerative packing between 2 of their layers of irelium. But the strangest result, strangest for me at least, was to come. The tire Leomarie descended miles beyond the usual force well into the crust of the earth, at a great rate of speed, and I soon saw preparations for some change. Great channels of their usual metal were laid down to the beach, and irelium barriers erected in the sea along the shelving shore from bastion to bastion. By the greater rapidity of the descent, the increase of the proportion of their favourite metal, and the ease with which the electric current volatilized the material below, our guides judged that they had reached rock that was already molten. Before long there began to ooze out of the smoke tube a red-hot stream, that trickled its way down the slope. Then the airtight lid was burst off the cylinder, out of it came the electric piston on a wave of red-hot lava, and down the channels the thick stream of molten rock flowed till it reached the barriers in the sea. There with vast columns of steam it cooled and solidified, forming a new and stronger rampart to check the inflowing fire. Day after day we found that the beach was disappearing, and in its place, when the steam cleared, we could see that the great gap in the bastion works of the island was filled up. This was the first of their lava wells I had seen. Its operations explained to me the massive symmetry of the rocky shores and the cyclopean terraces and chutes down the mountain sides, that had, I thought, been either chiselled by tens of thousands of years of slavish labour, or laid by the hands of a race of giants now vanished from the earth. This little people was itself the Vulcan that turned the bowels of the world into smelting works and used the mighty forces lying underneath the crust of our orb with the ease of a smith at his forge. What had the Limanorans to fear from invaders with even the mightiest war engines that had ever been invented? They had made themselves fortifications which would outlast the attacks of any human invention. When the beetling circle of Prefaces was complete around their island, who could land troops, even if they evaded the blast of the storm cone? To the Limanorans themselves the height of their shores was no disadvantage. In fact, it gave them easy starting points for their wing expeditions. They could plunge from the jutting cliffs into the air and so gain impetus for their flight. Thus they had been able to destroy that spirit of militarism which, after a certain stage, is the implacable foe of true progress. It is based on 2 of the most childish and most primitive forces in the human breast, combativeness and the passion for display. Hence the impossibility of stamping out the contagion. Ever and anon in the former history of the island the age of peace seemed to have begun. But marauders from abroad would land and stir the instinct of brigandage and make an army and a military leader necessary. Thenceforward again all the arrangements of the community were made subordinate to the ambition of the soldier. An intrusion of savagery and brute force, however veiled in glory and the panoplies of civilization, is irresistible by the powers of peace. Only slow and silent conquest of the armed power brought back progress in peaceful arts again to be maintained and thrown back from some external accident. Not that they ever pretended that they could eject struggle out of their life, but they did aim to raise the plane of conflict and competition. Never could this people have entered on the rapid development of their powers without their lava ramparts and their storm cone to keep off all occasions of militarism. These lava wells still had other uses. Out of their flow were made the rock foundations on which the houses of this people were built. It puzzled me for years to know how they succeeded in making their immense platforms and terraces out of the hardest trap. Their mansions stood out from the precipices and cliffy sides of the mountain on isolated plateaus that gave the inmates free view on every side and free circulation of air around. These rose picturesque and romantic from the top of lonely rocks, like the castles of the Rhine, dominating the whole locality. Down the rocky foundations poured at times torrents of water from the sluice gates of the mountain, cleansing or cooling the surroundings. Yet never was there any danger for these everlasting ramparts. Another use to which these lava wells were put was to modify the temperature. They were generally opened and let flow in the coolest months of winter, and the red-hot cascades falling into the sea heated it to such an extent that the climate of the whole island was mellowed and tempered. From the wells far up the slope of the mountain the lava flow had been so guided and moulded that immense channels had been made down to the edge of the cliffs, with sides as lofty as the precipitous shores themselves. Down these were shot in summer great avalanches of mountain snow right into the ocean, so tempering the strength of the summer heat. But these were only subsidiary uses of the tappings of the central earth fires. Their main and original purpose was to relieve the perturbations of Lilaran. It was one of the chief duties of the Leomo to watch over the destiny of their island, which was volcanic in its origin, though it had been greatly added to in former ages by the coral insect. Lava streams had overspread the coral, and then the myriads of minute architects had thrust out their structures farther and farther into the sea. And thus the lowlands had been broadly extended, while the red-hot layers of lava added massiveness to the body of the island. Yet it was continually shaken by earthquakes and threatened with partial if not complete disaster. It was the function of Leomarie to watch the approach of these earthquakes and guard against them. The Leomo had the most delicate instruments for recording every tremor of the earth's crust. They had also thermometers and electrometers down their heat wells and lava wells, and these automatically recorded at the surface every variation of the heat and magnetism of the earth. They had classified through the many centuries all the preliminary and concomitant circumstances of earthquakes, and had found and formulated certain causal relations amongst them. Thus the minutest symptom of change in the records made by their instruments roused them to watchfulness. They were soon able to tell in what direction the explosive materials were accumulating, and how far below the surface of the earth. Then, when they had fixed with more or less definiteness the time they had to spare, they began sinking lava wells right into the perturbed lake of fire. The vent acted as a safety valve. The shakings of the island ceased as the steam roared forth, and the molten rock began to yeast down the side of the mountain. All danger was past for another period of time. Again and again throughout the past ages, the Leomo had saved the island from the ravages of earthquake and uncontrolled lava streams from the crater of Lilaran. Never did they intermit their vigilance or cease to advance their knowledge of the earth and its inhabitants and laws. It seemed to me at first that nothing could occur in the crust of our planet which they would not foresee. I came afterwards to know the limits of Leomarie, and the reasons why they pushed almost feverishly forward to further knowledge. They were ever afraid that something unforeseen might occur and threaten the stability of their land and the progress towards the nobler life. Once in the dark ages before the great exilings, an appalling disaster had occurred which ploughed deep into the consciousness of the people the necessity for the development of this earth science. Their central city stood on a great plateau up the slope of Lilaran. Within recorded memory there had been no great outburst from the mountain, and the inhabitants travelled fearlessly up to its rim and down the bowl of its crater. At times there had been slight spittings of ashes, and once or twice a new fumarole or hot spring or even lava fountain had opened at some point on the mountain slope, but these were all at a distance from the bustling, luxurious city. and most of them had awakened slight notice. The volcano indeed had been practically quiescent since the great migration from the Antarctic regions and the sealing of the archipelago by the circle of fog. The citizens were keeping one of their annual feasts, and were lapping in luxurious ease and pleasure. They had been exhilarated by a long period of prosperity and a recent victory over the savage clan that inhabited one of the adjacent islands. The country people and a number of hermits living in lonely parts of Limanora had been alarmed by various premonitory symptoms: sultry clouds turbaning the head of Lilaran, tremors in the earth more and more threateningly repeated, great and unaccountable disturbances in the sea, and a hot, heavy, brooding atmosphere around the whole island. Some of them came to the city and warned the revellers to be prepared for some catastrophe, but they were waved aside as dreamers, mere superstitious disturbers of life and its traffic. Half the city was gathered together in the central marketplace to see a great spectacle, when the earth shook beneath them. They fell on their faces and cried to their gods, but it was in vain. The market stood on a plateau high above the rest of the city, overlooking the ocean. Like a cap, this platform was blown into the air, and all the pleasure seekers vanished like smoke. Out on the sea and here and there on the land a rain of dust fell mingled with minute pieces of human flesh, but never was any one of the gathered thousands found, and as if to obliterate the traces of her ghastly work, the mountain set down a broad stream of lava, which filled up the gulf where the marketplace had been, and sealed up the dust-buried city, preserving it for after ages like a fly in amber. Those who escaped destruction fled to some distant parts of Limanora, some to other islands, but all were buried for centuries in grovelling superstition. It was out of the hermits and the country people that a new nation was built up, which set itself as a first duty to establish Leomarie, that it should not be taken unawares by any repetition of this great catastrophe. Nor has it ever recurred, although there have been many premonitory symptoms. The lava swelter vents eased the labours of the internal fires and saved the island. Their new and deeper wells, driven by the Leomarie, and reaching the internal fires, gave them greater sense of security. Irelium floats were let down which would not be injured by the great heat, and these, communicating with an indicator at the mouth, told of every disturbance at the surface of the lake of fire. All the indicators were connected with the centre of force, and automatically recorded there all they had to tell. The same system of centralized record placed the various indicators of the climolans or earth sensors at every moment ready to the hand of the Leomo. These climolans were down every force well and told every variation in the heat, the density of the air, the kind of vapor, the magnetism, and the movement of the crust of the earth. No change in the earth below the island down to a distance of 30 or 40 miles. The latter, the greatest depth they had reached, was neglected. Every indication was properly tabulated and classified, and year was compared with year and month with month, till the meaning and importance of every change were exactly known. The furthest records of the past, as well as those more recent, were daily consulted in order to find the generalization that would fit any new symptom. The Leomo felt daily the pulse of Lilaran, as a doctor would that of his most valued fever patient. They knew that they had the fate of the race in their hands, and no indication was of too little importance for them to consider. What would all the strivings and labours of the nation come to, if any laxity on their part should allow such a volcanic catastrophe to recur as had destroyed the capital of old? End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Limanora, The Island of Progress by Godfrey Sweven. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Rimla. In studying the practical aims and issues of earth science, I was taught to manage their apparatus, and to intercept every tremor in the earth's crust and every indication of the instruments. I had already been taught to make their apparatus, for my physical discipline had begun several years before I was admitted to Fialume. It was in fact one of their primary maxims that muscular exercises should go on contemporaneously with intellectual and spiritual pursuits, that no citizen should be allowed to neglect for even a day the development of the body, intimately as the soul is interwoven with it. As soon as I was thoroughly tested and put through my course of probation, the training of my muscles was begun, and along with the magnetic molding of my brain tissues went the development of the force tissues of the body and the powers of my senses. But no one was permitted to enter their great practical university or workshop till he had become a certain devotee of the race. The mysteries and arts and crafts which gave the nation its peculiar powers could not be communicated to anyone who might by some change become an alien. It was thus that many years of residence in Limanora passed before I was admitted to one of the marvels of the island, the great valley of Rimla. I well remember the evening of my initiation. The night work was as a rule done by the younger men and women of the community. The elders took their turn at the machinery by day, as they had to husband sleep during the hours of darkness and silence. I had often wondered whither went my proparents at a fixed hour every day. They vanished in the distance as the sun began to wester, and they returned at evening with high colour in their cheeks and the look of having used their muscles with a will. Their physical life seemed to take new impetus from these expeditions. One day on their return they told me that I was to be admitted to Rimla, which they explained to mean the centre of force. The mature judgment of the community had decided that I could now be fully trusted. My practical and muscular education was to begin. I was to set out that evening with a band of young workmen who kept the first watch of the night. The sun had scarcely set when my escort arrived, and, as with my slow powers of locomotion I could not be expected to keep up with them, I was placed in one of their flight cars. I had no companion, for the whole band flew in front and drew the car by some magnetic power unseen, and it was so light hung and so balanced by wings and domes and parachutes that it seemed capable of being the sport of every wind. Over the central ridge of the island we swept towards a distant slope of Lilaran. Suddenly underneath me in the growing darkness there shone out in a deep broad valley a vast dome of light, transparent enough to reveal the flitting shadows underneath it. It seemed the laboratory of a world. Innumerable streams flashed under its upper edge. They sped from the summits of the surrounding hills, or across the gorges from other and more distant ranges. I had seen as we flew hundreds of noble aqueducts spanning the valleys with their arches and columns, some of them thousands of feet up the slopes of Lilaran. All the waters which the great mountain gathered from the clouds of heaven made their way towards this marvellous domed valley. At its mouth there was a deep gorge, whether artificial or natural was not clear to me then, and through the chasm leaped a river mightier than any I had ever seen. It seemed to be on its way to the sea, but I could not trace its course farther than its massive gateway out of the valley. Underneath the dome I could see vast wheels of irelium move at all levels. They seemed so fragile that a pebble thrown at them would break them. Yet each turned spindles of enormous power, which moved swifter than lightning. I soon saw that all the intricate machinery was sheathed in casings of their translucent metal, along which flowed a slow, glutinous stream of some liquid that dripped through perforations on all points of friction. As we alighted, night fell, and the titanic crystal workshop gleamed with a soft radiance that seemed to come from no centres, but was diffused everywhere in the manner of the sunlight or the atmosphere. It was like a vast ice cave of the Arctic Circle, lit by brief and splendid summer. Fairy-like yet vast, It seemed a fabric of some dream world, but the splash and hiss of the forceful waters and the unresting motion of the machinery made it all real enough. The noises were by no means deafening; they were subdued and musical with a halo of mysterious whisper like the sounds of nature on a bright day of summer. Nor was the sight bewildering to the eyes; there was too much symmetry in it to perplex and dazzle. My guides and companions tripped lightly and fearlessly through the labyrinth of movement till they reached an edifice underneath a dome more elaborate and majestic in its beauty than the noblest of Gothic cathedrals. Its towers and spires and pinnacles seemed to aspire to the very stars as we looked up, and yet the loftiest of them failed to reach the zenith of the vast diaphanous roof. Towards this building radiated the moving network of spindles and axles that the flashing water wheels turned, and out from it passed great transparent tubes of metal, woven together fantastically into a forest of gigantic trees and flowers. Nothing of this arabesque of movement marred the colossal symmetry of all beneath the crystal canopy. The church-like building was the shrine of force. In it we found one of the wise men of the elders seated on a high throne, and beside him stood muscular forms ready to do his behests. He laid his hand on a keyboard of innumerable keys, each of which was marked with some hieroglyphic. The attendants scattered to various points along the mosaic floor, and watched the working of the labyrinth of wires and tubes. At the touch of the master the whole edifice vibrated, and a sound as of the most sublime orchestration filled the vault. We saw countless wheels and pistons move and flash beneath their transparent metal sheaths, and along each tube, now lit as with starlight, we could watch the rush of vapors or liquids towards their destination in the various factories and houses in the valley and along the mountainside. It was one of the masters of physical force who manipulated the keys. He was controlling and harmonizing the vast power that was concentrated in Rimla, and, instead of the demonic jarring of the engines and machinery which I had been accustomed to in the industrial centres of other lands, the sounds of the marvellous vault made sweet concord that ever varied with the transference of power from purpose to purpose. He was the pointsman of the numberless railroads of energy, and at the same time the musician of the titanic workshop. His will disciplined and guided both the generation and the distribution of all the force of the island. Our troop took the place of that which had been on guard through the sunset and twilight, and separated in pairs throughout the valley, each pair taking under its charge one section of the labyrinthine movement. My comrade, Uriel, the cousin of Thyriel, was a youth of splendid build, the strength of his upper limbs seeming almost bovine, his shoulders and arms not too large for his size, yet giving the impression of gigantic power. I soon saw how much he could do. We were to inspect the generators of force underneath the dome. He first led me to the various streams which came leaping down the slopes and cliffs. One of them from some cause only to be ascertained at the cone of Lilaran was swollen into a yellow torrent that threatened to overflow its lava banks and flood the valley. In a moment he saw the danger, and rushed to the wing dam dividing the upper course and controlling the amount of water which should flow down to its various wheels and the amount which unused should find its way to the great exit. He found that the separating barrier had lost its automatic motion through the sudden increase of the overflow and the intrusion of a huge boulder that had come down like a battering ram upon it. He set me to guide the machinery and power that moved the dam to suit the strength of the current, and then, fixing a narrow irelium shield in the bottom of the channel, he leapt into the torrent. The shield, I could see, keeping erect just above him, shed the stones and boulders to this side and that. Thus protected he raised a huge hammer which he had taken with him and by 3 or 4 well-directed blows split the obstacle into half a dozen pieces. He then bent down and removed them out of the way, and suddenly I felt the steering gear begin to work, and saw the dam swing round into the channel leading to the centre of force, whilst the bulk of the torrent found its way to the exit, which was deeper and broader. The danger was past, but a moment's hesitation, either in order to bring up the heavier tools or to call other assistance, would have ruined many of the great works upon the levels below and stopped the whole operations of Rimla for several days. Uriel shook the water from his garments as he leapt out, and in minutes he was on his way with me to the other brooks, cascades, and conduits which gathered the aqueous forces of Lilaran into this valley of power. Not a drop that fell from the tributary clouds about the head of the mountain did its work for this singular people. The moisture-lifting power of the sun, and the force of gravitation that fought with it were alike made the servants and yokefellows of the Limanorans. They refused to waste the energy that nature gave them so freely. This I saw more fully illustrated as I followed Uriel. Having inspected all the forms of steam power, he sped round to the side of the valley nearest to the western shore of the island. There in a great cave or hollow in the rock, brilliantly lit, I saw myriads of wires and cables concentrating from all westward directions on an immense block of labramor or irelium alloy. This, he explained to me, was the great electric storage battery of the waves. From the northwest and the southwest came the chief storms and currents that broke on the shores of the island, and underneath the beetling cliffs of lava erected on the western shores, they had a line of long, lofty caves running some hundreds of feet underneath into the land. In these huge vanes and water wheels were hung from the roofs and the higher portions of the sides, and the waves as they ran in and out beat their paddles and made them whirl with lightning swiftness. The motion thus communicated was turned by their electrogenerators into currents of electric force, which found its way by the network of wires and cables that I saw into this enormous storage battery. In another series of caves they cooped up the water of the full tides by means of gigantic dams and sluice gates, and this during ebb drove huge wheels and turbines and thus sent the power of the moon into their treasure house of power. Every storm that ruffled the surface of the ocean, every current that swept past their shores, every ebb or flow of their tides added its quota to the energy accumulated in their electric treasury, a far more wonderful concentration of wealth than any Sinbad's valley or Golconda. Here was ready to the hand of man power greater than all that the nations and the generations had ever been capable of. And the winds had been made as much the slaves of this people as the waves, for another great cavern that we visited was the storehouse of the energy of the winds. In every gorge and pass and gully around Lilaran, up almost to its crater, had been erected immense windmills, which as they revolved generated electricity. This found its way from all points by massive cables buried in the earth to the conservator of energy in this second cave. Uriel tested the wires to see that they were not leaking anywhere, and tested the batteries for faults, and finding everything in good order, we passed into a third power treasury in the rock. This was the vastest of all, for into it there poured the energy of the power wells which was not needed by the private houses spread over the face of the island. As soon as the head of steam was shut off from the machinery or the tubes of any mansion, its whole force was turned upon an engine near the mouth of the well, which kept generating electric force day and night. The accumulation of energy in this cave of wells would have been enough to supply 10 times the power that Europe had ever used in her industries. In order to round off our tour of inspection, Uriel led me to another but smaller cave which had just been fitted up with storage batteries. This was the cave of the sun. For generations it had been contended that most of the power from the sun's rays was lost, even when they reached the earth, and the inventors had at last worked out the problem of its utilization. I had noticed as I flew over the country in a faleena vast gleaming spaces sparkling like gigantic diamonds in the sunlight. These were the reflectors which collected the sunbeams and concentrated their heat and light into power. Upon the slope of Lilaran they utilized the miles of snow surface and gathered their gleam into a few heat engines that sent the generated electricity to Rimla. Vast as the force was which in these various ways was bent into the service of this people, there seemed still to be the need of increasing it. Never a week passed without some felicitation of the collection and distribution of energy by an improvement in the machinery. The mechanic families were ever busy competing with one another in invention and practical application of some principle or idea, and the pioneering families who rode imagination to the verge of practicability marched ahead of them, mapping tracks and highways into the unknown future. One proposal was to utilize the magnetism of the earth as a new source of energy, and already one of the mechanical families was far on the way to its realization. Another that was near at hand was the use of the expansion of their liquefied and solidified air for purposes of power. One plan somewhat farther off from the realm of practicability was the utilization of the primal ether by means of its compression and expansion. Yet they were working at it in full hope of finding a solution of the problem at some unexpected turn of their imaginative road into the darkness. They had achieved so much that they had almost boundless faith in their ultimate power to solve all problems presented to their minds. They would face the death of the whole race sooner than the thought of ceasing to push forward into the night that encircled life. My mind was almost paralyzed at the thought of the vastness of the power controlled in this centre of force, but it explained to me the ease with which they could drive their Leomarans miles and miles through the solid crust of the earth, the power they had over the volcanic fires of Lilaran, the strength of the blast they could send far out to sea from their storm cone, and the general facility with which they could control and use even the most titanic forces of nature. I did not wonder now that they were the masters rather than the servants of nature, especially when I saw that by the strength and nicety of their machines they could concentrate all this tremendous force upon any single point or distribute it over a wide area at the striking of a key on the great keyboard of forces. I have seen one of the masters of energy turn the whole current from the 10,000 services it was doing throughout the island upon making of a diamond. So enormous was the temperature it generated in a few moments, that a piece of carbon, submitted to the heat and pressure, came forth a magnificent jewel, gleaming and sheening in the light. But this was for no silly purpose of personal ornamentation. It was meant for the friction edge of a Leomaran down where it bit into the rock. It was the easiest thing in the world for this people with all the concentration of power they had at their call to follow nature in her most occult or tremendous processes. There was not a metal they could not produce with their high temperatures and enormous pressures. It is true that all other operations had to be stopped in order to transmute rapidly common materials into gold, irelium, or diamonds. But it could be done, and they had no need to dig into the bowels of the earth like other men for the more precious metals and crystals which had accumulated there in the volcanic or chemical past. It was one of their commonest sayings that no science which was not creative was worthy of the name. True, there were often long tracts of scientific investigation that seemed entirely barren, and many of their researches seemed to lead now hither. But when I inquired more minutely, I found the investigators had realized many of the practical applications of the discovery when once they should reach it. They regarded as futile all abstract inquiries which had only a distant and unforeseen chance of ending in something useful. Even their astronomy had a keen eye to the possibilities of their future. It led not only to a deeper knowledge of the living heart of creation, and to a wider enjoyment of the pleasures of imagination and faith, but to the purpose of the immediate life. It gave them immortal forms for their art and especially their architecture. It moulded or suggested their divinest music. It brought into even their physical life influences unlike those of the earth, and they hoped with full faith that through this they might catch the wandering thoughts or voices of the beings of other worlds and at last reach the power of immigration from star to star. Their most creative science was chemistry, for this had reached the secrets of nature's most mysterious processes, and had imitated and generally abbreviated the workings of her great laboratory. The Limanorans did not need to grow the plants and trees that used to produce their food. Agriculture had ceased to be necessary for them except as a part of landscape gardening. The elements and combinations that used to be extracted from their harvests in order to support and exhilarate life could be created directly in the chemical laboratories. Everything needed as diet was drawn straight from the earth without the long process of growth and culination. They had the prime factors of sustenance in unlimited quantity and purest form with the minimum of labour, and they could give to these the exact quality and refinement which would bear them straight to the various tissues or cells of the body without the need of its offensive chemical processes. Most of the chemistry of life sustenance was accomplished before the food entered the human system, and the space and energy of the body that had before gone to the alimentary process of life were now free for other and higher functions. Pharmacy and chemical science combined to create all that the constitution required, not only for its support and frictionless continuance, but for its progress towards longer life and more ethereal texture. Their medicine had ages before passed the crude stage of mere cure of disease. They laughed at the idea of the science as merely therapeutic; it must be creative. The interrelations of the higher and lower elements of the nature were unremittingly studied in the case of every member of the community, and every means of change in them that would lead to the ennobling of Limanoran humanity was carefully prescribed. I was led through their food factories and grew deeply interested in their processes of analysis and combination. They seemed never to have any hesitation about the exact quantity of each element and the exact temperature and pressure needed to produce any given kind of sustenance. One of the most singular departments of these factories was that in which they had yoked the infinitesimal plant and animal life of the universe to the chemicalization of their food and medicine. They knew how to utilize all the life they could come across, however microscopic, and here under their marvellously powerful magnifying instruments I could see the minutest of all life enslaved to their purposes. Nothing could surpass the exactitude with which they had defined the functions and spheres of these mysterious beings invisible to the naked eye. Each had its own department of industry. No one of them interfered with the other. It was life put to its best purpose of sustaining the noblest life. When I saw the huge irelium tubes bearing out the results in aerial or vaporous form, I grew anxious to test the effects at the other end of them. At my own request I was taken one day to Oomalefa, the great series of public halls and baths which formed the chief centre of associative life in the island. I had not known of the institution before, for I was still too little advanced in physical nature to be clear of the inner chemical processes needed for nutrition, and it had not been thought necessary to show me a section of their public life in which I could have no special share. But, now that my own eagerness for knowledge had brought me to the stage of education which demanded insight into this institution, they were willing that I should inspect it and see all its peculiar features. End of Chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Limanora, The Island of Progress by Godfrey Sweven. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Oomalefa. These halls of nutrition and medication were situated on a great promontory extending miles into the sea. It had been ledged and bastioned with lava walls, and round the gleaming edifice ran a balcony or rocky platform, which broke the fury of any ambitious billows that might threaten the crystal translucence of the walls. Here, overlooking the sea, the Limanorans could drink in its medicating breath. Here in the vast hall they could take that restful exercise which is the first essential of all life. Here they could commune with their own souls or with the stars, and listen to the ever-changing rhythm of the waves as they broke into spray or climbed to the rocky wall beneath. They considered this chamber of the ocean and the stars as more medicant and elementary than any could they make with human hands. Hence it was that they had thrown out this great projection into the sea, where they could spend most of their hours of nutrition. Along its highest ridge ran a series of the noblest buildings that ever met my eye. Unlike all other edifices I had ever heard of in style of architecture and method of grouping, but resembling in their bewildering variety and inherent symmetry, the gleaming clusters of night. Countless points of fire aimed at the heavens from spires and towers which shone with a rainbow fluctuation in the sun. There was a milky way of jewelled pinnacles, and around were strewn fire-flashing constellations of jewelled minarets and domes. Innumerable centres of varied roof and aspiring form led the eye by their incompleteness to some great centre, and soon it rested calmly on the vast yet ever-broken changing dome that like a snow-clad mountain ridge mastered every spirit that was drawn to it. Alone this galaxy of clustered starry forms stood out above the sea, undwarfed by any neighbouring land and masterful over the billows below it. A true temple was it even in the presence of the universe of suns that stretched out into endless night. Within it surely might the spirit of man feel no unholy doubts of its immortal destiny or of its kinship with the divine. Pure and noble orison might here be raised to the maker of the makers of this shrine. All trivial and mean thoughts here would be sacrilege. When night fell, the stars in the heavens held spirit communion with this their brother. This was Oomalefa, or the jewel of immortal longings. My first visit to Oomalefa is engraved upon the record of my past, for it was one of my first expeditions under the guidance of Ethereal. The beauty of her spirit dawned upon me as the day passed. Afterwards I came to see that it was everything that my own needed. But at the time I could not reason out the nature of my feelings. She grew upon me as the day upon the night, and when we parted it was as if my sun had set. Helpless and stumbling, my spirit groped for the guiding dawn again. I was forlorn, reaching out for my other half in a lonely universe. Her presence doubtless coloured all the scenes through which I passed, yet they were enough of themselves to impress my mind. We alighted on the mainland and made our way out towards the archway which spanned the route of the promontory. The weight of our bodies as we stood upon a certain spot swung up the transparent portcullis, and we found ourselves in a spacious entrance hall, its roof a moving orrery of the sky of night, its walls lit pictures of the ocean around framed in living sections of the sea alive with sea denizens. Its floor a tidal beach of sand, soft yet firm, whereon the sea ever seemed to cream and retreat. It had all the beauty and the freshness of the shore beneath the starred night when the tide is making. The next chamber we entered was as vast, and was as many-coloured as the rainbow. It was the index hall, for here were marked the name and number and situation of every chamber in Oomalefa. And underneath each name was shown in graphic experiment the effect of the different medicated atmospheres upon the various tissues of the human body. Complete reproductions of the bones and muscles, the flesh and blood, the cells and nerves and coatings were here enclosed and the transformations pictured in the transparent sections of the walls. An expert from the family having the manufacture of each atmosphere under its charge, stood by and guided and explained the process. It was a physiological laboratory, in which every Limanoran might see with his own eyes and hear explained by one who knew every modification in the tissues that a longer or shorter time spent in any chamber would produce. Twin with this hall was that of measurement and consultation. Here every entrant had all his important organs and tissues tested scientifically, and was then told the atmospheres which would best suit the development of any or all of his parts and faculties. He stated the chief purpose of his existence, and consulted the experts on the direction that would best lead to it. He was told of any defect in his organic functions and advised how it could be remedied. After this consultation he would return to the hall of experiment, and see with his own eyes the effect of the various atmospheres upon the unseen portions of his system. Then he was permitted to enter the halls of nutrition and medication, and choosing those which he specially needed that day spent the time required in each. He found exit again by the hall of measurement, and there another testing revealed whether he had been successful in his elementary sojourn in Oomalefa, and whether he would have to remain longer or have a certain atmosphere introduced into his sleeping chamber in his own mansion. Every Limanoran except the young and undeveloped had as the result of attention to health in past ages, what they called the conscience of the health. This put them on the alert the moment any function was disordered, and off they went to Oomalefa to consult the medical families on the exact nature of the derangement, its locality, and the diet or treatment that would restore to complete health. Few or none of full maturity but would feel this sanitary sense within them like a whip or goad which would not let them rest till the evil element was swept out. It was a daily occurrence to meet some islander hurrying post-haste for consultation and medication, and I came at last to be ashamed of the lethargy which would let me remain inert under some decay of nerve or tissue in its primary stages until it had resulted in ache or pain. The feeling of lassitude or the absence of sense of the full tide of life made me rush in fear and trembling to the hall of consultation. In my former existence I had had the embryo of this sanitary conscience in the pains or prostration accompanying disease, but then the warning generally came too late. Now I was sensitive to the slightest derangement of any tissue or part of my system and without the goad of ache flew to Oomalefa to find the remedy. Otherwise I felt that I was doing wrong to my future and my posterity and to the future of the whole race. Even the actual present of the people was affected. The slightest disorder of my constitution seemed to weigh upon the spirits of my companions and friends, for they believed there was contagion in every disease. As strongly did they hold that there was a contagion of health, and would not allow any member of their medical families or council to approach a citizen even in consultation unless the healer was himself whole in every atom of his constitution. To be sound in body and spirit was as sanative of the derangements of others as any active remedy. Every citizen was taught enough of the medical science of the island to know what was wrong in himself or his neighbour. For every citizen was a possible father or mother, and for parenthood a thorough and practical acquaintance with the laws of health and the causes and cures of the commonest diseases was a first essential. The Limanorans laughed at the absurdity of Western civilization in allowing men and women to generate and bring up children with no more knowledge of their constitution than if they were mere animals. Still oftener they mourned that so much human generation in the world was left to the chance dictates of caprice, and that most medicine and education were only blind groping in the dark. That nothing should be done on mere authority was one of the first principles of their civilization. The medical counselor knew that he had a keen critic in every citizen, and he had to justify and make clear every process he recommended, in order that faith in him might remain clear. His sole advantage was his fuller and deeper knowledge and the faculty he had acquired from long familiarity with the questions and problems he had to deal with. Each member of the medical families had counsel and a special section of the human system to explore, besides having a mastery of the whole. It was this division of labor that caused their science of the human tissues to advance so swiftly. Not a moment of their work was lost. I had thought at first that a people so healthy and vigorous and devoted to such wholesome ways of life had no need of medical science, but I soon saw that their general sanitiveness demanded a more advanced science and art than the rude quackery of Western medicine. All the worst diseases of maturity in Europe, fevers, consumption, diphtheria, rheumatism, indigestion, and the rest, were relegated in Limanora to childhood, and were then as mild and innocuous as scarlatina or measles or whooping cough. They had become the enemies of unformed tissues, and found little to batten upon even in them. Generally they were checked in their first stage by the medical knowledge of the parents or proparents, and it was the rarest occurrence to have to resort to the deeper knowledge of the medical council, rarest of all where childhood was concerned. I rushed to the conclusion that the medical families would have nothing to investigate but the development of the tissues and organs and faculties as they existed in Limanora. But I was disabused of this idea by the occurrence of an epidemic in the island not long after I arrived there. It took the form of a dream-disturbed sleep, which held the faculties in its grasp beyond the usual number of hours of rest. The patients tossed and moaned and imagined horrors of the past of humanity and animalhood as still occurring in their lives. It abridged the hours of consciousness, and left the sufferer spent and unexhilarated. It was no fever, but only a languor that attacked the imaginative faculties and made them morbid and secretive in their activities. My brain tissues were perhaps not fine enough to be attacked by it, and I escaped. But I was greatly distressed to find that Riallaro had been touched by the epidemic. My anxiety led me to know all that the specialists discovered concerning it. It could not be fatal, they assured me, for no epidemic had been fatal to Limanorans for many centuries. It only meant the loss of a valuable portion of the time of working. In the other islands, the winged scouts brought the news. It swept half the population into the grave. But so vigorous and healthy were the various tissues of our people that no disease could produce anything but a temporary derangement. By means of their skilful surgery they soon isolated under the microscope some specimens of the living organisms that produced the disease. They experimented with all the elements and their combinations, and saw what encouraged them, what attenuated them, and what killed them. It was not long before every trace of the microscopic creature had vanished from the island. There remained only the knowledge and the antidote that would enable their outposts or messengers through the sky to resist its attacks, should they ever encounter it again. Limanorans who were sent on missions out of the country had to be made epidemic-proof by inoculation against known diseases before setting out. But it sometimes happened, especially to scouts into the higher regions on the outskirts of the earth's atmosphere, that they brought back with them symptoms that were new, and a new disease and a new microbe had to be added to their medical lists. It was explained to me that our solar system was travelling every moment of its existence into new regions of space, and as it moved it passed from time to time through swarms of minute and attenuated life which had been left myriads of ages before in its tracks by some diseased member of another system. This microscopic life was in its own special way immortal, and could subsist on the scattered material life that floated through the ether, unclaimed by any planetary centre. It was out of such waifs of life peopling space that a new world made a new beginning in vital history. As soon as it cooled down sufficiently, after creative collision and separation, to allow of individual existence upon it. Myriads of these microscopic inhabitants of space took possession of it, and began again the struggle of life which was the universal law of infinity, and meant the ascension of all energy through higher and higher circles. Disease was but a form of this internal struggle for existence. It was the attempt of invisible lower forms to master the higher human tissues and make them their feeding ground. The original enemies of man, the wild beasts, were subdued or tamed or driven forth into the deserts as soon as the savage life was past. Then began the fiercer contest for the possession of his own cells and tissues and organs. Enemies that he could not see migrated out of the surrounding elements into his system as soon as it became delicate enough to stir their appetite, and for ages there were no weapons against them. Chance now and again offered one, but generally he groped about in his frantic ignorance for anything that would ease the pain from these gnawing foes within him. Out of this rose by slow steps a kind of quackery they called the science of medicine. But the conflict still remained unequal. The invisible enemies had the best of it, and they were ever being recruited by new enemies out of space, which bred new and more appalling plagues. Not till it was found that the newer these settlers were, the more virulent were their ravages, was there any chance of a real science of medicine arising from this everlasting agonism. The first beginnings of a true science appeared in the attempts to deplete the soil by setting tamed and exhausted specimens of their foes to feed on it. A soil once reft of the elements that invited and fitted any disease germ seldom suffered in any serious degree from them again. Soon by their new electro-microscopes or chlorolens they were able to classify the infinitely minute foods of these infinitely minute pasturers on the human tissue. Their microscopes, enormously though they had added to the power of human vision into the atomic world, had been unable to advance beyond the discovery and complete classification of the invisible organisms. Their chlorolens combined photography with electro-microscopy in such a way that every change in the systems of their minute foes was recorded. They were able to see the elements taken from the human system absorbed and sifted of their nutritive powers, and the debris or manure ejected and left to poison the human tissues. It was not the presence of the organisms themselves, or even their destruction of essential elements that generally produced the disease, but the accumulation of the exhausted excreta, clogging the various functions. At first medical science satisfied itself with cultivating feeble and underbred germs, and turning them loose on the human body in order to make them exhaust the elements which attracted their kin. Next they discovered the chemical combination that, introduced into the body, would neutralize the poisonous qualities of the bacterial debris. Last of all by their vimolans or photoelectric analyzers, they found the exact food which attracted each form of microbe to the tissue and nourished them there. And they experimented electrochemically till they knew the element that, combining with this bacterial food, would neutralize its attraction and yet leave the body as efficient and healthy as before. In short, they could prescribe the antidote to every disease that had ever enfeebled any portion of their system. Diseases were nothing else than the infinitesimal life of space fixing itself, after an eternity of detachment and attenuation, upon a living soil fat with the elements of attraction and nourishment and yet too feeble to hold out against its ravages. They drew an analogy from their old agriculture. Weeds were nothing but plants finding at the last conditions which would give them the victory in the struggle for existence and would enable them to grow so rapidly and luxuriantly as to choke all neighbours. And their old science of earth culture set them on the way to a true medical science. They had watched with their chlorolens the selective processes of the roots of each weed, and by various analyzers had found the combination of elements in the soil and air by which it overcame its rivals. They then discovered the special component which, uniting with its food, would deprive the weed of its nutritive powers. Thus they were able to encourage or discourage on any soil any growth they might select. But agriculture had been completely superseded by their later chemistry. The best thing it had left to their civilization was the cue it gave by analogy to their true science of therapeutics. How minute and detailed was their study of the infinitesimal life of the universe, I could not have imagined without having seen it in practice. They had advanced so far with their Clyrolans and Vimolans that they were now discovering a still more infinitesimal world which was parasitic on microscopic life. There had been elements and effects at times discoverable in their therapeutic problems that disturbed the certainty of their conclusions and solutions. Again and again their foresights had been mistaken, their calculations thrown out. Most often this was the case on the borderland of the moral world. They had known in their own far past history, and in the more recent history of the other islands of the archipelago, the demoralizing effect of epidemics and plagues, especially of a new and vigorous type. For a time the people who came within the influence of the disease seemed to return almost to savagery. And yet every plague differed slightly from every other in its moral results. One made the whole population thieves, another made them liars, a third stirred up a fury of lust, a fourth delivered over the soul to despair of life, and a fifth to disloyalty and intrigue. When once their attention was called to this widespread demoralization after an epidemic, they began to watch the effect of individual illnesses on the mind. And in every case there were results, emotional, moral, or intellectual, that were not to be accounted for by mere weakness of the body or irritation of the nerves, or by the poisonous debris that the minute organisms threw off. They invented still more powerful Clyrolans, which revealed an intensity of life they had not imagined. The diseased germs brought into the human system still more minute parasites that at once attacked the brain and the nerve centers. In one disease these invisible vermin preferred one set of brain cells, in another they preferred another. The therapeutic families engaged in the investigations were only just coming to classify these moral and intellectual parasites of the disease germs. Nor had they yet been able to discover any cure for these, but the sympathetic proximity of strong and noble minds. The look from the eyes of some of their greatest doctors, even the touch of their hands, seemed to drive the living evil forth, or at least to attenuate and enfeeble it. The mind of the patient rose triumphant in the presence of one of these wise and healing personalities. It had been for ages the traditional maxim of polity that only the loftiest and most advanced, as well as most sympathetic natures should be allowed to specialize for the medical castes, or marry into the medical families. None were allowed to nurse the sick but the beautiful souls of the community. Their mere presence seemed to strengthen the fainting heart in the struggle for life. As the mind grew strong, the ravages of the disease lessened. For now with their more powerful Clyrolans, they found that, as the brain or nerve centers acquired strength, the parasitic, invisible life took its way back to its original hosts and preyed on them. It was indeed one of the maxims of their community to keep the system of every individual at its highest point of vitality. A loss of exhilaration in any citizen was marked at once by his neighbours, just like a lapse into criminality in Western civilization. It was the symptom of possible disease with all its power of contagion. The sense of active vitalization, what we call the spirits, was the barometer of the sanitary, moral, and intellectual atmosphere, and every Limanoran was keenly sensitive to all its changes. In Oomalefa it was impossible to conceal the source of the degeneration. The specialized families of the medical council knew where to apply their investigatory instruments. Even with their own eyes and ears and electric sense they could often detect the exact nesting place of the intrusive microbes. For though to muddy my senses their bodies were as opaque as my own, except for a certain pellucid light which illuminated the skin and made the complexion so beautiful, the processes of life seemed an open book to their acute observation. Their hearing could detect any change in the normal beat of the heart, and even the passage of the blood in the veins, which, Thyriel has told me, sounded like the liquid rhythm of mountain rills. Their eyes could see through the skin the delicate veinings underneath, and detect every nervous or muscular effort. Their magnetic sense could tell them whether thought or emotion was developing in the centers or passing along the nerves. The very casing of the brain seemed to them to be semi-transparent, and they were conscious, though dimly, of the movements of even the finer tissues, non-existent to my senses except under the microscope. Hence it was that each Limanoran had an isolated dwelling place for himself. It would have been impossible for him to find rest or sleep close to the living and unresting functions of another human system. And it was only the rhythm of the movements and sounds of all the organs and processes which made proximity to one another tolerable. I have often seen Thyriel in raptures over the noble harmony of a healthy and virtuous personality. To her ear the pulsations and other sounds were like a majestic piece of music. To her eye the rush and hurry of the vital processes were not unlike the motions of the starry system of night, whilst the exhilaration through the electric sense from the speeding thoughts and emotions of a sound mind in a sound body was at times ecstatic. The nobler the soul that she was conscious of in her neighbour, the keener was her enjoyment of proximity. It was this that made only the purest and greatest minds in the healthiest bodies admissible to the medical families or council. There was curative power in their very presence. With their chlorolans and vimolans and other aids to the senses, the medical sages could detect the slightest jar in the rhythm of the system and locate it with the greatest ease. Having located it, they knew the parasite that had begun to multiply and clog the organ or tissue or function, and the treatment that it required. Every moral fault had its corresponding disease and infinitesimal parasite they held. And so rapidly could the minute organisms increase and so impalpably and easily could they migrate from human being to human being, that the contagion of vice was 1,000 times more appalling in its ravages than that of mere physical disease. There was great trepidation when any ailment attacked the body of a Limanoran, and he was heartily ashamed of its appearance and alarmed lest it should spread, or lead to its natural consequence, moral degeneracy. But, if the parasitic attack was found to be on one of the higher centres of life, the alarm was great and wide, for it was far more subtle in its insidiousness and omnipotence. The patient was at once quarantined and only the noblest of medical sages could break his isolation. All the powers of his mind and of the minds of his nurses and medical attendants were concentrated on the offending tissue, and strong thermoelectric aids were applied to it, so that it should soon regain its old vitality and drive the intruders out. In the chamber was kept up an atmosphere of the special elements which would nourish the degenerate cells and also those that would destroy the microbes. Only as a last resort was surgery used and the part laid open to the local application of reagents against the hostile organisms. The ruder and older forms of evil, passion, envy, malice, hatred, jealousy, contempt, vanity, rarely appeared to grow in men and women at that advanced stage of their civilization. They had become diseases of the immature periods of life, when the soul was passing through the primitive phases of the development of mankind. They were the ailments of childhood and youth. The hundreds of Limanorans now grew up without once experiencing any one of them. When they did appear, isolation was the first step, and the parents or proparents would generally cope with the moral disease without having recourse to a medical family or to Oomalefa. Every traditional method of cure was applied most vigorously, for they shrank from the thought of leaving any seed of the contagion in the system to germinate at some later and more dangerous period of life. When the home circle was unable to detect the exact character of the disturbing influence, the young patient was brought under the gaze and the tests of the medical families. If their Clarolans and Vimolans failed to identify the parasitic evil, they tried their magnetometers, which were so delicate as to indicate the first beginnings of mental or moral disorder. By means of another magnetic instrument they were able to extract portions of the microbic debris, and then with their photoelectric analyzers or Vimolans they separated its various elements and saw what moral evils had entered into the system. They had the physical equivalents and results of every form of guilt and crime, and thus in its very inception a moral taint could be detected and cured before it had time to appear in the words or conduct of the patient. Most often this taint was due to some ancestral weakness of tissue, inviting the swarms of parasitic microbes through which the earth is forever passing. On the first signs of lowering vitality the pedigree of the patient was consulted for the record of the retrogressive tendencies of his forefathers, and not till the possibilities of atavism were exhausted were the other tests resorted to. It was on the basis of these two coincident causes, degeneration of tissue and microbic life in the atmosphere, that they were able to explain the strange contemporaneity of revolutions, panics, wars, religious revivals, and widespread outbreaks of crime or immortality in various parts of the earth. The planetary system as it sweeps through space cannot help passing through vast oceans of living microscopic matter, which have drifted from other universes geological ages before in their unresting migration from infinity to infinity, and which lead a feeble death-like life till they meet with fit atmospheres, such as will make them strong and teeming. For new-born worlds, just ready for the settlement of life upon them, this is a blessing. But for those having upon them highly developed organized life it is too often a curse. Every nation or tribe where civilization has become enfeebled by luxury or immoral systems of polity or domestic manners, becomes the prey of the new swarm, which multiplies and spreads itself on a fat and unexhausted soil, with the swiftness of a long unsated appetite. The people rise in epidemic fury, and every institution suffers from the madness. In different ages the frenzy takes different forms, but there is a striking simultaneity in these outbreaks all over history, and only this intrusion of cosmic infinitesimal life on the weakened higher centers of the human system can explain it fully. None but the peoples who have ordered their existence on the moral laws of the universe and thus kept the tissue strong, solid, and unyielding, can resist the plague-like mania. The result of these epidemics was in the end, they held, a benefit to humanity. For they swept away most of the tainted life from the earth, and left the healthier constitutions able for another advance in intellectual power or in morality. The Limanoran meticists were ever testing and analyzing the atmosphere of the earth for these intrusive immigrants from other worlds. Vigorous and healthy though their systems were, some chance minute stranger might find a lodgment in them, and cause much derangement before he could be got rid of. Ethics, psychology, history, and ethnology were as important to their medical investigations as physiology, anatomy, and chemistry. With all this extension of medicine into regions that seemed to me, a man of Western civilization, the most remote from it, there had been a gradual contraction of the sphere of surgery. The hacking and hewing of the human frame to get rid of some intrusive organism seemed to them as barbarous as the butchering of animals for food. Brilliant operations they thought the confession of failure in previsional and preventative medicine. They would have considered it a disaster, if not a crime, to let any disease proceed so far unobserved as to need the excision on the part affected. Even when, by accident, a bone was fractured, they could light up the whole sphere of the accident and see exactly how to get the sections or fragments to meet again. Then, keeping the limb or organ at rest, they concentrated all the energy of the patient's body and mind and the curative influence of their own presence upon it. They sent the nutritive powers of circulation and nerve energy into it by application of their various electric instruments, some of which combined the effect of exercise and the effect of heat. In a few days, sometimes in a few hours, the junction was complete, and only rest and a medicated and nutritive atmosphere were needed to make the tissue as sound as before. One of their newest instruments and the most effective for the avoidance of surgical operations was the aclerolan, a combination of microscope, camera in vacuo, and electric power. It could, by means of a swiftly moving film, on which fell electric light through a vacuum, take a picture of the life processes within the living body, however minute. Then by means of magnifiers and brilliant light, they could throw from this film a moving picture on a screen, so enormously enlarging the process of any part of the body that even a novice could see at a glance what was healthy and what was diseased or obstructed. It was this iclarolan that made the study of physiology in the living body simple enough for the very youngest. It was by this that they were able to supplement the experimental hall at the entrance to Oomalefa, and to show in process the effect in actual human bodies of disease, microbes, and remedies. Every minute process of the various organs and tissues of the body and of the brain was reproduced marvellously magnified on the walls. There was no new medicine but was tested and had its effects on the various parts of the body revealed by this new method. There was no new disease or microbe but gave up its secrets to this instrument. The only surgery they had was creative, like all their other sciences and arts. It had to do chiefly with the capacity of the skull. The appearance of epilepsy in some of their ablest men and families ages before had pointed the way. Their knowledge of the localities and tissues of the brain, along with the semi-transparency of their skulls and the advantages of their alclerolan had introduced, gave them complete command of everything that was proceeding within the head. They could by their electric apparatus light up the tissues and see what part was growing and pressing upon the containing bone. They therefore learned to trephine the epileptic sufferers and thus relieve the oppressed locality of the brain. From this practice and the growing knowledge of the great purpose of life they passed into the stage of creative surgery. For imperfect tissue perfect was substituted. Man grafting had become the most important branch of surgery. They could modify and even create new faculty or organ or tissue by grafting what they had made onto the part of the infantile system which needed it. A child to be devoted to a special pursuit which needed some faculty exceptionally developed, had his skull enlarged in its early and plastic stage over the portion of the brain that was the material equivalent and instrument of the faculty, and when most of the energies of life began to pour into this pursuit the tissue had room to grow. If a combination of exceptional faculties were needed in any profession or pursuit, protuberances in various parts under the hair or even on the brow could be perceived on looking closely. So nice had this creative art become that the most delicate and minute trephining could be accomplished without the patient knowing much about it. The operation was generally finished and the wound healed whilst he slept. Their bodies had great recuperative powers, and the means applied were wonderful in their rapidity of working. The hand of the operator, too, manipulated the part under a huge microscope that magnified the tissues 10,000-fold. In fact, they had all kinds of modifications of the microscope that would fit even internal investigations. One reflected the part in the manner of the reflecting telescope, and turned microscopes of great power on the reflected image. They had surgical modifications of their chlorolans and vamolans so that they could examine permanent moving pictures or analyses of the tissues to be investigated. Nothing could escape their methods of finding out defects in the human system. However deep the organ or tissue to be examined might be in the body, it flashed out its forms and processes upon their irelium sheets as they moved. By moving these photographic records rapidly underneath their microscopes, the physiological processes of life could be reproduced and examined. Stationary, each movement of the processes could be slowly investigated. Their photoelectric instruments could light up and make transparent any stratum of tissue desired, whilst keeping the rest in shadow or dark outline. End of Chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Leomarie, The Island of Progress by Godfrey Sweven. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Firla, or electric sense. Their physiology had no longer any need of anatomy or vivisection as its foundation and starting point. Besides the alclyrolans, they had their mirlans or life lamps, as they called them, and these enabled them to watch any process of the human body and see how it changed under the treatment they applied. These life lamps appealed not only to their eyes and ears, but to their electric sense. They isolated the magnetic force as well as the sounds and appearance of any section of tissue, and took graphic and permanent record of it, as they did of the changes in form or texture or sound. Every kind of tissue in any organ or limb had its normal magnetic equivalent measured in terms of the personal equation of force and beat of the heart. The slightest deviation from this any time of the day or month would at once challenge attention and lead to microscopic investigation. They enlarged the electrograph and the phonograph, and the photograph of the point indicated and were thus able to examine under the serifulin every infinitesimal atom of it in all the respects which appealed to their sight, hearing, and electric sense. The serifulin magnified and interpreted for these investigative senses the graphic record of their mirlans, as the microscope magnifies for the sight. I could see and hear the movements and processes in the tissue, but the electric effect was to me as general as a shock from a galvanic battery. I could not detect anything definite or measurable. But the Limanorans, though they had something of our diffusion of electric sense, had also in the back of their necks a localized sense that responded to the faintest magnetic influence, and measured roughly its amount and its changes in kind and degree. The delicate nerve center there, which might have been the remains of a backward-looking eye, had developed with them into a most sensitive collector of electronic vibration in the air or in any section of matter, and in every atom, whether organic or inorganic, they declared there was ever some electric wave motion. In some it was too faint to affect their Firla or electric sense, but then their delicate instruments for magnifying it, like their mirlans, made it manifest to their senses and definable. It was to my general feeling of magnetism what the muscular sense in my fingers was to my diffused sense of touch. It had taken many generations to develop, and in their children it never appeared till they had reached the close of youth. But part of their education was directed towards making it more sensitive and useful as a power for measuring force. A former generation of their medical investigators had long noticed and studied the effect of the concentration of will power through the eye upon the back of the neck of one who sat in front of them. Although the patient could tell nothing by means of his five senses of such an effort being made behind him, he generally turned round. Experiment after experiment proved that there was a force communicated through the intervening space to some sensitive spot on the back of the head or neck, and they knew that relics existed of what seemed once to have been an eye in that region. They came to the conclusion that this must have been a closer connection with the higher brain centers than any part of the body except the eye, and bent their whole attention upon its nature. They soon defined it as a localized electric sense and by practice made it as keen at least as the sense of touch in the fingers. They were at last able to define the direction of an electric influence and to note its change of force, and, after several generations, their Firla, as they called it, came to rank next to sight and equal to hearing in the analysis and investigation of the phenomena of the universe. Corresponding to this electro-receptive sense, they had also cultivated the magnetic force of the eye. They had long known and investigated the exact relationship of light and electricity, and they could at any moment and place transform the one into the other. They had also observed ages before that even the most commonest and weakest human eye had a faint luminosity in absolute darkness, and that any exertion of the will or passing wave of passion greatly increased it. Beside this fact they put the open secret that men of strong will and character differed from their fellows in the power of the eye, not only over human beings but over animals, and also the fact that the long-known plaything, mesmerism, had the eye as its chief organ. They came to the conclusion that the will was on its physical side a magnetic force, and that though most of its play was through the sense of touch, the muscular energies, and the voice, the eye was its highest and best channel. This inference was strengthened by noticing that amongst animals the fiercest willed and most predatory could paralyze their victims by the exercise of some optic power. And as they prowled through the night, they had a perceptible glitter in their eyes that shone in the dark like lamps. They applied themselves to a minute and systematic investigation of the subject, and soon had instruments which could respond to the faintest ocular exercise of the will. They could measure any increase in the magnetic power of the eye, and before long it was observed that the subjects they experimented on grew rapidly in optic magnetism as they practiced, and came to have a perceptible sheen in their eyes when they stood in the darkness. These men and women were found to have rapidly increasing power of sending anyone to sleep by gazing at him. At last all doubt vanished as to the new latent faculty which lay in the eye. They set themselves vigorously to turn this new knowledge into art, and trained themselves, and still more their children, in eye power till it became an instinctive habit to use it. After a time they came to see that the power was not one but manifold. The sleep-inducing effect was only an elementary application of it. A further development was a soothing influence upon the nerves that never went as far as sleep. Then the medicative powers of the eye were raised in the families of meticists into capacities which seemed to me almost preternatural. A more widely diffused specialization of the new function was eye language. Long-continued emotional dialogues would proceed in companies where I could not hear a sound, and at the end Riallaro would tell me the intricacies of the interplay of thought and emotion. It is true they could not easily communicate any spiritual fact, needing some concrete image, unless they employed the code of eye signals which every Limanoran learned. This combined the motions of either eye and magnetic impulses of various kinds and degrees, and contained several thousand words and phrases. I had so much to learn in the island that I had not time to master more than a few of the simpler combinations, so that I was often bewildered in their silent assemblies. But for a long time what seemed to me most marvellous was that the intimate and facile converse went on when the two friends were at a considerable distance from each other. When occupied in this they kept alternating turning the back and the face. This was due to the receptive magnetic faculty being in the back of the neck and the active one being in the eye. The eye was receptive in only a second degree, so that when the magnetic impulse was weakened by distance, the eye could not interpret it, and the back had to be turned in order to catch its full force. To see two men or women standing a mile or two apart, and wheeling back and front every minute, and that too in alternating harmony as if they had been two sympathetic toys, at first would have made me laugh but for my wonder, and when the intercourse was rapid they looked like two whirling dervishes. But I grew accustomed to the sight, and soon began to feel with the people themselves that it was a most dignified feature of their life. For a time it seemed almost beyond nature that they could communicate even emotions and impulses at such a distance, for it was only emotions and impulses, and not facts, that passed, as the motions of the eye were not apparent except within comparatively short spaces. Yet there were electromagnifiers which, affixed to their Firla on the back of the neck, enabled them to feel the faintest impulse from a distance and interpret it, and a modification of the Duomovamolan, used like spectacles, reduced the sense-numbing power of distance 1,000-fold. They could see by means of these electro-optical instruments the minutest movement many miles off. The most striking manifestation of their active electric faculty was to be seen only in a few Limanorans, who would have been in the primitive ages leaders of masses either as orators or as warriors. These had such power of eye that they could bend others to their purpose without the utterance of a word. This was not greater genius or nobility of thought or strength of character that made them so much more influential than their fellows, but sheer magnetic force of will. With evil motives or depraved minds, they would have been dangerous to the whole community. As mere war leaders or beasts of prey, they would have been exiled. But with beneficent purpose and a deep ingrained sense of the ultimate aim of their whole civilization, they were of great power on the side of progress. They were the organizers of the community, the captains of industry. They managed and directed the various services in which all the citizens had to take part so that there should be no superfluous issue of commands, no friction, or even consciousness of direction. They were in complete sympathy with all the people, binding them into a unity of discipline, and their magnetism of will, applied through the eye, served but to stir the love of service and duty to enthusiasm. In an age of semi-savagery, or of revised savagery, such as the military ages of Europe were, some of them would have been great conquerors, combining many peoples and vast territories for a few years in order to sate their ambition or love of glory. As it was, the equal development of their other powers and the universal dominance of the moral aim of the race made their wills innocuous. It was the same with the other manifestations of human magnetism, which in defective or half-developed civilizations played so maleficent a part. That power of voice and speech which could sway mobs to evil in such communities was in Limanora the endowment of every citizen. The electric tone quivered and rang in every voice I heard. It was like the sweetest music, drawing the soul to it. The fascination of personality, which so often in Western women, even where they have no beauty or grace, proves the ruin of dozens of men, belonged to both sexes in Limanora and to every citizen. It was a powerful, diffused magnetism that ever attracting its opposite without revealing its secret even to its possessor. There was to me something very winsome in most of them, even when saying and doing nothing. And in Ethereal, although my intellect told me she was not what Europeans call beautiful, this became ravishing. Her personal magnetism was overpowering, even when she was silent and stood at a distance, and in rude times of ignorance would have been set down to witchcraft. All these investigations and results I learned as clearly as if I saw them with the eye. In the Fialume or division of the electric sense, one of the vast halls of Oomalefa. Here were all the instruments needed to develop the Firla or aid it, and all those by which it sought deeper into the secrets of nature. Off the hall ran corridors and arcades, which were to the Firla what picture and sculptured galleries are to the ocular imagination, supplying it with noble and pleasurable excitation, as the music domes touch the oral imagination. They had their passive Firlamic arts of beauty as well as their active. In one vast arcade, they could sit and feel with their Firlas the electric harmonies of any given tract of air or earth or ocean, the harmonies that played as it were on the surface. This was equivalent to gazing at landscapes, real or pictured, with the eye. In another there was Firlamic sculpture. In this were gathered the noblest achievements of their electric artists, who strove to concentrate into some definite form varied magnetic materials so as to stir the imagination through the Firla to thoughts of the titanic harmonies of the universe. They gave this form beauty for the eye as well, but that was not the primary aim. The gazers, as they sat, preferred to turn their backs to the work, for then through the Firla their imagination was thrown into an attitude of placid meditation which seemed to have before it some great spheral harmony of the stars. In a third series of lofty corridors there continually proceeding what might be called Firmalic music. In two or three it was entirely instrumental. Great firlamans or electric organs, at each end of one corridor I entered, flashed out what was to me the most appalling medley of lightnings. The gleams crossed and interwove and changed mass and form as if it were a dance of meteors, now slow and stately like a minuet, again swift and brilliant and dazzling, as if the stars of heaven had joined the lightnings in a bewildering yet harmonious ballet. At first I was stunned and blinded, but soon I felt dimly the ecstasy apparent in my neighbours. Their eyes gleamed with joy. To me some of them seemed almost in a delirium. They were unconscious of their immediate surroundings, for I spoke to Riallaro and received no answer, and her motion through the hall as we started to leave it was somnambulous. She told me afterwards that, though her Firla was only in its infancy, she felt drawn up into the heavens as in a trance. She seemed to feel the worlds move around her and attract her into their spheral chant. Their imagination dealt with the interastral forces as with playmates from eternity. She leapt vast ages every moment, and spanned in a stride spaces which seemed to her common powers infinite. She would not rest till she could enjoy this macrocosmic orchestra to the full as her parents did. She would not let a day pass without such practice as would develop her Firla to the utmost. I felt solitary and forlorn as I heard her ecstatic description and resolves, and thought upon my incapacity to understand them. In a moment she knew my dejection, and realized how forgetful she had been of me and of her surroundings. She at once threw off her imaginative trance of magnetic enjoyment, and determined to keep pace with my advance. It was a slow and weary path I had to travel, but her cheerful encouragement prevented despair. Through the years between I was able by dint of constant and vigorous practice to concentrate into my eyes and into the back of my head much of the magnetic power and receptiveness that had existed before in my body, but in a diffused condition. I was at last able to go with her and appreciate the stellar imaginings which the flashing firlamans excited. There was another majestic arcade, in which Limanoran artists themselves joined in sublime Firlamic music. On my first visit to it, many years after my introduction to Oomalefa, I was appalled to see human beings stand like Joves flashing long tongues of lightning or flame from their eyes or fingers. They seemed to stand unscathed in a fiery furnace, or rather to weave and plait and mould the flames as if they had been threads of some plastic material. Had I come here during my early novitiate in the island, I should have fled in terror as from dreams of hell realized. There in the midst passed the artist like a dark shuttle through a loom of lightnings as he wove them into an ever-changing web of living colour. For a time I could not control my terror, as I looked to see him shrivel to ashes. At last through my reason I managed to calm myself into feeling that he was the master and creator of this display, and that the dreadful tongues of flame and swift meteors which rose and vanished round him were unstinged and innocuous. Then began to creep into me a sweet sense of some magnetic harmony, stirring my mind to contemplation of the mighty forces of the world. I seemed to know the voiceless majesty of time, as if vast ages were crushed into moments. I followed our orb as it swept away from the immense concentric circles of flame wheeling round the core of whirling fire. I saw it mass into an eye of passion fixed in gaze upon the mother star it had left. Alone it travelled into space tied like an infant still by magnetic threads to the parent sun. Out into the infinite it yearned to rush, seeking life and souls to nestle in its bosom. Yet never would the unseen mother cord give way. Out and out flamed the earth to immeasurable space, and the wild longing was calmed. The tempests of fire lulled and fell. The luminous billows ceased to rear their crests or toss their fiery spindrift. A dull, still glimmering crust imprisoned her torrid heart. The conflagrations burst forth in wider and wider intervals. At last she wooed the germs of life from the wandering infinites to rest for brief spaces on her bosom. Night brought peace to her, and the stars with their cool and unimpassioned rays bred within her through the ages gentle thoughts and a love of teeming life. They quenched her superficial fires, and binding chains of magnetic power around her, drew her out into spaces of infinity beyond the scorching flame tongues of her fervid mother. Life born and nursed in the cold interstellar tracts teemed on her breast. Back she sprang again into the warmer rays of the mother orb, breaking the stellar bonds, and life leapt from sea to air and crawled upon the new won lands in monstrous forms. Last came the strangest monster of all, erect like a bird, yet wingless, first swinging from tree to tree, then skimming the plains upon the backs of fellow beasts he had mastered. Man, the portent of God, had come. Slowly he grew, and slowly sloughed off his beast habits. Prehistoric time focused into a moment. First came tyranny and war as moulders of his spirit. Then they became monsters, barring his way to the divine. Great monarchies and empires flew by like a lightning flash. Thousands of years with their events or somnolences passed swift as a dream. Stronger grew reason in man's brain, the love in his heart, divine influences surrounded him, watching the dawn of new power of thought and nursing the growth of the spirit in him. Then out of the darkness came the historic ages of this island's progress towards diviner light, and rushed in a flash across my brain. When I awoke from this ennobling dream, swift and beautiful as a trance made up of moments, each of which contained an eternity, the electric song of the history of our world had ceased, and my spirit fell like a meteor from heaven, out of the exhilaration and the ecstasy. Never before had I felt as if my life was that of a god watching from above the flight of time. I scarcely knew that the darkness around me had suddenly turned into daylight and the web of lightning flashes had vanished. I was led from the arcade by Ethereal as in a dream. When we reached the gallery which overlooked the ocean and I turned my eyes to the dome of heaven, I was conscious that a new glory had come into my life. Dim though my conception of the electric song of creation had been, I realized with joy what a vast universe had been added to the possibilities of my life by the discovery of this new sense, and of the sublime things I might perceive through it. I would not be behind Ethereal in the cultivation of the magnetism in my system, but would enter with redoubled ardour on the practice of my Firla. It was thus too I came to understand the passion they had for Firla, as this section of Oomalefa was called. The young were not allowed to enter it, lest it should act as a narcotic on their sense of duty to the ultimate aim of their civilization. Not till they had gained full mastery of themselves, and especially of their appetites and passions, were they admitted, and even then it was with a caution which showed the greatness of the risk they incurred. The delights of the new sense were apt to grow intoxicating, and there had been at one time a fear of some becoming magnetic drunkards, who would spend their days in Firla besotted with indolent enjoyment of the exhilarating flight through the realms of fancy, and heedless of the health and interests of their other tissues. Once they had reached maturity, there was no such fear, and no curb was then set upon their liberty to enter these halls of electric harmony. After they had come to that stage of life when the walls of their blood vessels began to lose flexibility, it became almost a duty to frequent Firla. The stimulus given to the currents of life by the mere physical influence of the electricity was enough to overcome the growing rigidity of cell and tissue, but the rush of thought and fancy gave the whole nature such impetus that the torrent of blood through its channels induced the plasticity of youth again. They had other methods of postponing the approach of old age. They could withdraw from the walls of the various vessels of the body the accumulation of lime and other hardening elements. There were several chambers of diet the atmosphere of which neutralized the increase of salts and carbons in the body, and other medicinal chambers which could bring off by the pores any deleterious or obstructive matters forming in any of the tissues. But Firla was the most effective postponer of that stage of life when yearnings come into the heart for final and complete rest, for it flooded the whole being with new impulse and new energy. Most of all was the great stellar arcade frequented by the old in order to drive off the ennui of existence, a feeling which indicated the gradual calcarescence or induration of the brain and heart tissues. Here any region of the starry night they chose could be made to concentrate its magnetic influence upon their Firla. A man might take a new tract and new blending of imaginative impulse every day of life for centuries, and not yet exhaust the limit of variety, for the stars moved through infinite space as the earth moved, but in different directions, and ever new universes or worlds were coming within the range of the Limanoran electric sense. I shall not easily forget my first experience of this astral gallery. Along it at intervals were placed great electroscopes and magnetic magnifiers, that gathered in electric influences from various portions of the heavens. Almost every seat was occupied by one of the older inhabitants of the island, and as they sat with the focus of the huge instrument resting on their neck their faces seemed almost to have a halo round them, so brightly did they beam with ecstasy. Their eyes were closed, and I would have said that each was dreaming some dream of glory which inundated his being, had I not seen their eyes open for a moment as we passed. In consciousness of the world around, the vision came to their waking imagination. Then I looked up through the great magnifying domes and saw the stars and constellations mass upon the face of heaven, and huge spheres concentrating upon themselves the sheen of some starry circle. Riallaro led me to one vacant seat, and before I turned my back to the magnetic lens, I gazed upwards and saw the Southern Cross pouring down its silver arrows. I had not sat there long before a thrill came upon me, which spread throughout my system. My pulse fluttered like a bird in contending storms, every nerve began to throb with expectation and delight. I could have created worlds in my ardor. Sublime thoughts swam in from eternity upon my soul. I had the mother of passion within me which would have moulded nobler spirits than my own. At last I felt the currents of my existence centre upon one realm of space and was conscious of countless life around me which struggled and mounted upwards. I felt my nature draw to higher levels than any terrene existence I had ever known. I seemed to breathe with difficulty the diviner airs of greater purpose, and yet there were strains of discord from lower types of being revealing gradations in the new universe. Some orbs were already on the path of decay, and on them the higher life was succumbing to the weakened vitality. Others had just attained to life, and on them had settled migrants from other spheres, whose elevating powers they had exhausted. Some were flitting like ghosts about their mother suns, but with a thin ethereal life now darting between atmosphere and solid crust. Only one planet in each system was passing through the climax in its history, and near it my rapture became too great to bear. My veins seemed on the point of bursting with the fullness of life. My soul was dragged above my natural level, till the physical bonds which fettered me were about to break, and I was glad to be attracted to other circling orbs that with coarser but stronger magnetism drew me to them. The median point of balanced joy was reached when, resting between two spheres, I felt their magnetic currents neutralize each other, and yet the higher influence of the new system raised the pulsing of my spirit. As full bliss was it when, darting from system to system, I experienced the power of life that dwelt in each, and felt the varied types of existence mingling their magnetic thought with mine. I could feel the struggling of worlds up to their goal thrill through my spirit. On the underside it was like the wail of one who has abandoned the upward conflict and plunged into the waters of oblivion. On its upper side it was like the fervour of souls who see through mists of life the Elysium they have yearned for. I was conscious of the infinite tragedy being enacted upon each orb, and yet not near enough to see what destiny awaited it. I was drawn within the eddy of a new and loftier ambition. My spirit perceived stages of being within its reach, yet beyond all it had known, and it throbbed with new eagerness to rise above itself. Nothing could be more rapturous than the consciousness of this system beyond the system, each with its own type of life and stage of spiritual aim, each with its peculiar medley of magnetic influence, each drawn into its own vortex of emotion and energy. A touch on my hand broke the spell, and I was down on earth again, exalted, yet knowing the contrast. It was Thyriel, who would remind me of my duty to my own being and to the state. I arose and moved out with her, but she knew the ecstasy too well to break in on my dream, and led me out to the sea arcade, where I could hear the low rippling melody of the waves beneath, and the faint music of the world of air. I turned my eyes up to the azure, and seemed to tread amongst the orbs that veiled their silver radiance in the blaze of noon. Out of my life, I am sure, the exaltation never wholly vanished. I had been among the living fountains of eternity. I had moved conscious of the birth of worlds, and known the throb that is a myriad of ages. Was this not to be kin with God, to know the all-grasping passion of a moment of divine life? Ever and again the greatness of memory flamed out into conflagration within me, and I was then in the mood to make or conquer worlds, and never wholly out of my blood died the exaltation I had felt. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of Limanora, The Island of Progress by Godfrey Sweven. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Catastrophe. But long years divided my first visit to Oomalefa and my admission to Firla. I saw that there were certain vast sections of Oomalefa that I was led past. Massive portals showed their rank, but the numbers on them defining the age at which entrance was possible warned us off, and allegorical pictures adorned their arches figured the decay of tissue and cell that would result in the youthful body from too early admittance. Any curiosity Riallaro or I could have felt was repressed by these ominous symbols, for this people never relied on mere authority. Their strongest prohibitions were in the form of graphic appeals to the reason, and only where these could not impress youthful natures sufficiently were the emotions involved. The influences of any special indulgence upon the human system were represented in living form, which looked at through a medium magnifying them 10,000-fold stirred the heart of all the more deeply. We saw in a moment that we were unfit to enter Firla, and we passed on into the vast series of baths wherein the Limanorans could rid their bodies of obstructive or noxious elements. Here was every grade of temperature endurable by their tissues. For every grade there was a separate swimming pool in which they could exercise themselves, and every hour automatic machinery driven by force from Rimla sent the contents of each pool into one of the lava wells, where in a few moments the water and all the debris thrown off from the bathers' bodies vanished in fire. These baths were so arranged that not more than two should be empty together, and at the general entrance were seated two medical counsellors, who measured and tested the state and temperature of the body, and showed graphically what would be the effect of entering each bath of the series to which the state of the bather restricted him. Far more important than these water baths were the baths of ether, baths of magnetism, and solar baths, in which any portion of the body or the whole of it could be submitted to the purified forces of the world. From the ethereal baths all terrene elements were exhausted, and there remained the pure medium of life beyond our atmosphere, the divine air which spiritual beings breathe. Nothing so raised the power of the mind over the body or the part of the body immersed in this. It partially, and for the time being, dematerialized the part, withdrawing its early tendencies, and giving it an exhilarant atmosphere in which it acquired new life and energy, and resisted the encroachments of lower parasitic life. The two other kinds of baths had somewhat the same effect, but were less powerful than this. Magnetism allowed the ether a more direct influence than either water or air. It concentrated the force of the pure medium on any point. The solar baths had been used from time immemorial. It had been one of the earliest discoveries of their science that the lower organizations and microscopic forms of life that battened on the human frame lost vitality in the full beams of the sun. Later their investigators had found that solar radiance dispelled the vapors and terrene elements which floated in the air, clinging invisibly to bodies and forming the feeding ground of quickly generative microbes. It purified by its energy all that it came into contact with, and in short allowed the ether which was its medium freer play. For generations sunshine had been one of their most successful curative agencies, and was now used to reinforce and stimulate human life and energy. The rays of the sun, blanched to some extent of their heat and excessive force, were concentrated in rooms made wholly of transparent irelium, or upon irelium gases of various shapes and forms to suit the part of the body to be subjected to their influence. These were their solar baths, but their whole system of life was one continuous solar bath. For every corner of their houses, both public and private, was laid open to the sun's influence from dawn to twilight, and this stored up in the atmosphere of the rooms and halls forms of energy during which the night gave ease and exhilaration to those who slept. They fully realized that it was not merely heat and light they got from the sun, but subtle energies, a fine aroma from the diviner medium that filled the interstellar spaces. Every Limanoran of an age to be admitted to Oomalefa resorted several times a day to each of these three kinds of baths. First came a magnetic bath, in which every organ and tissue was stimulated to throw off its debris towards the pores. Then came the swim in one or more of the pools in order that all this rejected part might be washed off. After this came the solar bath, which penetrated into the superficial channels of the body, and swept away all bacterial life that might be innocuous. The last stage was the ethereal bath, which was enjoyed in solitude and could be endured by any but the mature for only a few minutes. The exhilaration and tenuity of atmosphere were too great for unaccustomed lungs, and I could see the heads of the bathers thrust out at short intervals to take a breath. But long practice made the older Limanorans enjoy the buoyancy of the pure medium for hours. It was indeed one of the hopes of the race that they would be able at last to breathe the interstellar ether with greater ease than the air surrounding their own earth. It was in these baths I first came to see the marvellous grace and plasticity of their garments. They were outside of all my previous experiences and conceptions, and seemed so natural that I took them for a part of their material outfit like their hair. It had never entered into my mind to question whether they laid them aside in sleep or not. Perhaps it was owing to the beauty and animation of the countenance, when they spoke or even looked, that I had not paid any attention to their dress except to see how it never impeded their movements either in flight or in work, and how it varied with the individual, and never with the sex or age or profession. It belonged to the childhood of the world to regiment men in the minor details of life. Now I saw in the baths that vesture did not need to be laid aside in other elements than air. It was made of some fine and flexible stuff woven out of irelium threads, plastic to the shape, yet capable of stiffening out when the wearer sent an electric wave through it from the electro-generator he always bore under his right arm. This process at once shook out every drop of water from it, when he issued from the bath or the sea. It was so porous that it seemed fragile, yet it could bear great strains. Through its pores passed with ease the water or air or ether that was to influence the body underneath, and along its threads passed with ease any magnetism the wearer wished to feel. In certain lights it was almost transparent, yet with such a play of rainbow colours that it seemed a living fence against lights and shadows. In the darkness it shone with dazzling radiance as soon as the electric current flowed into it. At the will of the wearer it could be, like a magic garment of invisibility, black as midnight, yet in daylight could reveal every grace and tint of the limbs it covered, clinging closely like an outer epidermis to the body. Nor was it ever laid aside except to be replaced by a new vesture, and that was every few days. For all germs and debris that adhered to it or obstructed its pores could be destroyed and got rid of by the electric current the wearer had control of. It was on my first visit to Oomalefa that I came to know these things, as it was then that I first donned a like vesture, and was taught its properties and the ways of managing it and the minute electro-generator that went with it. There were alternative garments, that they wore under different conditions. One, almost as plastic as the ordinary vesture, but armoured by electricity against the inroads of excessive cold, was worn when they ventured up into the higher regions of the air or beyond, for it enabled them to keep up the natural temperature of the body as they flew. Another was well suited for protection against extreme heat. It consisted of an Abyssine double wall of irelium, within which was kept up a constant current of cold air by means of a minute apparatus worked by their wings and arms, and if they could get moisture from the atmosphere to run between the two textile folds, it was at once frozen. Such an arrangement was necessary in their adventurous experiments in the bowels of the earth or under the blazing eye of the sun. The most beautiful and most convenient of all their vestures was one which looked and felt like a film of white cloud. I would have said that it was woven of the misty fleeces that caught and rent themselves on the lesser peaks of Lilaran. It was indeed no distant mimicry of this. for though it could be thrown loosely around the figure in the most graceful forms like a toga, and seemed as thin and fragile as gossamer, it consisted of a treble fabric, between two transparent films, fairly delicate as if worn by a spider on a windless dawn, moved in cloud-like purity and dimness the airy vapour of some liquid that shone as silvery and warm as moonlight. Its purpose was to conceal and yet to reveal the general contour and movements of the body, to sift the strength of the sun's rays as they fell in their purity from heaven, and yet to pass as much of their curative power through it as the skin needed, to cling to the limbs, and yet to impede them no more than a fleece of cloudwood. It was as I was studying the texture and the beauty of these garments that there happened the first approach to panic I had yet witnessed among this calmer-eyed people. There had been a stillness as of ill-bridled tumult in the atmosphere all day. My proparents had moved restlessly abroad from daybreak, and all the Leomo were on the wing husbanding every minute with feverish clutch. They were sent in squadrons to different parts of the island, and many new Leomorans were set to work in unaccustomed corners of the mountain, yet there was a look of baffled intelligence in every face. I felt there was an undeciphered portent overshadowing their life. Thyriel and I had worked at two new Leomorans and watched them till they wielded their brush of smoke across the sky. We had done all that we could and were sent out to Oomalefa to uncloud our troubled minds. The excitement of this new sphere had removed from our thoughts all ominous shadows and we were as innocently absorbed as primitive men of the woodlands in the wonders now open to us, but silence had fallen upon the gambolling swimmers, and the hush awakened us from our new dream. We felt the foundations of the building tremble and quiver like a panic-stricken beast. Up the translucent walls clicked a huge rent, and slowly the liquid in the baths hissed and vanished. A tumultuous muffled cannonade rolled beneath us. The crystal roof crackled and snapped like ice rafts that groan and toss before a sudden flood. The chink widened into a chasm, and through it we could see the ocean seethe in turbulence and revolution. Up through the roof whizzed the wings of the alarmed bathers, and as the jarring and detonation grew, I stood knowing not whither to turn. All I could do was to bid Thyriel follow her mates. More awful came back the reverberations from the domes, and Thyriel's face was pale and her lips set, but she did not move. Finally she bade me follow her to that end of the gallery farthest from the chasm in the walls, a raised platform whence the swimmers dived. There she placed me with my back to hers, and ran a rope under my arms. Before I knew what she was about, I was off my feet. She was running at full speed up the rising platform and with a sudden jerk we were in the air. I heard the beating of her wings and lay still lest I should baffle her purpose. I lay on my back between her wings and shuddered as I saw their points broken against the lips of the chasm. A deep-mouthed clangour filled my ears, and for a moment my eyelids fell in palsied terror. When I raised them and looked down, the vast crystal of Oomalefa had vanished, and the great promontory stood gaping, with the surf hissing and baying as it leapt over the upper surface. I felt that Thyriel was almost exhausted, and thought of detaching myself from the rope which bound me and leaping into the ocean. But the idea had not quite grown into resolve when I saw her wings beat slower, and knew we were hovering over the solid land. In a moment we were standing side by side, she exhausted, I supporting her with my arms. It was not long before she recovered herself, for her attention had been awakened by a startling appearance out in mid-ocean. A high peak rose beyond the cleft and scarred promontory where had been only waves before, its head turbaned with steam and smoke. It was still shouldering the sea to right and left with hiss of lava tongue and splash of cinder shower. We could not speak for alarmed wonder, and mingling with mine there was deep sorrow over Oomalefa vanished. What had become of it I could not tell. Riallaro roused herself and, divining my thoughts, led me to the steps which had once given entrance to the starry portal. She stooped down and lifted in her hand some of what seemed to me fine sprinkled snow, that covered every inch of rock. It was irelium dust. Once the cohesion of the great edifice had been overcome by the shocks of the earthquake, it fell not into fragments or huge blocks, but into constituent atoms. Nothing, I thought, could ever replace the wondrous palace of delights that I had only begun to know. I felt saddened beyond recovery, as we turned homewards, over the ruin of such magnificence and so great hopes. Riall's dejection, I discovered, was retrospective. She mourned over the failure of Leomarie, the earthquake art of her family and friends. They had thought that they could anticipate and prevent all the grumblings and revolutions of Lilaran, and this outbreak had shown the imperfection of their knowledge and the limits of their art. Though but a novice, I could see that something was yet wanting to make them masters of the crust of the earth. For the first time for many generations their foresight had failed. They had known that there was disturbance beneath the mountain, but they had been unable to fix its centre, which was far out at sea. The inflow of waters had baffled the power of their mountain cupping instruments, and the rapidly generated steam had rent the crust in the line of Oomalefa, and until the slow trickling lavas and the swift belched ashes had sealed the lips of the chasm again, there was danger, they knew, of the whole island exploding. How they were to prevent or even anticipate such cataclysms was a problem that weighed upon every member of the family, and saddened every leisure moment. For some days the Leomo were busy with the wreckage of the outbreak. I was attached to the section that had to inspect the lava wells, gauge the amount of molten matter which had oozed from each, repair every clirolan or other instrument that had been deranged, and replace those submerged. The urgency of the occasion excused us from regular duties and pleasures of the day. All our ablutions and essential exercises were performed in the private mansions. Most of the hours not spent in sleep were devoted to the tasks made for us by the new exigency. The excitement removed the monotony and burden of the work, and almost before we knew that there was so much to do it was done. New wells were sunk and new clirolans fixed wherever the overflow had choked or sealed the old. The instruments of even the most distant section of the island were put into their best working order. Then we were free to scatter to the winds and to follow our old delights. Riallaro set herself with renewed eagerness to teach me the art of flight, and I attained the power of describing an easy curve from a shoulder of Lilaran down to the plain. Again and again in her new desire to master flight with me seated between her wings, she carried me up to some jutting platform of the mountain, and then she showed me how to work the wing engine with ease. I could keep level with my starting point for a few minutes, but after that I had to let myself glide down the parabola of the air. I was too heavily weighted by gravity and the inertia of my muscles to rise as she did. There were many secrets of their flight that I soon understood. The curious construction of the wings, formed as they were of two sliding membranes, I have already described. What I had taken for a mere rudder was a large series of small screws that gave forward motion to the flight. The engine that whirled them round as they churned the air was of great power, and without them the flight would have been but slow and clumsy. It was through inability to manage this engine that I was so long in mastering even the rudiments of the art. I progressed greatly that day, and would have progressed more but that the lesson was abruptly broken off. In each new air voyage to a higher sally point she bore me farther round the mountain toward the great plain that stretched to the south. When we reached our last flight platform, and I had descended, my glance shot over the countless centres of industry and investigation that stippled the rolling downs. It was a noble sight, and I could have long rested in the gaze, but an unwonted gleam drew my eyes to the precipitous coast. There, on a vast new promontory which ran out miles into the sea, was gathered such a galaxy of jewelled domes rainbow-lit by the sun, as I could not have conceived even from my remembrance of Oomalefa and its marvellous architecture. Thyriel's eyes had also been riveted by the spectacle. "It is a new Oomalefa," she burst forth. I could not believe it. How could such a palace of wonders be reconstructed in so short a time? There were only a few thousand mature Limanorans, and if they had all engaged on such a structure night and day it would have taken many busy years to rear it. I took it for a mere illusion. The position of the sun and some unusual commotion of the sea had produced it by reflection and refraction. It was but a bubble of the imagination bred by some abnormality in our eyes upon our memory of Oomalefa and the grief of our minds at its evanishment. So I argued. But Thyriel was silently decided in her dissent. We could take no more interest in our aeronautics, nothing could keep our gaze from that radiant orb resting, gigantic, on the beach. As the sun declined the facets of the new jewel shimmered with living sheen. Now it was a city of burnished gold. Again it was a myriad of lambent flames aspiring to the centre of fire. Now 1,000 rainbows weaving and unweaving themselves, again uncounted stars clustered and heaped in restless silver, or wintry thistledown of swarming snow. Surely it was but an army of will-o'-the-wisps lit in the marsh fumes that the gaping sea had sent forth. Yet as I gazed it grew in my mind that this sparkling halo had a fixed centre. There was symmetry in the refulgence and in the recurrence of colour and sheen. It could not be an illusion. We were both transfixed like sculptures in eternal gaze. The flash of wings broke the completeness of the glory and our spell. Above the transplendent spectacle fluttered a snowstorm of aerials. The sun shot a fiery gleam through a rent cloud, and across his silvery beams danced and played these winged motes. The beauty of the sight moved us almost to tears. We knew that this was no phantom joy. Our fellows were aloft in the air, hymning the glory of a new creation. Soon Thyriel had persuaded me to start with her towards the new palace of wonders. We had not got half-way when I felt my arms weary and my flight dragging towards the plain. She would not leave me to trudge across the uneven earth. Before I could argue she had me safely nestling between her wings as they beat the air upwards from the knoll on which we had alighted. She no longer laboured under her burden, as she had done in her first attempt some days before. Yet I felt that she grew tired, and made her land upon a hill a few miles from the new Oomalefa. After a rest I was able on my own wings to curve down towards its flight of new rocked steps and its scintillant portal. We entered and all was joy and music. Up underneath the new domes flitted the happy artist putting the final touches on the tinted translucence of the irelium walls. The plan was more elaborate and yet simpler than the old Oomalefa. The beauty of it was more overwhelming to the imagination of the eyes. I could not have conceived two structures more unlike from their larger architecture down to their minutest detail of ornament, and yet so adapted to the one purpose. The halls of medication and sustenance, the galleries of the magnetic sense, the baths, the arcades and the sea balconies were all complete, yet as different from those that had gone to dust as Western architecture from Oriental. New instruments and apparatus, New indexes and tests were there at work. Not a detail had been neglected, but the rocky platforms over the sea were broader, and when we flew into the air and looked at it from above, we could see that the promontory stretched farther into the sea, and was broader on both its surface and at its base. And strange to say, it had as its outermost point the new peak that the eruption had thrown up in the ocean. It was conjectured by the Leomo, I soon knew, that this line, now sealed up as it was with this lava vent at its outer extremity, would be freer from terrene paroxysms than any other portion of the island marge. This was where my proparents and the rest of the earth artisans had been engaged so busily during these days. They had been guiding the lava flow along the line of rent out through the sea to the great beacon which the outburst had raised, and the dash of waves had cooled and congealed each layer as it flowed and curdled from the new peak to the shore of the island. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of Limanora, The Island of Progress by Godfrey Sweven. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Oolorefa. But by what magic had this wondrous jewel group of domes and spires and minarets grown up on the platform within these few alterations of sun and dark? From my own experience of bastioning the shore I was able to understand the rapidity with which the foundations had been laid. My wonder grew all the more at the marvellous piece of art that now stood upon them. Every detail was so complete and so beautiful. The giant forest aisle of Cologne Cathedral, the mosaic splendour that had overawed me within St. Peter's, the statued frostwork of Milan, seemed to me tawdry beside the colossal domes with their jewelled magnificence and the infinite variety and simplicity of the labyrinth of arcades and galleries and arches. Yet those were the fruits of 1,000 years' faith and work. This was the product of a few days. The more I thought of it, the more bewildered I was. Riallaro divined my thoughts and saved me from my perplexity. "You have never seen the Lilaran," she exclaimed. I asked her what it was. I could see that the word might be translated son architect. Her description of it, though lucid as usual, did not convey to my slow thoughts a full idea of the instrument, and we got permission to visit Oolorefa, or the Hall of Architecture, the following day. In the multiplicity of wonders throughout Limanora, I had failed to notice this great edifice, although it stood on a level, symmetrically cut plateau, commanding all the region in which were gathered most of the exceptionally great and magnificent structures of the island, and was but one of a series of gleaming palaces, which crowned the points of the rocky spurs of Lilaran. In each palace was concentrated some one of the services that the new civilization had to offer to the progress of the race. I had visited a few of them, and it was part of the program of my education to make me spend such space and time in each as the desire or the necessity arose in my life. But it had never struck me to inquire how the marvellous buildings had arisen. Nor, though I had noticed the frequent change of outward shape and ornamentation of parts of the mansion of my proparents, had I ever had leisure or curiosity to find out the reason or source of the transformations. It was delightful to see the growth of the building and to remove into the new parts, and as silently and invisibly the sections we had left vanished. I had never time to grow tired of one chamber or set of chambers before another was ready for me. It was like the growth of a palace of dreams, but I soon accepted it as one of the magic habits of the island, a natural feature of my life, never rousing query and seldom awakening even thought. So much of new and striking was crowded into the days and months and years that large portions of the civilization had to pass uncommented on and ultimately unnoticed. With the same wonder with which in later life we begin to watch the marvellous workings of the functions of our bodies I entered on my new investigation. As we approached Oolorefa, it seemed to me that we had made a mistake, and come to the wrong building, for it rang with the most entrancing music and I thought that it must be the cathedral of the island. It had one vast central dome surrounded by countless cupolas, and as we skirted the edifice I heard underneath each of these smaller roofs, sweet melodies sounding too low to be heard beyond its partition walls and almost drowned in the thunderous diapason of the central dome. These I took for chapels and fanes subsidiary to the great temple, round which they clustered. We entered and I was amazed to find under what I had thought to be the temple of the island a great mansion, but dwarfed by the height and size of the temple roof. The fence enclosing it had just been shaken to dust by their new electric process for the atomizing of beryllium. What was to be done with the new structure? It was walled in by the giant cupola, and could not possibly be removed. The thought was beating about in my mind, but ceased before a sudden crash. I looked up, and there, one complete and evenly cut quadrant of the dome had vanished, and the bright sun shone in, undimmed by any medium. I again noticed something going on around us. Great flanks like the sides of a ship were fitted to the bottom of the new building, and along them underneath were adjusted huge floats. Wings were then attached to either side, and a strong wing engine was placed in the body and two rudder engines in the after part of the raft. They were rapidly charged with electricity. The floats were exhausted of their heavier air, and up rose the whole structure through the huge aperture in the dome, and I could see its pilots guide it this way and that through the air to fit the unequal and varying wind that blew, till at last it disappeared round a shoulder of Lilaran. I had run out of Oolorefa to watch the flight of the great mansion on its aerial raft, and when it went out of sight I returned, reflecting with a sigh of relief that this explained the magic growth of the house in which I lived. The additions had arrived and been fixed and adapted to the purposes of human habitation while I was sleeping, or absent on my daily pursuits. I was startled when I got back to find the dome complete again and preparation being made for the construction of some other irelium shell. The fence work had been raised. By its walls stood the keyboard of a gigantic organ-like musical instrument, the other half of which was so arranged within the new framework that the whole volume of its sound should bear upon whatever the fence enclosed. A huge bell mouth opened out into the chamber, and I soon saw that out of this issued a snowstorm of irelium particles which floated lightly in the air. A peal of music rang out from the instrument, and I saw the dust motes settle rapidly into a symmetrical figure, that minute by minute grew into a gigantic nautilus shell. The musician who sat at the keyboard watched the snow whirl within and the magical rise of the walls. I perceived that the bar of music was repeated again and again, with gradual engrafting of variation as the shell-like walls bent over. At a certain point where the whirl began to incurve backwards the strain completely changed and reminded me of a fugue. Back and forth it shot its monotonous shuttle of sound. I was spellbound by the cradling melody and the sinuous flexure of the vast conch. The completion of the process and the cessation of the music broke the spell, and I pressed near to ask explanations and to see the result. Some enchanter's power must surely have drawn in the floating particles to the thin curves of the structure and held them there, for the motes continued to float unattracted, but in sparser and sparser cloud, and at last they ceased to move, and settled on the fence, dimming its translucence. I felt the metal floor grow first hotter and hotter, and then cooler and cooler till it was ice cold. Within a fraction of an hour the whole process was complete. The fencing walls were shaken to dust, and there stood the gigantic nautilus perfect in its grace, clear as crystal but for the frostwork of nautilus patterns all over its surface. It was a new experiment in form for a winged ship of the air, and as I stood the wings were added and the engines put on board. The navigators embarked. A smaller quadrant of the dome crashed aside, and out of the aperture floated this huge air bubble rainbow lustrous in the sun. Riallaro led me to the vacant space whence the airship had been launched, and there I was shown how powerful magnets made the snowstorm sweep so rapidly downwards and held the irelium dust in position, once it had taken shape. Then the alternate floors were exhibited to me, one emanating heat which melted the new structure into permanency, and another that reduced the temperature below freezing point and completed the architectural process by chilling the metal. There were other floors easy of substitution by means of leverage and the application of great force. As one was withdrawn, another was run into its place. One was suited for one chemical process, another for another. A second set were for applying to the walls of the new structure different forms or grades of electricity. A third set could infuse into them various kinds of concreting fluids to make them cohere when the heating and chilling process was likely to fail. This was the great Oolorefa that I had come to see, and only the most skilled musician and architect was allowed to sit down at the keyboard. In order to show me the part that music took in this swift architecture, I was led round the circle of sub-chapels that I had seen surrounding the great dome. In these were employed the various draftsmen of Oolorefa. In the first we entered, the experimenter was engaged in seeking the most beautiful form of a new mansion which was to be placed up amongst the snows of Lilaran. It would have to withstand great gusts of wind and at times heavy drifts of snow. It would also have to bear a variety of high temperatures within in order to protect the dwellers from the bitterness of the night. The building was meant for those who had to watch the storm cone and keep it in perfect working order. The draftsman was using a miniature Lilaran, and deftly sounding various musical notes, and sometimes songs into its irelium dust whirlwind, but there was always one predominating note, meant to introduce into each experiment a feature that had been before tested and found suitable. He fixed his experiments by means of his small movable floors, and then placed the resulting forms in order along a shelf, attaching to each the score of music which had produced it. It was like a collection of toy observatories. Within a neighbouring compartment of like transparent walls another artisan submitted each of the models to the influences of stress and strain, of heat and cold, of snow pressure and tornado violence that the ultimate and full-sized mansion would have to undergo. One succumbed to the heat, another to the severe cold, a third to an avalanche from above, a fourth to a gust of wind. He marked the flaw in each and the influence that had brought it out, and handed the model back to the draftsman, who at once corrected the note or notes in the score of music which symbolized the flaw. When the result of the experimentation was complete, the score of the music and the miniature fabric were sent to the central dome, and in less than an hour the huge mansion was on its winged draft speeding towards its destination far up the great mountain slope. I was led through the whole series of experimenting chapels. In each was there a miniature sonarchitect producing test forms for special purposes under the skilled hands of creative workmen and their pupils. In most of them new designs were being produced for private houses, for of these was needed the greatest variety, as each islander had his home renewed so frequently. I could not have conceived that so many different forms could be created for the same purpose. Indeed, the number seemed to be limited only by the possible combinations of notes of music and the need of adapting each design to habitation and the habits of the dwellers. The skill of the artist lay in the selection of the proper forms out of the multitude he daily evolved, and in their adaptation to the necessities of Limanoran life. It was in these designs that the younger members of the architect families were engaged; thus they learned their art and developed their creative instincts. Under some cupolas which we visited, we found experiments on new designs for the large public buildings, and to these the wisest members of the families were applying their century-tried skill. As we approached any such chapel, we could hear the most elaborate and entrancing music, for the design in such cases was labyrinthine, and needed the noblest artistic faculties to select and develop it. The executive musical talent displayed and the talent of extemporaneous composition and modification would have been called genius in European communities. But this people had no word corresponding to the quicksand of meaning this word covers in Christendom. They knew the origin and growth of each faculty, even when exceptionally developed, too well to attribute it to an indefinable something which nature had somehow conferred upon a chance-chosen individual. They knew as exactly the causes that produced given effects in the human system as they could calculate the forces of the inanimate world, and had no belief in the power of nature to give to human work by some caprice more value than it deserved, and that deranged all calculation. This criticism I brought down on me from my guide when I expressed amazement at the beauty of the music and the resulting design in one chapel, and attempted to translate the word genius into Limanoran. Such expressions, he persuaded me, are but the half-articulate escape valves of wide-mouthed ignorance. They mean no more than a confession of blindness and incapacity, and should be rapidly rejected by every progressive civilization. The musical and designing power of this particular Limanoran belonged to most in his family of his own age, and was merely the stage of art of sonotecture that had reached in its development on the island. Whenever a nature especially adapted to the double art was found, it was imported into the family to reinforce it. In spite of the dissertation, I could not but listen, entranced by the intricate splendour of the music, and my eyes were riveted on the growing design within the receiver of the Oolorefa. Yet when finished and tested it was found inadequate to the artist's new conception of the utilities of the ultimate edifice. It was shaken again into dust before I left the workman, and its faults were noted and corrected in the score of music which he had before him. He had been years on this single design, which he had been moulding and improving every day, and he hoped soon to find a form that would be strikingly new and in every feature adapted to the purpose of the building. I could well understand now that the new Oomalefa was no work of magic, but I was still unable to see how its vast proportions could have been shifted from its place of fabrication to its ultimate site. Riallaro led me to a new structure which had just issued from the central sonarchitect, and the master workman bade me lean upon it. Huge though it was, it shifted before my weight and I fell. It was as light as if made of silk, and we two could lift it from the floor. This explained the ease of rafting the great edifices through the air. But how did they resist the winds that blew, or the impact of wave and storm? I was led to a wall of Oolorefa itself, and I was bidden to raise one low parapet of it. Not the application of my greatest strength could move it. My guide then waved what seemed to be a magnet above it, and bade me try again. It rose in my hands and my muscular effort landed me on my back. He showed me how the foundations of their buildings were powerful magnets, and how the fabric could be torn to pieces before it could be hoisted off them unless equally powerful magnet was applied in other direction. I now understood the strength of their structures before winds and the rapid disappearance of Oomalefa after the earthquake. But I had seen only one department of Oolorefa, that which consumed the work of the rest. One branch of the sun architect families was specially charged with experimentation on the materials for building, Irelium was the general name for the metallic combination of elements best suited to the state of civilization they had reached. But there were innumerable modifications and grades of it, and there were more being discovered every day. We entered one magnificent building, and there found a dozen or more workmen, each isolated in a transparent chamber and busy with some combination of irelium and one or other of the stellar metals. Every star or series of stars had its own predominant and characteristic element or amalgam of elements, and it was a main duty of one of the chemical families of the island to examine every star for its new element, and to find something corresponding to it in terrene matter. This section of the people studied with the most anxious care the products and the results of the Leomorans. They visited almost hourly the mouths of the lava wells and watched the spectroscopic recorders of the fumes that rose out of them, for they seldom failed to find at one time or another some constituent of the interior of the earth corresponding to any new stellar element or metal recently discovered. Whenever it was found in any Leomoran, a chamber for its disposition was constructed and the Cleroan was specially adapted to the preservation of all of it that issued out of the bowels of the earth. These new metallic constituents were called by the name of the stars in which they predominated, and were at once put into the hands of the sonarchitect families to be tested for structural utilities. It was thus irelium had been discovered, and thus they hoped to find materials still more plastic to their purposes. Already they had so modified their new metal by amalgamation with other stellar metals that they fitted it to functions no metal had served before. It could be made flexible or tough, light or heavy, transparent or opaque, malleable or brittle, soluble before heat or water or electricity, or resistant to any or all of them. It was difficult to say what quality they could not impart to it, and here I could see the workmen testing new combinations in order to find new qualities or new grades of a quality already found. I stood and watched one who was trying an amalgam of a new stellar metal called vanadium with gold. He had already attempted to combine it with iron, silver, copper, irelium, and found it in either case either impossible or useless. But the reactions had pointed him to gold as its natural ally. And now, having found the two combine with ease, he was exhausting the various possibilities of combination in different proportions, and after submitting the new amalgam to his tests, was recording the results. It gave a marvelous toughness and elasticity to gold, so that, when beaten thin enough for a breath to raise it in the air, it could not be torn except by sudden and great mechanical force. Another workman near him was testing the effect of electricity on the various grades of the new amalgam, and recording the results minutely. In each of the crystal chambers there were at hand supplies of all forms of energy that might be needed, such as heat, cold, pressure, electricity. Each workman was isolated in order that the elements he used might not interfere with the experiments of his neighbor, but his workshop was transparent, that he might beckon for help at any moment, or exhibit to his fellows the result of any experiment without modifying the conditions or breaking the continuity. A third branch of these families dealt with the adaptation of the new amalgams to the various structural necessities of the community. They found out which form or grade would resist the disintegrating influence or the power of water or of electric force. They tested what shape would best suit each grade, solid or hollow, cylindrical or spheral, cubic or rectangular, thick or thin, curved or rectilinear. Another branch devoted itself to the means of making the various metals or amalgams cohere either temporarily or permanently. A fifth studied the adaptation of the new discoveries to tools and machines, and to the invention of new mechanical forms that would bring out their greatest utilities. To go through all the departments of this vast architectural workshop would need a week's rehearsal. To my first view it seemed bewildering in its complexity of specialization, but after close acquaintance it became simplicity itself, in fact the only plan that nature itself could have pointed out. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Limanora, The Island of Progress by Godfrey Sweven. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Lilaran. Having finished our survey of Oolorefa, my mind returned to the observatory of Lilaran, which I had seen growing in miniature under the modeller's hand in music. It seemed to me a strange romance that citizens of this beautiful island lived amid everlasting snow and ice tens of thousands of feet above their fellows. How could those who were accustomed to the conditions and privileges I saw around me bring themselves to surrender it all and live the lives of hermits amid Antarctic rigours? Riallaro reminded me of the glacial cold of the southern land from which their ancestry had come. But this did not wholly satisfy me. The long centuries of life in a new zone had changed their powers and tastes, and it must be a great sacrifice to live in a climate so different as the glacier region of a mountain. My curiosity was roused, and I resolved to observe and know for myself at the earliest opportunity. I could see the observatory now perched on the gleaming shoulder of the mountain above the circle of the storm cone, and every day I turned my eyes upwards I grew more eager to inquire into the conditions of life in so different a temperature. It happened that the next department of the civilization of the island that had to be studied by me in our educational department was Lilaran, or the science of island security. We were handed over to one who belonged to the Lilomo, or families specially absorbed in this section of practical knowledge, and were told to choose our mode of ascent, car flight or wing flight, or either of the two instantaneous methods of transit. We preferred one of the two last, so he decided on the wire line or aerial method for our first ascent. We were enclosed in a casing, shaped like a shuttle and rounded and sharpened to a point at each end. It lay slightly inclined on a close web of wires, which sloped up to the mountain top. The door was closed and made secure, but as our shuttle car was made of transparent irelium, we could see on all sides. It was then drawn slightly upwards into a complete enclosure of wires, each of which touched at some point. When our guide saw that we were all ready, he pressed a button and we shot up at incredible speed. The whole sky and earth and sea fell from us in an instant. I closed my eyes in alarm. No sooner had I done so than the whizzing sound which accompanied our flight ceased, and in a moment we were at our destination, close to the peak of Lilaran. Our shuttle car slid into another groove and rested. The door opened, and I stood amid the eternal snows. I could see the great buildings of Rimla and Oomalefa and Oolorefa, like minute soap bubbles gleaming in the sun far below. We had travelled these tens of thousands of feet with the ease and swiftness of lightning, for it had indeed been lightning that had borne us up. Along this cylinder of wire so great an electric power could be sent that it seemed to undo the force of gravitation. Distance was almost annihilated by this mode of transit. It outdistanced sound, if not light too, in its magic motion. As soon as I began to reflect, I was astounded to find the cold not merely bearable, but deprived of its bitter penetrativeness. My heart bounded with exhilaration. Every tissue of my body seemed elastic and full of spring. I could account for these sensations by the atmosphere of these heights, but how was I to explain the mild temperature of this snow region? When puzzling over the problem, I began to notice a haze of half-glowing light like a shimmer of heat over the surface of the earth at blazing noon. It seemed at first to be an optical illusion coming, I thought, from the suddenness of my transference from the plain to such a height, but its unsteady gleam moved so uniformly that I soon saw it was outside of me. Yet it did not intercept my view of the snow and ice around. They fascinated me by their splendour of whiteness, but there was a warmth, a pallid glow over them that was quite unwonted. Our guide felt my mental interrogation, and pointed out that we had stepped from the shuttle car onto a movable platform, which would soon bring us to the observatory. Over this platform was an electric covering that protected us from the outer air and radiated heat in all directions. He showed us the snow melting on all sides of our platform in form corresponding to it, and, as it moved along the steep, the dark honeycomb square of snow moved with us. There was above and on every side of us an electric field produced by unseen circuits of wires, and these fields gave out heat falling short of light. This is how they modified the climate up in these glacial regions and made it even sweeter and healthier than the purified atmosphere of the Limanoran plateau below. They had done so much for the climate of the lower levels. By daily casting their electric shuttles through the atmosphere they brought its impurities to the earth, its particles of dust and minute living organisms, but as more of these crowded in again from the outlying regions of air, the electric shuttles would have to ply ceaselessly in all directions in order to keep the lower strata pure. In those mountain altitudes the air was naturally sterilized to a large extent. Few organisms could persist in so keen a medium, and the constant use of electric walls and roof for modifying the bitterness of the cold swept every trace of bacterial life into the snow. Hence the purity of the air we breathed up there and the buoyancy of the soul. The body seemed no clog upon the spiritual functions, and the magnetism that came from the heavenly bodies uniting with that of the earth had free play upon our minds, stimulating them to lofty flight. I no longer wondered why the Liamo had no aversion to life at this altitude. They passionately loved it. It was, indeed, being drunk without wine, without self-abandonment, without waste of tissue. They kept strict rein on this intoxication, ethereal though it was, for, like all their race, they had severe practical issues before them. Daily each of them returned to the less volatile and less pure air of the lower levels in order to check excess buoyancy and to reinforce the graver purpose of life by consultation with the elders and wise men. They had in their hands an important phase of the well-being and continuance of their race. They had all the foes of human life, as it existed amongst the Limanorans, to fight off, whether seen or unseen. The tornadoes that swept across these subtropical regions, the climatic strata that drifted from other lands or realms of space, the bacterial swarms bringing their plague in their train, the lower planned human life which might swoop down on their shores from the archipelago around them, all these had to be watched and directed past Limanora. Any one of these evils might in a few hours or days sweep out the civilization that had taken long centuries to develop and leave them all their steps to retrace. Tense vigilance was needed to watch for any sign of their approach, and the keenest invention to prevent their advance when observed. I had not long to wait for evidences of the great services the Liamo did to their country. Riallaro and I were led by our guide into the various divisions of the observatory. We inspected the innumerable testing and controlling machines without fully understanding their intricate and often subtle arrangements. Had we not been acquainted with Rimla and Oomalefa and Oolorefa, we should have been bewildered or even awestruck. As it was, we were amazed at the refinement of purpose in the apparatus, approaching almost to human intelligence. But we saw that a mere novice would have deranged most of it, so nice were the adjustments. Our attention had been especially arrested by the electric indicator or tremolan. It contained a complete chart of the electric variations of every point of the island throughout every day in the year. This had been compiled and drawn up from the observations of several centuries, and marked the differences between periodical and temporary, regional and narrowly local, terrestrial and planetary variations. Every day the instrument was set like a clock to all the electric changes which they expected to occur periodically on that day. Each of these, indicated at every point of the map, represented an electrically uniform locality of the island with which it was connected. The superintendent of the tremolan, for any section of the day, specially studied all the unclassified variations which had occurred at the corresponding hour of the same day and period of time. He knew every change in the position of the earth or in the movements of the stars that might affect the electricity of the atmosphere at any moment during his watch. Along with him there was a sky watcher, who used one of their marvellous reducers of distance and magnifiers to scan the sky and the whole horizon, and reported every new appearance which broke the uniformity of the skyline. In an adjoining chamber with transparent partitions, a third observer was stationed with his ear at a macromicroscope or vamolan, that gathered in the slightest sounds at the distance of even hundreds of miles and magnified them for the listening sense applied to it. It also indicated approximately the distance of the source of the sound by an automatic calculator. This was a kind of eavesdropper that could pick up whispers on the orb of the earth, just as their astronomical instruments could catch the faintest gleam in space myriads of miles beyond the scope of the eye. In another crystal-walled apartment stood a fourth watcher, who used an instrument that was to his electric sense what the telescope is to the eye, and their vamolan was to their ear. With this eidolon he swept the sky for new and unclassified electric impulses, and the faintest and most distant indication, quite unrecognizable by his unaided sense, was magnified 10,000-fold. At the same time the distance of the source was roughly measured and indicated. This was by far the most attractive group of chambers for us. Not only could we test the wonderful instruments for ourselves, but we could examine by aid of magnifiers the graphic results of their observations automatically recorded as if by photography. We could minutely study the flight of seabirds not visible to the naked eye. The babel of sounds that went on in the cities of the archipelago quite beneath the horizon, we could hear like a great roar beside us, when we placed the sonoscripts in the sound magnifier, and with the aid of its analyst we could unravel the sounds by repeating them slowly. Though I had not my electric sense sufficiently developed to feel the differences in the starry impulses when the electrographs were placed in the electromagnifier, I could distinguish their differing degrees of force, and I could see how much Riallaro appreciated the finer shades of variety in the impulses. We were engaged in testing the electric records, when we could see the observer of the tremolan bustling from table to table and map to map, whilst his pupil watched the indicator. His excitement spread to the adjoining chambers, and their occupants, leaving their instruments to assistants, came to his aid. There was an inexplicable electric disturbance on the northeast shore of the island. The field in that direction was agitated. They ran to the eidolon and turned it to the northeast. At once they knew that some 700 or 800 miles off there was advancing at a rapid rate a great wave of electric disturbance. We all recognized a growing sultriness of heat in the profound calm of the atmosphere even at those icy heights. No time was to be lost. All the members of the Liamo were called up, and in a few minutes were assembled in the observatory. It was resolved to turn the whole force available in the island into the storm cone, and especially into that part of it which would shoot masses and streamers of electric energy out to great distances in the atmosphere. Other indications of an approaching tornado soon appeared. The great telescope discovered a vast cloud of birds on the horizon, and the sea greatly agitated by shoals of fish beneath them. The Vamolan analyzed the sounds made by the birds and revealed that they were not all of one species. Sea birds small and great were predominant, but there was no lack of island birds, insect-eaters chiefly, and a few great flesh-eaters, vultures, hawks, and falcons. The Lilaran knew in a moment what this meant. Myriads of microbes were afloat in the air in front of the storm, and the sky in the van of the clouds of birds was obscured by the mass of insect life battening on the unseen plague. The fish had gathered to eat the clotted life that dropped into the ocean, and the sea birds had assembled in pursuit of the fish. It was a striking sight, this great moving internecine slaughter and feast. Seated at a clevamolan, or combination of telescope and macrocaust, we were present at the scene, though hundreds of miles off. We could see the swoop of the vultures down on the land birds, too busy with their banquet of insects to foresee their own fate, the water boiling with the leap of the fish and the dive of the sea birds, and the air turbid with the flash and glimmer of wings. At the same time we could hear the war of jubilance and dismay, the wild cry of foretasting appetite, and the still wilder death shriek, and round and through the clangour like an atmosphere moved the dull hum of happy glutted insect life. It sickened us and we had to cover our eyes and ears to shut out the carnage. We had forgotten that we had been using the clevamolan, and were glad to find that we could leave it and return to the ordinary powers of our senses. There was a speck on the horizon, which might be a boat at sea for anything our eyes could make out, whilst to our hearing there was the profoundest calm. Everything was ready for concentration of our millions of horsepower in the direction of the northeast, when a new but by no means unexpected phase of the phenomenon occurred. Word came up from the northeast shore that a plague had broken out amongst the dwellers in the district, and that the medical wise men had been summoned to their help. The Lilaran had already given warning that something of this kind might be expected in that quarter, and the physicians were by this time removing all the Limanorans in the northeast to Oomalefa. So dense a cloud of insects was not there without the attraction of superfluous bacterial life. Not always was a tornado thus heralded and vanguarded by a winged army, but when it was, it meant the migration under magnetic impulse of chlorolanic plague swarms from some favourite breeding area. As soon as it was thus known that the bacterial couriers of the storm had reached the shores of Limanora, the electric forces of the Lilaran were brought into play, and we could see lightning belch forth which seemed to make the northeast atmosphere and ocean glow. Swiftly the shoals of fish were gathered close to the bastions of the coast, for masses of insects were falling every moment into the water. Soon we could see our lightnings reach as far as the insect darkness and the bird cloud. The air cleared and the surface of the sea was covered with death. Away to the west screamed and shrieked the survivors of the winged army. Then could we see the pinchy midnight of the coming tempest moving stealthily towards us, and its heralds howled and shrieked through every crevice of our mansion. It was bearing right on Lilaran. How could that battering ram of heaven's fury be turned aside or evaded? It seemed to me that nothing but death and destruction were before us. I had already seen a tropical cyclone level a gigantic forest clean as a mower would clear his swath in his breast-high corn. What could man do in presence of so terrible a force but hide in holes of the rocks? The thought of those noble buildings levelled with the dust mingled sadness with my fear and shook all cowardice from it. It was the immolation of animal existence which I had just witnessed compared to the destruction all this people had done. I felt as if the torch of the world's salvation were about to be extinguished. There was no sadness or languid inaction of despair about the other inmates of the observatory. All was bustle and joyous effort for a time, as in veterans quivering with the passion of battle. Every man had his duty and place, and every woman was there too, in the ranks of the champions. We could now see the nucleus of the storm just above the horizon, a mass raven black. At once the whole power of the island was concentrated in the electric charge of the Lilaran, and a long tongue of flame shot straight for the dense cloud. As if by magic, the whole atmosphere was in a moment ablaze with lightnings. The sea was cloven into billows of raging foam, and it seemed itself to aid in the hellish pyrotechny. It shot forth great tongues of purple flame, yet fled with reared crests from the strokes of the storm flail. Slowly the Lilaran moved its lightning thrust away to the east. Then half the island power was put into the blast of the storm cone, and we could see the war of elements and the thunderous scowl of the tempest shift round the circle of the horizon, instead of bearing down on us. For hours the roar of the Lilaran went on. The edge of the tornado struck us, and the building shook and swayed. Hail pelted its sides, rain and snow blinded our outlook. We could see not 1 inch outside for gloom. Yet within, all was radiant and calm. They knew that the centre of the tornado had passed many miles to the east, and that its trailing skirts could do no harm to anything in the island. Even if it had come straight on Lilaroma, they had given a vent to its fury so many leagues out to sea, that its force would have been largely spent before it reached the shore. It was a yearly occurrence, this throttling of a tornado from the tropics, for these great electric disturbances made straight for the loftiest peak within their reach, drawn by their polar complement, the masses of electric energy which played within the heart of Lilaroma. One of the ordinary duties of the Lilamo was to milk the great mountain of its electricity, in order that it should offer less attraction to cloud and storm. Every night, especially during the season of tempests, I could hear the roar of the energy out of the earth, and, if I looked up to the shoulders of the mountain, I could see at 100 points the purple streamers flicker in the wind like living, moving flame-throwers growing out of the soil. When needed, this escaping energy was collected and sent down to Rimla for storage, and was another of the numerous sources of power that treasury of force drew upon. When the tornado had passed and left its huge contribution to the snows of the peak, the Lilaran was stopped, and the electric energy used in it was rapidly run over the white slopes that now obliterated every trace of the great groove and railway on which the storm cone moved. In a few minutes the outline appeared, and soon the whole circlet was cleared of its encumbering snows. So the weight that pressed on the roofs of the observatory and the drifts that kept the light from its walls, melted before the electric snowplow. The storm had not vanished an hour before. All on the peak of Lilaroma was as it had been when we arrived, except for the greater purity of the snow on its shoulders. Beneath, the brush of the tempest had swept out all traces of the plague that the physicians had not got rid of, and the atmosphere was clearer and more exhilarating. So calmly and fearlessly had the whole danger been met that there had even been leisure in the midst of turmoil to discuss this great waste of natural power. It took them as many days as the tornado lasted hours to generate and store in Rimla all this energy which was now falling useless, or rather mischievous, upon the face of the ocean. Could they not yoke the cyclone as they had yoked the billows and the winds, the rivers and the snows, the lightnings and the central fires of the earth? There was nothing impossible to a people who had tamed the raging of the volcano and the earthquake. The difficulty was the very greatness of the force, Any machinery they might erect would be trampled to pieces by the brute power of the giant they yoked. Here was a problem worthy of their most imaginative men, of their most inventive faculties. Not a year had passed before a trial was made, and within a decade the machinery was complete for storing the energy of the tempests. An immense cave was hollowed out in the rocks of Lilaran, and its mouth was extended out into the ocean for miles, by means of lava bastions. In it was placed enough of the alloy called labramor, or electricity sponge, to take in trillions of horsepower of electric force. At first cables containing millions of wires were floated out towards the coming tornado and electric fields were raised in the air to tap the energy of the blackness. This was continued afterwards to some extent, but it was found that, if only the clouds were electrically tapped, most of the current transmitted itself to the receivers in the cave by means of the water of the ocean. It was thus unnecessary to float out towards the storm more than one cable, so binding to the shore a great raft which held up many labrolans or electricity milkers toward the blackening sky. They acknowledged that they lost by this water transmission much of the energy emitted from the clouds, for the ocean bore it away in all directions, but they got as much of it as they needed to fill their storehouse, and they killed the cloud monster. At least it floated away across the horizon, blowing a mere gale that could do no havoc except upon the careless and unforethinking. One of the most singular effects of this new contrivance was to rid the sea in the neighbourhood of the island of its teeming life, and to precipitate to the bottom the matter that floated in the water. For weeks after, we could see the rocks or streaming weeds in the depths as clearly as if they were an ocean of air. Its emerald or azure had vanished, and white light poured down into the hitherto unfathomed hollows and valleys. There we could see the dead denizens sway idly with the forests of marine vegetation, and here and there the bulk of some monster lay tangled in the herbage. Only by degrees and after some months did the colour and opacity return to the waves and the myriad life stream from other regions into the void. The currents that swept past the coast bore down the suspended particles from other seas, and with them came new fish and their parasites. Until these came, a new danger to the health of Limanora threatened. A few days after the tornado, the precipitated organisms began to rise to the surface of the water, and underneath the hot sun to form breeding grounds for the dangerous microbes of the air. Up against the bastions of rock beat the stench of the living death. A plague threatened for a brief time, but they were not a people to remain passive in presence of such a danger, even though they could easily prevent its worst results by remedial measures. They sank the dead organic masses again by means of a charge of electricity, and then the deeper currents that brushed their shores swept the corruption into the great valleys of the ocean bed, there to be embalmed for geological ages hence. They regretted that they should be the instruments of this great waste of life before it had fulfilled the purpose of its stage of development. But their regret was tempered by the thought that it was a low and feeble stage, that an infinity of such existence would not weigh in the balance with one day's advance of a single Limanoran, and that the energy set free by this wholesale dissolution of organisms was still ready for other embodiments in the universe. The worst effect they feared was upon their own natures. To destroy life or deal with it frivolously was one of the worst offences against their humanity, for it introduced into the mind a brutalising element. Respect for life in all its forms was one of the truest tests of a civilisation, they held. And the Lilamo were, almost as much as the physicians, imbued with reverence for human life, and with the sense of the importance of preserving it, and giving it the longest opportunity in the individual to gain its highest possibility. They had to protect their race from all external foes. They had therefore to study climatic changes and watch the sanitary conditions of the island. Sanitation meant primarily the expulsion of all hostile chlorolanic life and the prevention of all conditions that would attract it or form its breeding ground. They were especially interested in the magnetic and electric peculiarities of Limanora, and of the section of the globe in which they lived, for these affected not only the health and spirits of the people, but the amount of minute life that harboured in the earth or floated in the atmosphere. They could, by an increase of these elements, rid an unwholesome district of its unhealthy conditions, and yet the inhabitants of it could not remain whilst the process of purification was going on. Too much magnetism or electricity in the earth or air would endanger the nervous balance of the human frame. The test instruments in the lava wells were frequently examined to find the electric state of any section of the island, and one central electrometer was constantly recording the electric state of the atmosphere, in all parts of it. Thus they were able to recharge by means of their apparatus whatever localities were found defective, and tap those that had a superfluity. And over the country at night the flame-like streamers lit up the darkness here and there. But this occurred at rare intervals, for it was only in certain conditions of the sun that the earth sponged up more electricity than was good for the highest life upon its surface. The storm cone as a rule was enough for sanitation. By its wind force it could drift all dangerous clouds of moisture or bacterial life past Limanora. By its electric darting powers the heart could be squeezed out of storms before they struck the shores. It regulated the rainfall, depositing the contents of clouds by day far out upon the sea and by night upon the thirsting land. Sultry blacknesses that would otherwise float past with only stifling effect were trapped, first for their electricity and then for their rain. Storms of dust that now and again darkened over the circle of fog could be precipitated into the ocean, partly by electricity, partly by the blasts of the storm cone. The atmosphere was kept singularly pure and free from deleterious germs or particles, and few nights passed without a drenching shower cleansing the whole portion of the island. The peak of Lilaran drew to it like a magnet all the masses of moisture that collected within many 100 miles of it, and a little manipulation would break these up into refreshing night showers that swept its slopes and the plateau and levels below. And, in order to prevent the destructive floods that this might produce in the rivers, the shoulders of the mountain and its deep valleys bristled with great forests which sponged up the falling moisture and let it down gently from hour to hour into the bastion channels. Climate was to this people as much a matter of management as food and its production. They could modify it to fit any change in the conditions or necessities or purposes of life. To be at the mercy of the forces of nature was a state of existence in what they now considered their barbarous past. It was only the unforeseen that had them at any disadvantage, and the unforeseen was to them now only the cosmic. As the planetary system shifted through space, it had to encounter conditions and modes and degrees of energy and life that nothing short of omniscience could anticipate, but they were beginning to master the secret of many of those unexpected changes of condition. The astro-sciential families had been classifying for centuries the symptoms that accompanied these in the appearance of the sun or of one or other of the planets. Their innumerable delicate instruments for recording and analyzing the electric, magnetic, luminous, and heat vaporous state of distant space, they could see afar off the beginnings of cosmic disturbances and anticipate their ultimate direction, and, in many cases, they could guard Limanora against the more patent and destructive effects of magnetic and electric storms and of great waves of heat or light. Yet there was much to master in the new cosmic conditions that from time to time beset the earth or the planetary system. Some seemed to arise so suddenly that no observation could have anticipated them. Especially was this the case with living drift, into shoals of which the universe struck, the spawn of undeveloped worlds. Hence came new diseases so widespread as to be plagues. These generally evaded the fine instruments of the astral scientist, till they had reached the very atmosphere of the earth, for in the interstellar spaces they led so meagre a life and were spread so thinly and widely that they scarcely intercepted the light or other forms of energy from the sun or other systems. Yet the imaginative families and the inventors were struggling towards some more delicate instrument, which would observe and record the presence of interstellar material life. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Limanora, The Island of Progress by Godfrey Sweven. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Choktroo. The Lilaran were unusually occupied in these sanitary duties, but at times the other section of their defense of Limanora claimed their attention. I had had good reason to know the force of the Lilaran, or storm cone, in my attempt to arrive in the island. Had it not been decided to permit our entrance, our perseverance would have failed the attainment of our object. I was soon to witness a marvellous display of the defensive and repulsive powers of the storm cone. For some years after the first period of my novitiate and my partial admission to privileges as a citizen, with which this period ended, there had been observed throughout the archipelago a movement which spread with considerable rapidity. It was one of the amusements of the Limanorans to watch the comedy of life upon the other islands through the Duomovamolan, or instrument for distant seeing and hearing, which they had fixed high upon the mountain. On a floating strip of Irelium that could be projected far into the sky, scenes beneath the horizon could be mirrored and watched through this instrument, and through other instruments for reducing distance. The sounds, too, that rose from the scene re-echoed from the under surface of the floating mirror, and could be magnified by the macroacoustic part of the Duomovamolan into their original volume. A rarer and more difficult instrument was one which combined this power of seeing and hearing at a great distance, that of noting the magnetism working in a community even under the horizon. Recently they had found that they could dispense with the floating mirror and reflector. The ether was their transmitter of all they wished to see or hear at a distance. Through it passed electric waves from even immeasurable distances, whilst the sky itself formed a sufficiently complete mirror for reflecting whatever was occurring under the horizon. By recent discoveries and inventions they were enabled to transform electric impulses into the scene or sound that gave them out into the surrounding air. Their new instruments would tap the occurrences at any point on any given line or in any given direction. They were now independent of any artificial medium for their knowledge of the outside world. The receivers of their new Duomovamolan were every moment recording and analyzing whatsoever occurred along the line in which it was directed, and its transformers were constantly translating the electric records into the forms or sounds which originally sent out the impulses. It was so constructed as to prevent the confusion of waves that came from different points on the route, for it moved with the swiftness of light, or, if required, with that of electricity. These new modifications gave them hope that they would soon be able to see and hear much of what goes on in the universe which, though invisible, yet transmit luminous and electric waves sufficiently strong to affect their telescopic instruments, and that the straggling rays of light or electricity might be transformed into the scenes and sounds which gave them birth. As it was, the Limanorans were able to watch all that was going on in the islands around them. During their leisure hours, when it was their duty as well as their pleasure to relax the mind, they would sit and observe the life of what they called their menagerie. To them, indeed, the whirling eddy of existence with its ambitions and crimes, its luxury and misery, in the archipelago around seemed little more than the antics of monkeys, or the internecine appetites of wild beasts. The scenes were generally amusing in the ape-like vanities and mimicries they exhibited. Sometimes they were offensive and even repulsive in their filth or brutalities. How beings formed like themselves could endure the grossness of their luxuries and the falsity and hollowness of their most admired social displays was to them a bewildering problem. Even the best of these islanders were as far behind the Limanorans in true human qualities as they thought themselves in advance of apes. The daily observation of these creatures so humanly endowed, and yet so foul and blind in act, was often too much to bear for any length of time. The most repulsive scenes were those of what was considered high life, of courts and courtly circles, of rulers and leaders of act and thought. Who can bear the horror of their intrigues and hypocrisies, their cruel trampling of the fallen, their hideous fawning on the successful, their insolent pride and intolerance of the weak? I often heard explanations like this from the lips of the watchers as they turned away from the Duomovamolan with a shudder. The combination of ape and bully, of reptile and vapourer was, in the thoughts of this people, the lowest death to which human nature could fall. And it was the usual and most envied form in the high social life of most of these islands. The barbarism and ignorance of the poor and downtrodden marked a less retrograde phase of humanity. The sight of the posturings and scrapings, the insolence and spaniel manners of the higher classes, served every day to deepen the horror of exile and to frighten every Limanoran from anything that would lead to even the slightest retrogression. Had it not been for this wholesome effect upon their minds, they would have long ago abandoned the custom of watching this beast spectacle of retrograde and showy civilization, so much pain mingled with their amusement at it. They knew that their pity was vain, for it would take unremitting effort for thousands of years to raise these peoples to the Limanoran level, if the Limanoran missionaries had not in the meantime been dragged down to the lower level. And these thousands of years could be better spent in attaining higher and higher ideals in their own life. The task, they knew, was as hopeless as if these descendants of their degenerate exiles should attempt to drag the lower animals up to their stage of human development, and this irremediable nature of their state added to the pain of the observers. Had the habit of watching the comedy of their menagerie been given up, the Lilaran would still have had to observe the enactment of history in the surrounding islands. It was part of their duty of defence to anticipate all armaments against Limanora, and they had discovered that there was unusual excitement amongst the various peoples since the arrival of the Daydream in their waters. It was evident that this formed an epoch in the history of the archipelago. The Lilaran reported the movements of the portentous smoke-pennant ship which sailed in the teeth of all winds like their own ships of the air. What was to prevent it approaching Limanora in spite of the force of the storm cone? The thought brought the first trace of fear into the breasts of this people. For once a foreign element had been able to force its way into their midst, how could they prevent moral contamination and swift retrogression? Their advance would crumble away in a few centuries, nothing but their material progress being likely to survive the incursion of barbarism. It was imperative that new measures of defence be adopted. It was then that the forces of Rimla had been enormously increased, thus making it possible for most of its energy to take the electric form in the storm cone. With this they would be able to repel the new monster with so much metal in its bosom. They would play with it as with a toy on the water. All my wanderings had been narrowly watched, my landing in Aleofane, my escape from it, my sojourn to Tyralia, and my ascent to Climarol. my companionship with Sneekape and my scorn of him, my sympathy with the refugees in Nuku, and my friendship with Noola. Nothing escaped their attention, and my character was analysed in the most minute way by deductions from the details of my conduct. It was decided that, if I showed eagerness and persistence enough, I should be allowed to land with Noola, but that my fireship and my men should be blown off from the coast. Since the affairs of the archipelago had been observed as narrowly as before, and especially the wanderings and history of the Daydream. As I expected, it passed finally into the possession of Broolyi, and the new ideas and methods it brought into the warfare of this isolated zone of the world made an era in its history. A great military organizer had arisen, and he had by the potency of his will moulded Broolyi into a unity which with the help of new fireships built on the model of my yacht had brought the other islands into subjection. Even the aristocratic and refined Aleofane with its subtle government and all-powerful central institutions had to bow its neck to the yoke. This strange romance had been enacting for more than a decade, and the Limanorans had been watching it, at first with amusement, and afterwards with resolution and clear purpose. They knew the whole of this subjective process was based on hypocrisy and injustice and bloodshed, but it was not worse than the methods of political existence it displaced. It only meant the substitution of one vicious ideal for others as vicious. There would be more movement and activity for a time, but as soon as the masterful will had vanished, there would be a quick return to the old lazy luxury in the few and lazy misery in the many. It had cost multitudes of lives, and would cost many more before the military mania had burned itself out. But of what worth were most of those lives to themselves or to the world? They succeeded, where they did succeed, only in sustaining themselves wretchedly and perpetuating a strain of existence that was, if changed at all, tending downwards. The new spectacle was more sanguinary, but not one whit more dismal than the ones the Limanorans had witnessed for many generations. The misery was irremediable. The standard of existence was so low. To fence it off like a plague was all that could be done. When I sat down to the Duomovamolan, I soon discovered the master of this transformation scene. I heard in Broolyi from all the entrenched camps and the towns loud huzzas and cries of "Long live Choktroo!" Turning the line of sight to the capital, the conflagration of cries which swept the crowded streets soon led my eye to the centre of the far-reaching magnetic thrill, the square of the imperial palace. There I saw step out on the balcony and bow to the enthusiastic populace, a little firm-set figure that seemed to awaken memories in me. I strengthened the power of vision in order to examine the face more keenly, and as a great burst of "Long live our Emperor! Long live Choktroo!" kindled and blazed athwart the city, the identity of the little conqueror broke upon my consciousness. It was my cabin boy, Choktroo, whom I had rescued from a life of degradation, if not ultimate infamy, in his native village. His father, the local chimney sweep, a man of vigorous but small physique, had succumbed to the fate of so many of his trade, and swept his throat hourly with the fiercest of whiskey. His mother, a brave, strong, pleasant girl, had died early of the effort to master this thirsty piece of humanity that had been tied to her and his vice. The boy had the maternal lines in his nature, strong will, great courage, and fiery passion. It stirred my pity to see him struggle with such a mean destiny, doubtless to sink hopelessly into the ditch. He had been shielding himself from the temptation that his drunken father set before him, by living in a world of penny romance. His imagination was strung to its highest pitch by the gory pages of his hard-won treasures. When he heard of my proposed expedition to the other side of the world, He came and pleaded for even the most menial position on board the Daydream. I was only too eager to rescue him from the hideous fate before him, and engaged him as cabin boy. After he came on board, some of the men were inclined to patronize him, and, when he resisted their approaches and grew sulky, to apply a rope's end to him. I had to stand between him and them, even though I saw that in the end he would have the best of the quarrel, for he was of strong build and violent in temper, and only controlled himself, I could see, that he might have the surer and more complete revenge. He was a solitary, musing boy, and I thought to draw him from his solitude by interesting him in scientific and philosophical books, but he returned with the greater gusto to his penny series of lives of the great pirates, robbers, warriors, and conquerors. The only section of the Daydream's library which could seduce him from his loved studies was that containing history and adventures. The crew, as was natural, held the studious little recluse too cheap, and occasionally they felt the sting of his tongue when they bantered him. But his melodramatic manners and attitude, copied from the coloured representations of his heroes in his favourite series, laid him open again to their laughter and scorn. His mind was unwholesome with brooding over gory achievements and tremendous ambitions. He often uttered absurd boasts and gave himself airs that were incongruous with his minute figure and menial position, and Choktroo ceased to be the butt of the ship only when I was present, but he never ceased to read and meditate. The laughter of his shipmates drove him more and more into his books and into himself. Later on in the voyage he extended his reading to books on naval architecture and the management of the steam engine, and at last would spend hours assisting the engineer below. He came to know every part of the machinery, and every secret of its construction and management. Indeed, the chief engineer acknowledged that in case of his illness he had an able successor on board. The guns and all the ironwork of the ship drew his attention next, and he came to be respected for his practical knowledge of every part. When anything needed mending, it was he who was ultimately called in to give advice or aid. Slowly he rose to be the real master of the Daydream, even though he continued to be laughed at for his hero-mimic airs and occasional boasts. He had by his reading and studies made himself essential to every man on board, and his strong will exacted outward respect, if not obedience to him in return. It was strange to see the revolution in the ship's crew during their voyaging about the archipelago. When I came on board again, I saw that, though they continued a semblance of their old bantering, they had in their hearts begun to bow before the boy of 20. The very gall of their scorn and his menial position had driven him into this slow but striking revolt. And here I saw the result. His boyhood, neglected and beaten, had given the cunning and worldly wisdom and concentration of power that belonged in most to late maturity. The strength that had lain dormant for so many centuries in his mother's peasant race had gathered in him like a torrent. The hard conditions of his youth had reined in the wildness and animality which had run riot in his father's debauchery. Hundreds of such masterful natures, finding no sphere in their native locality to give scope to the long dammed-up powers of their race, waste themselves in chafing against their petty surroundings and die with the reputation of miniature devils. The focused energy of two long suppressed races had in this case found its career and scope, and a diabolic conflagration was the consequence in this isolated region of the world. The race of Choktroo had never before blossomed. Now that it had found the fit soil, it had flowered portentously. The misfortune was his ill-moulded youth, and his favourite reading had left him naked of morality. He was not in this respect much worse than the people whom he misled into war or than those whom he subjugated. He had only more concentrated will and energy and a keener appreciation of the means that would best satisfy his appetite for power. The complete suppression of the desire through thousands of years of his peasant ancestry made its ultimate manifestation on fighting freedom of action all the more tremendous. It grew with growing self-confidence, and confidence grew with success. His bearing wholly altered during the wanderings of the daydream before I had abandoned her. He had grown erect and threw his great chest out, and held his large head up till he overawed his persecutors. Seeing him only in a sitting position or only looking at his bust, one would have guessed him to be of lofty stature. Yet like his father and mother, he never rose above 5 feet in height. And as his face filled up with good fare and the knowledge of his own powers, it grew handsome and calm, seldom showing the fierce brute slumbering underneath. His wonderful self-control and reserve held him silent in circumstances where speech or action would have revealed his innate folly or animality, and he learned the power of such reserve, allied with sudden and derisive action, over the wills of others. He saw that it throws an air of mystery round the individuality. So he refrained from action till he had complete control of the circumstances, and had gathered such resources into his hands as would astonish his rivals or enemies. Silently, unscrupulously, he got to know the cards they held in their hands, whilst he concealed his own under seeming inaction. Then with a sudden and unnerving move, he threw all his forces upon them and demoralized them. I had watched the method in the little intrigues and conspiracies on shipboard, and knew when I observed him through the Duomovamolan that he was the same Jack Drew, only more developed by his astonishing successes. He had found his opportunity when the Daydream finally anchored in the chief harbour of Broolyi. There was much need of government after the plague. The monarch and his family had fled, and finally perished, and the two rivals for the position were almost equally matched. There was prospect of a long civil war. The wiser and stronger counsellors set up a republic, but this was only a feeble stopgap. The flames of civil war burst out in spite of it. Jock arrived at this stage of their history, and joined the staff of the competitor for the throne who held the capital and the key of the public treasury. He rapidly became prime adviser in the camp, and as soon as he had attracted confidence in himself and his character, he set his method to work. He led an army out to attack the enemy, and completely routed them by the suddenness of his action. He had led 1/2 of his troops straight out to meet the forces opposed to him, but he had sent the others round by a secret path into their rear, and they burst simultaneously upon the enemy. The surprise broke the spirit of the attack, and they fled in rout. With wily stratagem he incited other officers to rival him, and took care that they went out under disadvantageous conditions. They failed, and their failures led to loud demands for Choktroo, as he came to be called. He now got command of the whole of the resources of the state, and used them for the making of guns and other surprises for the enemy. Meanwhile he allowed the enemy to think that his party was wholly demoralized by defeats, and they crept up towards the walls of the city in their excess of confidence. He knew by his spies in their camp how vainglorious they had become, but he allowed their bravado to rise to the pitch of foolhardiness, and then, his preparations being made, he opened fire upon them from all sides. So complete was the rout that the enemy disappeared from the country around and took refuge in distant castles and forts. His name grew into a power of itself, rousing enthusiasm whenever he appeared and greatly terrifying his opponents. It was then that there began the most striking part of his career. All the brave and able generals who during the Civil War had come up from the ranks were completely in his power. He sent them out to master castles or detachments of the enemy, but with such imperfect forces or supplies as would render them inactive. Their individual talents snatched occasional small victories, but as a rule they only prepared for ultimate victory by raising entrenchments and scouring the country around. Whenever he discovered that in any part a general was about to be successful in spite of his disadvantages, he hurried thither and led the troops to victory. If the feebleness of an officer anywhere seemed about to ensure defeat, he marched reinforcements to his aid and turned it into success. Whenever he suffered a defeat himself, he always managed to represent it as a brilliant success, marred by the incompetence of some other general. At last he grew weary of the guerrilla warfare and resolved that it should end. So he withdrew his troops from siege work and allowed the rebels to gather confidence and to mass again. He sent several generals against them with small armies. Their defeats gave the enemy still greater boldness. They ventured nearer to the capital, and when they were defiling through a pass, he appeared on the heights with his guns. The two sections of his army closed the mouths of the pass, and the finest array the rebels had ever shown was shattered. The castles and forts soon surrendered. With one acclaim, Choktroo was elected emperor, and the candidate whom he was supposed to be helping vanished from the scene. His boyish reading had made him as much of an actor as he was by nature an organizer. Before long the whole people of Broolyi were adoring him as a god. Their passion was glory, and in him they had found the incarnation of glory. No piece of work in the state so minute but, if successful, he claimed his own, even should it have been centuries old. No act of his own but, if unsuccessful, he found a scapegoat for. He was mean enough to steal and eavesdrop in his own household. He was bold enough to outlie the foulest of his minions, to outface the most manifest exposure of his crimes. He even dared to assume the role of divinity. He ringed himself round with mystery and ceremonial, and when he did appear in public, made the appearance impressive by its display. He knew the effect of silence, and cheapened neither himself nor his words. He organized the state on military lines and made it center in his personality. He soon had exhausted the treasury and the resources of the country in the Civil War, and in his public displays. Nor could he keep up his glory long in inaction, even though it was an inaction of mystery. He must soon go to war beyond the bounds of the island. There he could shine, there he could get all the supplies he needed. But he had to keep up the farce the nation had played for centuries of professing to keep the peace, for he had adopted the title of the Prince of Peace. He had to make it appear that his wars were forced on him by his neighbors, and for this invented an elaborate system of diplomacies, which enabled him to pick a quarrel and yet seem to have it thrust upon him. His first quarry was Aleofane, for it was the wealthiest island in the archipelago. For years he kept up a show of alliance with it, till he had his first fireships ready, built under his direction on the model of the Daydream. He racked his dominion to make guns and all kinds of firearms. When the expedition was complete, he made a demand of Aleofane that had show of reason and yet could not be complied with. It was refused, and his fleet was outside the capital before it could make preparation. He sent some of his ships to the other side of the island to land troops, and as these marched up by land he disembarked the rest under protection of his guns. The first battle decided the war. He dethroned the monarch of Aleofane and annexed the island to his dominions, setting up a viceroy, with a strong force to support him. He drew new troops from the ranks of the people for service in other islands. He impoverished those nobles who refused to join his court or his staff. He broke the spirit of all who would not adore him, and he drained by taxation the resources of the country. With still larger armies and larger fleets he swept conquering over the whole archipelago, till every people bowed before him. Those who distinguished themselves in his wars or in his service he elevated to new distinctions and titles. Those who died in his wars he beatified. With great ceremony he would raise all the dead on one of his battlefields to the rank of sub-divinities, till his heaven was as crowded as his court. He did not obliterate the old religions, but he overshadowed them, and his policy kept subject to him the passion for glory in life and deification after death that lurks in every human bosom. The active and the romantic were strung up to enthusiasm by the magnetism of his name. Most thought it was his personality which set their blood throbbing, but it was only that his deeds and his histrionic power of magnifying them worked on their imaginations. How wild their fervour I could scarcely have realized had I not observed it with my own senses. He had to keep moving and victoriously moving if his magnetism were not to vanish. When his empire included all the islands in the archipelago but the Isle of Devils in the centre, there was nothing for it but to attempt its conquest. We heard him bluster out his favourite bombastic phrases, learned from his penny romances and biographies. Heaven is our ally, and who on earth can stand against us? Is it not our mission, the mission of a god, to chase all devils from the earth? Our last conquest shall be hell, and its denizens shall die by fire and sword. Utterances and proclamations like this fired the imaginations of his soldiers, and they would have laid their lives down at the moment for this fire-eater. What he had boasted or threatened before, he had done, or had by astute fiction persuaded his followers that he had done. And what limit was there to his deeds? If he said that he could scale the heavens, they were certain he would do it. The thought fused them into a unity and chased out of their breasts the panic which the mere mention of the central isle produced. He had not the traditional hereditary ague fit to overcome in his blood, yet there was a new sinking of the heart when he thought of his task. He had to reassure himself by wild rhodomontade, as he superintended the building and armament of an enormous fleet and the concentration of the largest army the archipelago had ever seen. He could not pick a diplomatic quarrel with his new victim, yet he must have at least the semblance of a cause in order to put heart into his followers. He announced that he had sent envoys to the Isle of Devils to open intercourse with it, but they were not allowed to approach. Again and again he tried this pacific measure, but no heed had been given to him. Let vengeance be upon the heads of so churlish and unjust people! How could such poltroons and men-haters be allowed to cumber the earth? I watched the great fleet put out from Broolyi with its streamers of smoke. We could have heard the acclamations almost with the unaided ear. They rent the sky when Choktroo went on board his own fireship, which was thrice the size of the largest of the others, and thrice more brilliantly caparisoned. He passed with his favourite silent and self-absorbed look on his face through the applauding crowds onto a raised platform in the stern, reserved for him and his staff. Arrived there he paced silently with his chin resting on his folded arms. He knew what an impression of godlikeness this made on the crowd. Small though he was in stature, he doubtless seemed to his followers and the people on the shore to take gigantic proportions. I was amazed to see so little perturbation amongst the Limanorans. They seemed to watch the whole scene as if it were a comedy. On the fleet steamed, and yet there was perfect calm in the community. Only the Lilomo were at their posts on the peak of Lilaroma. The rest were peacefully seated at the Hydrovomolans or busy with their usual avocations. I knew the destructiveness of the great cannon that Choktroo had prepared, and the distance they would carry. On this point indeed I had been consulted some months before. I knew, too, how this people shrank from every act that would involve the loss of a human life. How were they to repel this great armament without whelming it in the ocean and drowning a large portion of those in ships? Riallaro could throw no light on the problem. We were both too young to be taken into the confidence of the wise men, or to know their designs. I could do nothing but watch the fleet and then pass to my daily duties. A night passed, and at dawn we could see the islands of smoke lie black on the horizon. The ships themselves had not appeared. Choktroo evidently knew that it was useless to conceal the expedition or its object from this far-seeing people under the darkness of night. It was too well known throughout the archipelago how penetrative was their gaze. He meant to make his attack by day. Soon the funnels and the masts broke the skyline. Yet there was not a sound from the storm cone. The slight wind had fallen. Everything favoured the invader. He could see through the translucent air every feature of our island and almost every movement of its inhabitants as soon as we could discern the human beings on board his ships with the naked eye. Were they getting drawn into some gigantic trap? This thought evidently occurred to the leader of the armament, as it occurred to me, for the fleet lessened speed. I could see Choktroo, at a loss what to do, on his poop consulting with his officers, who could help him little. Still the storm cone stood silent on the mountain peak. The bold step had to be taken. The order was given for advance. The smoke again streamed in the rear of the fleet, and I could see the gunners prepare for action and the sailors and soldiers set the boats ready for launching. What happened to the Lilaran? Were they asleep? Was the progress of the island at last to be trampled under the feet of this brutal soldier and his forces? The fireships were almost within cannon shot of the shore. There puffed out the preliminary whiff from the side of Choktroo's steamer, and the ball fell with a roar into the ocean between. Another 5 minutes and matters would be past remedy. Yet there was perfect calm among the Limanorans. I controlled my excitement and watched the fleet. Everything was bustle on board, and when I sat down to the Duomovamolan all sounds were jubilant and boasting. The Isle of Devils was at last to have her master. This proud isolation was at last to be broken. Such exclamations I could hear from the gunners as they loaded and ran out their guns. All was silence, for all was ready for the word of command. Choktroo paced his poop in scarce controllable glee. His thoughts were doubtless stretching out beyond the fog circle to the countries he had left behind him with his boyhood, other worlds for him to conquer. His arms were folded and his eye was turned inward. He knew that the whole expedition was awaiting his nod. Soon he stopped stone silent and stiff, as if to give the decisive word. I waited the action, but he still stood moveless. I looked over the ship. There was his staff waiting his beck as if petrified. Every man was at his post, but not a muscle moved. The eyes stared as if they belonged to the dead. My glance took in the other ships. All were as silent and still as the grave. The whole armament seemed turned to stone. Then there fluttered down upon the vessels human figures that I recognized as of the Liamo. In a moment a Limanoran pilot stood at the helm of each fireship, and as if by nature the whole fleet turned majestically around and made for the shelving beach of a low uninhabited island underneath the horizon. On and on they sped straight for the shore, round whose margin not the least fringe of surf whitened. Through the Duomovamolan I could hear the grating keels as they struck the sand and pebbles at full speed. The crash seemed to awaken the crews and the soldiers, who rubbed their eyes as if roused from a dream. Before them the bows of their ships were burrowing themselves into the blown sand of the beach, but already I could see the pilots winging their way through the sky back to Limanora. There was silent power in the Lilaran which I had not investigated, its power of magnetism. This it could exercise several miles off, but it grew feebler with the distance. At this aspect, then, the Lilaran could not be used as a weapon of defense far from the shore of Limanora. If, however, there was a mass of iron or like magnetizable metal in the ship that contained its victims, its power had been discovered to be as great far as near. It was only recently that they had so far developed their personal power of arresting the consciousness by sudden sleep petrification as to be able to exercise it at a distance. This they accomplished by material aids to the magnetic faculty. The sudden flashing of brilliant objects before the eyes and the use of powerful magnets had been found to intensify the somnifractive power of the eye and magnetic sense. This led them to make experiments with the concentrated power of magnets all brilliant with beryllium jewels. The result was that they found the somnifractive power to reside even more in things than in persons. They tried it through the Lilaran on Limanorans of the most powerful will at the farthest corner of the island, and found it to be the more effective the more power they concentrated and the more iron or metals of similar quality were near the patient. This result had been reached about the time they had come to see that the invasion of their island by Choktroo was inevitable without some other than the mere wind power of the Lilaran. Step by step the Lilaran brought their new weapon to perfection. At any moment they could concentrate the forces of Rimla into this faculty of the Lilaran. They experimented on Limanorans in boats out at sea, and finally could tabulate the magnetic powers at various distances. This explained to me the flashings I had often seen on the horizon and had taken for an effect of the Duomovamolan. But they were too near the surface of the sea for that. This explained the perfect calm with which the Limanorans watched the approach of Choktroo's expedition and the thrilling keenness of the flashes that swept over his fireships. I watched for many days the effect of this great blow upon the nature and fortunes of my old cabin boy. Over his immediate staff and army he was able to regain his full sway as soon as they recovered from the shock. But his power over the other islanders was completely shaken. Bodies of them launched the boats from the steamers and made off for their own islands before the leaders were aware of their intentions. The moment Choktroo realized the position, he turned his still uninjured guns in the direction of the sea, and commanded all issue from the beach where his ships were buried. For wholesome example he sank several boats which had almost got out of his reach. Then he set his army to dig canals around one of his fireships, but no sooner was she ready for floating than the whole force of the Lilaran was turned in her direction. The waves rose and a single night's surf completely undid the labour of days. The ship was as deeply embedded as ever, and her sisters had almost disappeared beneath the sand dunes. The weight of metal in them shortened the process of burial. It was clear that nothing could be done to save the expedition or bring its material back to Broolyi. Before many days we saw the soldiers embark somewhat sadly in the boats and find their way across the ocean to the adjacent islands. Piecemeal the whole army retraced its steps to Broolyi. It was not likely that Choktroo would allow this slur to rest on his fame and eat into his power like rust. For there was clear evidence that his influence over even the Broolyians had greatly suffered. By means of his advertising and his histrionic abilities, he had brought them to believe that he was invincible. They now began to feel that he had the same limitations as themselves. He was powerless against the magic of the Isle of Devils. All his wiles were needed to check the spread of panic and distrust. He first of all minimized the defeat in his proclamations, and before many months were over he had come to speak of it as a victory, marred by the invincible powers of nature. He had been quick to recognize the similarity of the phenomenon to that we experienced in the daydream when running the gauntlet of the fog circle, and he sent out party after party to explore the ring of mystery, and to come back with tales of its magical powers of inducing sleep. Thus was he soon able to convince the archipelago that the failure of his great expedition was due, not to the inhabitants of the Isle of Devils, but to the forces of nature. He had in his own eye and will great mesmeric power, and by practice was able to develop it into something that he could exercise at pleasure. Then he made public exhibition of his capacity in the various islands. He threw numbers into mesmeric sleep, nor would he or could he release them from its thrall. They became his willing slaves and lived only to please him. A milder form of mesmeric fascination he used in order to rivet his despotism on his armies. He would address sections of them with bombastic self-glorification of his deeds and powers, and with flatteries of them and their glorious courage. His personal magnetism worked upon them as they gazed at him, and by close of his speech he had them enthralled to his will. It was not long before he was feared as a magician by all who did not mesmerically worship him, and tens of thousands were eager to do the most wicked and shameful deeds, if only he bade them. Yet he dared not shrink from another fall with the inhabitants of the Isle of Devils, else even his preternatural fascination that he exercised might vanish. For years he racked the wealth of the islands and built an enormous fleet of still more powerful fireships, and armed it with still more powerful guns. To supply the funds for the expedition, those who were not trained fighting men became slaves, who toiled for him but their few hours of sleep. Rebellion against this galling and impoverishing despotism was slowly forming in the breasts of the people. Many of them were disappearing mysteriously. They had betaken themselves to unapproachable caverns like Nuku, and my dreamer Swoonari was arming them with his plague pellets. A few more months and revolution would have broken out against the despot, and he at least would have perished. But the expedition sailed in all its pomp, again deeply impressed the imaginations of the islanders. This time he had taken precautions against the somnification of his army by means of a sleep-expelling drug. Every man was furnished with a dose of it to take as soon as they came near the dreaded isle. The Lilaran had been busy for some time, I had seen. But the Limanorans were as unconcerned at this approach as at the former one. What new defence had they? I could see no more preparation than there had been on the previous occasion. The calm which prevailed reassured me, yet soon I grew restless with the fear that this fire-eating cabin boy with the mystery in his eyes would sully the shores of Limanora with his vulgar ambitions. My fear became alarm as I saw on the horizon the smoke of the fleet, and heard through the Duomovamolan the shout of triumph rise from the army when the peak of Lilaran had burst on their view. I could see each man drink his drug, and I thought that all was lost. Suddenly there came a roar from every ship, and I could see that it accompanied a plume of steam that escaped from the sides. The boiler of every fireship had evidently been punctured, and soon I could see that it cost those on board unceasing effort to keep afloat. The soldiers were about to take to the boats when a deep-mouthed roar numbed every other sound. It was the Lilaran at work, and the whole fleet soon vanished over the horizon before its compulsive blast. The puncturing had been accomplished by submarine action. The Lilaran had sent through the waters their floating batteries, which by nicely adjusted weights lay beneath the surface right in the track of the fleet. The electric cables by which they were secured could shift them hither and thither, and through them immense force could be applied, sending a volley of keen darts up towards whatever iron there was above them. These darts had entered the hulls of the ships just beneath the waterline, and made their way into the iron of the engines. One or other told on the boilers and disabled the ships. The electric floats were unseen by the expedition, and the wounding of the fleet was as mysterious and magical as the sleep had been on the previous attempt. Panic seized on every soldier and sailor, and they thanked their gods when the blast of the Lilaran hurried them to the shelving beach of a low island, and they heard the keels grate on shingle and sand. They scrambled on shore through the surf and found shelter from the wind behind the mounds that covered the former fleet or under their gaunt ribs or sides. But a new panic overcame them when they discovered that their leader was gone and could nowhere be found. Then it was remembered that in the worst of the storm which blew from Lilaroma, a giant bird had swooped down towards his ship, and rested for a moment on the platform where he stood in solitary meditation, and as suddenly soared up again. It was 2 passengers of the Lilaomo who had been sent in one of their bird-shaped airships to make an end of these warlike expeditions. They had alighted beside Choktroo and by the powerful means they commanded had sent him into deep sleep in spite of his drug. They tossed him into their airship and in a few moments were high in the azure, rushing before the blast of the Lilaran. Away they fled with him all day and all night across the belt of fog, and having reached the outer world they let him down still tranced on the shore of a lonely coral islet of the Pacific, close to a group inhabited by a savage and warlike tribe. Choktroo had their instincts and ambitions. Let him master the savages when he awakened. A wild beast could do no harm amongst wild beasts. His memory and example haunted the archipelago like an evil dream for generations. Some thought he had been borne aloft to heaven by a messenger of the gods, and worshipped him as divine. His cruel tyranny in wars goaded on his worshippers to wild fury of injustice and slaughter. Others who were keener of brain and had perceived the earthly character of their leader and his purposes were cited to like ambitions. The romance of his life was glorified in verse and prose by every new school of literature and fired the imaginations of boyhood to warlike exploits. War, piracy, plunder came to be the favourite forms of dishonesty in the archipelago. It was marvellous how much the peaceful and obscure suffered from the romance of this cabin boy's adventures. But no man of the islands dared again to approach the Isle of Devils. Even he whom so many of them reputed a god had been unable to break in, and the mishap to the last fleet had been more bewildering than that to the first. Magical powers were possessed by the inhabitants of this island without a doubt. There seemed to be no limit to their transcendence of the order of nature. Evil they were, and the fear of them the Broolians had to endure in patience. Nor did it grow less from generation to generation. Fancy never let the stories of the defeat of the great Choktroo rest. They gathered to them features more and more terrible to contemplate. A halo of dread and mystery is far more effective as a fence against human intrusion than a halo of sanctity or even divinity. It cows the miscreant and the brute in the human breast. The duties of the Lilamo in repelling the attacks of men would vanish for hundreds of generations. For Choktroo, his fate was a romantic contrast to that of his fame. Reports were brought in by the Duomovamolan or by flying messengers who had ventured over the belt of fog. He was rescued by the neighbouring tribe before he starved on the barren islet, only to be threatened with sacrifice to one of their gods. A missionary who had some influence over the heathen arrived at the moment of sacrifice and saved him. After learning their language he worked his way by intrigues and assassinations and what they thought magic up to the headship of the tribe. When he had made himself secure in his power over them, he built a great fleet of war canoes, and, after mastering the groups of islands within range and enlisting their warriors and canoes in his service, he set sail southward for some land they knew not of. South and then east the fleet made way, his followers still unalarmed. At last appeared the circle of mystery on the horizon. He gave the word to row forward into it, but, before the command had reached the outermost of the canoes, He was hurled from his platform into the sea, and as he rose to the surface, he was promptly speared by his own immediate staff. Round swung the heads of canoes by one simultaneous impulse. Their chief had become a madman to think of entering that belt of mystery, and away they paddled for very life, nor did they cease their frantic efforts till the dark cloud had sunk beneath the horizon. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Limanora, The Island of Progress by Godfrey Sweven. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Duomovamolan or Cosmophone. Though the Limanorans calmly pursued their regular employments during these attempts at invasion, I had myself felt the uneasy spiritual atmosphere that precedes and presages turmoil. None but the Lilaran were engaged in preparation for defense, yet during all the years every spirit was tense and giving out its energy and sympathy to this section of the people. There was a palpable loss of nervous power in the community, for they knew that by accident some joint in the arrangements might fail to work and all the defense miscarry. Not till the bold disturber of their progress was finally disposed of did the tension or the leakage of nerve energy cease. To be absorbed in mere war was to them the Hades of human society, and to have again sealed up their island from the intrusion of degenerate souls was a happy epoch in their history. While the whole community quivered with inward jubilance, two momentary dangers threatened it. It might take some time to recover its equilibrium, and its thoughts and interests, narrowed by the necessity of defense against this threat from below, might be long in rising to the true cosmic level. Some exceptional stimulus was needed to raise their lives and aims, some appeal to the spirit, which would set them free from the trammels of earth and all deteriorative excitement. Such liberation had been by no means uncommon in their past, but no occasion for it had occurred since I had entered on my novitiate, except in the case of individuals and families. Then I had been too busy with my training or too distant from the household concerned to notice it. Now it was to be a national purification of the nature, and I was to share in it. Would this be a religious ceremony, a day of humiliation and prayer, such as I had often witnessed in my old home after great national disasters or during plague or famine? I had seen no churches or temples, no signs of religious service, no acts of private worship. I had never heard anyone speak of gods or priests or expiations. Was this at last to be the revelation of the inner shrine, into which I had never been able to penetrate? I had not long to wait for the solution of my problems. Purposes here moved to conclusions with lightning swiftness, and when one impulse stirred the people, there was needed no heralding to mass them in the desired place. I found myself drawn with my proparents and Riallaro and her household towards a massive building that stood on a peak far up the slopes of Lilaran. There was no need of road or steps to it. Wings made the wide air the highway. Yet were there great terraces ramparting the sides of the peak, and from the highest seawards there was a marvellous flight of steps which, when the clouds hid Lilaran, seemed to lead up into heaven. I had often seen the edifice gleam high in the setting sun, yet there were so many temple-like structures on the shoulders and peaks of the giant mountain, that it had ceased to excite inquiry. Now as we flew towards it, its titanic proportions and jewelled beauty seemed to dominate all the lower world. The building, the most striking that I had ever seen, raised an enormous circular dome of crystal to the sky, and around this were innumerable smaller structures, which elsewhere would have bulked huge to the eye. As we drew nearer, I saw that each crystal cupola, instead of crouching low upon the terrace as I had thought at first, rose upon a lofty and massive tower of great strength. What I had taken for smaller and higher terraces and bastions were the walls of towers and square citadels that seemed built to outlast the wars of Titans. Solid lava they were of extraordinary thickness. There was nothing here of that slenderness and delicacy which had made me compare their other buildings to lacework. The terraces and flights of steps I had seen from below were but the outer flanks of the layer on layer of foundations laid upon the plateau to save the structure from all but the deepest source tremors. As we entered the mighty portal, I felt that no storm or earthquake could move it. It seemed a city sculptured out of the solid rock, but as soon as we were in, the sense of this massiveness vanished, and the whole appeared as we looked up fairy-like and gossamer. In any one of the vast temples nothing but a film seemed to separate us from the azure sky. In the smaller towers we gazed up a dark shaft roofed by a circle of sky, and the very stars shone out upon our vision by day, so palpable was the column of darkness above us. We soon settled in our hanging rests under the great central dome. Around us were thousands hung in mid-air in different attitudes of rest. Yet the building sounded empty, so vast was it and so silent were all. The slightest whisper rang across its great untrammeled spaces with the sharpness of a world beside us. Not a column or beam or ornament broke in the harmonious simplicity of the spacious circle from vault to floor, from side to side. Everyone by instinct kept still, for the mere rustle of a wing appalled by its far-reaching effect. We even held our breath lest the sound should break the colossal stillness. To me it seemed for a time frozen silence. I soon perceived that there was no effort in the self-repression of my neighbours' movements. They were entranced, their heads erect as if catching the echo of some far-off music. To me there was as deep a stillness as before. I listened intently, but felt no change except a slight exhilaration. An electric influence was pulsing around. To the electric sense in them some great harmony was appealing. Yet there was more than this, for their eyes were fixed intently on the dome. I looked up and felt awestruck. There, on a scale that seemed to match the sky of night, I saw enacting the evolution of a universe. In the blue vault a great sphere of glowing vapour was whirling round. From it sprang off huge concentric rings, that one after the other themselves became whirling spheres ablaze with the intensity of white heat. Step by step a system of earths revolving around a central sun was developed. On one as it cooled we could see the life appear and grow varied, then fade away and finally vanish. Before the last tragedy had closed, another had taken up the strain of existence, had run its course upon the globe, and a third had stepped into the ranks of life-bearers. The torch of generation was passed on from orbit to orbit, the central luminary ever dimming its fires, till at last the system wheeled on through darkness, seeming to have no purpose in the universe. But just as the last light flickered and began to vanish from the surface of the sun, out of the darkness seemed to rush another dead universe. Through the eternities the two had been approaching nearer and nearer, drawn by their common doom. In a moment they had crashed together, and out of the collision came a mist of fire, that soon by whirling in space became again another and larger sphere of glowing vapour. How impressive was this reincarnation of worlds! Deeper and deeper the scene sank into the spirit, as the electric thrill which accompanied the earlier steps of the process passed into dim echoing music, translating all we saw into sounds. A singular feature of their music was that it was never produced in the same room in which it was to be listened to. The machinery and the orchestra drown out by their clack and clamour the soft footfalls of harmony that are the only true spirit of music. This was their reason. They had a contrivance in every large room, a huge mouthed tube by which inflowing music was softened or strengthened and which could if needed be raised a whisper into a thunder peal. In this was a series of keys or stops, by which any sound coming through it could be modulated. One key could make the apparatus soundproof by filling its throat with a pledget of peculiar fibrous metal they had. One series could ring out the harshness of any sound till it became soft as a much reverberated echo. A second magnified any sound, however soft, to the required loudness and volume, and the whole was controlled by a minute keyboard which could be held in the hand and moved to any part of the room. In this vast auditorium I could not see where the keyboard was managed, but he must have been a poet-musician who manipulated it, so delicately did the volume of sound adapt itself to the mood of those who watched the growth and decay of worlds. Now it swelled with the collision into thunderous harmony. Again as a crisis approached in the tragedy it fell to the low music of far-echoing nature sounds. At times this marvellous opera of the universes died away to my hearing, yet my neighbours lay in trance as if still catching harmonies that mastered the soul. I knew nothing but the vague electric thrill that passes through the nature at some great thought. Harmonies as colossal touched their electric sense as those which before had come through their hearing. I longed to follow them into those spheres of melodious being that were still beyond me. I came afterwards to know the astronomic family that had arranged these wonderful effects upon the soul through the various senses, and I saw the mechanism by which they were contrived. Its simplicity was what struck me most, when I remembered how complicated were the sensuous modes of appeal to the spirit. Out of innumerable sonoscripts and electrographs impressed by the world of stars upon their records, they had selected those that would fit together and raise the souls of the listeners to the sublimity of seeing the infinite cosmos. This daylight representation of the music of the spheres was but a prelude to a more impressive effect as night fell. By some ingenious mechanism the immense dome was changed. Instead of a semi-opaque crystal, on which could be enacted a mimic evolution of systems, there slid into its place an enormous lens, which gathered the sky 10,000 times magnified into the focus of a smaller lens, and upon this was turned another magnifier, which threw upon some light-bearing film in front of us a picture of the sky 1,000,000 times the size of what appeared to the unaided eye. Here we saw enacting the infinite tragedy of the cosmos. We could turn aside and view the azure above us strewn with its silver eyes, and the contrast raised the soul to unknown heights of sublimity. In the picture the worlds lived and moved, and the number of those that filled the spaces behind was past all counting. We seemed to have drawn as near to some of the golden centres of systems as lightning flight from the beginning of our earth would have brought us. And what gave translucent sublimity to the scene was the strange music that accompanied it. By means of the Duomovamolan, a marvellous instrument which reversed the process of Oolorefa, we heard the harmony that the worlds made in their motions. As they moved across our lens and round and across each other, their movements, enormously magnified, awakened such harmony of sounds as never embodied soul had heard. Their flight and their magnetism affected an irelium film in such a way that the complicated lines and curves and figures produced upon it translated themselves into the music, which would have produced these figures in the Lilaran. This people had long practised architecture by music in Oolorefa, before they thought of attempting the reverse process and converting form and colour into melody. But once thought of, it was soon accomplished, and the Lilaran was the result. The shadowy figures which any melody produced could be made themselves to reproduce it. From the use of this little instrument it came to be seen that their telescopes could by little modification and addition be made to tell out in music the scenes they witnessed and recorded. Step by step the astronomic families advanced till at last they reached the wonderful Duomovamolan, or Cosmophone, which, facing the heavens unbroken for generations, stored up the music of the spheres in their various changes. It was this instrument we heard as we gazed into the hitherto unfathomed depths of night. The worlds themselves in their motion played upon it, and threw it upon our souls. No human thought could have conceived the marvels of harmony that rang through the great auditorium. We felt as if we had been present at the creation of the universe, and our thoughts ranged through infinite space. A dream of the most tremendous kind was being enacted before our waking senses. How poor seemed the whole long history of life upon our earth! Thought was the only element in us akin with infinity or like to last through eternity. The thought that could thus span the abysses between the systems of worlds and comprehend these cosmic melodies still ringing in our ears. When the treasured up music of the spheric movements of the past ceased, the night itself, the very sky we were contemplating, began to stir fresh harmonies through the senses of the subsidiary towers. We gazed, and the stars in their silver motions unnoticed by the naked eye, told their tale in sweet harmony. These new symphonies were simpler than the operas of creation and the decadence that we had been listening to and, after those titanic effects, seemed almost monotonous, so few complications had they. They soothed the souls lost in the sublimities of infinite space and time, and we came gentler down to the earth on which our life was cast. We still trod on air, our heads still amongst the stars, but the earth was near us and counted as one of the myriad worlds. As night swung towards the mid-vault, the music faded and seemed to sound from far valleys. At last it sank into a lullaby, the lullaby of slow-moving constellations. Sleep came on me by unconscious, scarce-heard footfalls, and through its magic portal the universe of dreams appeared. Amongst the stars I flew, never resting, eager to visit and know all. Here I communed with beings so like me and yet so far above me, that I yearned to remain with them. But on I had to speed. Then I rested on a world still dominated by the rudimentary stages of life energy, and so repulsive were the sights and sounds there, that I fled shrieking from it. Next came a sphere so filmy and translucent I scarcely knew how it persisted in tiding the storms of space. Yet here, too, was life, life so noble, so immaterial, that I felt ashamed of my body and its sensuous methods of knowledge. So ethereal were the beings there that the common forces of gravitation and attraction seemed to have no power over them. So far below them did I feel myself to be in the process of evolution that I had not the heart to remain. Away into space I winged, till a dark orb drew me towards it, shone on by suns of the most fantastic and ill-omened colours. Here, too, was a manhood not unlike that of earth, yet so sinister that it seemed an orb of devils. The forms were graceful, the faces had a beauty of their own, but shone with such evil meaning that they fascinated like snakes. Amongst them I could recognize the great conquerors and monarchs and warriors and colossal criminals, whose faces or the representations of whose faces I had seen upon earth. War and pillage were their occupations. Cunning and force, hypocrisy and arrogance were their weapons. In horror I fled from the sight of their internecine passions and into the depths of the night I sped on. So varied was the constitution of the orbs that I approached, so marvellous the range of the kinds of beings inhabiting them, that my mind seemed to sink under the task of imagining them. Everything was in transition, there was no rest for any form of energy in the cosmos. On it must sweep towards a higher transformation or a lower. I saw beings that seemed to be the very acme of creation, so beautiful and noble were they, so purged of all grossness and materiality, yet ever beyond them I found some form they looked up to and yearned to reach. Below me I could see on endless orbs lower and lower kinds of energy receding into darker night, yet ever pressing upwards step by step. What an eternity of ascent was before them! Looking up, my soul was drawn to some great centre my eyes could not discern. The exhilarant force seemed to give me wings finer and nobler than those of my body. With infinite longing I left my material part behind, floating slowly in space. A trance came upon me as I flew upwards with lightning speed, and I swooned with the ecstasy of final achievement. When I awoke, still lying in my pendulous rest, morning had broken and the cosmic strains had died away. This dream flight had been but the climax of the purification. Such music, such electric impulse had been poured about us as we slept, that our spirits could not but accomplish these imaginary voyages through space and time. Without this sublime uplifting into the diviner realms of ether, our souls might have fallen back to the mean purposes and ambitions of the earth induced by the fears of the invasion and the necessities of its repulse. Now we walked like angels amongst men, a wall of eternity separating us from the gross needs of war and defence. We were again on the upward path that leads towards the highest, and purified and ennobled, were eager again for the immediate duties of life. Such purifications of the soul occurred amongst the community as a whole whenever any influence tended to drag it down to a lower plane. Their eyes were drawn downwards. They had again to be turned to the goal of all energy. Victory over such a conqueror as Choktroo had to be given its due insignificant proportion in the results and aims of life. Else it might atavise some of their spirits and bring to life ambitions buried for long ages. One night's voyage amongst the infinities was enough to throw human conquests, however great they might seem, into pettiness and oblivion. Thus the evil spirit such events might raise was exorcised, and yet the sensuous power of the music by which the exorcism was achieved was evaded. Mere music, such as I had been accustomed to hear with luxurious passion in my old home, would have let our spirits, after raising them to the heights of ecstasy, fall crashing into the world of commonplace as soon as it ceased. But this cosmophonic harmony permanently soothed and elevated the embruted soul. It implanted thoughts so high that it seemed sacrilege to return to any lower plane. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of Limanora, The Island of Progress by Godfrey Sweven. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Their Heaven and Their Hell. The race returned to its daily life, purified and elevated. The danger of intrusion upon their upward struggle had called out unwonted vigour, and the expulsion of the grosser elements and ambitions which threatened to accompany this had resulted in clear gain for their progress. The pace at which they developed greatly quickened, and we felt the pulses of the race beat with the eagerness of prevision. Every new age had accelerated its advance till it seemed to have breasted all possibility. Yet as the new step grew swifter and swifter, the lightning swiftness of a far past seemed to them but a snail's pace. Back in the darkness of the future was pushed, and new vistas opened where the black wall of fate had seemed to face them. One of the most striking proofs of their advancement was to them the rapidly developing love and power of foreseeing. They seemed to live in the future, and that future was an ever-receding circle like the horizon ahead of them, widening and widening as they rose above mere earth necessities. A considerable section of their community was devoted to pioneering for the race, exploring the possibilities of the future, and whenever there was a danger that the energy of development would slacken, The imaginations of the youth were fired by a sight of all that they might be. One of the chief duties of the imaginative pioneers of the race was to prepare a vision of the time to come that would at once appeal to the youthful fancy and fire it to renewed effort. For often in a generation a family or an individual would become so absorbed in a special pursuit that the idea of the whole was obscured, and to prevent or obviate this false perspective imaginative perversion was ever and again needed. An easy bird's-eye view of all that the race might become was the best means of attaining this. Another magnificent edifice was set apart for this purpose, again on the slopes of Lilaran, not to give outlook, but merely to draw all eyes. It was perhaps the most impressive of the great buildings of Limanora. So vast were its proportions that it seemed almost a city in itself. For in huge subsidiary halls every phase of the possibilities of their civilization was represented. These were dwarfed by the central hall, which seemed large enough to contain the whole of them. In it all the phases of the future were focused in what they called the Mornalan, or time telescope. This made the pictures of what they might become live and move before the eyes of the gazers, who, as they gazed through one of the many thousand eyepieces, seemed to look upon life itself in its noblest ideals. My first visit to the great building, which they called Terralona, or Millennium, was not long after the final repulse of Choktroo. Into the younger and less purified hearts of the community the idea of warlike glory had returned with some force, even though we realized intellectually how shallow and false and retrograde it was. The introduction to what I might call the heaven of the race ought to have come naturally later in life, when we had passed completely out of pupillage and assumed the full duties and privileges of maturity. But it seemed necessary to erase from our emotions this atavistic taint that the appearance of Choktroo and his expeditions had begotten in us. The national purification had succeeded in making earthly ambition seem insignificant. But as we settled down again to our pursuits, the awe that the Cosmophone had bred in us grew fainter. The world was narrowed into a prison house, and our daily duties forced a recoil to a wider sphere of ambitions, such as we had seen out in the archipelago in the masterful war so lately witnessed. It was time, indeed, that some of us were brought into the presence of the immediate ideals of the race towards which they were as a whole struggling. We were now to enter upon a new epoch of our existence and to know the wider heaven in which our own special pursuits took their orbit. We were thereafter to drink at the pure fountains of inspiration, to know the rewards of all our struggles, the possibilities that lay within the reach of a measurable number of years. Up through the morning air we flew, exhilarate with the wine of healthy life, joyous in anticipation. My pro-parents were with us, and explained in answer to our inquiries the character of the building we were to visit. It absorbed the best energies of some of the most imaginative and artistic families of the island. They were ever forging ahead of their own work. Like life, their art never rested. What they imagined today grew familiar or even tame tomorrow. The consequence was that the inside of the edifice was never 2 days alike, and the most frequent visitor never found it monotonous. There was no such thing as a fixed paradise for any race. It varied, it must vary, with every development or retrogression of its members. Heaven was merely the brightest ideal that a people could imagine for itself, and the heaven of a highly progressive race was rapidly antiquated, and in the long flight of ages came to neighbour their hell. It is like climbing a mountain. The shining peak we long to attain as we start from the plains at dawn is found to be but a lower ridge of plateau which conceals the gleam of higher snows. These again when we reached are found to be overtopped by still higher peaks. The difference is that in truly advancing human life the process seems unending. There is no spiritual ambition, no ideal, no creed, no ethical code, but when realized in practice is found to reveal something higher still to long for and realize. A stationary heaven means a stagnant civilization. Onwards we sped as we discussed or listened, ever nearer to the vast pile of buildings that was our goal. We who had never been inside or known its purpose tingled with expectation. Even our elders, we could see, were eager and alert with anticipated pleasure. They were sure to see some new and striking features in the forepicture. It was with great awe that we found ourselves within Terralona, for we had entered the great central hall at once, without any attempt to study the separate sections of the experiments in progress depicted in the subsidiary halls. It was more impressive in its proportions and size than any I had yet seen, and was dimly lit with that strange, diffusive, centreless light of which they had command. In no one part was the light brightest, so that it was impossible to say whence it came or how it was produced. The roof rose so high and the walls were so far apart that we found flight easy inside, and there were platforms all round for leaping into the air and taking flight. Along the farther wall we could see many Limanorans hovering, like butterflies that alight for a moment and then flit to another flower. There were also rising to the roof hundreds of tiers of different kinds of rests. What these were for I could not conjecture, unless they were placed for easy flight. At length we reached that end of the building and saw that every rest was placed so as to bring the eyes level with a large lens set in the wall. We each mounted into one of them, and I set my face against the smooth transparency. The sight that met me I cannot even at this distance describe. There seemed to be miles and miles of space beyond filled with the representation of an island, which I soon recognized as Limanora, but it seemed to be afloat in the azure of the sky, and from it a pathway of silken threads of light led upwards to the stars, which floated within neighbourly distance of it. Busy travellers sped up and down the climbing flightway with a swiftness that almost obscured their form and size. It was only when they rested at either goal that I could see their features or study their nature. They were Limanorans, yet completely transformed. The tissue of their bodies seemed like light itself, so transparent and filmy was it. Their wings seemed a part of themselves, and their flight was as easy as a swallow's. They moved through the air like shreds of sunlight or animated snowflakes, with power to fly up or down, often at lightning speed. Their faces were none of the deep shadows of baffled thought or blind emotion, but they seemed supremely happy in their enfranchisement from earth. Yet they were but human, only a few steps removed from the humanity I saw around me. They had still upon their faces the look of pity so frequent amongst the Limanorans when they gazed out on the men and life of other lands. But it was only when they gazed or travelled downwards that this took the place of the serene calm which marked them out as sages. At times an agitation marked their gait as they set out on the gauzy pathway of the stars. I could feel that there was still a world beyond that which they had reached, and that towards this they must progress with eager thought and effort. It was the inhabitants of other stars that they were trying to emulate or gain as friends. They could live in the intervening ether and found movement through it rapid as thought. Their highest wishes, the subjects of their imagination, encountered little obstacle or friction in the accomplishment. They were evidently nearer omnipotence over the forces around them than they had ever been. Their bodies were so much dematerialized that they were not far from the state and texture of their souls. Thought was not clogged with an earthy matter so different from itself as to hold it down till freed by death. Yet I could see that there were limits to their actions. The forces of other worlds and the conditions of interstellar space narrowed and checked their activity. They could not yet create, they could only transform what already existed, for there I saw one pair moulding a creature perfect according to their ideals and trying to breathe life into it, and not yet could they know the centre of all being. The path was still upwards and onwards. Their activity was no longer restricted to the immediate confines of the earth. Beyond and above it they soared till it became an insignificant speck of light in the azure, busily exploring the universes that strewed infinity and finding out the higher and ever higher life that inhabited them. I could see them marking on their itineraries of the sky the orbs to be avoided for their degenerate or degraded forms of life or energy. Every grade of existence was found and indicated by brighter light or deeper shadow. They loved to linger over those orbs whose dwellers were but a step above them, watching their actions and thoughts and learning their higher ambitions. At a distance they hovered over the worlds of beings many stages beyond them in the evolution of energy, afraid lest they might be repulsed as degenerate. As they watched, their longing study helped them to rise more rapidly in the scale of being, and back they would come to Limanora with new thoughts and methods and set themselves thus equipped to work out with increasing pace their own evolution. This vast widening of their horizon was evidently an era in their history. It added such lightning swiftness to their rise in the scale of existence, it gave them such power of fulfilling whatever they designed or even imagined. Nobler and nobler ideals remained to be discovered in every corner of the cosmos. They had only to sail out and investigate, and then, returning with higher thoughts and ways of life, mold their being to them. And to die, what was it now but to slough off a trammelling form? Death was to them an ecstasy. Every moment of advance was to them a death of the old, a realization of the nobler and higher. Such was the representation I watched through my optic glass, for my proparents interpreted what I saw, and showed me the spiritual meaning of this cosmorama of the future. The details of the living picture I had not time to mark, nor were my guardians willing that these should distract my attention from the central ideas. They emphasized the guiding principles of the new life we might perhaps soon lead, and the glory of it overcame my earth-born ambitions. What a pitiful figure did Choktroo and his armies and fleets seem in comparison with such a life! All the great conquerors and heroes of earth were pygmies seen in a light like this, slaves to brute longings and ambitions. I grew ashamed of ever having harboured anything but contempt for even the greatest career of mortal upon earth. Nor yet were we done with our cure. The imaginative artist had filled another and complementary edifice with living pictures of all that by means of horror could drive us forward on the path of progress. It was called Civilisation, or the Museum of Terrors. I had often heard of it and had imagined it as a place of unending torture, a Limanoran and rationalized version of the hell of Christendom, and looked forward with much loathing and curiosity to the sight of it. We were taught that this was no imaginary place, but the too real result of all retrogression and encouragement of atavism, and that there was nothing supernatural in it, but that it was the natural outcome of all lapses from the existing ethical path of advance. It was the contrivance of nature herself to prevent degeneration. As I had read Dante's Inferno, it was easy for me to map out the features of Civilisation. I knew the vices and faults they most shrank from, and these would define their own natural punishments. As we winged our way towards the sombre edifice, perched, strangely enough, upon one of the most prominent spurs of Lilaran that beetled over the sea, I let my mind wander over what was soon to meet my eyes, pictured a place of intense woe, full of the horrors of a medieval place of torture. I could almost imagine I heard the weeping and wailing and gnashing of teeth. We entered the gloomy porch and passed into the central hall. It was almost the exact counterpart of Terralona, except that there was no brilliant suggestion of all that was beautiful and noble. There was the same dim suffusion of light, the same lofty wall of lenses with rests, the same series of flight platforms around the other walls. With some precipitancy I made for one of the optic rounds in the wall, and the first sight I saw struck me as the most commonplace and familiar. It was a representation of one of the foul lanes of our western cities. There were the gutter children, the reeling drunkards issuing from the gin palaces, the cursing drabs behind them, the tatters, the filth, the dilapidated buildings. It was but an unending series of instantaneous photographs moving with great speed under stereoscopic glasses, whilst the sounds accompanying the scene, having impressed themselves similarly on long strips of irelium, were in one of their sound machines reproducing themselves. It was indeed the commonest and most repulsive of sights in the east end of any of our large towns. What astonished me was that it should have been taken from European life, and yet, when I gazed more attentively at it, and put the sound magnifier to my ears, I knew that it was not European. The words spoken were in a language I did not know, and the rags of the men and women were the rags of a national costume I did not recognize. I shifted my rest and lens, and I saw a rustic village, such as I had known in my boyhood, with the toilers busy at their work. At a distance it was a happy scene, for the men and women were absorbed in occupation and seemed to have forgotten the evils of mankind. They were much in the open air, which was bright with the colours of the sunlight, and the children's voices sounded merry at playing or humming like bees from the window of the schoolhouse. It was a picture such as city poets had often painted as ideal and primitive happiness, yet some contrivance seemed to analyse it all for my mind, and reveal to me that it was even more repulsive than that of the foul city lane. Not to my hearing or my eyes did this come, but to my magnetic sense, ill-developed though it was. I felt a deadly stupor over the whole pressing out of the higher life of every rustic. Not the diseases which often overtook them unprovided, not the poverty leaving no outlook for their old age except reluctant and hated charity, not the constant slavery of toil, or the meagre assuagement of its woes by a weekly booze in the tavern, weighed upon my spirit and made me sad to look at the scene. It was the stagnant spiritual level on which they and their children to the 1000th generation must live, without power of perceiving the nobleness that was above them and around them, without the chance of ever developing the spiritual energy that was in them, without one approach to the line of infinite progress going on throughout the universe. To stand still or recede was the true inferno of the Limanorans. Again I changed my optic glass and a greater sadness came to me through my magnetic sense. I saw such men and women such as I used to envy for their respectable life, their serene comfort, and their sure grasp of both worlds trooping into buildings for religious worship. They bowed and sang, they genuflected and prayed, they raised their eyes to the ceiling, they groaned and professed to pity themselves as miserable sinners. Yet I could feel that they had an inner consciousness that these performances were superfluous on their part, so comfortably worldly, so charitably godly were they. As they rose to leave the temple, they seemed to purr and pat their sleek stomachs in supreme self-content. Yet through the magnetic magnifier I knew that they were in a lower circle of the inferno than the rustic slaves. Their past stood out through many generations of ancestors exactly the same as their present or better. Never a chance had they of progressing. They thought they had reached perfection as far as earthly conditions would allow. They prayed that they might be made better, but that was only as they prayed that their sins might be forgiven when they were certain that they had committed none, or as they prayed for guidance in their daily duties when they knew that no one could manage them better than they. Stagnancy was written on every feature of their faces and of their lives, fatty degeneration of every faculty and organ necessary to development. Their ethics, their religion, their business, their habits of life had all reached a stage that made criticism superfluous and that knew no higher outlook. The next scene that came through the lens was one of the most envied of Christendom. Men and women of the highest birth and best breeding were moving to and fro in brilliantly lit and decorated rooms, in the largest of which the dance was proceeding. In another room a luxurious supper was laid, varied and fine enough to tempt the eye and palate of the most fastidious gourmand. Voluptuous music and scents filled the air. Witty conversation was stirring even the most languid faces to smiles. What could be more perfect on earth than the enjoyment of such a scene? Yet this was a deeper slough of hell than any I had yet viewed. The whole of life was concentrated in the senses, the least progressive of all the organs of human nature, the organs soonest sated with what they desire. And what a horror of life was revealed beneath all this brilliancy! A crescendo of such pleasures was needed to drive off ennui, and such a crescendo was not to be found. The young still lived in hopeful mirage. The middle-aged were sick of it all. The old sneered cynically over everything or babbled the senility of second childhood. The vulgar consequences of vice or the entanglements of crime, the surfeit of pleasure or the tedium of life kept most of them within one step of suicide. Their course was ever downwards. I pitied these magnificent voluptuaries, in all their ephemeral pursuits and aims. The brilliancy was only an attempt to hide the ghastly grinning death and corruption in the reality underneath. Another change of the point of view, and the world of fame revealed itself in its gilded horrors. I watched the struggling poet trampled beneath the foot of luxury and contempt, happy if only he died early in the hateful wrestle for glory. I saw the drowning agonies of the novices in the sea of literature, appealing in vain for help to the wealthy as they passed in barges lulled by the rich music of flattery. Here and there a frantic swimmer clutched at help, and out again he was thrust into the depths by the minions of literary fame. How little the rejected knew of the reality that they strove after! I looked into the hearts of the famous and saw corrupt masses of jealousy and hate, or hollow shells echoing the misery of life. The most appalling sight was, not the failures in art and learning, science and commerce, but the successes. Behind a mask of smiling prosperity and conventional enjoyment of the world, there was but a handful of dust that bore the weary load of existence in agony. Generation after generation came and passed through this torturing fire, knowing not why they bore the pangs for 80 years and 10, or whither they were born. They seemed to improve, but only sank deeper into the original barbarism. Here and there they picked out a name of one long dead and worshipped it, but the shrine was empty; it was only a name, and not the personality for which it had once stood. Behind I could hear the spirit wailing and cursing its fate and the falsehood and hypocrisy of his adorers. He knew the hollowness and pretense of the whole performance. He knew that the name had become a weapon for offending and maiming those who in their innocence were struggling for fame, as he had done, in vain. The deepest circle of hell was still to meet my eyes. I thought, as I guided to it, that it must be that of murderers and furious criminals. My amazement grew as I looked into the lens and saw that the actors, or I should more truly say the sufferers, were the great of the earth, the monarchs and statesmen and warriors, who drew all men's eyes to them as the masters of life. A movement on the part of my guide touched some key, and a strange gleam of unearthly light threw out into relief the hidden mechanism of their existence. Round every one was a network of threads like a spider's web, and the controlling ends of the threads led up obscurely into the hands of a crowd of miscreants, who lay out of sight of the applauding mobs, when a limb or a lip or an eye seemed to move of its own accord to the music of huzzas. It was jerked by a thread in the control of some scowling villain who worked the movement for his own murderous purpose. These gorgeous figures were but puppets playing a marionette play upon the stage of life. One or two of the strongest seemed instinct with the breath of originality, but a still stronger light revealed adamantine chains woven around them, and attached to these one master chain which disappeared into infinity. They were in the spider web of fate. Still more awful was the sight of their own hearts. Each had a crimson taloned vulture gnawing the vitals, and each saw every detail of the agonizing sight, nor could he move to the right or left, except to clutch at the bared heart of his rival and torture him. Who could imagine hell more appalling than this? Yet up the giddy approach to the seats of the mighty climbed eager competitors for any place in this torture chamber death or defeat might empty. Then behind all stretched the curtain of infinity, and as it rose the ranks of worlds and universes appeared, dwarfing into pettiness the sights that had racked my eyes. Life and the ideals of life rose higher and higher up through the regimented worlds, and the little inferno I had watched became a microscopic speck on the round of existence. The shadow of their heaven fell over their heads. The agony I had seen became but an atom in infinity. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of Limanora, The Island of Progress by Godfrey Sweven. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. My Education Continued, Part 1. The gaze into the probabilities of the future and into the realities of the past, ejected from my system whatever dangerous admiration I might have felt for the career of such a military adventurer as Choktroo. In spite of my self-control and rapidly developing reasoning faculty, there lurked in me the same longing for power that had been so evident in my cabin boy. Though he had fallen so wretchedly, there was a romance about his career which appealed to something deep-seated in my spirit. I knew what a hypocrite and scoundrel he had become in order to make his success. Yet the success seemed to condone his offences against the progress of humanity. The lust of rule that lies in the hearts of all men had not yet been eradicated from mine. I had advanced so far as to be ashamed of it, and I tried to reason it down or to conceal even from myself the fact of its existence. But my guardians knew that it was there, and they took the necessary precautions against its growth. Thus did I pass with the whole people through the national purification ending with a glimpse of their heaven and their hell. And now I was ready to re-enter on my process of education. The more spiritual portions of my nature had been remoulded or confirmed to follow in the true path of Limanoran development. The last purificatory process had been revealed in me the virtuous or progressive balance that ensured success in the island. The minds of my guardians were now at rest with regard to my spiritual future, and I was on the fair way to become one of the community. Still my physical constitution lagged far behind the race. Nor had I any hope of ever making up this lost time, so much had the education of generations and the accumulations of heredity done for them. My senses were but feebly developed compared with those of the Limanorans. And though they gave sensuous faculties a far lower place than the most advanced thinkers I had ever known of in Europe, they by no means neglected them, but considered them important instruments of progress in the material conditions of their life. My pro-parents thought it necessary that I should be brought in the development of my sensuous perceptions near to their own level, now that my love of reason was so strong as to preclude the possibility of being overwhelmed by sensuous energy. They began with the most intellectual of the senses, the eyesight, and by the help of magnetism, hypnotic suggestion, and constant practice under their tuition, they soon brought me to see farther afield and more keenly into the structure of things around me than I had in Europe thought it possible for the human eye to accomplish. I could perceive with the naked eye stars that I had been able to see before only through the telescope. I began to note the changes of tissue underneath the skull of my neighbours when any great thought or emotion stirred in them, and could use their wonderful instruments of far and near research with appreciation. Through these instruments faint stars appeared moons, and nearer planets revealed many of the secrets of their surface, whilst the elements resolved themselves into even simpler constituents. What still lay beyond I could not imagine, yet there were manifestly worlds intensive and extensive, still to be explored beyond the limits of these aids to sight. In the life of an individual I could not expect to approach the development of optic faculty attained by this people. This impressed itself more deeply upon me when my guardians tried to evolve me in the magnetic power of eye which every Limanoran had by nature. When any one of them turned his full glance upon me, it was like encountering the direct beams of the sun. I had to drop my eyelids in self-defence. It was this that gave them such hypnotic power over Choktroo and his followers. Their eye was an active exponent of the soul within as well as the passive recipient of messages from the world without, and could concentrate into its glance the energy of their powerful wills. Any one of these Limanorans amongst the feebler-eyed millions of the rest of the world would have proved himself a master spirit. He would, with his unhesitating will and the magnetism of his eye, have kept masses of men in check and moulded them into a unity, and the great commanders of history would have blenched before his gaze. From the first I had felt uneasy under the full glance of my island friends, in spite of its kindliness and benevolence. Before I left England, I had been supposed to have the mesmeric faculty to an exceptional degree. Now I found it pale before those marvellous Limanoran eyes, and all the training and physical aid my proparents could give me in this direction, though they added greatly to my energy of will and eye, only brought out my hopeless inferiority. I was able at last to bear their glances with ease, and even to raise my eyes to theirs for a few seconds, but I ceased to hope for the attainment of their ocular command or their magnetic power. Even their passive electric sense was far beyond my possibility in many of its ramifications. For years I had wondered why their couriers into far regions of the sky could without any chart or landmarks find their way back to their island home with such ease. It could not be by means of vision, for they often went flying above the clouds to the antipodes, nor could it be by smell, for that sense was not nearly so much developed as the others. In some of my now more distant flights with Riallaro, I discovered that they homed by the electric sense. It had become keen in the measurements of amounts of electricity, and every locality had its own electric possibilities, not to speak of a certain peculiar quality in its electricity which differentiated it from all others. One of the most important branches of their education was the magnetography of the earth and sky. Although I never got beyond a vague perception of differences in the degrees of electricity, it was of some use to me in my flights to have learned the elements of this great descriptive science. I could tell with fair accuracy how high I was above the earth and whether I was drifting away from Limanora or towards it, for the amount of electricity in any region varied within certain definite limits and the conditions governing it were constant for long periods of time. These were, roughly, the metals beneath the surface of the earth, the differences in temperatures of the strata of air above, the evaporation of chemical changes on the earth below, and the periodicity of the influence of the sun and the stars. Their electric charts of the sky and air were ever in process of correction, but so slightly and gradually in each region that it was only after long periods that the Limanoran couriers had to revise their magnetographic knowledge. Indeed, it was their reports after long flights which generally led to the minute corrections of their charts. It was the work of a few minutes only to learn the new modifications, for their charts were exact miniature models of that which they were intended to represent. The learner had only to touch a spring and by the inner mechanism of the globe out would ray to each point of it the electricities that in degree and quality belonged to the region indicated. The member of the electric family who guided him would explain the changes that had occurred since he last consulted the instrument, and his own electric sense would tell him the rest. Nor was this magnetographic training useful merely for the purpose of pilotage through the heavenly vault. It enabled any courier to seek the region where he would most easily recharge the little engines which he bore with him under his arms to aid in his winged journey. Although he could prevent the complete exhaustion of these power auxiliaries by supplying them with some of the magnetism in his own body, it was only in emergencies that he did this, for his own system needed electric recuperation as well. Whenever this was required, he made for some region of the air that he knew to be highly electric, and there he floated, whilst with his receptive sense he drew in new stores for his own system and for his little armpit engines. Then he went on his way rejoicing, exhilarated by his new energy. One of the purposes of their frequent flight into atmospheric spheres other than their own was to drink in new magnetism from one of the great sky fountains. When a Limanoran returned from an aerial flight there was renewed life in him. His eyes glowed with a heightened radiancy. I could see a soft light play about them in the dark, and this, if needed, he could make even piercing in its brilliancy. He required no light to guide him in the deepest night. His electric sense gathered in from the atmosphere the scattered radiance that was hidden from my sight, and from his eyes he could emit this electricity in the form of light. For me, who, under all their training, was never able to develop such power over the unseen forces of the air, the eyes of Thyriel were a guide in our flight through the night sky. And by day so gentle a brilliance played around them it was little wonder they fascinated and drew me ever to them. After experiencing their power, I was not surprised at the hypnotic influence Limanoran eyes had had over the leaders of the hostile expedition. It did not astonish me to find that by means of their electric energy they could move vast masses which no mere muscular force could have touched. I had a constitution that seemed to be physically far stronger than Thyriel's, yet, if she had time to reinforce her store of magnetism, she could accomplish feats of strength I could not approach. In her fragile system there seemed to reside a giant's energy, but this was only at times, and especially after she had made some long journey into the regions of the air. The tissues and fibers of her body seemed to grow tenfold stronger when the new electric energy tingled along her nerves. In only the faintest way was I ever able to develop my electric receptive sense so far as to realize what a new store meant to their physical powers. Yet my guardians set themselves to bring out my latent electric sense or Firla. After much practice and the application of many stimuli, I began to feel impulses more keenly, even when they came from a distance. The back of my neck grew more and more sensitive, so that I would wheel round instinctively when anyone looked at me from behind. There was almost hope that I should, after many years of practice, come to distinguish the different kinds of emotion with which anyone, though unseen, might look at me, and I could produce by a concentration of will force in the eyes a certain luminosity noticeable when I stood in deep darkness. My power of sight was greatly strengthened by this new electric faculty that the eyes acquired. I began to raise my eyelids before the penetrative glance of a Limanoran, or even the full majesty of the sun, but never could I hope to reach their analytic power of vision. Their senses were distinguished from those of the rest of mankind by intellectuality, and were, I thought, not merely the observers and reporters of the mind, but its outlying parts or functions. The eye especially seemed to do what through its means reason and experiment might have done. At a glance a Limanoran could tell to an inch the distance of any object, and was not far wrong in his estimate of the space between the earth and any star when its rays reached his eye. He could distinguish one ray from another by its color or color constituents, and by its magnetic affinities. What he had learned in the use of the inamar or spectroscope in the lava wells and in the fusion of metals in Rimla had come to be a visual instinct. With scarcely a minute's hesitation he would tell the predominant elements of any one of the heavenly bodies. Doubtless the Firla had something to do with this analytic power. One of their imaginative pioneering books held out the by no means remote possibility of catching symptoms of the life which, they knew well, filled the dim worlds above. Their auditory powers had been far less developed than their visual, and gave but faint hope of transcending interstellar space, and my training soon brought me within easy distance of their hearing capacity. The range of this faculty both at its upper and its lower limit had been considerably extended. Sounds dangerous on account of their loudness to the inner mechanism of ordinary ears were by means partly of strengthening the protective cartilages and partly of a Duomovamolan or graduated modifier of sound, which they constantly wore, made harmless and even gentle and enjoyable. Those that were too faint to reach any human ear became audible to me after some training in the use of their vamolans or macromacrocos. So greatly had these been improved along with the power of hearing, that they could discriminate the different noises of microscopic life. These vamolans in their application of electricity to hearing could make the buzzing of an insect sound like the roar of thunder. By modifications of them any of the sounds heard through them could be recorded forever. Thus had been formed a library and museum of the phonology of animal life. They had been able to study the records of sounds emitted by the various species of animals, and had come to know the meaning of each sound before they had driven all but microscopic life from the island. Thus they had learned by means of the recording vamolans the language of animals. The birds of the air I have seen follow the cries of Ethereal, gathering around her in clouds as she flew, until by a sudden change of tone she would scatter the fluttering masses to the four winds. Even the fish of the sea would rise and leap above the waters to her notes. Ferocious, devouring monsters would leave their prey and follow gently in her train. Most of this power over the undeveloped creation was due to the record and study of their cries, but not all. The magnetism of her personality had a strange effect upon the wildest birds of prey. It seemed to bear with it tacitly the lesson of Limanoran civilisation that no life was to be destroyed by those who meant to make the best of life. There was a gentle, merciful spirit in the glow of the eyes. I have seen her take a wounded bird to her bosom as she flew, and, putting new life into it by the stroke of her fingers, set it free, strong and happy. There was a life-giving power in the tips of Limanoran fingers that puzzled me at first. Why the mere touch should so soothe the lower creation that the agony of their wounds would soon vanish and their cries cease, bewildered me for a time. My own pains rapidly disappeared under the touch of my proparents. I afterwards knew that part of the active magnetism of their system came through their fingers, and they helped me to develop this channel of influence in myself. I could at last by passing my fingers over Ethereal's hair or face relieve any tension of her nerves which might have produced pain. Nay, I could hear her hair crackle under my touch when I had charged my system with much electricity. Once or twice I was able to draw a wounded bird to me, and change by my stroke on the feathers its cries of pain into low notes of content. But I could never draw the winged creation to me in clouds as Ethereal did. It was all the more surprising to me that they fenced off animal life from their island. What might they not have done with such powers over the lower creation? When I put my question into words, the answer was unhesitating and unanswerable. All failures in development had to be thrust from the path of progress; they could do nothing but clog it. If the Limanorans had little hesitation in the case of their own flesh and blood, they had still less when they had to deal with animals. It was quite true that many of the more highly developed of the servants of man had nobler natures than most of their masters, deeper loyalty, greater sincerity, truer and more lasting courage. Much might and did come from companionship with their primitive and guilt-proof natures, but the fact that when associated with man they were destined to serve, made such good impracticable and rather brought out the mean and brutal tyranny of man than helped to implant in his nature their own virtues. Even with such noble qualities as they had, it was impossible for them to overleap the many ages their systems had lagged behind in other respects, the open offensiveness of their grosser animal appetites and needs, their lack of that great instrument and teacher of the brain, a fully developed hand, and the inability to foresee beyond a few hours, days, or months. Nor could any human process prolong their period of life and postpone their day of dissolution. It was not a good thing for these pioneers of the human race to see the approach of death and its agonies in a being that could not assuage or postpone it. Still less beneficial was it to touch the carcasses and reduce them to harmless atoms. The presence of animals meant the daily obtrusion of offensive sights that would either shock or degrade their natures. All that animals could do for them was already done by their science or their machinery. Nothing that had fallen so far behind in the race of life was worth the trouble of missionaryism, for the energy that was in it had a better chance of rising swiftly in the scale of existence by dissolution and entrance into some other form. None the less, they had studied the language of animals when they had had the opportunity. It belonged to the orchestration of the world, and all the sounds of nature were of interest to them. They were in the habit of visualizing what they heard by a refined and complicated instrument which they called a thinamar, and had long been able to translate into its appropriate form and colour every sound, inarticulate as well as articulate. Through long use of this instrument the tones of nature bore with them something that appealed to their eye. I never grew expert enough in its use to make the visualization of sound an instinct, still less could I reverse the process. A modification of their thinamar had enabled them to translate sights into the symbols of sound, and by skill in using it they had come to attach certain notes to certain sights. Thus a noble landscape would appeal to their imagination not only through the eye, but in the form of music, and they spoke of hearing the beauty of a star or a flower. A section of this instrument did for complicated sounds what the spectroscope or inamar as they called it did for light. Every substance, every individual living thing, had its natural and peculiar note, and the linamar analysed what seemed to me the simplest sound into its constituent primary notes, each of which revealed its source. Aided by their mikrakos and makrakos, it enabled the Limanorans to analyse the chemical elements of any object, whether at a great distance from them or too minute to appeal to their senses. Their makrakos were instruments by which means of electric currents and magnetisms could make a beam of light transmit any sound to its source, or make the ear gather in the same way whatever sounds were filling the air at any point on its course. I knew when I saw a steady flash in any direction that the sound of some point was getting tapped by one of these instruments. Each had an apparatus for laying and keeping fixed its luminous telegraph wire along which it received and transmitted. An application of this in the gossip telegraph enabled them to listen to the comedy of life as it went on in any one of the adjacent islands of the archipelago. Their microcaust used the same means for gathering the faint sounds which echoed from the clouds, or through the upper regions of the atmosphere and turning them into loud notes, which might be recorded, analyzed, and interpreted. Their magnifying power was quite equal to that of the Clirolan. Faint buzzings of insects at vast distances could be collected and made as loud as thunder. It was even applied to cosmic sounds that impinged on the atmospheric envelope of the earth. Microcaustic balloons rose into the upper air, and after gathering whatever faint sounds wandered thither from outside the world, were drawn back again to divulge their secrets. Eavesdroppers of the cosmos they were, and perchance in some future age they would enable the Limanoran to listen to voices from other worlds, or even to communicate with the dwellers there. A more immediate and practical advantage of these instruments was found in medicine. They told in clear accents the unexpected or dangerous changes in the tissues or organs of any man's system. They were used in the weekly medical inspection which every member of the Commonwealth underwent. When the keen eye, aided by the camera microscope, could detect nothing abnormal in the body, the microcaust would tell the examiner's ear of some obstruction or deleterious change. He knew the normal sounds of healthy action in every part when they were magnified thousands of times by this instrument, and every departure from them readily caught the ear. All the citizens were trained to use it as an aid in diagnosis, so that they might be able to locate in the system any beginning of disease. It was part of the training of my ear to use the microcaust and to interpret its physiological revelations. But these instruments were getting antiquated by the rapid development of the electric sense that could, by the aid of their various electromagnifiers and analyzers, gather in cosmic news from distances which the sense of hearing and its aids would count infinite. Magnetic kites and balloons rose to the uttermost fringe of our atmosphere, whither common terrestrial influences could reach only in such faint waves as to be neutralized. There they gathered the electric impressions and impulses coming from other planets and even other systems. On them were recorded the varying strengths of the waves and their direction. From these records the astronomical families could tell what was happening of a cosmic character in the universes far out of reach of even their leviterolans, or camera telescopes, perturbations in the atmosphere of great unseen suns, collisions between worlds that circled round them, births of new universes from these lost systems, periodic disturbances of the routine revolutions through the approach of some meteoric wanderer, the settlement of life on worlds grown ripe for it, and the death of outworn stars. For many generations had they kept and classified these reports of cosmic history, and were beginning to recognize a wide periodicity in many of them and to draw conclusions as to the path of our universe through infinite space. It seemed to them that there was some point far distant in the cosmos, round which our sun and its satellites with innumerable other systems of stars revolved, and that this point, with its satellites, had its own independent movement. Age by age, with the aid of their hydrolans, or electric telescopes, and other electric instruments, they felt that they were getting nearer and nearer to the centre of this interwoven epicycloidal movement, and were almost convinced that it did not proceed infinitely, but that there was some ultimate centre which had no movement round another. Their instincts told them that this was the divine consciousness towards which all things rose in the scale of being. They never remitted their ardour and diligence in the development of their electric sense, and of the instruments that aided it to become a receiver of cosmic news and a recorder of cosmic history. for they were confident that this was one of the tracks that led up through the intricacy of the cosmos to God. One of my greatest regrets was that my electric sense could not follow the footsteps of these pioneers in the infinite. It had but a dim consciousness of the reports of their instruments, and train it as eagerly and diligently as I would, it lagged behind my power of vision and even my sense of hearing. On this account I preferred to learn the results of their researches through these two senses, for the electric reports were carefully translated into appeals to the eye and the ear. I could see their wonderful discoveries in the unknown, as they worked them into picture and mechanism, and I could listen from day to day to the orchestration of their newly discovered spaces and movements. What seemed at the moment an intolerable discord chimed in with the notes which preceded or followed and formed marvellous harmony. Not the least part of my education lay in this cosmic stimulus to my imagination. Out of my terrestrial conditions and limits I daily rose into spheres which seemed to me more and more divine. Sight and hearing became noble channels of the influences of infinity, instead of gross senses. I struggled to bring my Firla up to the enjoyment of their labours, but ever fell back hopeless. This was especially the case when I was brought to examine and test their monolan or electrical distance analyst, for a fully developed electric sense was needed to appreciate its refined analysis of impulses from far distances. It was an ingenious application of an alloy called by them labramor, or electricity sponge, and had the power of splitting up any electric wave or impulse into its constituent movements. Each of these had its own clear and distinct effect upon the Firla and varied with the substance from which the impulse came, or through which it passed. All substances and elements in terrestrial systems were classified according to their electric impulses. Even before the Limanorans brought the Firla to its high state of sensitiveness and efficiency, they had been able to examine the stars and other distant bodies and analyze their elements by means of this classification and the application of their alloy labramor. Every substance or element had its place in their tables, according as it was positive or negative in its electric impulse towards some other substance or element, and all its affinities, strong or weak, were tabulated. Thus, when they turned their monolan upon any distant body like a star, they were able to analyze its elements by means of these tables. Even now that their Firla interpreted the analysis of the monolan without the intervention of classifications and tables, they had another electrically analytic instrument which appealed to the eye. This turned the electric impulse into a flash or glow, which at once revealed in the inamar or spectroscope the substances or elements whence it had come. Their lower or more material senses I was more nearly able to approach, even though they too were highly intellectualized and were more the servants of the spirit than of the animal part. In developing mine, I had more hope in raising myself to the Limanoran level, and yet there was less stimulus, for I felt that they looked down upon these senses of smell, taste, and touch because of their need of close contact with their objects. They were the primitive senses. They were narrow and bound down to immediate matter, and seemed poor gropers in the infinite and the dark compared with those rangers of infinity, the ear, the eye, and the electric sense. It was then with a feeling of humiliation that I saw those lower and more finite senses in me develop so quickly, proving me a being of more primitive and material type. Yet there was no neglect of these in their education and no contempt for them and their uses. In fact, contempt was one of the vices that they had with most pains weeded out of their systems and civilization. They had not merely considered that nothing in creation, if looked into scientifically, was worthy of contempt, but that contempt was the truest symptoms of crudity of character and ignorance of reality and nature. Even if they had had any remains of this primal savagery, they would not have felt it towards those finite seeking senses. They only set themselves to make them more and more the servants of the soul, the instruments of the imagination. They rejected the idea that the arts belonged only to sight and hearing. The arts of the Firla were far more important and striking than any sculpture or painting or music could be. Not merely as a variation on these and a relief from them did they have arts and brought in the senses of smell and taste and touch. These had their own special uses in their civilization. All of them, but especially smell and taste, were closely linked with memory, and through memory with imagination. A special perfume and even a special taste would flash before the mind a scene or fact with more vividness than even a piece of music would. Perfumes and tastes had been classified according to their affinity to certain virtues and ideas, and to the great deeds and scenes which best represented them. The island was one vast flower garden at all seasons of the year, arranged not alone to please the eye, but to bring by the suggestion of their perfumes the noblest virtues and deeds constantly into the mind. For example, whenever a child or youth was being trained, the flowers possessing certain well-known scents which were closely connected with the finest qualities and ideas of the race shone profusely yet with striking art. The art of the gardening family did not consist merely in arrangement of the landscape and the varied coloration of it. The scent of every flower had to be taken into consideration, and the faint flavor or taste the seed or fruit might produce in the air when sent adrift or bruised. The problem of no science or art was so complicated as that of gardening in this island. It had to take into account of so many senses, seasons, and conditions of growth. They were never done with creating and selecting new variations of flowers and plants, and color, scent, and taste in the vegetable world were as adaptable in their hands as tones in the hands of their musical composers. Their task was made comparatively easy by the great development of methods and appliances for rapid growth and decay. They had not only complete command of the weather and clouds and sunshine, but they could bring up and perfect flowers in a few nights over vast areas by use of their streams and watering platforms and of artificial light. When the Limanorans slept, wonders were being accomplished in coloring the landscape. For first some of their great rivers would pour refreshing rain all over the plains, and then the electric glow, brought close over the plants, would develop their bloom-producing capacity. As careful were the gardeners that no withering or dead vegetable matter should ever taint the air of the island. The moment one set of blossoms had perfected and shown traces of decay, an electric pruner ran in a few minutes over the whole area, and not merely cut them off, but burnt them to dust that fell on the roots to stimulate the new growth of the plants. As soon as the plants had passed their bloom-productive point, an electric life-destroyer plowed lightly through the soil in all directions, and by the morning what had been profusely flower-colored the day before was brown earth, ready for the new plant growth of next day. The slow-growing perennials and bushes and trees occupied separate and fixed quarters at a distance from the residences and the great centres of intercourse, and all rampant vegetation and rotting boughs and leaves were daily turned into good soil by the electric weed destroyer. No decay was ever allowed to approach the senses. Their knowledge of the secrets of the soil made them independent of rotting or offensive manures. The particular elements of which any kind of plant or flower robbed the soil were accurately ascertained, and their chemistry enabled them with ease to supply the deficiency after a crop had been removed. The gardening family had to be familiar on the one hand with the innermost secrets of psychology, and on the other with the last discoveries of the more material sciences, For no one could avoid the effects of the flowers and trees, as he could painting and sculpture, music and Firlae. Gardening, in short, was the most public of all the arts, and the most pervasive in its results. A garden, and in Limanora there was only one vast garden, was a great mnemonic instrument, which could play upon the souls of the whole community at once. That it should not be in the hands of novices, or of the unwise or wrong-thoughted men and women, was one of the prime cares of the people. Of all families, those that managed the garden of the island had to be most simple-hearted and true, most sure in their knowledge of the human heart, and most eager to stir to what is great and noble and humane. They were the lords of the sense of smell, one of the most immediate portals to memory and to imagination. To have the complete command of one out of the 6 dormant sense entrances to the soul was, they considered, the greatest of responsibilities, and no care was neglected in selecting, purifying, and training the families of gardeners. They, too, had the superintendence of Lilaran, a structure devoted to the arts of smell, taste, and sound combined. Aided by the musicians and chemists, they produced symphonies which appealed to all 3 senses and roused the imagination to exceptional flights. The imaginative or pioneering families frequented the halls of this great building daily in pursuit of new stimulus to their faculty. Every chamber in it had special emotions to rouse. A garden could have only a mingled effect upon the memory and mnemonic imagination. Lilaran separated the effects and classified the emotions and imaginative ideas which were to be stimulated. Anyone entering could find out at the porch, either by looking in the index chamber or by consulting one of the superintendents, what hall or halls he ought to rest in. I had often during my education to take refuge in Lilaran, when clogged in my endeavours to advance by dullness of memory or imagination, or by the weakness of some emotion. After a time I did not need to consult a guide. I knew what element in my soul was deficient, and what emotion or memory would stir it to activity, and by aid of the index hall and its graphic representation of the effect of every chamber upon the spirit, I could choose what symphony I needed. As soon as I had entered the hall that I had chosen, I lay down on one of their hanging rests and shut my eyes. At once the medicated atmosphere began to affect my palate, whilst the delicate perfume entered my nostrils and my ears drank in the sweet-sounding music. Before many minutes had passed, memories of striking scenes I had witnessed or heard of or seen represented in the island began to rise in my mind, and the emotion I needed thrilled me through. If it was heroism or courage, I felt myself urged to deeds of valour. If it was benevolence, I was soon inclined to rush to the help of the suffering and the poor. If it was hope, I saw bright visions of the future. But this exercise was too passive to be allowed for any length of time. The imagination and emotions were apt to gain at the expense of the will and the nervous energy by too frequent resort to Lilaran. Strenuous endeavour was held to be one of the prime essentials of progress, not only in the race, but even more in the individual. And, though all the prevailing odours and tastes and sounds of the island were agreeable, the Limanorans carried with them a small instrument, called margol, that by an adaptation of electricity could blunt at will the acuteness of smelling and tasting and hearing, and, on the other hand, reduce the powers of perfumes and flavours and sounds. It acted by drying the air around the head and drawing the moisture and heat from the nostrils, the tongue, and the ears. It was partly to mitigate the force of smells and tastes and sounds that they always kept the atmosphere dry and cool by day. In the margol, too, there was a combination of chemicals and electricity which would modify any odour or flavour to suit the taste. But if they wished to increase the strength of any perfume or taste, they applied electric heat to the source of it, and moistened the nostrils and the mouth. It was one of the new peculiarities of the race that the mucous and the salivary flow was under the command of the will, and they could smell and taste with satisfaction to themselves without the aid of moisture on the organs. Their senses of smell and taste had become by means of their acuteness what they were originally meant to be, the guardians of the throat and the digestion. They told with accuracy the nature of the substances brought to the mouth. Whatsoever would be deleterious to the system was offensive. In most civilized peoples what is grateful to the palate and the olfactory nerves is often pernicious to some tissue of the body or some faculty of the mind. Here the two senses were the true friends and protectors of both body and soul. There was no seducing them or bribing them into evil or irrational reports, so completely had they been saturated with reason. End of chapter 17, part 1. Chapter 17 of Limanora, The Island of Progress by Godfrey Sweven. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. My Education Continued, Part 2. In the medical, chemical, and elementary families these senses were trained to a pitch that seemed to me marvellous. By either smell or taste a member of these families could tell the constituent elements of any compound. A medical sage, if a man, could distinguish by the faint odour that marked each human body whether it was losing energy or expending it, making progress or decaying. If a woman, the sage, in order to make this decision, had as a rule to bring in the help of taste. For it had remained from the primitive animal stage of man's development one of the differentiating marks of sex that the male had more energy of smell, the female more energy of taste. Now that they had so spiritualized their senses, perfumes formed the quickest stimulus of the masculine imagination and flavors of the feminine. At the food vats it was always Limanoran women who superintended the flavoring of any compound, whilst it was the men who had most to do with medicating the atmospheres of the chambers, and men presided in the chemical laboratories. The historical origin of this distinction, they thought, was on the one hand the development of the acuteness of smell in male animals at rutting time, and on the other the power in dams of recognizing their own offspring by licking it with the tongue. And it was a well-known maxim in their medical families that every individual had a distinctive odour and taste. They could tell one man from another in the dark, and even at a considerable distance, and to touch him with the tongue was to make assurance doubly sure. The kissing that was so common in the West as a symbol of friendship and love, like the rubbing of noses amongst less civilized peoples, had as its origin and basis the recognition of the individual by the taste or smell. They did not need so close or material an investigation of the individual to have pleasant memories of friendship aroused. Their methods and symbols of companionship and love had become more and more spiritual with the passion itself. But, preternaturally acute through their senses seemed to me to be, they would rely upon their decisions no more than the modern scientist of the West would rely upon his. Error, they held, was ever maiming the conclusions from reports of the senses, and they took every precaution in recording or using their own perceptions. Accurate though their sense memory was, they had instruments which kept a permanent record of any report of the senses they meant to use again. Not merely sounds and sights did they automatically record, but perfumes and flavours and electric impressions. Ages before, the inasan, or recorder of light, and the linasan, or recorder of sound, had been brought to a high pitch of perfection. All the colours and forms seen in nature, at whatever distance, could be kept in permanence on irelium plates and reproduced to the eye by the insertion of the plates in the inasan and the reversal of the instrument. So it was with sounds, however loud or faint. The linasan would tell out to the ear music or speeches recorded hundreds of years before down to the minutest tone. By a modification of these two instruments, they took record of the inner structure of things even at cosmic distances, and of sounds which seemed to be intercepted by vast material obstructions. The development of the recorders of the other senses had been more recent. Not till perfumes and taste and electricity had begun to enter largely into education and the stimulants of memory did the necessity for such instruments arise. In the earlier times before the purgation of the race these instruments would have been a temptation to new and epicurean vices. Now they were nothing if not educational aids. The ferrosan or aromagraph enabled the gardeners to arrange the mnemonic harmonies of flowers as mere sense memory could never have done. It could reproduce any subtle perfume or mixture of perfumes that had ever been experienced in the island. The salosan or gustograph gave incalculable aid to the chemical and alimentary families. Without its permanencies of flavour, they would have fallen into daily errors in mingling the atmospheres of the halls of sustenance and medication and those of Lilaran. By its aid they could recall any of the tastes which had made substances or compounds pleasing to the palate. But it was the hydrasan or electrograph that was most needed. For the Firla or electric sense had been so recently developed that its reports as to the amount and quality of any electric impulse were most untrustworthy. Without the aid of this recorder, they could never have compared the electric impulses of the past with those of the present, nor could they have been so accurate in measuring the electric powers of various substances. They knew that the basis of all scientific advance was accurate measurement. Their old measuring instruments had gradually been overtaken by their own senses, and had to be replaced by others more and more refined. In order to make sure that their senses introduced no personal element into the reports and representations of their various delicate measures, they had invented an instrument which for fine adjustment surpassed all of these. It was the aerolan or sensometer, and by it the medical families in their weekly review of every system in the community were enabled to find the exact personal equation of each. It recorded the upper and lower limit of the various sensations, the limit of endurance, and the vanishing point. Although there was a great evenness in the development of the senses in the community, there was yet considerable variation in the delicacy of perception. One man was keenest in sight, another in hearing, a third in the electric sense, yet there was a certain constancy or proportion in all the senses of every man, a proportion varying according to well ascertained laws within the hour and the season, the man's age, and the temperature and health of his body. The aerolan tested, measured, and recorded the regular variations of each Limanoran senses, and thus he was able to know how far he judged accurately anything he perceived. By its aid he was able to know the exact point at which he would need to call in any one of the various mechanical aids to the senses, the magnifiers or modifiers, or distance reducers. By this means they were able to gauge the proper mixture of colours and proper size in architecture that would please at certain distances. By its means, too, they could accurately measure the distance from which any electric or luminous or somniferous impulse had come, when it struck on the senses. It was one of the commonplaces of their policy that whatever could be done by machinery it was waste of skill and energy to do by human labour and thought, and instruments were generally more exact and reliable than the senses and active powers of man, however delicately developed and refined. Of course man's brain and hand must still guide and superintend all instruments and machinery, but his interference with their automatic working was reduced to a minimum, in order that the discount for personal equation should be as little as possible. It was not, however, So much for the sake of accuracy of the result that the mechanism was substituted for human work, as for the sake of progress. Every operation and function which could be performed mechanically it was a slur upon human dignity to do, and at once Limanoran humanity was relieved from the necessity, and the freed energy was applied to other and nobler efforts towards progress. During my education I had noticed again and again with surprise that mathematics took no part in it. Not once had I heard the subject mentioned by any of my guides or companions. I remembered the important place it held in Western curriculums, and wondered how the various scientific families could manage their abstruse formulae and calculations without that science. A people that laid so much stress on the exactitude of research as an essential of all scientific progress were surely lax to a degree in failing to train their youth in the various branches of mathematics. On having my senses tested by the Arilan, the thought came uppermost in my mind again, and my proparents at last took notice of it, perhaps as the time had arrived for enlightening me on the subject. They led me to a vast museum-like building, crammed with all kinds of small and intricate machines, not unlike a kind of patent office, where the models of new inventions are deposited for examination and comparison. There was evident in the arrangement a careful classification according to elaboration and delicacy. In the first section we entered there were the simplest of machines, having a few levers and cogwheels, and a few keys set in a keyboard. These were meant for the easier rules of calculation, addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. We tested most of them, and I saw that they were infallibly accurate. Never once even in the longest and most intricate calculation was there any error. In fact, these machines had been first invented to avoid the constant errors that vitiated important results when novices were set to work them out. It was then found that not only did they rid calculations of fallibility and the youth of heartless drudgery, but they enabled the race to advance more rapidly. They set free years of life, especially in the formative stage, that had been wasted on mere routine and mechanical work. And, best of all, they allowed the tissues of young brains to be less rigid. It was noted that, after the calculating machines were set to work, the youth grew in mental and especially in imaginative power at twice the old rate. The elders of the state were amazed at the result, prizing as they had done the effect of arithmetic in the discipline and education of the young. Indeed, it had been with great regret that they saw the youth relieved of so disciplinary an exercise, and they even thought of making an exception to their usual utilitarian state principle, and training the boys and girls in rapid calculation, although it would be of so little use to them in their afterlives. But a few years convinced them of the serious mistake they had made. The pace of development so suddenly and greatly quickened in the new generation, that the result could be set down to nothing else than the new freedom from calculations. Their own faculties and imagination seemed stiff and almost ossified compared to the ease and flexibility of those of their sons and daughters. Invention and discovery struck out with an unprecedented energy, and the ethical and emotional phase of imagination grew at a marvellous pace. New ideal realms were opened out for morality and practical thought. The experience threw a remarkable light upon the phenomenon which had puzzled them for generations. After the period of youth the members of the community had to specialize, and for some undiscoverable reason, those who devoted themselves to mathematics and the working of abstruse formulae had been found, able though most of them were, to be the most rigidly unreasonable in the community. They refused to admit that they could be mistaken in any of their judgments, or even opinions. Nothing would move them, neither logical argument nor emotional appeal. They assumed that they had found absolute truth, and refused to have compromise. In one generation in the far past the mathematical families had to be exiled, so serious an obstruction had they become to progress. Again, they had to be completely renewed, children of the most noble-minded, freest, and most imaginative families being substituted for the old members, and trained to fulfill their functions. Within a generation the result was the same. These scions of the finest of the race became as narrow-minded and obstructive as their predecessors had been. It seemed to be useless to change the stock, and for some generations the community accepted their conservatism and obstinacy as inevitable. They grew accustomed to smiling at the mathematical families as the omniscients. Why the true cause of this degeneracy had not occurred to such a shrewd and logical people it is hard to say. Probably because they were so wedded by long tradition and practice to the idea that mathematics was one of the loftiest of sciences, and one of the most essential elements in education. They doubtless refused to reconsider its claims or to abandon their inherited reverence for it. But the discovery of the effect of the calculative habit on the tissues of the brain at last forced them to face the true cause of the infallibility of these mathematical families. It was their occupation that caused their degeneracy. Men began to pity them for the slavery in which they had been so long held and to devise means for their liberating. The old habitual smile at the mention of their name became sadness at the thought of what these members of the race might have accomplished for its civilization, had they not been so frozen in their tissues by the perpetual use of formulae. They were amazed at their own dullness in failing to see that men who dealt in such mechanical methods and exact results could not but be mechanical themselves and easily fall into the fixed mental attitude of the omniscient, and dealing with a world so unreal in its stiff, skeleton-like outlines could not but fail in a world of conditions and compromises. At first, the prevailing idea was that all the studies and sciences needed exactitude of formulae and results should be neglected by the community. One consideration it was felt that some of the most valuable stepping stones to the loftier ideals of the future would be sacrificed if this were done. The other alternative was chosen. The inventors who had made the calculating machines were set on to find instruments which would accomplish what the mathematicians had had to do for the community. And, one after the other, the years had produced them. Even differential and integral calculus had been superseded by a series of machines that with little guidance worked out all the applications of their intricate formulae to the sciences. As we advanced from department to department, we watched these machines at work, confirming the imaginative results of the physicists, the chemists, and the astronomers. The mathematical families were relieved of their duties and distributed, and every member of the scientific families was taught to use these formulating instruments. Their brain energy was not monopolized by calculations. The use of the machines was but a routine detail in their wider intellectual life, and absorbed so little of their energy that it seemed to have no effect on their faculties. I was not many days in mastering the details of the formula machines, for I had paid some attention to mathematics in my buried life and the memory of the subject rapidly revived. I soon came to see the wisdom of the Limanorans in eliminating the study from their scheme of education. It would have been the height of extravagance to waste long periods of their lives in studying and doing what a machine could do better. It was exactly the kind of work best done by a machine, for it had to do with a world rid of all conditions and, mathematically speaking, perfect. The inventors were still busy making new and simpler machines for the use of the scientists, and, though they had to know the new mathematical formulae needed, they busied their brains rather with their practical application and with the machinery that would use them. It was imagination in the practice of mechanics rather than the mechanical use of methods and formulae that they were engaged on. Hence it was that they avoided the old unpracticality of the mathematical families, and stood in no danger of thinking themselves infallible and the only treasuries of absolute truth. One of the most interesting departments of Minella, as this great building was called, was that which contained the measures of time. I was somewhat surprised that this department should exist, for I had admired every day the power the Limanorans had of telling to a minute fraction the passage of time. Their sense of time seemed to me to make watches and clocks superfluous. Even when the sky was clouded over and no heavenly body or light to be perceived, they could tell the exact fraction of the day or night that had passed, as I tested again and again by the watch I had brought with me. Their knowledge of the natural signs of the time of day or year had become instinctive and automatic through long centuries of daily use. The position and state of the petals of flowers would at any moment by day or night, by shine or cloud, reveal to them the time. So would the temperature of anything they touched, or, if it were highly contractile, its size. But these external signs were quite unnecessary. They had not to go beyond the sensations of their own bodies to tell the time or season. They knew by the intensity of the magnetism in them, by the acuteness of their senses, by the amount of energy they could command. But their experiments needed far more exactness than even their senses could afford. Time had to be counted in their science not by mere seconds, but by the 100,000th, or even the millionth, part of a second. One old-fashioned measure of time was based on the length of a wave of sound as it passed through a vessel of water. The length of the vessel contained a round number of moltas, their smallest measure of length, perhaps about the millionth part of an inch. The vibration of the water reflected a bright light through a microscope and camera combined, and a photograph of the pulsations imprinted itself on a strip of irelium that kept moving with lightning swiftness across the focus. This strip was divided into minute sections, each of them corresponding to a lenta or millionth part of a second and numbered in order up to a million. A newer clock had its principle based on the length of a wave of light in a vacuum. Another and more convenient clock, or rather watch, consisted of an electric battery that kept a light irelium tongue vibrating. This latter controlled a graduated mechanism which pointed out on a face the exact lenta in the time of day that it was. It was small enough to be carried about on the person like a watch. A similar microscopic minuteness of division appeared in all their weights and measures. They could weigh in their balances down to the millionth part of an ounce. So with their measurement of heat and cold, their thermometers could test 10,000 times the range of temperature that their senses could bear, although their power of endurance of fire and frost was to me something miraculous. Their furnaces were able to volatilize the most refractory of metals and earths. They could reproduce the conditions of the most glowing suns, and also the temperature of the oldest interstellar space, which, age by age, they were bringing their frames gradually to bear with the aid of certain foods and combinations of elements. Thus did they hope in some future age to subsist, even when they ventured outside of the atmosphere of the earth. All their measures were based on the decimal system, the fundamental unit for microscopic measurements being the amount of energy in an atom of one of their elements, and that for the cosmic measurements the energy that would bring a beam of light from the sun's surface to the earth's. They were able to see at a glance the exact amount of energy in any phenomenon, to whatever sense it might appeal, and in their minds there was ever a common measure for all types of force. Their electrometers and magnemeters told not merely the amount of electricity or magnetism in any machine, material, or phenomenon, but the motive power it would have when applied to any purpose. They could compare at a glance, without any elaborate calculations, the advantages to be obtained from any substance when using it as a force, whether through the electricity or the heat or the gravitational power to be obtained from it. Especially useful was this common measure in dealing with the power of light as separate from that of heat. It was of great importance to them to know the exact amount of energy even in a beam of light which their eyes could not perceive. For they used sunshine as one of their great curative agencies, and the medical families were constantly experimenting on the effect of more or less light upon the microscopic life existing in and around the human body. One of their own new developments had been the consciousness of light all over their skin. They could tell with their eyes shut whether it was light of sun, stars, or moon, or an artificial light which was falling on any part of their body. The effect, even on the mind, differed completely in the four. The sunlight, or at least a certain amount of it, gave exhilaration or even joy. The starshine brought contemplative melancholy. The moonbeam mildly stirred the passions, whilst artificial light varied in its power of exhausting brain and nerve energy with the material or element that produced it. Sunlight deprived of the intensity of its heat was to them one of the essentials of life. Its bactericidal power had been scientifically proved ages before, and a family had been set apart for testing its effects both qualitatively and quantitatively. It was not merely a loose knowledge that they had acquired of the antiseptic influence of sunshine. They had measured exactly its power of depriving microbes of their deadliness in the case of every disease, and they knew to a nicety how strong or weak it would be needed in order to check their ravages in any constitution, whether concentrated on a spot or diluted and spread as in a bath, how long daily its application would be required, and how many days. It was this family that superintended the sun baths in the halls of medication, and assisted the medical sages in advising as to their use. It was true that daylight, and especially that of a sunny day, swept 1/3 of the noxious life out of all water open to its influence, whilst the rays of the sun bleached most bacteria from their pestiferous tendency. Yet used indiscriminately, sunshine became itself unwholesome, because of the other forms of energy besides light that it brought with it from the sun and the intervening spaces. If not used with caution, it would destroy the microscopic allies of human life in the body, rendering feeble the phagocytes that devour the virulent microbes. It would by its great heat injure the delicate tissues of the brain, and by its magnetism and weight press heavily on the nerves and the circulation. It was the duty of the solometric family to rid of it its unwholesome elements, and to indicate the exact amount and use of it that would be beneficial in every state of the body. Another of the duties of this family was to cultivate colonies of microbes of the various diseases, and make them harmless by means of sunlight for use in inoculations against their own unmodified bacterial kin. One of their greatest aids in this process was the use of water of the sea. Whenever it did not kill the bacteria completely, it emphasized the bleaching power of sunlight over them, and rendered them allies of the human system in its struggle against all disease and decay. This sterilization of disease was one of the most important functions of the family. It was they who led the fight gambols of the Limanorans into the outer fringe of the atmosphere, where they might drink in the elixir of unadulterated sunshine. Their guidance and contrivances were needed even there, in order to prevent the action of the other energies in the light growing deleterious. Even moonlight and starshine had their uses in the hands of this skilled family. They could separate the deadly or poisonous elements of moonbeams to help them in destroying bacterial life, and leave only their healthy and inspiring tendencies. Thus dealt with, the rays of the moon gave a stimulus to the brain tissues, which worked up imaginative materials. And every star had, in their science, its own peculiar influence, sometimes malign, more commonly beneficial, when treated according to their wise discoveries. Little of all this would have been possible without the inolan, or measurer of light, one of the most delicate instruments they possessed. This was but a modification of the human eye as it had been developed in their bodies. It magnified the impression made on the lens so that it would move a small mirror delicately hung in vacuo. The reflection of this mirror ran along a graduated scale on which it recorded by bleaching a point of colour, the energy of light in the beam producing the movement. This recorded not merely the strength of the rays of which their eyes were conscious, but that of many octaves of light outside the range of all human eyes. A more modern and delicate form of the inolan used a microscope camera as the medium of measurement. This had accomplished new wonders in the way of measuring the power of rays from stars out of reach of the human eye. A third photometer, recently invented still untested when I visited the collection of measurers, had made use of electricity in collecting and testing the quality and energy of beams of light. In all of these forms of the inolan there was an arrangement for ridding each ray of its heat and other forms of energy before it entered the lens. A thermometer measured the heat, and the other elements were absorbed and analyzed by a subsidiary apparatus as the beam approached the inolan. Another modification of the apparatus had a prismatic arrangement attached to it, not unlike the inamar, and this broke up the beam of light into its colour components. The inolan measured each separate component, the length of its wave, and the energy required to produce it. Its camera also recorded in photographic form the metallic elements through which the beam had passed. A more recent modification, promising great results, was one which by means of a vacuum lens recorded the dark beams that shone from unseen stellar bodies through the corona of our own or other suns. When fully developed they expected this to reveal the secrets of the darker depths of the heavens. The systems revolving round the stars would stand out clearly with all their elements for the investigation of the astronomic families. Nor did the extraordinary refinement of these instruments, that were constantly being discovered, interfere in any way with the development of Limanoran senses. On the contrary, they stimulated advance. Every new aid to any sense pointed the way to its improvement, and in a few years or generations this aid was rendered almost superfluous and a new and more delicate machine must be invented. For the combination of so many functions in the living body rendered the observations of any one sense less exact and trustworthy than those of a machine which had but one purpose. Thus the evolution of the senses kept up an unending race with the evolution of fine machinery to aid them. Even the roughest, most material, and least specialized of all the senses, touch, had grown into something that was most delicate in its manipulation, and one of the most important parts of the education of my senses was to refine and develop it. They had specialized it to an astonishing degree. The lips, especially the outer edges of them, were able to distinguish the latent energy in any substance applied to them, whilst a delicate fringe of hair upon the upper lip, too minute to be seen by ordinary eyes, revealed to them the movements and character of gases and vapours that were so faint in their impulse as to be unrecognizable by the other senses. The measurement of force had been raised to a high point of exactness in their huge chests and shoulders. Their hands, within certain limits, felt temperature with the accuracy and minuteness of a thermometer, and the prehensile and manipulative skill of their fingers far surpassed that of the ablest European conjurer I had ever seen. Without any intention to outwit my senses, they would do things with their hands so swiftly that I could not follow the movements. It seemed to me at first as if they had more joints in their fingers than other human beings, so nimble were they, but this was not the case, although the arm had greater scope of movement than mine. In fact, it seemed to move in the shoulder socket as in a universal joint, so freely could it revolve in all directions. Their joints were really more padded with cartilage than mine, so that there was more flexibility in the limbs along with greater firmness and strength. Their nerves were also more magnetic than those of other men, conveying the messages to and from the brain and will centers with far more swiftness and certitude. Indeed, if I were to find any one point in their systems which most differentiated them from European humanity, it was this increased and accelerated nerve energy. For a long time their rapidity and ease of movement and action bewildered me. Whilst I was deliberating what was to be done, they had done all that was needed. They had instruments for measuring the flash of thought from brain to hand and of sensation from hand to brain, and when tested at first, the swiftness of the message along my nerves was not one tithe of theirs, but when my education had somewhat advanced, this disparity was reduced by half. This advance was accomplished not merely by practice, but by variety of diet and medication, and by living in a more magnetic atmosphere. I was often borne aloft into the purer air that fringes the envelope of our earth, and there, half asleep, I drew into my system the electric elements which were to the quickening of my nerves. Down in the island everything that would excite me was avoided. The muscles and the other tissues of the body were exercised, whilst the nerves completely rested. Then they would be given gentle exercise of their own, to strengthen and make them supple, without unduly stimulating them. I soon began to feel the difference in the increasingly nimbleness of my limbs and could move with more celerity and ease. The fingers were quicker to follow the eye. I grew what my old companions would have thought unerring in my aim, and would have made a deadly shot with bullet or arrow in the wars of my native country. What was still better, the tips of my fingers came to be powerfully magnetic both in their appreciation of the electricity in any body they touched, and in actively producing magnetic currents. I was even able to cause a faint flash in the darkness by concentrating my will power in my fingers and waving them in the air. Postscript. When he had reached this point in his narrative, a striking instance of the result of his education occurred. It was getting towards the end of winter, and we had our rules of thumb for the changes in the weather were looking for the equinoctial gales that harbinger the approach of spring. The days were lengthening and the light of the sun was growing clear and strong upon our high-perched huts. We had noticed a certain distraction in his manner, an absence of thought or of consciousness, when he was describing the development of his magnetic sense. And when he ceased for the night he could not rest, but paced uneasily along our platform of cliff which overlooked the waters of the Sound. The moon had begun to wane, and our weather lore bade us look out for storms at the beginning of her next phase. I could not go myself to rest for thinking of his strange narrative, and the wonderful people he had sojourned amongst. I sat up many hours writing out what I could remember of his conversations and descriptions while it was still clear in my mind. Some time after midnight I looked out and saw the silver moonshine on the still waters below and was attracted by the beauty of the scene. I had thought that he had retired, but I had scarcely seated myself on a projecting boss of rock that took in one of our widest views, when his musical voice startled me out of my reverie. We fell into such sympathetic intercourse as the beauty of the night often stimulates in two sleepless spirits meeting under the moon. He told me that the earth was then tremulous with suppressed passion, and that far off in his old home in the Pacific her heart was about to break. He felt waves of magnetic feeling pass through him, and they drew his soul back to Limanora. He knew that the spirits he loved there were yearning for him. His heart quivered and throbbed with full memories of all he had known and experienced. There was anguish in the magnetic undulance vibrating across his being. It was not merely that a great storm was approaching, that he had known for some days. There were human pulsations in the ether which beat like an ocean upon his brain. That was why he could not rest. If only he could have his wings again, he would try to respond to the call. But it was useless with the recrudescence of his muddier humanity to attempt any return by such aerial means. I offered to go with him on the morrow to the nearest city and charter a ship to carry us to his former home. But he would not listen to my proposal, and bade me seek rest and sleep. I began to feel that I was intruding on the privacy of an agonized soul, and I bade him good night and left him to his own thoughts. The exhaustion of overcharged emotion soon let me drift into troubled unconsciousness. Dream followed dream like hurrying clouds over the moon. At dawn I woke in nightmare. The hut was shaking. I thought I was still dreaming. But the swish of the rain and the lashing of the tree branches on the roof soon made me understand. The calm of the night before had given way to tempest, and the earth was suffering rupture. I remembered the prediction of our guest, and rushed to his hut. He was not there, nor could I conjecture whither he had gone. I thought he had taken shelter in the bush from the storm. 3 days it lasted, and then we were able to go out and search the drenched forest. We followed up every track that he had been accustomed to take. We went to all his favourite haunts, but no trace could we find of him, though days were spent on the search. Then we forced our way through the dense undergrowth in several directions we had never seen him take, and at last we came across a yawning chasm, which had every appearance of being newly opened. The precipitous side of the mountain had split, and a vast landslip had swept down it and filled the bottom of the gulf. We could not resist the natural conclusion. This was the tomb of our guest. After all his wanderings he had found appropriate resting place. The earth he knew so well had taken him to her bosom. End of chapter 17, part 2. End of Limanora, book 1. Book 2 of Limanora, The Island of Progress by Godfrey Sweven. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Preface. Late in the autumn, when the memory of the stranger who had told us so many wonderful things had begun to lose its sharpness and we had almost ceased to talk of him, we were startled by his reappearance. We were in our tunnels, taking advantage of the dry weather to get piles of our washed dirt out ready for sluicing in the wet season, and we were working till nightfall. On a still, fair evening, which reminded me of the night he vanished, we were returning jaded from our long work and had just issued from the belt of bush that fringed our clearing when the moon rose above the peaks on the other side of the fjord and flashed a shuttle of gold across the waters. Raising our eyes to our huts, we stopped thunderstruck. Was that but a lunar effect on the throne-like cliff in front of them? It could not be a spirit. We had never heard of ghosts in these new lands, nor could the belief in them seize hold of minds so accustomed as ours were to deal with the rougher and more material elements of nature. We shook off our trance and stepped forward. The sound of our footsteps made the figure move, and as he turned in the moonlight, we recognized our lost friend, his apparition we first supposed. But he rose with his old quiet and dignified salute of welcome, and joining us as we sat at our evening meal, we talked as if he had parted with us only that morning. We had not the hardihood to ask him what had become of him these long months. But I noticed that he had more of his old semi-transparency of tissue and ethereality of hue, and in his eyes, as he ceased talking, there was a baffled look I had never seen before in them. He would lapse more frequently into deep reverie. He seemed to have gone through a lifetime of effort and suffering, and his spirit was, I could see, weary and sore within him. He shrank at first from all reference to his life within the circle of mist out on the Pacific. It seemed now to be a painful memory. There was a pathos in his tone as he spoke far keener than I had noted in it before. But gradually I drew him into reminiscence of it when we were alone in the bush, and he seemed after a time to find consolation in thinking and speaking about it, especially when he talked of the spiritual side of the civilization in the midst of which he had lived for so many years. In the long nights of that last winter he resumed his narrative again. He seemed to have difficulty in finding English expression for what he had to tell, but I encouraged him in our wanderings around the fjord to repeat and interpret and explain what he had told us. Gradually the narrative found a more intelligible language, and I was able to jot down notes that I understood. I have done my best to throw them together into the form that they ultimately found in his story as he told it to us sitting together in our hut. But I am still puzzled and sometimes confused by many of the ideas and feel that they have baffled my best skill to put them into our tongue. Some of his descriptions awakened in us a sense of incredulity, and others shook our old world of beliefs to its foundations. But we were drawn to him by the noble and ingenious way in which he told us all, indeed, were often fascinated and blinded as we listened. We could not but accept his story as the highest truth we could hear in this world, and yet we were struck dumb by its strangeness. Much of our bewilderment we attributed to the difficulty of understanding his strange speech, and more to our own ignorance of the intricate problems that have troubled sages. We have kept back this latter part of his story for a time, in order that by study and care we might make it more intelligible and more suited to the thoughts of Christendom. But we have to acknowledge ourselves still baffled by the impossible task of making this road through difficult regions plain and easy, and so have resolved to issue the narrative with all its faults upon it. Godfrey Sweven. End of Preface. Chapter 1, Part 1 of Limanora, The Island of Progress by Godfrey Sweven. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Discoveries, Part 1. What I rejoiced over most of all was the growth of my sympathetic magnetism. Not merely was my Firla or electric sense developing more satisfactorily, but I was becoming rapidly conscious of the impulses of the race. I no longer walked amongst this refined people like a blind man amongst men who see. I began to feel the enthusiasms that stirred them as a body, like a wind across a cornfield. I seemed to know whatsoever of public concern was occurring without having it directly communicated to me. I remembered in the buried life of my boyhood and youth, the lightning spread of a new impulse through an assembly or a crowd. The most rational members of the mass were unable to resist it, even though it might be irrational or vile. How like a tornado the war impulse bursts through a nation is one of the commonest observations in the study of history. Statesmen and kings and heroes have to bow before it, and are swept along with it in spite of their better judgments. And as swift and widespread as is the coward impulse that sends a defeated people cowering to their homes. It is this unspoken magnetism, giving vent as it too often does to the evil in the human heart, that makes the cause of progress in even civilized races so hopeless. Through its all-leavening power success inspires and often consecrates the diabolic, and failure damns the noblest and most divine. And this it was that made progress so easy amongst the Limanorans; it became the instrument of the highest elements and thoughts in them. The whole weight of their humanity was on the side of advance, and it was to the better future that they were ever gravitated. Everything that made for a higher plane was an inspiration to this people. This personal magnetism had been developed in them into a definite faculty of their souls. They had recognized for many ages the close affinity of mass inspiration and the power of the individual will. It was the same energy working along nerves, and even, though with some dissipation, through the space intervening between individualities. They had investigated its nature, conditions, and methods of action in their exact scientific way, and had identified it, as far at least as its form of energy was concerned, with electricity. It was even less dependent on material contact than that universal force. As they developed it in their frames, they were able to send more and more definite impulses through considerable distances. This was their Fialume, or will telegraph, one of their most remarkable faculties, drawn with deliberate purpose by the elders of the race out of the chaos of mere vague influence and tendency. Though making use of the active electric sense as channel, it was not the same as the Firla, for it implied a greater effort and outwelling of the whole spirit. Only exceptional impulses and enthusiasm set it into full efficiency, which impulses as entangled the whole soul in their issue. It was no mere toy to be used for amusement of the passing moment; dormant it lay, if ever summoned to such a purpose. It was the faculty that in other races and periods of history had set up men as heroes and leaders. Not that these had even been conscious of its existence in them when they began their career; success and gathering enthusiasm in their followers it gave strength and issue, till their mere glance seemed to command. But when failure came, and the glamour or magnetic atmosphere rarefied about them, their faculty vanished, for it had no means of communicating its meaning or power. In certain periods of exaltation every Limanoran was conscious of the Fialume, or will telegraph. He could not only receive but send emotional impulses through long distances. The intervening air was magnetized by their great enthusiasm or sympathy, and became a medium for transmitting emotional or imaginative thought from mind to mind. Not yet had they been able to send a definite piece of information by this means, unless it represented the spiritual crisis through which the sender was passing. But in movements that shook the whole race to its core, like Choktroo's threat of invasion, even those who were still in pupillage seemed to feel the beginnings of the faculty, at least on its receptive side. Secluded though they were far from the scene of deliberation, they knew the magnitude of the danger that threatened the life of the commonweal; the air seemed to tingle with it, and their embryonic Fialume could not help responding to the vibration. Once awakened they were eager to bring out its latent power, that they might feel and know the impulses which sped the race onwards as a whole. They soon discovered that it ceased to grow or even work except under certain conditions. They must keep step with the people, and fix their eyes steadily on the future. They must never swerve from uprightness or candour, never let the perfect transparency of their lives be clouded. Such had been the conditions of the development of the Fialume in the race. In fact, its indications had become unmistakable as soon as candour and truth had become the primary virtues, and progress the watchword. And it grew as the ideal of the nation became clearer and more imperative, and their character more uniformly strong and noble. They also found that something depended on the physical conditions. The atmosphere must be free from all impurity, and the body must be supremely healthy, whilst the magnetism of the will must have free course along the nerves. As my nature clarified under their training and my spirit grew more at one with the purpose of the race, I grew more sure of the stirrings of the Fialume within me. At first its indications might be explained by other and more patent causes. I had been in an attitude of expectancy, or my reason had been following up certain trains of thought from previous events. But after a time there came to me thrills of emotion that were out of the range of my immediate surroundings and thoughts. I followed them out and found that they originated far from the locality in which I was working at the time. Once a sudden terror passed through my system as of some great fear. I had not been thinking of anything but the work before me. No cloud had come over my sky, no danger that I knew of threatened. And as I was trying to explain the emotion, it suddenly passed into longing to see Thyriel. I knew where she had gone that day, and my work had almost reached a finish. So I adjusted a faleena, and flew quickly over the country in her direction. I soon knew why I had come. She was pinioned by a huge rock that had just tumbled from Lilaran. Happily, only her wings had been caught, but they had been caught in such a way that she was wedged tightly between them and could not free her arms and legs nor move her hands, and the boulder was too large for her to heave up by the strength of her body, even when magnetized by her will. When she saw this she withdrew the magnetism from the effort, and turned it in its full power into her Fialume as she thought of me. I was not long in disentangling her wings from their prison, but, before I was done, her family were beside us. They too had experienced the thrill, though more feebly than I had at a greater distance. Another time I had not seen Thyriel for some days. We were both busy at our own pursuits in different parts of the island. She, as I learned afterwards, had been set to account for a new and somewhat peculiar odour that had recently begun to accompany the issue of vapour from a distant lava well. I was engaged in timing a new and intermittent disturbance on the surface of the sea off the eastern shore, and trying to find whether it had any relationship to an intermittent fumarole which had recently broken out on the eastern slope of Lilaran. I had kept watch for several days and could find no synchronism in their periods, although I was convinced that there was a close connection between them, if there was not a common cause. I was feeling baffled and somewhat downcast, when suddenly there sprang up in me a sense of elation, if not of triumph, which continued for the rest of the day, although I still failed to discover the connection between the two phenomena. When I set out the next day for the scene of my observations, I was joined by Thyriel, who explained that she had finished her task the day before and had now been detailed to assist me in mine. I then knew the cause of my thrill of joy, and told her of it. She had at that very hour not only discovered the source of the fumes in a new mineral that the Leomarie had touched, but found this new deposit was extraordinarily generative of electricity. It was this that had made her heart leap for joy and go out towards me. She had longed for my sympathy in her rejoicing, and unconsciously her Fialume had energized in my direction. Between us we soon saw that there was a complicated periodicity in the alternations of my two phenomena. It needed several days' observation to catch the rhythm, and for that reason I had been baffled at first. Before long I discovered the cause. As soon as a lava well farther north had ceased to flow, they also ceased. It was the viscous intermittence of its stream opening and then closing to apertures below tide line into the subterraneous fires that had regulated the rhythm of these new vents. The break in the lava current, the rise and fall of the tide, and the rush of the breakers had made it complex. And the lava had finally closed both before it had ceased to flow. It was at the same period that the whole race breasted back the darkness. There came at times in their history an age of exceptional advance, that made the preceding era seem almost stationary. Nor had they yet been able to explain its appearance satisfactorily. It was easy enough to say that such and such exceptional men lived then, and that they produced the phenomenon. But that was only reasoning in a circle. They were as much a product of the time as their fellows. Whence did they get the inspiration which spurred them on, or the plastic material in which they could work? They would have been nothing without their conditions and circumstances. They surprised themselves with their powers and successes, as they strode forth into the primeval darkness and illuminated it. It all appeared very simple when once accomplished. They had been gazing for generations into the darkness, where now there was a blaze of light. An imaginative pioneering book had long ago suggested that the impulse came from outside the round of the earth. And one of the most brilliant discoveries of this newest period of advance was a scientific proof of this hypothesis. The great development of the Fialume or will telegraph had made it easy, by localizing the new thrill of expectation, and revealing that it came from no terrene source. Out of what seemed the profound inane such inspirations issued, and if they found a soil prepared for them by long self-denial and patient outlook and industrious collection of materials, they fertilized the period into exceptional efflorescence and fruition. Many an impulse comes out of the blue and falls unveiling in that no nation or race or period is fit to receive it. The profound inane, they came to see, was one of the falsest of ideas, because no patent to the human sight fills it. The interstellar space was believed to be the wilderness of the universe, cold, bleak, inhospitable, lifeless. Now it was felt to be the home of all supersensuous life, crowded with an energy that needed no stellar matter or atmosphere to support it, that never appealed to any but the highest and latest developed senses of man. The Limanoran couriers out on the verge of the earth's atmosphere had been the first to feel this new flash that lit up such a vast region of the infinite darkness. They came back inspired with new resolution that made the first of the discoveries. They gave a magnetism to their fellow workers in the same line, and soon the leaven spread through the whole people. The fervor of originality became the order of the day. To decipher the unknown handwritings on the wall of life, to solve its hardest problems, to make new inventions and discoveries, to push out into the darkness that surrounds the world, these became the ambitions of all. Nor did the Fialume of any in the island fail to thrill to the influence. Riallaro felt before I did that there was something exceptional in the atmosphere. But even my will telegraph seemed to respond. I longed to go out and conquer the unknown, to outpace the slow movements of human discovery. At first I thought the impulse had come from Riallaro, and then from my proparents or my teachers. And so it was with every Limanoran. His first thought ran to his closest friend as the source of the magnetic thrill. But after much consultation and report, the conclusion appeared that no one in the island had originated the impulse, that all in the air had felt it simultaneously in their Fialumes, and after them all down in the island had felt it simultaneously. The truth gradually forced itself home on the investigating families that the magnetic vibration had had its source far beyond the limits of the earth, for they knew that from no other country or race upon the surface of the globe could it have come. Ages before, they had abandoned the belief in what seemed supra-terrene influence as unscientific and leading to superstition. Faith had been in the past so often the cue and basis of the worst of tyrannies, the inspiration of the grossest immoralities and irrationalities, the impulse to most regression. It had also, it is true, been the nurse of gentle and just spirits. But it made them so timid that they were afraid to go forward. It wound round the soul such a network of fears and observances that its life was useless to the race. As soon as the final purgation of the people had been accomplished, it was found that every citizen ceased to speak of faith, or to use it as the basis of any work or practical step. They did not trust it out of any public act, nor consciously reject it. They only left off giving weight to any of its commands or suggestions, not that they might not be true or on the side of all that was best, but that it had so often discredited its authority by prompting, or allowing itself to be used as the pretext for retrogression or baseness. They preferred to take every step in life on ground made sure by investigation and proof that appealed to reason. And here they were again on the limits of the unknown and vague. This sense that was closest to the portal of the soul, their Fialume, had brought them to face an intelligence that came they knew not whence, and to stand in the presence of an infinite darkness that flashed out at times the lightning of noble impulse. They were by no means unwilling to listen to its report, but gladly received it as a sure and trustworthy revelation. However dim the region into which it was about to lead them, they were eager to follow, if only they set each step upon solid fact. If there was anything unverifiable in this new leading, they would soon be done with it. It now became one of the duties of the astrobiological families to watch for these extraterrene vibrations of the will telegraph, and to investigate the circumstances and conditions. These families had been the first to feel the new impetus to discovery, for they were the couriers who went out to the borders of the atmosphere and watched for signs of energy and life in the infinite beyond. Again and again they had brought back the specimens of microscopic and attenuated life, which seemed to float in interstellar space. Again and again they had analyzed the beams of light shooting through it, but without much result. Now they were to be rewarded for their patience. They had taken out with them one of the new Falinas made of transparent and colourless irelium-like glass, and as an experiment they sent it up by means of electricity far above themselves. As it rose above the limit of the earth's atmosphere, they saw all over its surface a strange fluorescence, which grew unearthly in its beauty and brilliance. Rainbow colours played through its texture as if they were threads thrown by the shuttle of some hand out of heaven. Its wings moved at lightning pace, and yet soon it began to fall towards the earth. Again it struck upwards, and again the prismatic weavings gave it more brilliant life. They watched it as it rose and fell between the denser and the rarer medium. And when finally they caught it and brought it down to earth, upon its wings both within and without there was imprinted, not the iridescent web that had been weaving over it, but a hieroglyph of faint half-distinguishable forms, some familiar, some strange, inextricably mingled. They investigated the phenomenon, and came to the conclusion that the Falina, in the comparative vacuum which lies on the borders of our atmosphere, had acted with its electric motors like the lavolan, one of their medical instruments for the inspection of the inner tissues, whilst the wings acted like the films of a photographic apparatus, and retained a shadow impress of the inner structure of all the beings or forms coming between them and the body of the car. A new world was opened up to them beyond even their electric sense. Outside the denser envelope of our orb the rarefaction of space meant no longer lifeless desolation traversed only by beams of light, electric impulses from other worlds, and the flight of occasional meteors. Now they knew that there were ethereal beings living in the infinite space, and that their inner structure differed in density from their enveloping material. Some of this life was manifestly minute and attenuated, unsuited to the medium in which it floated, waiting for some fit orb to land on. But under their powerful clyrolans it was clear that there were highly developed organisms fitted to this element in which they swam, organisms probably higher than any to be found on the earth, yet too ethereal and shadowy to touch any of even the latest evolved senses of the Limanorans. What possibilities this glimpse into the vast unknown opened up for them they shrank for a time from imagining, lest they should again enslave themselves to superstition and absurd fancy. For astrobiology they saw at a glance there was begun a new and lofty career. Soon would they modify and improve the Leviathan to fit the conditions of interstellar space, and the Falina, if not their own organs, or venturing far into the rarest ether. And then what reports, what pictures of the invisible universe would they bring before the eyes and the Firlas of their fellow islanders? How would they ever have time to investigate and classify the genera and species that inhabited the ether? What limit was there to the ambitions and ideals they would be able to set before the race? Another investigation that followed from this discovery had as its object the nature of the new forms of energy that evidently filled interstellar space. This was the province of the families devoted to astrophysics. They produced apparatus for isolating each type of energy which seemed to have full action only in a vacuum, and they experimented with it in an innumerable variety of ways so as to find out its characteristics. The force of gravitation had been familiar to them even in primitive ages, and had long been investigated so as to reveal many of the qualities of its action that were unperceived by ordinary senses. Electricity had been one of the commonest of their phenomena, and recently a vast unknown region had been opened up by them, lying between the verge of eye-awakening light and the verge of the Firla awakening electricity which their machines had made plain even to untrained senses. For generations they had passed with ease in their inamars or spectroscopes beyond the bands of colour that affected their eye, and the unseen rays had yielded most of their secrets to them. In their lavalans or vacuum energy mirrors they had traced the characteristics of the torrents of energy which tore away from the negative pole of their batteries. And now they had to face a new form of radiant energy, the product of these negative streams and of the irelium which they struck. Experimenting with it in their lavalans they found it different from its parent energy. By passing through the irelium it had grown indifferent to the power of magnetism. This peculiarity enabled them to investigate the inner nature of magnetism, for on the two sides of an irelium sheet they had the same electric rays acting differently towards a magnet. On the one side they could be deflected by it, on the other they went on their way as if it were not there. The difference was also used in producing a new kind of electric motor, governed by an irelium film which closed or opened a channel of magnetic influence. A third useful application of the discovery was a new irelium covering for the head and the body, that milked the east wind of its deleterious qualities. And a fourth was an apparatus for finding by the aid of a magnet the stuff of irelium with greater certainty in their lava wells. But the discoveries that flowed from this were still more important. By further experimentation they found another type of radiant energy that behaved in a similar way towards gravitation. In a vacuum formed within a vessel of an alloy of irelium it ceased to obey the force of gravity. But as soon as it had passed through the side of the vessel, it gave full heed to the force. Within a few months after this had been discovered, there had been invented a faleena that fell or rose according as the new rays were intercepted by a film of the irelium alloy, or were allowed free passage in vacuo. The energy and mass drove the car on indifferent to the earth's influence. Or at the well of the guide brought the aerofaleena, as they called it, gently sloping downwards at any angle required to the surface of the globe. A pioneering book at once developed the results of this discovery and invention. It showed how a way was now open to other stars. For this new radiant energy was found to stream in and past the earth's atmosphere in vast currents. The denser the medium, the more it was absorbed and lost, so that in the earth and the atmosphere it seldom or never manifested itself. Hence the long ages of scientific investigation before it was discovered. By means of these currents, which evidently set through space in definite directions, they would be able to guide their new anti-gravitation faleena to any point in the interstellar ether, and be able to keep up the supply of force that would drive it. And when they approached a new world, they could, by means of their new machinery, bring its force of gravitation to bear on the car and so hasten its flight, and they would be able to hover over the atmosphere by means of the alternating movements of their engine, till they could find out its conditions, and see whether it would be safe to land on it or not. What they wanted yet was the evolution of their physical system in the direction of living in ether or in various atmospheres indifferently. It pointed out to the physiological families the way that would lead in this direction, and it showed how, though it would take countless ages, it was yet within the scope of their humanity. For their knowledge of the constitution of the universe, the discovery of these two forms of radiant energy proved to be of great importance. They were able to find out the relationship of gravitation, electricity, the dark rays of the inamar, the negative rays of the lavolan, light, heat, and the two new types of energy. And by means of the similarities and differences found to exist between any two of them, they were enabled to resolve the molecules of any element into their constituent atoms, and thus to reveal the characteristics of the fundamental ether. They felt that they were at last in the immediate presence of the medium which filled space, and they invented an apparatus isolating the ether from all the forms it enters into, so that it became manifest under their magnifiers to several of their senses. In it they were able to make any one of the forms of energy move and play. From it they were able to mold many of the terrene forms of latent energy, and they hoped to mold most of the others with which they were familiar. One of the most immediately practical results that came from the discovery of these two modes of energy was another kind of engine, which almost doubled their store of force in Rimla. The main form of it took advantage of the radiant energy that showed indifference or obedience to gravitation according as it played in a vacuum or through an alloy of irelium into the air. The new rays lifted a piston in vacuo, and by an automatic arrangement they passed through a film of the alloy and then allowed gravitation to pull them and the piston with them back into its first position. The rapid alternations drove magnetic machinery which produced and stored up electricity. Another form of the new engine used the difference between the conduct the other newly discovered radiant energy displayed towards magnets when it played in a vacuum vessel of irelium, and when it had issued through the vessel's filmy side. The increase and concentration of force in their island was one of the great subordinate aims of their civilization, for they knew that the greater the power they had command of, the more rapidly they could advance towards higher and higher goals. Greater force meant greater dominion over nature and her secrets and laws, and this implied accelerated speed in progress. It had been one of the primitive blunders of their civilization, as it still was of all other civilizations, to imagine that extended empire over men meant a true development of humanity. Wide sovereignty was mere artificial change of the locality and application of the forces of mankind, without increasing them. It was but a shuffling of the cards, to use your similes, with all the honours in one hand instead of being distributed over all. It was merely political and not real. Any gain that might come from the concentration of power and wealth was wasted on increased war material and military expeditions for retaining or subduing territories and peoples, on futile and routine administration, and on growth of court splendour and luxury. The pursuit of the sanguinary phantom of power over other men had to be forever abandoned before any real human advance could be made. Empire over the powers of nature was the primary condition of full development of human possibilities, and every tissue of their wonderful brains was strained to its utmost for the rapid extension of this sway. A new addition to the stores of the centre of force, a new source of energy, was therefore ever hailed by them as of the warranty of a leap upward and onward into the future. The inventions of these new engines, then, had no slight significance as events in their history. and the assurance of more and more rapid progress was increased by a discovery of the chemic families in the same direction. They had used coal for the generation of heat before they had left their primeval home around the South Pole. But in their more tropical archipelago they found no coal beds, the islands having originated in volcanic and coral formation, and the climate made the use of such concentrated fuel unnecessary. It was warm even in winter, and it supplied fruits and cereals which needed little cooking. The forests of the island had furnished whatever fuel had been required for hundreds of generations, and outside of Limanora they were still sufficient for all purposes. But the center of force had recalled the great heat they used to have from coal, and the Leomo, in their probings of the earth, had ever been on the outlook for beds of the old fuel. Recently they had found thin strata of it, but so deep in the earth that it was of little value to them. But a discovery by the Sidramo, or chemic families, made them reconsider this decision and try to invent some form of the Leomarie, which would cut and send with ease to the surface of the earth the coal they had found. The Sidramo had experimented with it in various lines. They had made the steam from it give power as they had seen it give power to the Daydream and her Brullian imitations. But so large a portion of the latent energy in it had been lost in the process that they turned their researches in other directions. Before long they found that, when the coal was placed in a chemical solution containing comparatively common and cheap elements, electric power was largely generated. And following up their discovery, the Sidramo were soon able to draw electricity from any of the rocks of the island. Once having had their attention applied to such problems, they made a number of them surrender their secret, by surrounding one common rock, e.g., with a certain solution they brought from it heat alone. But the discovery most important for the development of the race was that which brought electric power directly from the rocks and even from the earth. For this increased the possible stores of force in Rimla enormously. And there was no limit to what they might use there for the advancement of the civilization. Within a few days of this discovery, the Piramo or meteorological families had applied the lavolan to one of their long unsolved problems, the extraction of magnetic power in large quantities from the air. They had been already able to draw from the thunderclouds their electricity, and make them pass harmless. And by means of personal effort and the magnetism of the body, they were able when high up in the rarer regions of the atmosphere to recharge their little shoulder engines for driving their wings. But in the lower air they had failed to draw electricity from any but thunderclouds in any quantity. They based a new apparatus called Piracno on the lavolan and its discoveries, and with this they were able to draw magnetism from even the gentlest breeze. They increased its size and capacity, and soon could give it a daily supply of new power to the center of force. Nor did this deprive the air of the island of its exhilarant quality, for the more they took from it, the more seemed to flow in from surrounding space. But, when the east wind blew, they found the inflow of magnetism too much for their smaller piracnos, only the larger could cope with it. And then the store of power in Rimla received enormous additions. For ages they had been testing the amount of magnetism in the air at various heights and temperatures and various times of day, month, and year, and recording the results of their investigations. They were now able to decide from these and from their experiences of the Piranco that irregular changes in the weather were due chiefly to magnetic influence. They saw that the tremendous storms which every few years swept the earth had their origins in exceptional inflows of cosmic magnetism. During the history of man since he had come to self-consciousness and to the habit of recording his own movements, there had been many sudden and temporary climatic changes that had led to vast displacements in the inhabitants of the earth. A series of severe winters in the north and in the temperature zone would strip the trees and fields of all frugiferous qualities, and drive the animals of the chase away to the south in search of food. And the races of man had to follow them. So in the tropics a series of droughts would destroy half the chances of life, and exterminate 1/3 of the dwellers inland. As a rule, the agony there led to no displacement of nations, so passive and fatalistic are they by nature near the equator, but in times when some new religious idea had broken the spell of fatalism, the first goad of starvation drove hordes to search for food in other zones. Oftentimes there has been a simultaneity in the meteorological severity, partly due to a universal influx of interstellar magnetism, but still more to the fact that the earth and the planetary system to which it belongs have swung into a region of space that is exceptionally barren of all life impetus. At such periods came those widespread migrations of the dwellers on the globe that made new eras in history. It was one of those cosmic disturbances of climate that sent the Arabs out of their deserts, a flaming portent along the shores of the Mediterranean with their newly reformed religion, the creed of Mahomet, and at the same moment flung the Saxons against the northern frontier of Charlemagne's empire, and the Danes on the coast of Britain. So earlier, in the 4th and 5th centuries of the Christian era, the Huns burst from the east like a torrent, and again swept all before them in the west, while simultaneously the Goths broke in from the north across the boundaries of the Roman Empire. Later, in the 9th century, the Danes and Normans broke away from the north again and plagued Europe with their piratical energy in the very period when Magyars were migrating from the east to the west. And it was only the closer packing of the continents, and the consequent military organization of European nations that checked these displacements in later centuries, though there were refluxes towards the east, as in the Crusades. But the cosmic meteorology of the earth took different effect in the same direction, when plagues mowed down their millions of victims from east to west, where widespread displacements were impossible. There must be dissemination by some cosmic means in order to let the light into the overpopulated regions. Another escape valve was found for the pressure of those periods of temporary climatic change, when the western peoples were driven over the ocean to find a home. Immigration then came to mean transference of masses across the sea, at first to America, where there were other but weaker civilizations to be overcome, afterwards to lands and islands that were either empty or occupied by a few scattered savages. It was their circle of mist that saved the archipelago of Riallaro from the effect of these vast displacements of population. When every acre of land on the earth shall have been filled with its complement, and human forethought and ingenuity are still unequal to the sudden changes of cosmic meteorology, then famine and plague will be the only means of relieving the pressure. End of Chapter 1, Part 1. Chapter 1, Part 2 of Limanora, The Island of Progress by Godfrey Sweven. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Discoveries Part 2. The Limanorans had no fear of such effects in their own island, except indirectly, for they had complete command of their own birth rate and death rate, and kept the numbers commensurate with all the purposes of their existence. Climate was to them as plastic as any material or force of nature, and the unexpected in meteorology was gradually becoming unknown. But they had a strong indirect interest in all inbursts of the cosmic. For the peoples of the other islands, the descendants of their ancient exiles, were as ready victims as ever to what seemed the caprices of the seasons and the years. And the frustration of the consequent movements involving the interests of the Limanorans absorbed more of their time and reserve energy than they desired. A violent tornado would obliterate the products of a year over the whole archipelago, and the fear of starvation would goad the inhabitants into expeditions in search of food, sometimes even towards the Isle of Devils. Again, hungry microbes, the spawn of some plague-stricken world, would float into the earth's atmosphere and find new soil on the islands, and the dwellers would die so quickly that there was no time or room on their circles of earth for sepulture. Into the sea the festering dead would be thrown by the thousands, each bearing its myriad germs of contagion. The very fish that fed on them would die of the plague and bear its microbes to every shore. The currents and the winds, if left to their own bent, would sweep down the foul nests of contagion on the Limanorans, and it would take them weeks of superhuman effort to prevent the bacterial spawn from settling in their systems, and to cleanse the adjacent seas of all taint. The effort to prevent these disasters often wasted their store of force and checked their advance. It seemed to them, therefore, more economical of their energy to help in dispelling the original evil or making it swerve towards other oceans. For a time they considered it to the interests of their progress to save the whole archipelago from the eruptions of interstellar magnetism or bacterial life. But even this was found to have serious disadvantages. Unbroken prosperity surcharged the leaders of the other islands with conceit, and made them lose their fear of the central isle and resume their projects for its conquest, or it deluged them with population, which, whenever nature grew economical again, was driven to foreign means for its sustenance, and at times, goaded by hunger, made in military wise for the Isle of Devils. Yet these alarms and dangers were more infrequent and more easily repelled than when the more ambitious of the archipelago were driven by the spur of famine and disaster to incursion. And, though for a brief period the Limanorans allowed an occasional tornado or plague to devastate the islands of hostile neighbours, they came to the conclusion that it needed less of their energy to repel an occasional hive of enemies impelled by narrowing limits or lessening generosity of nature than to beat off vast bodies of embattled peoples frantic with hunger and reckless of life, led by the keenest skill and fiercest ambition of the archipelago. They could better avoid all destruction of life in the one case than in the other, one of the duties of their civilization, even though a subsidiary one. The Paramo were less essential to the progress of the race. Their growing knowledge of the conditions that governed the climate as well as the passing weather saved in a day as much power as the use of such an instrument as the Piracno at first could add to Rimla in a year. And the scene of the labours of the Paramo was every year more and more extended to the extraterrene. Meteorology became in its investigatory and experimental department more and more cosmic, and often overlapped astronomy, astrobiology, and astrophysics, and aided them. More and more did they find their problems questions of magnetism or electricity. In the interstellar spaces must be sought the sources of the greater disturbances of season and climate, and the Parancno grew every year of more and more importance, as they traced the magnetic influences around the earth back into the infinite fields of space. About this very time they invented an instrument of great delicacy, which foretold the vaster tracts of magnetism into which the earth was swinging, and measured the increase. It depended for its principle and basis on the intimate relationship between electricity and light, on the effect of magnetism upon light and upon electric radiation from the negative pole in a vacuum. They had noticed for some time that the light from any meteor or a luminous body outside the sphere of influence of the earth never reached the instruments of the observers on the edge of the atmosphere quite true, and that the aberration differed at different times. By means of various experiments they came to the conclusion that the aberration was due to magnetism in the extraterrene spaces. Their new instrument, which they called a sarmolan, they sent out into the ether beyond the earth's atmosphere and beyond the influence of terrestrial magnetism, and as it received beams of light from any one heavenly body towards which it had been directed, it recorded the amount of this body's deflection from the straight course. They preferred to turn it to the moon or to Venus or Mars, for then they were sure that the deflecting masses of magnetism lay within immediate range of the earth. This sarmolan turned out to be for cosmic changes of climate what the barometer is for daily or hourly changes of weather. Whenever it recorded violent deflection, it meant that the earth was approaching an exceptionally vast tract of magnetic influence, and that there would be great and frequent disturbances for months, if not years, in the regularity of the earth's seasons and climates, or at least of those of one's own. It warned the Limanorans to get ready their parachnos and all other instruments they had for drawing and imprisoning for their own use the electricity from the atmosphere and the spaces above it. It was in short their cosmic barometer foretelling changes in the climate years ahead. It eased the minds of the Piramo and set free half their energies for other investigations, as soon as it had proved itself a true prophet. Later improvements in it measured the distance of the supermagnetized region of space from the earth, and thus indicated the exact year, and sometimes even the month and the day when the series of climactic perturbances were likely to begin. What had been guesswork before, made just before meeting the phenomenon itself, was now reduced to predictive law, and they looked forward to the time when by recording, classifying, and mapping the variations and regions of cosmic magnetism, they would be able to get at the cause of its unequal distribution in interstellar space. Nay, when they had charted the great drifts and currents of varied energy that the earth encountered as its universe swung through space, they might have ready for their future voyagers to other worlds a full cosmography, which would instruct them in the kind of oceans and torrents they would have to breast, the types of energy they would have to accustom their systems to, and all the risks and dangers they would have to meet. And when their knowledge of the conditions and regions and tracks in the boundless space they might have to traverse was fairly rounded and complete, then some slight adaptation of their sarmolan would be to them their cosmic compass. There was evidence in other discoveries, too, that this hope was not so utopian as it seemed at first, that at least not countless centuries would pass before they might be able to fulfill it. One especially, that of the Floramo, or botanical families, quickened their expectation far beyond the mere flight of fancy. It was a new sublimation of vegetable extract, which seemed to give their lungs free play when there was little or no air to breathe. They had used for ages the fruit of what they called the floronal or tree of life for giving new vigor to the organs and especially the nerve tissues. They still continued to use it, even though the chemical families had analyzed it and found all its constituents, and then reproduced a mixture that had most of the revivifying qualities of the fruit. The tree grew only in marshy districts, and they had reserved an obscure and rarely visited corner of the island for its culture, and for the culture of plants and trees like it. There was another tree growing only in the cooler zone halfway up the mountain, and preferring shallow and poor soil to root in, whose fruit gave extreme flexibility to the more muscular and cartilaginous tissues, and especially to those in the chest. If taken inwardly or through the pores, muscular exercise became more easy, and breathing became deeper and slower, or quicker as the will directed. A third low plant or shrub, which grew only on the highest altitudes of Lilaroma, and had its roots generally in the soil underneath a layer of snow, had been found recently to have in its tissues, and in a concentrated form in its nuts, great stores of oxygen. For ages it had been considered a poisonous plant and avoided, for within a considerable radius of it breathing had always been more difficult than at a distance from it. It had therefore been eradicated from all parts of the cone frequented by the Limanorans. It had no beauty of form, often grew low like a lichen or moss, and could remain under the snow for years without perishing. It had thus been neglected, and in fact seldom observed in its growth, whilst its nuts had been thought to be as poisonous as the plant itself. But recently an avalanche from one of the little visited slopes of Lilaran had uncovered a hollow, in which one of the Floramo had found a bird, emaciated and unable to fly, yet still alive, and beside it were the remains of a number of these poisonous plants and particles of many of their nuts. It had evidently been imprisoned many weeks, if not months, and its only food had been the obscure and offensive snowbush, stunted, scabrous, and without green or leaf. The Floramo became deeply interested in the phenomenon, and gathered many specimens of the shrub from the top of the mountain. They fed the bird till it became plump, and then shut it up in one of their irelium vacuum chambers with only nuts to peck. There they watched it from day to day, and saw that as long as it fed on the nuts it continued vigorous and lively, even though it began to lose its rounded outlines again. They soon closed their experiment, and set the winged creature free to fly whither it would, satisfied that there could be only one logical conclusion with regard to the plant. They saw that its nature was to lay up stores of oxygen in all its tissues, and they called it alpharine or oxygen shrub. It was this treasure in it that enabled it to live so long beneath vast accumulations of snow and ice. It was this feature of its life that made it when open to the air so exhaust the oxygen for yards around it that men found it difficult to breathe beside it. It was this that, when it became the food of the bird, enabled it to live and breathe so long away from the air. It was the outcome of long ages of selection up in those difficult altitudes, where nothing could live under the snow without this power of storing up oxygen. And its nuts, too hard and innutritious except for hunger-driven birds to attack, concentrated round the seeds an extraordinary amount of this oxygen stuff, and by means of this, when underneath the pressure of the snows the husk broke, the seeds were able to support themselves and develop into plants away from the vital air. It was evident that these alpharine nuts were treasure houses of oxygen, and soon they were tried by the Limanorans themselves when they flew into the upper regions of the air. At first they broke the nuts into powder, which was made into a hard but soluble paste. A small piece of this held in the mouth till it melted, enabled them in their flights to breathe freely in rarer altitudes than they had ever reached before. The Floramo afterwards brought out the oxygen-storing power of the shrub more strongly by careful cultivation and selection. Within a few years they made of it a vigorous, large, and comparatively handsome tree, and its nuts grew larger and more oxygenated, so that they became a necessity for all flight into higher atmospheres. More attention was also paid to the floronal or tree of life and to the germabell or tree whose fruit produced elasticity of the muscles and cartilage. The development of all three in the direction in which they might be useful to the race quickened. The energy stored up in their fruits came to be more and more concentrated. Selection of plants, cross-fertilization of them, special soil and feed for their roots, and special surroundings, were all powerful in the hands of the Floramo for changing plants and trees to any purpose they had in view. They studied the tissues and habits of the species they wished to adapt, not as an abstract and merely scientific investigation, but as one of the practical problems of their own life. They turned to the clirolan on its inner and outer tissues, as they anatomized it. They watched its inner processes with the lavolan as it grew or decayed. They chemically analyzed its sap in all its stages, and the various soils at its roots. Then they experimented with new elements in the soil in the direction of the qualities they wished to encourage. They tried it with various degrees and hours of sunshine by day, and various amounts of moisture by night, at different stages in its growth. If they found some of the qualities that they desired in its fruit or tissues more vigorous in some other species, they fertilized its blossom with the pollen of this second plant, and from the seed raised a new species, which would fully realize their purpose. The whole of vegetal nature was plastic in their hands, and every year saw hundreds of new species. The Floramo were the forerunners of the Sidramo or chemical families, and experimented in materials and juices and essences, which would be useful to the race in its ever-quickening advance. Often would vegetal nature reveal a compound that shortened some route through the future, and the Sidramo would then analyze the product, and find the secret of its special efficiency. The Floramo were indefatigable in that department of their work which experimented with the application of plants and their fruits and tissues to useful purposes, and every day saw some process accelerated by the results of their labors. In fact, they classified the vegetal world not merely according to the structure and methods of growth and propagation, but mainly according to the particular utility of the products. The one classification was more essential to their creation of new species, the other to their discovery of purposes for which new species might be created. Like all their sciences, botany was nothing if it was not creative. Having discovered the oxygen-storing shrub, the Floramo gave a new bent to it, applying their energies to strengthening its vitality and its vitalizing powers, and to finding out the most convenient form in which to use its treasured energy. Aided by the Sidramo, they were able to combine the juice of the fruits of the floronal and the germabell with the paste of the nut of alfarene into minute, but to my eyes almost microscopic, globules, each of which would support one of their couriers on the ether side of our atmosphere for several hours. At first they lost one of the vitalizing elements in securing another, and even after they had been able to bind the three essences together in one form, it gave air and sustenance for only a few minutes when they tried it in a complete vacuum. But after experimenting for many months, they were able to concentrate these essences under enormous pressure and by the aid of electric stimulus into a form which would not volatilize except in the saliva of the mouth and under electric stimulus. They were also able to give their globules such electric power as would utilize the streams of magnetic energy that fill the ether. Thus the ether couriers found them far more strengthening and sustaining just above the earth's atmosphere than in it. One globule lasted several hours longer in a vacuum, and made breathing and the other vital functions more easy and enjoyable. Thus was opened up to them by this discovery a long vista of investigation. The new type of sustenance and oxygenation was so concentrated that the couriers into the sky could carry with them enough to serve through months. During the next great period of discovery, the Sidramo superseded this use of alfarene by a more rapid method of concentrating air. As usual, they followed up the steps of the Floramo, and created what the botanical families had found in nature. The use of great pressure in the manufacture of the sustenant globules in their final form suggested the track they should take, and the immense accumulation of energy in Rimla and the rapidly increasing faculty of concentrating it on any point or purpose gave them the requisite power. They came to reduce air to liquid, and finally to solid and permanent form. And following up the lead of this discovery, they applied greater and greater pressures, and were at last able to transform with ease and without danger any element into gaseous, liquid, or solid form. They contracted the slow processes, that in terrestrial nature covered myriads of ages, into a few minutes or hours, and thus again multiplied indefinitely their vast treasures of power in Rimla. A pioneering production, the Book of Elemental Transformations, foreshadowed the discoveries to which this would lead. Ether, it was shown, would be transformed into any desired substance, as soon as its constituents and formations were found out. Even modes of motion, like sound and light and electricity, would, with this vast expansion of the possibility of compression, and the growing power of amalgamating and concentrating forms of energy, come to be bottled up in liquid or solid form for any required period. A block of latent sound or latent light or latent electricity would be as common as a block of ice. Another pioneer, the Book of Abbreviation of Geological Time, opened up a second vista of power that the discovery pointed out. Nature took geological ages to perform most of her processes, but in great passions she accomplished as much in a few minutes. The safe imitation of these creative and destructive paroxysms was certain to be one of the conquests of Limanoran posterity. For the actual concentration of power in Rimla was as nothing compared with what it would be in the future. Now they were able to contract the work of years into minutes, then they would be able to leap in one moment across geological ages. Time was the inertia of realization and creative power. The whole drift of their civilization was towards the mastery of finite periods of time. Years were to them what minutes had been to their ancestry; to their far posterity geological ages would be as brief as years were to them. Swifter and more swiftly would they eliminate from their creative processes the reluctant element of time, and feel that they were pacing in the footsteps of eternity. As it was, they soon put the liquefaction and solidification of the elements to countless uses. A few of these were the cooling of their buildings by concentrated air, the use in the arts of its corrosive power and of its power of rendering most metals easily plastic, its amalgamation with other elements into an explosive matter so destructive as to supersede the use of the Lilaran in earth perforation, and the storage of their falenas with supplies for expeditions that would take years in interstellar space. A minor use to which they put alpharine was the production of vacuums. They had long had mechanical air pumps, that gave them the vacuums they needed for their experiments. But now they found it much easier to enclose one of these snow-stunted shrubs in an airtight vessel of transparent irelium, and watch it absorb the air within the walls. The energy formerly spent on the making of air pumps was saved, and devoted to some other useful purpose. What was still better was the continual experimentation on the human system carried on by means of these so easily accessible vacuums. The alpharine vacuum became the daily plaything of the Limanoran, and he took pleasure in finding out the needs of his body in it, and the length of time he could endure the pure ether. It was not long before they knew every difficulty they would be likely to encounter in crossing from star to star. The minor defects of the body were easily met after a few years of study of them by the various scientific families, but two of them gave long pause. One was the intense cold they were sure to experience. Where there was no terrene matter or moisture or air to retain the solar or astral heat that travelled through space, the diffusion of streams of thermal energy would render any far voyaging from Earth impracticable. The experiments to meet this difficulty took three directions. One was physiological, to make the body capable of resisting as great a degree of cold as they would be likely to encounter. This attempt was only partially successful, and that by slow steps. They brought themselves to live with pleasure in any cold that could be found in or around the earth, but it would take many centuries, perhaps geological ages, to bring endurance up to the pitch of interstellar cold. It would in fact mean such a sublimation of their bodies as would make them like spirits. Another direction was chemical, to produce a regular atmosphere round the body as it flew, so that it might retain some of the streams of heat that swept past it. The use of the essence of the oxygen plant helped them in this direction to some extent, but the amount of it that would be needed to keep up such an atmosphere for years, concentrated as much as they liked, meant so huge a cargo that none of their wing cars would be able to bear it above the earth. The third direction was physical, to produce as much heat around the body as would act as a shield against the cold of the ether. This was the most successful, for there were such torrents of energy ever moving through interstellar space that it merely needed its utilization to solve the problem. One plan, that when carefully developed, would ensure success, was a magnetic garment which would cover the whole of the body, and draw to it all the electric energy within a large radius of it, to be transformed into heat by minute engines distributed all over the envelope. Another was to combine the mechanical collection of electricity from the ether and the full development of the magnetic powers of the body. Already they had been able to flash lightnings around them as they flew through the night, and it would need but small mechanical manipulation to increase this display, and to turn it into heat. Like meteors, they would blaze across space, wrapped in a mantle of flame. But this difficulty in the way of flight through the ether was but slight against the other defect that their systems had in common with all terrene bodies. They could develop heat easily enough, but how were they to keep intact and consistent in a vacuum constitutions which had been developed under the pressure of an atmosphere? How would the tissues and the organs of their body adjust themselves to the absence of atmospheric conditions? As they rose above the clouds, they had long felt as if their limbs and even the molecules of their bodies were without due subordination and apt to assume individual independence, even when the spirit grew boldest and most concentrated in its energy. Their own wings and faleenas that were intended for upper and rarer altitudes had to be made tougher and more elastic than for common flight close to the earth. They had to make them at last in a vacuum, and subject them to all the conditions that met them in the ether. But it would take myriads of generations, if not geological ages, to bring their own bodies into such a state as to bear vacuum around them for years, and then in their terrene life with such a new constitution, they would be unable to endure so great a pressure as that of the atmosphere near the earth. The only contrivance that seemed feasible was a farfallena enclosing the traveller around, large enough to hold alpharine supplies for the long voyage, and strong enough to stand the pressure of an atmosphere within it. This they might manage after some years of experimentation. But enclosure within such a narrow space for so long a period, without the possibility of free movement into the ether, did not attract them. And any little accident in their machinery or to their supplies might make their faleena their tomb. Some other line must be taken by investigation and invention, if stellar migration was to become a possible and desirable thing. This line was indicated by discoveries of the Sidralmo or biochemical families, and the Oromo or psychophysiological families. The Sidralmo had long been investigating the ultimate constituents of living matter, and again, when seeming to be on their track, they were baffled by the escape of some element, and left only with the caput mortuum to analyze. Under their Clarolians too, powerful though they were, the principle of life showed itself in many ways to their senses, and yet evaded all attempt to isolate it. The lavolan which showed the inner structure of living bodies as they lived and moved, brought them nearest of all to the veil that hung over the secret of vitality. Plants and stationary animal organisms allowed them full scope for their investigations. In them they could see the life ebb and flow, as death approached or receded. In them they could find every material element entering into their composition, and test with their varied and minute meteorological apparatus all the forms of energy which moved them. They checked the current of life, and watched in the plant or animal the elements and energies that remained comparatively stable and those that deteriorated. They let it die out, and watched the throb and struggle of the various constituents and forces as they collapsed. Then, when it seemed to have surrendered all life or hope of life, they brought it back, by their knowledge of existence, to the upward struggle again, and no feature of the return escaped their notice. Most watchful of all were they on that dim borderland between life and death, where dawn is sunset and sunset dawn. In every stage were they able to isolate each strand of the thread of life, yet the essential secret of all escaped them. Once the organism had shriveled into a bundle of dead fibers or fallen to dust, no effort of theirs could give it the throb of life again. They could reproduce every element and tissue and fiber, and under their clirolans place them together in the forms of life with marvellous art. One thing was still wanting to make it all it had been. They could even mimic the flow of life through it by means of their command over the sources of energy, but the result was only mechanical; they had not supplied it with the never-failing spring of vitality. At last, during the period of this great illumination there was thrown a beam of light on the right path for solving this problem. One of the Sidralmo was experimenting on certain substances to see how they behaved under the rays issuing from a lavolan or reveller of inner mechanism. They were chiefly new vegetable substances, the properties of which it was his duty to discover and tabulate. He was also mingling one or two new minerals with the plant products in order to see what modifications the blending would cause. One metal had lately been found issuing from the deepest of their lava wells in the form of vapour. When cooled it had assumed a crystalline character, and acted to some extent like a magnet, yet it was sensitive to energies that an ordinary magnet ignored, as for instance, the passage of exceptional nerve force through the human body. Lightly hung, it quivered when near anyone who happened to be greatly excited. But it paid no heed to the normal currents of energy along the nerves. There was also a species of plant recently evolved that had shown itself singularly sensitive on the approach of any living thing. It shrank not merely from the touch of a hand or of any animal, but from the proximity of life, whilst it remained unmoved when touched by any falling leaf or stone. The experimenter had taken a number of these plants and made them a basket-work, in which he hung a piece of the new magnetic metal by a slender thread. This he placed above his lavolan to see how the rays from it would affect or be affected by the new combination of influences. There seemed to be little or no effect, but he continued his experiment to make sure. Through some imperfection in its walls his vacuum failed. He tried to pump the air out again, but this failing too, he substituted an alpharine vacuum which happened to be near him. The result was most striking. The metal, lightly hung in the basket, became agitated at once, and its movements grew more or less active as it approached or was drawn off from the vacuum. After a time it began to show less sensitiveness, and at last became almost quiescent, even though the vacuum remained efficient. On examining the alpharine plant under a magnifier, he found a minute slug, that had evidently escaped the notice of the maker of the vacuum. This had been the source of the agitation of the metal in the basket during its last spasmodic efforts to hold on to life, and when death, through the lack of air, had overcome it, the agitation had ceased. The plant itself had by the presence of its life kept the test from becoming completely quiescent. The influence of life of the experimenter himself seemed to be largely neutralized by the surrounding air. It was only when he came very close to the test that it indicated his presence. Here was revealed to the Sidralmo the path they had to follow. A wide vista into the darkness had been suddenly opened. It was not long before they had taken full advantage of the discovery. They invented the most helpful of all their instruments, the Sidralan, or biometer. They hung the combination of life-sensitive plant and nerve-sensitive metal itself in a vacuum, directly in the path of an electric current. The details of its mechanism they rapidly improved till it measured with accuracy the degree of vitality in any plant or animal. But they soon found that it was entirely differently affected by vegetable and animal life. The energy of the former moved it but slightly, and only in certain directions. The latter seemed to surround it and agitate it from all sides; it quivered as if with subdued excitement. Yet there were degrees in both. Some plants moved it more than the most primitive unicellular animals, although the movement was less pervasive. Thus they were well on the way towards the isolation of the life principle from its constant concomitants. The biometer came to be as much importance to the medical superintendents as to the Sidralmo. It abridged the labour of their weekly inspection, for it told in a moment whether the vitality in any member of the community had fallen or risen in degree, whether it was below the proper average, in short, whether all his organs and tissues would have to be minutely examined for the cause, and whether his dietary scheme would have to be revised. The psychophysiological families found it of some use in their investigations into the faculties of man and their basis in his bodily constitution. They found that the wiser and more intellectual a personality was, the more gently he moved the sidralan, the more of animal vitality he had, the more violently he agitated it by his presence. But the instrument was too rough and undiscriminating for their purposes. It could not distinguish between the purely spiritual and the purely animal except in this loose way. They tried modifications of it, but without success. It was the ilomo or astrobiological families that helped them to take the right direction. They were constantly bringing down out of the stratum above the atmosphere vessels full of the steamy nothingness that existed there, in order to investigate it and see whether it was mere vacuum or not, and though the contents appealed to none of their senses but the electric, their various instruments of research revealed different energies and a large amount of life, besides minute forms of matter without life. On several occasions they had noticed that the contents affected their test differently when the experimenter was near and when he stood at a distance. Step by step they separated the element that acted thus from its various concomitants. And soon they were able to concentrate a considerable quantity of it in a receiver exhausted of air, and to precipitate it in powdery metallic form. The substance was handed over to the Oolorefa, who saw that it would supply the test they wanted, for it was but slightly sensitive to the presence of animals, and its sensitiveness gradually vanished as they tried it with lower and lower species of animals, whilst it quivered near men, less near young men and women, only slightly near infants, but with quick tremors when near the older and wiser Limanorans, who had suffered and thought through long centuries. They came to the conclusion that this residuum was the essence of some element in the ether that responded to the energy of the higher faculties, that the magnet responded to electricity. They had in fact found at last a true test of soul, that refinement of the higher animal energies which has assumed a new grade in life, the consciousness of itself, and the power of keeping its own form and essence as an entity forever separate from all other beings and things. It was not long before the Oolorefa had made from it an apparatus which would test the presence of soul and measure its force. This Ooloran or psychometer they were at last furnished with an instrument that would give organic unity and new purpose to their science. They would now be able to watch and measure the growth of soul in the child, and the ebb and flow of its strength in youth, and thus would they give new vigour and life to the creative function of their science. They had now an exact basis for education. As guides of parents and proparents in tuition they would walk in the full day, where before they had groped in dim twilight. In every case would they be able to advise with the same certainty as the medical elders advised on the health of the body. For the mature men and women would they act as true father-confessors, and do what the priests of so many religions pretended to do, but did not do. They would be able to tell everyone, who desired it, whether his soul had advanced or receded in power after any series of sufferings and deeds, or any line of conduct, and thus give advice as to what should be done or omitted in the future. And when the elders had come near what had before seemed the utmost limit of life, they would be able to tell them whether their nausea of existence was only fleeting and subjective, or whether the roots of their soul were loosening themselves from the soil of the body. End of Chapter 1, Part 2. Chapter 2, The Island of Progress by Godfrey Sweven. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. An accident. But so vast an expansion of science and the unveiling of so many outlooks into the future left no room for the thought of death. The pace of life quickened perceptibly, and the energy of every dweller on the island was strained to its utmost to meet the requirements of the new additions to the force of the country and all of the new inventions. It was impossible to think of anything but the tasks in hand. None had an idle thought, none a leisure moment to waste on mere introspection or dreams. In fact, it became quite clear that the old dream factory might be closed for a time at least. For several generations it had been the custom of the Limanorans to stimulate invention and discovery by the use of magnetism. When anyone felt his problem insoluble, or an insuperable obstacle in the way of his advance toward some practical goal, he had his dream conscience awakened and quickened as he slept. A member of the medical families would attend by his bedside, and apply a magnetic current to the particular point of his brain that controlled the powers concerned in his pursuit, and especially to the parts which were the physical expression of the imaginative faculties. And day by day he would instruct the thinker as to what nutritive or medicated chambers he should enter in order to draw the main strength of his system towards the faculties he needed. Day after day the patient nurtured the parts of the brain and of the nervous system that would help him to the solution. Night after night he dreamt out the terms of the problem. At last, either in daydream or night fancy, the curtain would be raised, and he would see the path to take. Light flashed in on him as if from another world. What in my buried life used to be called inspiration was cultivated, moulded, and directed as with deliberate foresight and care as any feature of the body or the character. Nor were these dream stimulants ever abused. When the purpose had been served, the goal reached, at once the other faculties and physical parts had equal attention, the strain was unbent, and the symmetry and balance of the whole system restored. Never was the stimulation of dream consciousness permitted for a mere pleasure or whim. The importance of the aim to the progress of the race had to be proved before it was granted. Nay, it was only problems the solution of which would lead to extraordinary advances that were dealt with by Narola, or dream consciousness stimulants. Now the Narola were entirely abandoned, for imagination was preternaturally excited, and discovery and invention seemed to come to investigators almost without effort. It was indeed a period of accelerated progress, if not precipitance, in the work of all families. The darkness around existence lifted over the whole horizon, and demanded redoubled exertion, in order that the new region should be mapped before it fell. The tissues and nerves of every Limanoran felt the stimulus. Each worked with a will. Still the necessities of the situation almost ran ahead of their powers. One thing became clear, that they must have more workers. The new generation would have to be more numerous than the last. For the young had to be drawn upon for active nerve and head work before their usual time, and these would need more leisure in the next stage of their life to compensate for the loss of it in the period of growth. It grew evident that parents who had been exceptionally successful in the 2 children they had brought forth, reared, and launched full-fledged on the career of life, should be permitted and stimulated to resume parentage. It was considered one of the highest privileges and honors to be selected as parents again by the magnetic consciousness of the nation. There was needed no formal agreement or resolution. The mind of the race was known without consulting it openly. And every pair felt in a moment that they were selected for reparentage. They required no stimulation, no permission to enter on the patriotic duty. And all considered it a duty of the loftiest kind. Passion in the race burned low. No longer was it a sting or goad that had to be mastered. It was, in short, no more a passion, such as the use of imagination, the love of the race, or the yearning after advance had become. The animal element in it had grown insignificant, and left it at the bidding of intellect and will. These tried parents had thus no sensuous pleasure to seek in the new task assigned to them. They took it upon them as a duty, and their chief pleasure lay in the honor they had been paid, and in the service they were doing to the race and to the progress of their humanity. A second necessity of the new position was earlier marriage on the part of the men and women of the community. As soon as bare maturity had been reached, pairing now began. First it had to be scientifically ascertained that all the merely primitive stages of mankind had been passed through, not only the prehistoric but the historical. It would be one of the greatest of evils to allow the privilege of parenting for the community to anyone who might have yet to go through a stage of individual life that represented centuries of the past of mankind. Little better would this be than stocking their island with children from their exiles. It was a question of testing every individual, for some passed more rapidly through the life of their ancestry than others, and these were not always the best as parents or even as citizens. Every tissue and faculty had to be tested, after careful study of the records of the childhood and youth. No possible prospect or chance of atavistic taint was overlooked. The next duty was to review the needs of the race. The tasks and abilities of every family were measured, and the possible expansion of these were estimated. Then new sciences, or new divisions of sciences, or new duties that would need the services of a family or families specifically selected and molded for the purpose, were taken into the account. From this elaborate review of the resources and needs of the population, conclusions were carefully drawn as to the number and quality of the children that were required. The problem was easy enough as far as mere extensions of the existing families were concerned. But the creation of new types was a question that tasked the abilities of the wisest to the utmost. The special faculties needed for the new science or art or duty had to be discussed and decided, and especially how far existing faculties would have to be modified or newly combined. Then out of the various families those two had to be chosen, a cross which would produce the required modification or combination. But, as this was still largely of the nature of the experiment, more than one effort was made towards each new type, in order that, if one child failed, the others might be available. But the wise creators of the new types were rapidly surer of their ground. Their experiments were growing less of experiments. They could almost foretell to a faculty or tissue the result of the crossing of any two families. And where any quality was unequal to the new duty, first creative surgery was called in to modify or add to the tissue of that part of the brain, which was the physical equivalent of the faculty, and afterwards education with its various magnetic and dietary aids was brought to bear on its development. Yet there might be some chance of their new type falling short of its purpose, and, to guard against this, several individuals of it were brought forth and trained. It was generally found that all of them were needed to carry out the duties of the new position. After everything had been settled in the program of the next generation, the task of matching began. Time after time the two who were to be the parents of the new type were thrown together as if by accident in circumstances and surroundings which would touch their imaginations and rouse their enthusiasm for each other. They were put into difficult positions together, so that one might help to extricate the other from them. Alternate debt and service wove mutual bonds around them, till at last neither desired to issue from the network of obligation and love in which they were caught. The magnetism of one was complementary to that of the other, and when separated they longed to see each other. With none in the community was the flamme of either in such communion as with the loved mate. Thus partly wise choice and partly spontaneity produced the match. The lifelong bond could never become enslaving for either, for the material of it had been selected not by mere youthful caprice, but by the maturest wisdom of the race, whilst it was spun by the impulse and will of the two friends themselves. Neither the state or either of the partners could possibly regret the friendship, or wish it dissolved. It passed as naturally into marriage as flower into fruit. But, whilst the future was thus being safeguarded, the new duties or expanded duties had to be looked after. 75 years of work had to be provided for before the new citizens could be made fit for their duties. Part of this was covered by drawing earlier on the powers of the new generation. The youth must come out of their seclusion a few years sooner than usual. But that was not sufficient. What way was there out of the difficulty? It was a tacit rule in the community that none were to overstrain their energies. Overwork was considered as great a vice as indolence, for it cheated the race of some of its advance by demoralizing the faculties and tissues, and bringing on the nausea of life earlier than it should come by nature. The biometer was carefully applied to every citizen, in order to test how far he could go in work without wasting his energies. And after all had been assigned additional work to their utmost limit, there was still so much unassigned. The only chance of meeting it was the extension of life. The elders must live longer. Happily, every condition was now present for managing this. They had new foods and agents for revitalizing the tissues. They had new apparatus for discovering internal defects in the human system, and new methods of remedying them. The far vistas opened up to the future gave a new purpose to the life of even the most aged. They longed to see what would come of all the expanded invention and discovery. The enthusiasm of the new age fired the imagination of the oldest. Limanoran life had another century added to it. In the midst of the bustle of these preparations for the future, if anything the Limanorans did could be called bustle, there occurred an accident that smote them almost with dismay, and brought them as near as I had ever seen them approach to melancholy. The additions to the new sources of energy available in Rimla had entailed more muscular work as well as more superintendence, and it was necessary to assign more physical toil to the now earlier mature than had been customary. 2 scions of the meteorological families who had been selected for marriage and parentage were sent to manage a large piracno, which had been constructed for drawing the magnetism from the air and the spaces just beyond the atmosphere. The great machine had been placed on an isolated spur of Lilaroma, so that if ever through the sudden sweeping of the earth into a supermagnetized area it should become dangerous, it could easily be detached from Rimla and insulated. And there were never less than 2 beside it to help in its management. The younger men and women took the night watches in all the physical labor that had to be undertaken. And Tamarna and Emirlo, as one of the youngest and least experienced of the pairs that had to manage this huge piracno, kept the last watch of the night, the watch that included sunrise and was followed by that of 2 of the most mature workers. It was thought that, as every Limanoran would be awake and on the alert at dawn, help in any emergency could easily be procured. As it was well known that during that period there was a great increase of magnetism in the atmosphere, provision was made in the machine itself for so regular a change. It was so arranged that, when the sun's rays first touched it, it should automatically increase its capacity for magnetism. But so recent had been the development of cosmic magnetography that the times and seasons of the irregular increase of magnetism had not been tabulated and classified. Had the observations been made for a long enough time to allow of inferring a uniformity or law, then it would have been seen that these supermagnetized spaces, though they may have been entered by the earth during the night, have little effect upon her atmosphere till day dawns. The excess magnetism seems to lie dormant in the dark. The first rays of the sun act like a fuse to a mine, and complete the circuit between extraterrene space and the surface of the earth. Sunrise, in fact, as they came afterwards to see, was the most critical time for such a machine as the Pirakno. It happened, too, that on this particular night, the Sarmolan or cosmic barometer had been getting out of order, but its watchers did not think it called for immediate attention. The morning would be time enough to put it right. Its indicator thus lay tongue-tied and misleading, when it should have been violently agitated. Tamarna and Amirolo had no warning of the approaching magnetic tornado. The hour before dawn the Pirakno moved as regularly and quietly as at that point of the night when the magnetic tide is at its lowest ebb, the point when sleep is deepest and death is most frequent. They had just seen that every part was moving without friction and fully coping with its work, and Omarol felt that he could leave his mate for a brief space and consult the Sarmolan watchers. He had been gone but a few minutes when he heard a loud crash behind him, and at the same moment he noticed that the first beams of the sun had struck across the levels of the sea. He turned and saw a flash from the place where, he thought, the Pirakno stood. Flying back in trepidation, he found the machine as he had left it, but it had stopped. At first he could not see Tamarna, but on searching he saw her form lying on the ground close to the Pirakno, hidden by one of its cranks. He touched her temples and left side, and saw that life had fled. The crank had come upon her as she lay, and bruised her body. The sight of this completed his despair. He felt that the last hope of her recall had vanished. Yet he knew how much the medical elders could do, and there rose in his mind a flicker of hope. He wasted no time on lamentation, for there moved in him the carefully trained consciousness that all such abandonment to emotion was an offense against the progress of the race. They considered that every occurrence of life demanded as much concentration of energy and thought as a shipwreck, or the incidents of a battle, or anything that we in the West would call an alarming emergency. As grief or despair or fear used up the power that should be spent on action, emotion was strictly reined in at such a moment. Instinct was to call the whole resources of the nature to action. Amirol braced himself to the emergency, and sent the whole of the magnetism he was capable of into his will telegraph. After a few minutes' exercise of it, it seemed to relax, and he knew that he had roused his parents to the danger. Recalling his energies to Tamarna, he followed the few simple rules that he had been taught for the recovery of the seeming dead. He made her lungs and heart imitate the play of life. He switched the magnetism of his own system onto hers. But after all his efforts she still lay inert when his parents arrived. They decided to carry her at once to the medical elders, for they saw that something exceptional had occurred. It was not a swoon, or even death from the bruise dealt by the Pirakno. So they took her wings, and making them by means of soft leafage into a couch for her, they bore her through the air swiftly, but just as she had lain when found. Tamarna's own parents met them on the way, and helped them to accelerate their pace with her, and within less than 10 minutes after the accident, she was in the hands of the sages in the mountain hospital. The general medicine house was Oomalefa. But there were 2 houses of cure which approached more nearly to what our hospitals are. One was far up the slopes of Lilaran, not much beneath the winter line of snow. The other was aerial and movable, and was, whenever it was needed, floated upwards to the margin of our atmosphere, where parasitic and microscopic life was reduced to unaggressive feebleness. In it were all the necessities of life at hand. The temperature was kept close to summer heat, and there were lines of communication, so thin as to be almost invisible in the air, connecting it with the halls of sustenance and medication. This hospital was meant for the invalid who was strong enough to be moved up from the solid earth. And, as soon as one had been brought back far enough from the grasp of death to bear the rarity of the upper air where it merged into the ether, he was taken up in it. But Tamarna was first borne to the mountain hospital, where the instruments of investigation and cure were ready. When she should have all the ruptures of her bones and organs and tissues set for mending, and all the tissues that were crushed beyond mending replaced by freshly manufactured tissues, and when she was seen to hold on to life with a tenacious grip again, then would she be borne into the hospital of exhilarative healing high above the clouds. The biometer recorded the faint presence of life. The spirit had not yet escaped, and before long it grew manifest to ordinary eyes. They had apparatus for stirring any organ of the body into activity, and with the lavolan they soon saw which of Tamarna's functions had been deranged and had suffered syncope. It was her heart that had ceased action. The inrush of magnetism from space drawn by the piracno, without provision for storing it or letting it pass harmless, had paralyzed some of the more important cardiac tissues, and the circulation was in many places clogged, whilst a large portion of the superficial blood vessels had been ruptured by the fall of the crank upon the body. A European medical council would have abandoned the bruised and discoloured corpse as fit only to be food for worms. But no member of the community could be spared in such a period of enthusiasm and expansion. The newly discovered agents and methods were brought to bear. Delicate instruments made the heart first mimic and then produce the true cardiac action. Currents of magnetism swept the veins, and cleared the routes for the circulation of the blood, at the same time stimulating the life fluid. The livid hue gradually disappeared from the face. Another instrument gave action to the lungs, first in mimic and then in a vital way. Concentrated sustenance was injected into the veins, and soon the breathing grew regular. Yet it needed hours of this recreative work to bring the spirit to consciousness of itself. Out of the depths of the soul seemed to be dragged by slow steps back into the reluctant body again. The psychometer was far more slow to give signs than the biometer. But, as soon as it revealed the approach of the soul, the friends of Tamarna were brought near her, all who had magnetic affinities with her, and especially her betrothed Omirlo. From that point the recovery was astonishingly rapid. The magnetism of friendship seemed to draw back the spirit from its desire to escape. The eyes opened, and a look of intelligence and love shone through their vitreous dullness like dawn in a misty sky. Recognition quickly irradiated her whole being, then faded out, then came again, till at last the curtain which hid the soul rose, and the body seemed to become diaphanous to the light of reason. The spirit dwelt again in its old habitation. The rest was a matter of the commonest medical science. Every tissue was restored to its previous healthy state. Every fracture and bruise and scar was obliterated. Every item of her system which had suffered beyond the possibility of repair was remade and grafted into her body again. Nursing and medicated atmospheres under the wisest medical guidance restored Tamarna to her duties and to Oomalefa as efficient and graceful and healthy as before the accident. In spite of this triumph success of their medical science, I could see that depression prevailed in the community. Not even what appeared to me to be the most supernatural power of drawing the life back seemed to console them. For they had often still seen more wonderful displays of medical skill. Men who had been for months to all appearance dead were restored to full vital power, even when the microscopic transformers of dead matter had begun to batten on their tissues. Nobody that still retained the human form was beyond their skill. The soul could be enticed back after it had accomplished its flight from earth, for it still kept its affinities to its terrene companions, though cosmic distances should separate them. That was the most difficult task, not the recrudescence of life, but the re-enticement of the spirit that had grown happy in its release. When I observed that the meteorological families were the nearest of all to dejection, even though they had recovered their loved member, I came to the right conclusion. It was the accident that had unmanned them. That they should be taken unawares in a sphere they had mastered preyed on their minds. For one of the immediate objects of their science was to take command of their future, to eliminate the unexpected from life. What was the value of their progress, if they did not see more clearly and farther into the sphere of darkness that bounded life like a horizon? True, the cosmic was still infinite in its night for them, and in the cosmic lay ambushed countless alarms. But they had driven their outposts far into the twilight. The age they were in had seen such an expansion of science that the veil seemed lifted from the face of boundless night. Their Sarmolan pioneered before them into space, and foretold them the dire catastrophes that might lie in wait for them. And yet they were at the mercy of accident. What was the use of such an influx of suggestion from the unknown? What was their power over nature, if thus they allowed the fortuitous to drift in upon them? Had they not suffered such discomfiture for ages? They abhorred the thought that they should again be the slaves of mere hazard. But they rebelled against even the appearance of impotence, and would not allow any mood approaching despair to settle on their spirits. At once the Paramos set about the repair of their defences against accident. The Pirakno was found to be fused into one mass of metal by the force of magnetism which had gathered into it from the space around. Another, larger and more effective, was produced, and in it there was a new arrangement by which the storage was automatically governed. Any increase in the magnetism it received was at once provided for, and if at any time the inflow should surpass the capacity for storage, there was a governor which automatically switched the surplusage into the sea, or back again into the air. A Sarmolan too was invented which had greater strength and at the same time greater nicety of adjustment. It could be left in the space beyond the atmosphere, unattended for nights together, for it was self-recording, and as long as its parts were kept clear of extraneous matter or force, it was incapable of derangement. Not that it was left to itself for a moment, even though it now regularly telegraphed all its changes to Rimla and to the locality of the Pirakno. Meteorological observers were near it night and day to watch and interpret its signals. To guard against any possible assault of accident, other Sarmolans were ballooned into space, whose indications were mutually corrective. Where one went astray, the others would be right. When Tamarna was completely restored to health and it was made certain by the medical tests that every organ and tissue of her system was fit for its task, her marriage with Oomalefa was accorded, and the two entered on their career of parentage. Their duties were made lighter, in order that their energy might pass unimpaired into posterity. They still had their round of work, that their tissues might not grow flaccid, or their life tend to excessive solitude. But Oomalefa did for both all that needed great exertion of mental or physical faculty. End of chapter 2.